Shen Qi plummeted down a cliff and met his demise. However, a golden firefly carried his soul across to the realm of cultivation. Upon awakening, Shen Qi discovered that he had entered into a marital bond with his master's wife. Since he had traversed into the world of immortals, his foremost task was, undoubtedly, to conquer his master's wife. As for the matter of dual cultivation, the more, the merrier. Chapter 1. Shen Qi's Madness. On a stormy night, amidst the thunder and lightning, in the far north of Xiantian continent, at the sword concealment peak of the Seven Absolute Sect, brilliant flashes of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the entire sword concealment peak. Atop the mountain, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows. This figure was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s. She halted her trembling steps, leaning weakly against an ancient tree, her breath coming in quick gasps. Her name was Chun Miaoshan, the spouse of Shen Lin, the sect master of the Seven Absolute Sect, and her cultivation had reached the late golden core stage. At this moment, Chun Miaoshan was disheveled, her outer garment bearing numerous rents from sword qi, revealing glimpses of her form beneath. A peculiar flush adorned her cheeks, and as the rain cascaded down her face, it rendered her even more enchanting. Clinging to her back was a youth, appearing no older than 18, that his clothes were stained with blood, and his complexion was ashen, indicating he had suffered grave internal injuries. This youth was Shen Qi, the youngest disciple among Shen Lin and Chun Miaoshan's many pupils. Shen Qi was exceptionally gifted, and the couple held him in great affection. Unbeknownst to him, after a long period of unconsciousness, Shen Qi struggled to open his eyes. Gazing at the weary Chun Miaoshan, his eyes brimmed with tears as he stammered, Master wife, you should leave me behind and escape on your own. I do not wish to burden you. If you carry me, that vile scoundrel will surely catch up, and then we shall both be doomed. Chun Miaoshan tenderly caressed the youth's head, forcing a smile as she comforted him. Sure, do not speak nonsense. Hold on, Master wife will surely lead you to safety from sword concealment peak. Although Chun Miaoshan appeared equally distressed, her expression was resolute. Her jade-like hands clenched involuntarily, her knuckles turning pale. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the mountain path ahead. After pausing for a moment, the woman braced herself and was about to flee when she suddenly sensed a surge of energy approaching her. Within that energy surged a vicious sword qi, howling as it sliced toward Chun Miaoshan's neck. Chun Miaoshan hastily formed hand seals, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that surged forth, colliding with the incoming sword qi. With a thunderous boom, the seal and the sword qi met, and both dissipated. Chun Miaoshan staggered back 3 steps, the flush on her face deepening. A sinister, mocking voice echoed. Haha, madam, you truly are a master at the late golden core stage. That I never expected that after succumbing to my spring-devouring powder, you could not only suppress its effects but also harness the power of the early golden core stage. I am truly impressed. A shadowy figure descended from the sky, stopping 10 paces before Chun Miaoshan. A cruel smirk plastered across his face. Chun Miaoshan glared coldly at the figure, realizing that he bore a treasure that obstructed her divine sense. She could not ascertain his true level of cultivation. After a moment of silence, Chun Miaoshan spoke icily. Who are you, esteemed friend, and why do you assault the juniors of my sect without cause? Are you not afraid of the ridicule from your fellow cultivators? The shadow scoffed repeatedly. Ha ha ha, once you are dead, who will know it was me? Ha ha, madam, do you feel particularly hot and restless after succumbing to my spring-devouring powder? Do not resist futilely. It would be better to yield to me, and we can enjoy ourselves together. I may even show mercy and leave you with a complete corpse. Ha ha ha. Chun Miaoshan retorted angrily. Vile scoundrel, you are overestimating yourself. With a swift motion, Chun Miaoshan formed a complex spell seal that a silver stream of spiritual power erupted from her fingertips, soaring into the heavens. As the spiritual power vanished, a blinding bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. With a resounding crash, the brilliant lightning descended, targeting the shadow. The shadow's expression turned to one of alarm as he exclaimed, Spirit crossing calamity technique. Stop. Stop. Are you seeking death? The lightning struck with alarming speed, and in a panic, the shadow conjured a protective barrier. With a swipe of his hand, he hurled a talisman imbued with destructive energy towards Chun Miaoshan. With another thunderous explosion, the protective barrier shattered, the terrifying lightning crashing upon the shadow, who collapsed to the ground, charred and lifeless. Simultaneously, the talisman aimed at Chun Miaoshan detonated, releasing a surge of spiritual power far beyond the golden core realm, striking her at the heart. Chun Miaoshan was sent flying, while the youth, Shen Qi, was violently thrown 100 feet away by the force of the blast, only to be crushed beneath her falling body. Shen Qi slipped into unconsciousness once more. As Chun Miaoshan landed, she could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood, a droplet splattering onto Shen Qi's heart. She had forcefully channeled her spiritual power, and the spring-devouring powder within her body erupted uncontrollably. Her entire being turned crimson, akin to a glowing ember, a sight to behold. Strangely, the blood on Shen Qi's heart inexplicably seeped into his body, causing him to also turn a vivid red. The rain intensified, and the thunder roared incessantly. Suddenly, the torrential rain ceased, and the lightning came to an abrupt halt mid-air. From the void emerged a golden firefly, slowly descending. It swiftly entered Shen Qi's brow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. An astonishing scene unfolded as the unconscious Shen Qi inexplicably rose to his feet, lifting the injured Chun Miaoshan, and with a wave of his right hand, a golden light burst forth. The golden light surged forth, instantly obliterating the shadow a distance away, and then, the shadow's nascent soul plummeted directly into Shen Qi's palm. Without hesitation, Shen Qi clenched his fist, swallowing the nascent soul whole. After consuming the nascent soul, a radiant golden glow enveloped Shen Qi and the unconscious Chun Miaoshan. Shen Qi slowly opened his eyes, fierce golden beams shooting forth, piercing the heavens and vanishing in an instant. In a flash, Shen Qi vanished from Sword Concealment Peak, reappearing within a cave. He laid the unconscious Chun Miaoshan upon a bed, and with a fierce tear, her alluring form lay bare before him. For reasons unknown, the golden light surrounding Shen Qi receded like a retreating tide, flowing directly into his body. In a fleeting breath, Shen Qi's eyes burned crimson, his entire being ablaze with a searing heat, as if engulfed in flames. His gaze fixed upon the figure of Chun Miaoshan on the bed, and with a roar, he lunged forward. A soft sigh escaped Shen Qi as he trembled. The unconscious Chun Miaoshan uttered celestial sounds. To Shen Qi's ears, it was like a thunderclap. His mind exploded, his eyes growing ever redder. A night passed, and at dawn. Slowly, Shen Qi opened his weary eyes, surveying his surroundings. He was taken aback to find Chun Miaoshan lying beside him. Shen Qi rubbed his aching head, murmuring, "Where am I? And how did I end up here?" After a long moment, he recovered from his daze, a complex expression crossing his face. At this moment, inexplicably, some memories that were not originally his flooded into Shen Qi's mind, strange and intricate. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that," Shen Qi abruptly lunged at Chun Miaoshan, his hands taking on a rough and frenzied demeanor. Chun Miaoshan, startled, turned pale and exclaimed, "Qi'er, what are you doing? Let go of me at once." Shen Qi, with a tremulous voice, lamented, "Master's wife, I feel an overwhelming heat coursing through me. I fear I may burst. Please, I beseech you, assist me once more." As he spoke, he managed to squeeze out a few tears. Witnessing Shen Qi's distressing state, Chun Miaoshan, in her innocence, believed that he was genuinely unwell. After a moment of hesitant acceptance, Shen Qi, drenched in sweat, collapsed before Chun Miaoshan. With closed eyes, he murmured, "Master's wife, you are truly kind." Your disciple feels an unparalleled sense of relief. At these words, Chun Miaoshan's heart swelled with shame. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing her most cherished disciple display such affection, a flicker of joy ignited within her. This fleeting sentiment startled her, prompting Chun Miaoshan to shake her head in panic, her embarrassment deepening. She reminded herself that Qi'er was her beloved pupil, and that her intentions were solely to aid him in dispelling his poison. How could she entertain such impure thoughts? Lowering her head in anguish, she sighed, "Qi'er, the fault lies not with you. We must blame the vile shadowy figure who insidiously employed the spring-devouring powder against us. Now that we have committed such a grave error, how shall you address me in the future?" Gazing at Chun Miaoshan's forlorn visage, Shen Qi embraced her warmly, offering a contented smile as he reassured her, "There is no need for such lamentation, Master's wife. I will bear all consequences. Consider this merely a dream. Upon awakening, let it be forgotten." Upon hearing this, the beautiful and noble Chun Miaoshan felt her cheeks flush crimson, her entire neck suffused with warmth. With a mix of helplessness and bashfulness, she tightly shut her starry eyes, tears glistening at the corners, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. After a brief pause, Shen Qi feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Master's wife, I have been in seclusion on the back mountain for some time. Why did an unidentified shadowy figure infiltrate the area last night? Have there been any significant changes in the sect during my absence?" Chun Miaoshan, regaining her composure, responded with resignation, "A few days ago, Duan Qingxiao of the Heavenly Kill sect led his disciples in a fierce assault on our 7th Absolute Mountain. Fortunately, your master activated the protective array just in time, keeping them at bay outside the inner gate. Alas, all of our outer disciples perished." Shen Qi, perplexed, asked, "Master's wife, the Heavenly Kill sect is on par with our 7 Absolute sect. Duan Qingxiao is merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while Master has advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage within the last 6 months. Why would Duan Qingxiao dare to brazenly attack our sect?" Shen Miaoshan discreetly adjusted her attire, letting out a soft sigh as her expression darkened. This time, Duan Qingxiao has enlisted the help of a senior at the God transformation stage, launching a relentless assault on our protective array. This array was established by our founder when the sect was founded. Only someone at the God transformation level can truly activate its divine essence. Our sect has long since fallen into decline. Neither your master nor the 4 elders possess such cultivation. Currently, only the 5 of them can maintain the array, which can merely stave off the attacks of that senior for a short time. I fear that by sunset. Shen Miaoshan fell silent, letting out another soft sigh. Shen Qi pondered for a moment before asking, if, as you say, Duan Qingxiao has managed to summon a senior at the God transformation level, the cost he must bear is certainly substantial. What could Duan Qingxiao be scheming? Is there some treasure within our 7 absolute sect that warrants such actions? A glimmer of admiration flickered in Shen Miaoshan's delicate eyes as she nodded thoughtfully. After discussions with your master and the 4 elders, we unanimously agree that Duan Qingxiao's objective this time is to seize the 7 absolute sword array diagram from our sect. Shen Qi was taken aback, as he recalled no mention of this 7 absolute sword array diagram in his previous memories. Chapter 3. The golden firefly. Shen Qi turned to Shen Miaoshan, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Master, what is this 7 absolute sword array diagram you speak of? I have never heard of it before. Shen Miaoshan smiled gently and replied, the 7 absolutes sword array diagram is our sect's treasured artifact, a divine relic that can only be inherited and wielded by the sect's successive leaders. Its secrets are known solely to your master. Intrigued, Shen Qi pressed on, Master, do you not know its secrets either? With a light chuckle, Shen Miaoshan said, I only learned of it yesterday. The 7 absolute sword array diagram is a magical artifact left by our founder. Those who wield it can defeat foes beyond their level. A golden core cultivator can slay a nascent soul, and a nascent soul cultivator can vanquish a divine transformation expert. When the sword array emerges, the wails of ghosts and cries of gods ensue. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi was taken aback, yet a sense of doubt crept in. Master, if what you say is true, then why does our venerable master fear the divine transformation cultivator? Surely he could effortlessly annihilate them with the 7 absolutes sword array diagram? Shen Miaoshan sighed deeply and explained. The founder once left a message stating that to activate the 7 absolutes sword array diagram, one must merge with the founder's 7 absolutes sword intent. Otherwise, the diagram remains merely an ordinary weapon. Shen Qi pondered this revelation. So, you imply that our master has been unable to merge with the 7 absolutes sword intent? Shen Miaoshan nodded, her expression one of resignation. The 7 absolutes sword intent is profoundly mysterious and exceedingly difficult to merge with. Your master, possessing mediocre talent, lacks the fortune to achieve it. Do you know, dear Shen Qi, that throughout our sect's thousands of years of legacy, aside from the founder, no disciple has ever successfully merged with the 7 absolute sword intent? Shen Qi's astonishment deepened as she murmured to herself. Only the founder has comprehended this. Is the 7 absolutes sword intent truly that formidable? Shen Miaoshan affirmed, her demeanor serious. Indeed, it is quite challenging. This matter is far more arduous than one might imagine. We need not dwell on it. Fate is predetermined, and we should not force it. With a hearty laugh, Shen Qi declared, Master, why not allow me to attempt it? With my innate talent, I am certain I can effortlessly merge with the 7 absolutes sword intent. Shen Miaoshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Shen Qi, these matters are not for you to concern yourself with at present. You must immediately go to the center of the protective mountain formation and seek your master. He will arrange a path for you and your fellow disciples. Without further ado, Shen Qi exited the cave, her figure transforming into a wisp of smoke as she sped toward the protective mountain formation. Shen Miaoshan watched her retreating silhouette, remaining seated for a moment in contemplation. After a while, she rose and meticulously adjusted her attire. As Shen Qi passed by the sword concealment peak, she was suddenly startled by a reprimanding voice emanating from a cave halfway up the mountain. Focusing her gaze, she realized that this cave belonged to her senior brother, Shen Qi, where he practiced his cultivation. Perplexed, Shen Qi wondered why, during this unprecedented crisis facing the sect, most inner disciples were aiding at the protective mountain formation. Yet someone remained within her senior brother's cave. Furthermore, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with that reprimanding voice, though she could not place it at that moment. Stealthily, Shen Qi approached the cave entrance, noting the presence of a simple barrier surrounding it. The barrier was rather rudimentary, failing to completely muffle the sounds emanating from within the cave. As Shen Qi pondered, a series of frantic cries for help echoed through the cavern. Pressing his ear against the entrance, he listened intently. Beast, release me. You foul witch, pretending to be pure while you continue your charade. Help. Someone please. A sharp slap resounded, instantly silencing the commotion within the cave. At that moment, The memories of his past life surged back, revealing that the voice calling for aid belonged to his junior sister, Shen Qi. The voice of reprimand came from his senior brother, Shen Qi. Shen Qi's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. Why on earth would his junior sister, Shen Qi, find herself in the lair of Shen Qi? Clearly, there was more to this situation than met the eye. Without hesitation, Shen Qi raised his right palm, channeling his spiritual energy. With a forceful strike, he slammed his hand against the cave's entrance. A resounding explosion echoed as the barrier dissipated and the heavy stone door crumbled to dust. At present, Shen Qi had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and with all his might, he possessed a formidable strength. Stepping into the cave, the sight before him darkened his expression instantaneously. His junior sister, Shen Qi, lay unconscious on the bed, her garments disheveled, revealing glimpses of her beauty. Meanwhile, Shen Qi loomed over her, his hands greedily tearing at her clothing, his head lowered, resembling a beast at its feast. Just as Shen Qi was about to succeed in his vile intentions, a thunderous explosion at the entrance interrupted his actions. Realizing his misdeeds had been discovered, Shen Yi's eyes flashed with malice as he shouted, "Who goes there?" As the dust settled, Shen Qi recognized Shen Qi standing at the entrance. His pupils widened in shock. "Seventh junior brother, how did you come to be here?" Shen Qi let out a cold laugh and replied, "Senior brother, given the current tribulations facing the sect, it is one thing to neglect aiding us, but to scheme against our junior sister in secret is quite another. How despicable." A flicker of murderous intent crossed Shen Yi's face as he coldly snorted, "Seventh junior brother, since you have witnessed this, I cannot allow you to leave today." Shen Qi's laughter resonated with derision. "Senior brother, do you truly believe that your early golden core cultivation allows you to act with impunity?" Shen Qi smirked disdainfully. "Is that not the case? Killing you, my seventh junior brother, would be as easy as flipping a hand. I must admit, I am quite intrigued. The spring-devouring powder from last night failed to claim your life. It seems the assassins of the Shadowless Pavilion are rather inept." Shen Qi's eyes glinted with a fierce coldness as he declared, "So it was you who sent that masked figure last night. You treacherous wretch. To harm our brotherhood is one thing, but to plot against our master as well is utterly unforgivable." Shen Qi chuckled ominously. "The spring-devouring powder is a remarkable concoction. Had it not been for the high cultivation of our master, I would have been reluctant to use it. Alas, it is a pity that she managed to escape last night. Brother, I originally hoped to revel in a night of passion with our esteemed sister-in-law." The cold glimmer in Shen Qi's eyes intensified. With a flick of his palm, Shen Qi conjured forth a copper sword. A more pronounced killing intent emerged on Shen Yi's face as he dismissively remarked, "Enough, brother. I shall now send you to reunite with our sister-in-law. Once I have dealt with you, I shall savor the delights of our junior sister." Furious, Shen Qi retorted, "You treacherous fiend, how dare you?" Shen Qi let out a long, mocking laugh and declared, "What is there to fear? Our junior sister is a rare treasure, a body of profound energy. Once I possess her essence, my cultivation speed will increase tenfold. Such an opportunity is worth a century of arduous training." Shen Qi's gaze turned increasingly frigid, fixated intently on Shen Qi. With a look of disdain, Shen Qi flicked the copper sword. The sword whistled through the air, aiming directly at Shen Qi's dantian. Unflinching, Shen Qi summoned his internal spiritual energy, forming a thick barrier to protect himself. With a resounding clang, the copper sword struck the barrier, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Shen Yi's eyes flickered with disbelief. The indestructible diamond body? Our junior brother is indeed gifted, breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment overnight. It seems he experienced an extraordinary event last night. His gaze lingered on Shen Qi, amusement dancing across his features. Shen Qi's expression remained as cold as frost, yet he maintained a silent, unwavering stare. Shen Qi smirked with wicked delight. "Junior brother, how does it feel to taste our sister-in-law?" Though Shen Qi's face betrayed no emotion, a tremor coursed through him. Shen Yi's grin widened. "Tell me, junior brother, what do you think would happen if I were to inform our esteemed master about yesterday's affair?" Shen Qi's eyes narrowed, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Observing Shen Qi's reaction, Shen Qi swelled with pride, unable to contain his laughter. "Ha!" Just as Shen Qi reveled in his triumph, a golden firefly suddenly burst forth from Shen Qi's body. In an instant, the dazzling golden light enveloped the entire cave. Chapter 4. Ascension to the early golden core stage. While Shen Qi laughed with unbridled glee, he was taken aback to find himself completely shrouded in golden radiance. His gaze swept across the cave, shock etched across his features. At that moment, Shen Qi realized he was as if adrift in a vast ocean of gold. To his horror, he discovered that his internal spiritual energy was inexplicably sealed by the golden light before him. Even his body was rendered immobile. Upon redirecting his gaze to Shen Qi, he was struck by a chilling realization. Hovering above Shen Qi's head was the golden firefly. Shen Qi's eyes were vacant, his expression blank, as if devoid of life. Shen Qi opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself utterly unable to utter a sound. Moments later, the golden firefly suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze eerily fixed upon Shen Qi. Trembling uncontrollably, Shen Yi's mouth moved in silent desperation, yet no sound escaped his lips. After a prolonged silence, a deep voice emerged from within Shen Qi, resonating with an ethereal quality, as if it had materialized from the void itself. My master returns, reaffirming the golden form. In the next moment, a beam of golden light silently shot forth from the firefly's eye, piercing through Shen Yi's dantian in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous bang, Shen Yi's body erupted, disintegrating into nothingness. Almost immediately, another ray of golden light surged from the firefly's eye, darting towards Shen Qi, who lay on the bed. In an instant, her garments turned to ashes, revealing her flawless and enticing form in its entirety. The profound voice from within Shen Qi echoed once more, "My master, go forth. This mysticaline body is your first gift." As the words lingered, the firefly transformed into a streak of light and entered Shen Qi's sea of consciousness. The moment the firefly vanished, an endless expanse of golden light radiated throughout the cave, akin to the retreating tide. It surged into Shen Qi's body, dissipating into the intangible. Shen Qi trembled, the void in his eyes fading as a flicker of hazy awareness returned. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar crimson hue emerged within his gaze. His eyes fixated on Shen Qi, and with the ferocity of a famished tiger, he lunged towards the unconscious figure, a low growl escaping his lips. The cave was suffused with an intoxicating springtime essence. When Shen Qi fully awakened from his daze, he found himself cradling Shen Qi in his arms. Gazing upon the vibrant red before him, a wry smile crept onto his lips. The appearance of the golden firefly had stirred intense emotions within him. He recalled vividly the moments leading to his demise. Before his fall from the mountaintop, it was this very firefly that had emerged from the void, casting a golden light towards him. Following that, he had lost consciousness entirely, only to awaken in a realm of cultivation. When the firefly reappeared in the cave, Shen Qi yearned to greet it, filled with countless questions he wished to pose. Alas, his soul and consciousness were confined by the firefly, rendering him incapable of controlling his own body. Henceforth, Shen Qi could only watch helplessly as the golden firefly commanded him, leading him to seize the mystical body of his junior sister, Shen Qi. With her primordial disrupted, nearly 70% of her spiritual power had been consumed by Shen Qi. Now, her cultivation, which had reached the late foundation establishment stage, had plummeted by 3 levels into the Qi refinement stage. This meant that Shen Qi's path to immortality had been irrevocably severed. With her cultivation rendered ineffective and her innate talent stripped away, her chances of recovery were almost non-existent. Conversely, Shen Qi had been bestowed with immense fortune. Witnessing his cultivation soar from the late foundation establishment stage to the initial stage of golden core, Shen Qi sighed softly, draping a garment over Shen Qi's frail form. Gazing at her pallid visage, he expressed his remorse. "Junior sister, I apologize. This was not my intention. I hope you do not hold it against me." With that, Shen Qi turned and exited the cave dwelling, ascending into the air. He was en route to the protective mountain array when a golden light suddenly flickered from within the cave. A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, the entire cave collapsed, burying Shen Qi completely beneath the rubble. Shen Qi stood momentarily stunned, turning to gaze at the fallen structure, lost in thought. It dawned upon him that it was the golden fireflies that had intervened on his behalf. After a lengthy pause, he forced a bitter smile and shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter at hand as he hurried toward the protective array. At the forefront of the 7 Absolute sect, Master Shenlin sat resolutely at the heart of the protective formation. His spiritual energy surged around him as he deftly gestured with his hands, maintaining the array's proper functioning. Shen Qi cautiously observed this surrogate master. Shenlin stood tall, his thick brows and striking eyes exuding an imposing presence even in the face of imminent peril. Despite the sect's life and death crisis, Shenlin's gaze remained composed and unfaltering, embodying the rare poise expected of a sect leader. Chen Miaoshan had long since arrived, and upon seeing Shen Qi's tardy entrance, she shot him an inquisitive glare. "Cheer, where have you been? Why do you arrive only now?" Shen Qi chuckled, adopting a playful tone. "Apologies, master. I happened upon the sword storage peak, where I sensed a flow of sword energy at the summit. My curiosity got the better of me, and I wandered up there, hence my delay." Chen Miaoshan rolled her eyes at him, but refrained from further inquiry. A moment later, Shen Qi observed Shenlin channeling a profound surge of spiritual energy from his palm, which precisely penetrated the energy stone at the heart of the array. The stone trembled slightly, releasing a glimmer of white light. Instantly, the protective formation's barrier stabilized somewhat, though its endurance remained uncertain. Shenlin's gaze swept over Shen Qi, and he suddenly exclaimed, Cheer, why does the fluctuation of spiritual energy within you appear so intense? Have you engaged in a duel? Your foundation is not yet perfected. How can you be so reckless? Shen Qi's eyes flickered as he briefly glanced at Shen Yaoshan, who blushed and lowered her head in silence. Shen Qi inwardly chuckled. Surprised by Shen Lin's keen perception, a mere glance had revealed his involvement in a conflict. Unbeknownst to Shen Lin, the turbulence within Shen Qi stemmed not from a duel, but from being controlled by fireflies, forced into dual cultivation with a woman. Even more astonishing was that his precious disciple, Shen Qi, had been gravely wounded the previous night and had succumbed to the effects of a poison called spring-devouring powder. The current Shen Qi was no longer the same cherished disciple that Shen Lin once knew. With a smile that blended sincerity and jest, Shen Qi replied, I have been reckless, causing my master concern. However, I must say that I have turned misfortune into fortune, as I have now transcended the completion of the foundation stage, and the spiritual energy in my sea of consciousness has taken form, successfully condensing into a golden core. At this revelation, Shen Lin's pupils trembled in astonishment. After a brief moment, Shen Lin's expression was filled with immense excitement as he laughed heartily. My precious disciple is indeed a genius with a celestial-grade golden spiritual root. At just 18, having reached the initial stage of the golden core, you, seventh child, truly stand as a dragon among men. Not only in Xuantiangzu but throughout the eastern wilderness. Shen Qi bowed his head and humbly replied, Master, you flatter me. Suddenly, Chen Yaoshan interjected, Husband, our sect faces dire peril. We must devise a plan for seventh child's escape. He is the hope of our sect and must not be lost through our hands. Upon hearing her words, Shen Lin's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow, lamenting, If only the heavens were fair. Just as our Qijua sect glimpses a sliver of dawn, we are beset by calamity. Alas, Shen Qi remained silent, quietly observing the two, yet his heart raced with trepidation. Was it possible that having just traversed into this realm, he was destined to perish once more? He had only begun to contemplate defying fate and achieving greatness. A moment later, Shen Lin retrieved a scroll from his robe. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll soared into Shen Qi's hands. Startled, Shen Qi asked, Master, what is this? Shen Lin smiled gently and replied, Seventh child. This is the treasured Qijua sword formation diagram of our sect. Today, I formally entrust it to you. You must guard it with utmost care, for it must not be lost. Hearing this, Shen Qi was taken aback and hastily shook his head. Master, this cannot be. Unperturbed, Shen Lin's demeanor turned solemn as he spoke earnestly. Seventh child, the sword formation diagram is the emblem of our Qijua sect's leadership. Remember, you are the hope of our sect. You bear the responsibility of restoring the glory of Qijua sect. This is a duty you cannot evade. Shen Qi clenched the sword formation diagram tightly, feeling a surge of emotions within him. Shen Lin then turned his gaze toward Chen Yaoshan, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After a brief pause, he waved his hand and said, My dear, you must lead the disciples to the secret cave in the forbidden area of the back mountain. If the heavens do not forsake our Qijua sect, you will surely escape through that cave. Tears glistened in Chen Yaoshan's eyes as she choked back her emotions. I shall fulfill your wish, my husband, even at the cost of my life. But what about you? Gently wiping her eyes, she was overwhelmed with sorrow. Shen Lin shook his head and calmly replied, As the leader of Qijua sect, I must stand with my sect through thick and thin. Do not delay, my dear. Take the disciples to the forbidden area at once. With that, he produced a plum blossom-shaped key from his storage ring and tossed it to Chen Yaoshan. Taking a deep breath, she set aside her personal feelings and tucked the key into her bosom. Seizing Shen Qi's hand, she turned to lead him toward the back mountain's forbidden area. However, Shen Qi broke free from her grasp, standing resolutely and calmly declaring, Master, I wish to first attempt to merge with the essence of the Qijua sword. I hope for your permission. Both Shen Lin and Chen Yaoshan were momentarily taken aback by his words. Upon regaining his composure, Shen Lin let out a bitter laugh and said, Chair, I am aware of your pride, but the mountain protection array can endure for no more than 2 more days. Even with your exceptional talent, it is improbable that you can assimilate the 7 absolute sword intent in such a short span. Your life is far more precious than the 7 absolute sword intent. Shen Qi, disregarding Shen Lin's words, gazed intently at him and reiterated, Master, I still wish to attempt it first. I hope you will grant me permission. With that, Shen Qi bowed deeply to Shen Lin. Chapter 5. The sword steel space. Shen Lin sighed with resignation. Chair, I know what you were thinking. Even if you could merge with the 7 absolute sword intent, it would not alter the situation. You are merely at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, while the assistance sought by the Heavenly Evil Pavilion is a cultivator of the transformation stage. Shen Qi smiled faintly and replied, How can one know the outcome without trying? Until the very last moment, the result remains uncertain. Shen Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. He understood well the nature of this treasured disciple. Once she set her mind on something, it would be as difficult to change her course as to pull 10 oxen back. With a sigh, he resigned. Within the sword pool of sword-concealing peak, there lies a celestial stone. The ancestral master has imbued the 7 absolute sword intent, which he comprehended throughout his life, into that stone, forging it into a sword steel. Once you arrive at the sword pool, you shall enter the sword steel space with your consciousness and perceive the 7 absolute sword intent through your own soul. Whether or not you can merge with the sword intent will depend on your fortune. Shen Qi bowed deeply once more, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Shen Lin managed a strained smile and stated, I will risk everything to secure you an additional 2 days. After that, regardless of whether you have assimilated the 7 absolute sword intent, you must accompany your master mother to escape to the forbidden area on the back mountain. Shen Qi's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond, and could only nod in agreement with Shen Lin's request. Seeing this, Shen Lin's expression lightened somewhat. He then turned to Qin Miaoshan and instructed, Madam, let us summon brother Shen Yi as well. If the ancestral master is watching over us, perhaps one of the disciples can indeed merge with the 7 absolute sword intent, ensuring the continuation of the legacy. Qin Miaoshan nodded in compliance. I will follow your arrangements. My husband. No sooner had Shen Lin spoken than 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the array, revealing Shen Qi's elder brothers. Shen Lin had a total of 8 direct disciples, named sequentially as Shen Yi, Shen Er, and so forth, with Shen Qi being the 7th. There was also the youngest female disciple, Shen Xiong. Observing her disciples, Qin Miaoshan furrowed her brow and inquired, Where is Shen Yi? Why is he absent? And where has Qiong'er gone? At her words, Shen Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Shen Er stepped forward, bowing his head, and replied, Madam, the eldest brother mentioned yesterday that he had an unexpected realization and needed to enter seclusion. As for the junior sister, we saw her meditating at the Tranquil Heart platform this morning, but thereafter, we lost track of her whereabouts. Qin Miaoshan's expression darkened, and she fell into a contemplative silence. With a sweeping gesture, Shen Lin addressed the lady. Forget about the eldest and Qiong'er for now. You should lead Qi'er and the others to the sword pool. Qin Miaoshan nodded, asking no further questions. Grasping Shen Qi's hand, she summoned her spiritual energy, enveloping several disciples as they soared through the air towards the sword pool at Sanjin Peak. From a distance, as they approached the entrance of the sword pool, Shen Qi caught sight of a massive stone tablet, the sword monument. Towering like a celestial sword, it pierced the depths of the cloud sea, standing an impressive 30 zhang high. Exuding a grand aura, surrounding the monument, a chilling sword qi swirled, saturating the atmosphere, nearly enveloping the entire sword pool in its lethal embrace. Releasing Shen Qi's hand, Qin Miaoshan turned to her disciples, carefully instructing, Remember, once your soul consciousness enters the space of the sword monument, it must not be recklessly divided. Ensure your safety before seeking to comprehend the 7 absolute sword intent of our ancestor. Do you understand? The disciples remained silent, yet they nodded in unison. Qin Miaoshan then fixed her gaze on Shen Qi, reiterating her warning. Qi'er, your master understands your aspirations, yet grasping the 7 absolute sword intent is largely dependent on chance. The secrets within the sword monument are perilous. Do not force it. Shen Qi smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern, master. I shall act within my limits and will not be reckless. Hearing Shen Qi's words eased Qin Miaoshan's heart, and she took a couple of steps back. Watching her disciples quietly, leading the way, Shen Qi settled cross-legged on the ground. With both hands forming seals, he unleashed a torrent of profound spiritual energy that enveloped him. This energy wrapped around his soul consciousness and propelled it into the inner space of the sword monument. Witnessing this, the other disciples were equally determined, each igniting their own soul consciousness. In perfect unison, 5 streams of soul consciousness surged towards the monument. As Shen Qi's consciousness penetrated the space within the monument, he soon realized that the sword qi contained within was exponentially more ferocious than that outside the sword pool. A chilling aura of lethal intent permeated the air. Although his robust spiritual energy shielded his soul consciousness, Shen Qi felt as if his physical body was being sliced apart by the sharp blades of the sword qi. At this moment, within Shen Qi's sea of consciousness, waves of excruciating pain surged through him. The intensity of this sensation was akin to his very being entering the sword monument, where the fierce sword qi tore him into countless fragments. Not only Shen Qi but also his fellow disciples experienced similar torment, enduring an agony that felt worse than death. Fortunately, their youthful spirits enabled them to withstand the pain for a brief time. However, within a matter of moments, beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to bead on Shen Qi's forehead, cascading down to the ground. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples fared even worse, their bodies trembling slightly, each of their faces turning pale. After a brief period of acclimatization, Shen Qi was finally able to focus and observe his surroundings. He soon discerned that the inner space of the sword monument was not particularly vast, spanning merely 2 or 3 li strangely, however. He could not sense the presence of his fellow disciple soul consciousness. It seemed as though within the entire sword monument, the soul essence of Shen Qi was the sole presence lingering in this realm. However, at this moment, Shen Qi had little inclination to ponder other matters, as he found himself once again profoundly astonished by the spectacle before him. Shen Qi was momentarily dazed, for at the very heart of the sword monument space, there floated an energy sphere coalesced from the 7 absolute sword intent. This energy sphere was immensely large, towering as high as an adult. Its surface radiated a dim gray luminescence, while the violent sword aura that surged forth from within was a tempest of furious intent, interwoven with a terrifying murderous aura. After a brief contemplation, Shen Qi steeled himself against the excruciating pain in his sea of consciousness and sent forth a wisp of his soul essence to probe. The fragment of his soul essence hurriedly drifted toward the sword intent energy sphere as he endeavored to establish communication with this colossal entity. However, just as the soul essence was about to touch the surface of the energy sphere, a dark gray sword aura shot forth from within like a tangible blade, piercing through Shen Qi's divided soul essence, which instantly turned to ashes, dissipating within the confines of the sword monument. The sword aura, undiminished in its ferocity, surged toward Shen Qi's soul body. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sword aura cleaved down upon his soul essence. The danger arrived with such swiftness that Shen Qi had no time to evade. The protective barrier of spiritual energy forged from his nascent soul cultivation crumbled before this sword aura, akin to fragile parchment, shattering into countless fragments. The sword aura, imbued with the essence of the 7 absolute sword intent, was ruthlessly relentless, striking Shen Qi's soul essence without mercy. With this single onslaught, he was grievously wounded. In an instant, Shen Qi's soul body dimmed, becoming as transparent as glass, teetering on the brink of collapse. His weakened soul essence resembled a frail raft amidst a vast ocean, on the verge of sinking. Meanwhile, the true form of Shen Qi, seated in meditation within the sword pool, suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his head lolling as he collapsed to the ground. Observing intently from the side, Chen Miaoshan was jolted into action, her body soaring into the air to reach Shen Qi's side, where she enveloped him in her embrace. With a swift motion, Chen Miaoshan directed a gentle stream of soul essence into Shen Qi's sea of consciousness. Yet, like a stone cast into the ocean, she could not perceive any remnants of his life force. Alarmed, she called out in desperation, "Qi, what has happened? Qi, can you hear your master speaking?" Regrettably, Shen Qi offered no response. In a flurry, Chen Miaoshan retrieved a vial of elixir from her robes, intending to administer it to Shen Qi. Just then, a golden firefly suddenly emerged from between his brows, emanating a radiant golden light that enveloped the entire sword pool. Instantly, Chen Miaoshan stood frozen in place, her consciousness vanishing as if she were a mere marionette. The firefly transformed into a golden streak, swiftly darting into the internal space of the sword monument. Chapter 6, Fusion. Anomaly. Just as the sword aura was about to extinguish Shen Qi's final wisp of soul essence, the firefly manifested, casting forth a beam of golden light. The resplendent golden light permeated the entire sword monument space, and the frenzied sword energy was immediately suspended in the void. At the moment the firefly appeared beside Shen Qi, he grasped it like a lifeline, his face alight with excitement. The firefly emitted another beam of golden light, enveloping Shen Qi's soul consciousness. Within this golden radiance seemed to dwell a certain mysterious power. In the blink of an eye, the injuries to Shen Qi's soul consciousness were entirely dispelled, and it even surged in strength by a third. Following this, the firefly released yet another beam of golden light. The golden light gradually contracted until a sphere of sword intent energy floated before the firefly, resembling a docile lamb. With a flick of the firefly in the void, the sphere of energy flew towards Shen Qi's soul consciousness, effortlessly differentiating into a tranquil sword intent energy that merged into Shen Qi's soul. After a stick of incense had burned, the entire sphere of sword intent energy vanished, leaving within Shen Qi's soul a boundless killing intent of the 7 absolute sword intent. Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback. Had the firefly truly resolved it so easily? For a moment, he doubted himself, wondering how he had so effortlessly integrated the 7 absolute sword intent. He bowed his soul consciousness towards the firefly, which then shot forth another beam of golden light, enveloping Shen Qi anew. This golden beam thoroughly sealed Shen Qi's soul power, and there were no signs of struggle from the integrated 7 absolute sword intent. Soon after, the firefly flickered and vanished from the sword monument space. realizing he had successfully fused with the 7 absolute sword intent. Shen Qi withdrew his soul consciousness from the sword monument space. Outside the monument, the firefly re-entered Shen Qi's brow, and the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated. Chun Miaoshan regained her consciousness and was about to examine Shen Qi's sea of souls when she noticed him winking at her. "Shiz, what's wrong with you?" Chun Miaoshan couldn't recall, feeling as though part of her memory had inexplicably vanished. She shook her head, helplessly saying, "Cheer, how did you emerge so quickly?" Shen Qi smiled and replied, "The disciple has already integrated the 7 absolute sword intent. Why linger inside any longer?" Chun Miaoshan was momentarily stunned, gasping in disbelief. "What? Cheer, you truly merged with the Patriarch's 7 absolute sword intent?" Shen Qi nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course." As he spoke, a surge of spiritual power manifested in his palm, filled with the profound essence of the 7 absolute sword intent. Chun Miaoshan's expression turned ecstatic, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Blessings from the Patriarch. Truly blessings from the Patriarch." Shen Qi smiled silently, watching her with quietude. Once Chun Miaoshan had calmed somewhat, Shen Qi inquired, "Shiz, how are the progress and conditions of my senior brothers?" Chun Miaoshan shook her head, saying, "They remain within the sword monument space. I fear the chances of their success are not great." Shen Qi chuckled softly. "Shiz, let us wait together for the senior brothers." Thus, the two sat quietly not far off, keeping vigil for the others. During the lull, Shen Qi infused his soul power into the 7 absolute sword array diagram, unexpectedly activating it in an instant. The diagram of the 7 absolute sword formation detached itself from Shen Qi's palm, swiftly soaring to the summit of Tsangjin Peak, where it instantaneously conjured a formidable 7 absolute sword array that enveloped the peak. Within this array, boundless, fierce golden sword energy manifested, howling with a terrifying aura of annihilation. Concealed within the sword energy was a trace of the 7 absolute sword intent, its golden brilliance swirling around the realm, encircling the entirety of Tsangjin Peak. The radiant glow of the sword energy completely shrouded the peak, akin to blocking out the sun. Feeling the overwhelming might emanating from the 7 absolute sword array, both Shen Qi and Chun Miaoshan were rendered speechless, their minds tumultuous and unsettled. In Chun Miaoshan's sparkling eyes, there was a glimmer of awe. She had not anticipated that the sect's treasured heirloom, passed down from their ancestors, was indeed not exaggerated in the slightest. Mastering the 7 absolute sword array, she mused, would undoubtedly pave the way to transcending the Yuanying stage. Shen Qi was equally astounded, realizing that the tales Chun Miaoshan had previously recounted were indeed true. He had approached this opportunity with a mere mindset of seizing a chance. Observing the spectacle before him, Shen Qi silently rejoiced, grateful that he had insisted on merging with the 7 absolute sword intent, lest he miss such a powerful opportunity. Captivated by the divine aura exhibited by the 7 absolute sword array, a wave of exhilaration surged within Shen Qi. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly beheld a multitude of golden auspicious clouds materializing above the 7 absolute gate. Dazzling rays of golden light cascaded down, bathing all 14 peaks of the 7 absolute gate in resplendent glory. From among the clouds, the faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls resonated, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. With the emergence of the auspicious clouds, the 7 absolute sword array shifted once more, instantly encompassing the entire domain of the 7 absolute gate. The might of the sword energy surged, intensifying exponentially compared to its initial form, as if it possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. Unbeknownst to Shen Qi, his invocation of such a grand celestial phenomenon had reverberated throughout the entirety of Xiantian Prefecture. In that very moment, numerous cultivation sects across the region turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle, with disciples from nearby sects hastily setting forth toward the 7 absolute gate. At the heart of Xiantian Prefecture, atop the Gauasian cliff of Nani Yunsan, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Suspended before him was a sharp sword, a heavenly-grade spirit weapon, the signature sword of the Tianjian sect's master, known as the Gauasian sword. This man was none other than Jian Wushuang, the sect leader of the Tianjian sect, which reigned as the foremost cultivation sect in Xiantian Prefecture, overseeing countless others. Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze upon the shimmering auspicious clouds in the sky, lightly flicking the sword's body with his fingers, and spoke in a measured tone. "Do you know where this celestial phenomenon has manifested?" A figure glided to Jian Wushuang's rear, bowing respectfully and responding. "Reporting to the sect leader, based on my estimations, it should be located in the northernmost part of Xiantian Prefecture. This region is predominantly desolate, and at the very northern end, only 2 cultivation sects remain, the Tiansha Pavilion and the 7 Absolute Gate. The 2 opposing forces are evenly matched, their rivalry having persisted for centuries. The strengths of both leaders are rather unimpressive, merely at the nascent stage of the nascent soul realm, truly inconsequential figures. Jian Wushuang chuckled lightly and commanded, investigate the matter at hand. Discover who has instigated this celestial phenomenon. A figure bowed deeply in response, declaring, disciple will obey. With that, he maintained a respectful posture as he gradually retreated from the summit of Guasian Cliff, before soaring into the clouds and vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the heads of other prominent sects across Xiantian Prefecture dispatched their disciples to investigate the situation at Qijua sect. At the easternmost edge of Songtian Prefecture, near the foot of Illusionary Mountain, a venerable elder with white hair was tending to his vegetable garden with a hoe. Suddenly, a young lad of 17 or 18 burst into the garden, breathless and gasping, exclaiming, Master, in the northern lands of Xiantian, golden clouds of auspiciousness have appeared, surely heralding the emergence of an extraordinary talent. Should you not go and witness this phenomenon for yourself? If we delay, someone else may seize this prodigy. The elder gazed skyward, his eyes reflecting a profound depth, as if he could pierce through the void to behold the golden clouds hovering above Qijua sect. After a moment, he set down his hoe, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and chuckled, the world is teeming with prodigious talents. I no longer possess the vigor to concern myself with every one of them. In my view, you, Xingjuan, are the remarkable genius. With you, I need not bother with any other gifted individuals, not even a reincarnated great Luo golden immortal. Upon hearing his master's words, the young man appeared incredulous and inquired once more, Master, do you truly not wish to take a look? Those are the manifestations of supreme beings such as golden immortals and great Luo immortals, whose reincarnations can evoke such celestial phenomena. The elder's smile remained unfaltering as he mused. In the 9 states of the eastern wasteland, the sects of Juntian Prefecture possess the richest heritage, while Xiantian Prefecture is the weakest. In a desolate place like Xiantian, how could an unparalleled talent easily emerge? It is most likely mere coincidence. The young man, still somewhat skeptical, murmured, Is there truly so much coincidence in the pursuit of cultivation? The elder stepped closer, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, and earnestly admonished, Xingjuan. Remember this, do not confine your vision solely to the eastern wasteland or the Qixia realm. Once I assist you in thoroughly refining the primordial power within your spiritual sea, I shall send you to the Tai Academy in Zhongzhou. Only upon entering the Tai Academy will your true path of cultivation commence. The young man's heart surged with excitement, and he expressed his gratitude. Disciple will certainly heed master's teachings and strive diligently in my cultivation. The elder nodded in satisfaction, gesturing. You may go and cultivate at Lihuan Terrace. I must now seek a medicinal herb at Shaoza Mountain. The young man bowed deeply before soaring towards Lihuan Terrace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once the boy had departed, the elder's figure abruptly disappeared, only to reappear miles away in an instant. At this moment, an unexpected phenomenon startled Shen Qi, prompting him to swiftly retract his spiritual consciousness. The sword formation vanished in an instant, and the 7 absolute sword formation scroll re-emerged, floating gracefully in midair. With a gentle motion of his right hand, the scroll slowly returned to his palm, which he then tucked away with ease. Strangely, the golden clouds in the sky continued to shimmer, persisting for the duration of an incense stick before the golden light gradually dissipated. At this moment, Chen Miaoshan was overwhelmed with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward and embraced Shen Qi, tenderly caressing his head. Tears of joy glistened at the corners of her eyes. Shen Qi dared not make any movements, quietly listening to his mentor's deep, joyous sobs, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. After an indeterminate period, Shen Qi noticed that Chen Miaoshan's emotions had calmed considerably. However, he was reluctant to withdraw his head from her soft embrace. As a surge of desire welled within him, he subtly nuzzled his cheek against her, while his hands stealthily wrapped around her delicate waist. In an instant, Chen Miaoshan detected Shen Qi's subtle actions. A flush of crimson rose to her cheeks as she cast a shy glance at her beloved disciple. With a slight increase of pressure, she playfully held his head in place, admonishing him, "Sure, you must not." Yet, Chen Miaoshan, being somewhat bashful, found it difficult to utter a reprimand. Instead, she gently twisted Shen Qi's right ear. He winced in pain and quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Mentor, I was wrong. I momentarily lost control. Please do not be angry." Chen Miaoshan chuckled softly, gradually releasing her hold. She regarded Shen Qi as still possessing the innocence of a child, choosing not to scold him further. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she turned slightly, her chest rising and falling, her face flushed even more deeply. Seeing Chen Miaoshan in such a coy state stirred an inexplicable impulse within Shen Qi, and sensing the resurgence of his inappropriate thoughts, he quickly turned away, not daring to gaze at her any longer. Casting a glance around, he suddenly realized that his several senior brothers had yet to return from their spiritual journeys. Recalling the terrifying sword energy within the sword steel, a wave of concern washed over him. He turned his serious gaze back to Chun Miaoshan and asked gravely, Mentor, how long have I been comprehending within the sword steel? Why have my 6 senior brothers not yet emerged? Chun Miaoshan was taken aback, realizing that Shen Qi had comprehended the 7 absolute sword intent in merely half a day's time. Her earlier thoughts had solely been occupied with Shen Qi's safety, nearly causing her to forget the other disciples. Hurriedly, she moved forward, extracting a fragment of her spiritual consciousness from her sea of souls, cautiously sending it to probe the foreheads of her disciples, silently examining their life souls. After her investigation, Chun Miaoshan felt considerably reassured. The life souls of Shun Er and the other 4 disciples were intact, showing no signs of abnormality. Retrieving her spiritual consciousness, she smiled and reassured Shen Qi. Do not worry, Cheer. Your senior brothers are all fine. Even if they cannot comprehend the 7 absolute sword intent, it is unlikely that any mishaps will occur, and they should soon return to their bodies. Chun Miaoshan shifted her tone, a hint of pride gracing her features as she cheerfully remarked, Sure, the sun has yet to set, and you have grasped the essence of the 7 absolute sword intent in merely half a day's time. If your master were here, he would undoubtedly leap with joy. Shen Qi's lips curled into a faint smile, yet he refrained from responding. Instead, musing inwardly, I have absorbed all the energy of the sword intent orbs. How could my senior brothers still comprehend the 7 absolute sword intent? Strangely, during my time in the sword steel space, I did not perceive the presence of their souls. Where could their consciousness have gone? Is it possible that there are various realms within this sword steel? Noticing Shen Qi's contemplative demeanor, Chun Miaoshan inquired with concern, Cheer, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought. Coming back to himself, Shen Qi shook his head and replied, There is no need for concern, master. I was merely reminiscing about the scenes within the sword steel. Since clarity eluded him, Shen Qi decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment, intending to inquire with his senior brothers upon their emergence. Just then, both Shen Qi and Chun Miaoshan's expressions shifted dramatically. The two keenly sensed a violent tremor emanating from the surroundings of the sword pool. Countless swords buried within the sword pool simultaneously erupted from the earth, swirling in the air above with a resonant hum. Following this, Shen Qi heard a thunderous explosion, as the sword steel at the center of the sword pool inexplicably shattered. In an instant, Songjin Peak was engulfed in a tempest, with dust and stones flying, as if the very peak were on the verge of collapse. At the moment the sword steel exploded, the swords hovering above the sword pool shattered into fine particles, dissipating into the atmosphere of Songjin Peak. Simultaneously, Shen Qi's 5 senior brothers regained their consciousness and gradually opened their eyes. Sensing the unusual occurrence at the sword pool, second senior brother Shen Er quickly asked, Master, what has transpired? Why do I feel as if the very ground is shaking beneath us? And where has the sword steel within the sword pool vanished to? Without answering, Chun Miaoshan countered, Shen Er, what peculiar events did you brothers experience within the sword steel? Third senior brother Shen San interjected, Master, we beheld a sword within the sword steel, emanating an extraordinarily fierce gray sword aura, from which we felt the profound essence of the 7 absolute sword intent. At this, Shen Qi, who had remained silent, was taken aback. A sword? He had not discovered any such weapon. Recalling how he had not encountered his senior brothers within the sword steel, it became evident that this steel must possess distinct internal realms. Second senior brother Shen Er could not suppress a soft sigh, reminiscing about the scene within the sword steel, his face reflecting frustration. Master, I was so close to drawing that sword. If my cultivation had reached the golden core stage, I would have effortlessly drawn the divine sword and comprehended the 7 absolute sword intent. Alas, such is fate. Chun Miaoshan smiled gently, offering reassurance. Your master has attained the nascent soul stage and has also been unable to comprehend the 7 absolute sword intent. Destiny is preordained. There is no need to force it. Your journey of cultivation remains long and arduous. Do not let momentary setbacks dishearten you. Upon hearing the gentle admonitions from the matriarch, the disciples, though reluctant, could only nod in agreement. Observing the gloomy expressions of her disciples, Chun Miaoshan remained somewhat perplexed and turned to her second disciple, Shen Er, to inquire once more, did you perceive any anomalies when attempting to draw the sword? With a downcast demeanor, Shen Er replied, after entering the sword steel space, we encountered no dangers and successfully located the divine sword imbued with the essence of the 7 absolute sword intent. However, as we united our efforts to draw the sword, we suddenly felt a violent tremor of our soul consciousness, and then we were expelled from the sword steel. Chun Miaoshan furrowed her brows slightly and spoke softly. Your soul consciousness was just expelled by the sword steel, and shortly thereafter, the sword pool and the sword steel inexplicably exploded, vanishing into thin air. Thus, It seems the sword steel deliberately expelled you to save your lives. Upon hearing this, the third disciple, Shen San, exclaimed in astonishment. What? Mistress, are you saying the sword steel exploded and has since dissipated into the heavens and the earth? Shen Miaoshan nodded. Suddenly, Shen Er turned to Shen Qi and asked, Seventh junior brother, did you not enter the sword steel space? Why did we not see you earlier? Shen Qi replied, I did enter, but it seems we did not enter the same space. Within the sword steel space, I was unable to sense the presence of my senior brother's soul consciousness. This revelation left Shen Er and the other senior brothers quite astonished, and Shen Miaoshan was equally curious. Asking, Seventh child, were you not with your brothers? Shen Qi shook his head. Shen Er then inquired, what did you encounter, seventh junior brother? Were you able to grasp the seven absolute sword intent? Shen Qi nodded, half truthfully. I found a sphere of sword intent energy within the sword steel space, and I fortuitously refined it, successfully comprehending the seven absolute sword intent. As he spoke, Shen Qi extended his right hand, conjuring a 3-foot sword aura that concealed the profound essence of the seven absolute sword intent. Sensing the aura's significance, Shen Qi's 6 senior brothers were left speechless, their faces filled with envy. Shen Er sighed sincerely, seventh junior brother is indeed a prodigious talent. I am utterly in awe. Shen Qi smiled, but offered no reply. Seeing this, Shen San tactfully shifted the topic, directing his gaze towards the matriarch, Chen Miaoshan, and expressed his concerns. Mistress, I wonder how matters stand with Master? What should we do next? Are we truly to forsake Master and the sect and flee for our lives? Chen Miaoshan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 7. Should there be another time, I shall seize your nascent soul to forge a treasure. A day passed swiftly, and the time approached the hour of Z. At the end of the inner mountain path of the seven absolute sect, thousands of elite disciples from the Tiansha Pavilion stood guard, sealing off all routes out of the seven absolute sect. These individuals were the Crmi de la Sarmi of the Tiansha Pavilion, who, under the leadership of their master, Duan Qingxiao, had stealthily ascended Seven Absolute Mountain to launch a surprise attack on the disciples of the Seven Absolute sect. Under the overwhelming spiritual power unleashed by the venerable expert at the divine transformation stage, Duan Qingxiao led the disciples of the Heavenly Desolation Pavilion to effortlessly breach the outer formation of the Seven Absolute sect. In the blink of an eye, all outer disciples of the Seven Absolute sect were annihilated by the disciples of the Heavenly Desolation Pavilion, leaving no survivors. Fortunately, the sect master of the Seven Absolute sect, Shen Lin, possessed keen awareness and timely detected the impending assault. In this critical moment, he activated the mountain protecting grand formation in conjunction with the 4 elders. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Duan Qingxiao would have easily led his followers to conquer the inner sanctum, directly assaulting the 14 peaks of the Seven Absolute sect. At present, near the entrance of the inner sanctum, a figure paced back and forth, his expression tinged with anxiety. This individual was none other than Duan Qingxiao. For reasons unknown, upon sensing an inexplicable auspicious phenomenon emanating from the Seven Absolute sect, a wave of unease washed over him, extinguishing the calm demeanor he once possessed. Duan Qingxiao fixated on the transparent barrier before him, his countenance gradually contorting into a fierce snarl. This barrier constituted the array formation of the mountain protecting grand formation of the Seven Absolute sect, effectively obstructing his advance towards the sect. Even the divine transformation expert he had summoned exerted all his efforts for an entire day and night to breach the formation, yet it remained impervious. The expert, momentarily at a loss, ceased his attacks, contemplating alternative strategies. Duan Qingxiao furrowed his brows, his gaze subtly drifting to the right. Not far off, at a distance of 100 paces, a gaunt elder was seated in deep concentration. After a brief moment of hesitation, Duan Qingxiao summoned his courage, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared 3 paces in front of the elder. Trembling, he bowed deeply, nervously inquiring, Venerable One, may I ask if your obliteration talisman formation has been set up? When shall we commence the breach? The elder slowly opened his eyes, casting a casual glance at Duan Qingxiao. The terrifying pressure of his spiritual awareness nearly brought Duan Qingxiao to his knees. He felt as though his breath had been stolen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Not daring to remain standing, Duan Qingxiao decisively knelt in a prostration, lowering his head and daring not to exhale. After a considerable pause, the elder finally withdrew his spiritual awareness and spoke languidly. Duan Qingxiao, do you doubt me? Duan Qingxiao hastily bowed repeatedly, his voice trembling. How could the junior dare to doubt? I harbor no such intentions. Though the elder regarded Duan Qingxiao with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect, he recognized that the young man was still his partner in this endeavor. Thus, the elder patiently explained, my obliteration talisman formation has long been established. We are merely awaiting one final soul-binding talisman flag. I have already contacted my disciples, and by dawn tomorrow, the flag shall be delivered. Once it arrives, the mountain-protecting grand formation of the 7 Absolute Sect will collapse instantly. There is no need for you to rush, so rest assured and remain at the mountain gate. Duan Qingxiao hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying, Venerable One, I suspect that the auspicious clouds recently manifested by the 7 Absolute Sect signify that its disciples have grasped the essence of the 7 Absolute Sword intent, thereby recognizing the artifact, the 7 Absolute Sword Array Diagram. The recent phenomenon of auspicious clouds is bound to attract disciples from other sects in Xiantian Prefecture to investigate. For instance, should disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect arrive, unforeseen complications may arise, and I fear that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen troubles. The elder's disdain was palpable as he sneered. As long as Jian Wushuang does not personally come, what have I to fear? What can the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect do here? I could extinguish them with a mere snap of my fingers. Across the entirety of Xiantian Prefecture, there are scarcely a handful who could snatch treasures from my grasp. Are you questioning my prowess? Duan Qingxiao, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, Senior, please forgive my ignorance. I assure you, I harbor not a shred of contempt for your esteemed self. The elder suddenly inquired, Duan Qingxiao, you previously asserted with unwavering confidence that you have witnessed Shen Lin of the 7 Absolute Sect possessing a Tai Jade talisman. Pray tell, you are not deceiving me, are you? Duan Qingxiao shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, and ingratiatingly replied, even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare to deceive you. I indeed beheld that talisman. Its surface bore intricately carved dragon patterns, exuding an ethereal light. At the time, I was unaware of its significance, but upon seeing the image you depicted, I instantly recognized it. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, strange. The 7 Absolute Sect is merely a waning sect. Who could possibly attract the attention of the Tai Academy in the Central Continent? Could it be that a prodigy once emerged from the 7 Absolute Sect? Yet why has no one in Xiantian Prefecture ever recounted their exploits? Duan Qingxiao, intrigued by the elder's demeanor, cautiously inquired, Senior, what exactly is the Tai Jade Talisman, and what purpose do you seek it for? The elder's eyes turned icy, and a surge of divine consciousness shot forth, crashing into Duan Qingxiao's soul sea with tremendous force. With a splatter, Duan Qingxiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing in an instant. The elder let out a cold grunt, stating, It is best not to inquire into matters that do not concern you. I shall consider this your first offense and impose a mild punishment. Should you dare to transgress again, I will refine your nascent soul into a treasure. The elder's casual strike of divine consciousness instantly manifested signs of disintegration in Duan Qingxiao's nascent soul. The nascent soul, once seated in the spirit sea pool at a size of 3 feet, shrank to barely 1 foot. Even his initial stage of the nascent soul was on the verge of deteriorating to the late stage of golden core. In that fleeting moment, Duan Qingxiao sensed the breath of annihilation, and in terror, he fell to his knees. At that moment, he thought little of his dignity. Suppressing the sharp pain emanating from his soul sea, he prostrated fervently, trembling with fear. I acknowledge my error. I acknowledge my error. The elder slowly closed his eyes and brusquely commanded, Begone. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingxiao felt an immense weight lift from his heart, bowing deeply 3 more times. He then cautiously rose and staggered back to the boundary of the mountain gate. At the heart of the protective array within the 7 Absolute Sect, Shen Lin gazed coldly at Chen Miaoshan. Chen Miaoshan did not lead Shen Qi and the others to the forbidden area of the back mountain as he intended, but instead returned to the protective array, inciting both his anger and frustration. However, within Shen Lin's heart, there was a flicker of solace. His wife and disciples had not abandoned the sect, nor had they forsaken him. He felt their affection. Yet, this was not the outcome Shen Lin yearned to witness. Even if they chose to remain and resist the external threats alongside him, the ultimate fate of the 7 Absolute Sect would remain unchanged. The formidable power of the Transformation God Realm cultivators was simply beyond what the current 7 Absolute Sect could contend with. Shen Lin, in a fit of anger, questioned, My lady, why have you joined the disciples in this folly? Did I not instruct you to lead them to the forbidden caves? Why have you brought them back? Chen Miaoshan, aware of her fault, lowered her head, unable to meet Shen Lin's gaze. Biting her crimson lip, she defended, Husband, the 7 Absolute Sect is our home. When the sect is in peril, how can we turn a blind eye? If I and the disciples were to recklessly venture into the forbidden land, even if we were fortunate enough to escape, we would find it difficult to find peace for the rest of our lives. The 7 Absolute Sect might become a lingering nightmare for the disciples, making their path of cultivation increasingly arduous. Is this what you wish to see? Shen Lin, unyielding, retorted. Even if Qi and the others do not wish to flee and are willing to share the sect's fate, your decision to stay only leads to certain death. This will utterly sever the legacy of the Seven Absolute Sect. Is this truly what you desire? Chen Miaoshan was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Stepping forward, Shen Qi respectfully announced, Master, I have comprehended the essence of the Seven Absolute Sword. I can now successfully activate the Seven Absolute Sword formation. Shenlin sighed, Qi. Even if you grasp the essence of the Seven Absolute Sword, what does it matter? The Celestial Fiend Pavilion has summoned a powerful expert from the Transformation God realm. You are merely at the false dance stage. Do you truly believe that with your limited prowess, you can wield the Seven Absolute Sword formation to slay a Transformation God cultivator? Shen Qi smiled. Master, you are mistaken. I am no longer at the false dance stage, but have reached the early gold dance stage. As he spoke, a gold Dan, as large as a child's head, emerged from his body, radiating a dazzling golden light, with swirling sword patterns adorning its surface. Upon witnessing this, all disciples of the Seven Absolute Sect present, including the sect leader Shenlin and the four elders, were left astonished, their faces etched with disbelief. Observing their expressions, Shen Qi revealed a satisfied smile. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the gold Dan back into his spiritual sea and then quietly regarded the sect leader Shenlin. After a considerable time had passed, Shenlin finally regained his composure. His eyes were red, his lips trembled with excitement, and he let out a long sigh. Qi, just yesterday you were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. I never expected that within a single day, not only have you comprehended the essence of the Seven Absolute Sword, but you have also ascended 2 realms, breaking through to the gold Dan stage. Such extraordinary talent is rare in the vast history of the Eastern Desolation's 9 provinces. Qi, how did you achieve this? Shen Qi shook his head and replied, Master, you flatter me. To speak of the process of my cultivation breakthrough, I am indeed not very clear. After comprehending the Seven Absolute Sword intent, it was quite by chance that I discovered I had inexplicably condensed a golden Dan overnight. Shen Qi's words were not unfounded. He had not been particularly attentive to the fluctuations in his own realm. After merging with the Seven Absolute Sword intent, he had not yet had the opportunity to inspect his spiritual sea when his attention was drawn to the celestial phenomenon descending from the heavens. It was only upon hearing Shenlin's counter-question that he casually turned his consciousness inward to glimpse the state of his spiritual sea, thus realizing the unexpected presence of a golden Dan within it. Consequently, Shen Qi displayed the golden Dan, intending to astonish Shenlin. At this moment, Shen Qi also harbored some conjectures. His ability to condense the golden Dan was likely due to the golden firefly residing in his spiritual sea. Naturally, the golden firefly was Shen Qi's most significant secret, one he would never disclose to others. Shenlin laughed heartily, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. It must be the manifestation of our ancestor's spirit, blessing our Seven Absolute Sect. To have such an outstanding disciple as you in my lifetime, I have no regrets. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qi interjected, Master, with the Seven Absolute Sword formation, I am confident I can easily slay those in the early nascent soul stage. Even when facing those in the middle or late nascent soul stages, I possess the means for self-preservation. Please allow me to remain and guard the sect alongside you. Shenlin, striving to calm his excited heart, fell silent for a moment before resolutely declining Shen Qi's request. He fixed his gaze upon Shen Qi and stated solemnly, Sure, you are a person of extraordinary talent and the future of our Seven Absolute Sect. Your journey has only just begun. You must not fall victim to petty foes. Shen Qi, anxious, protested. But Master, however, before he could finish, Shenlin raised his hand to stop him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Cheer. You should take the night to recuperate. At dawn, you shall accompany your master's wife to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Faced with this, Shen Qi could only remain silent and refrain from further protest. After pausing, Shenlin turned to his wife, commanding Chen Miaoshan, My dear, it is imperative that you safeguard Cheer at all costs. This is a task entrusted to you by me in my capacity as the sect leader, and you must hold it close to your heart. As if influenced by Shenlin's fervor, Chen Miaoshan remained silent but nodded gravely. Shenlin then withdrew his gaze, saying nothing more. A swift glance at the 4 elders prompted them to collectively channel their spiritual energy into the protective array, which immediately thickened its barriers. After bowing respectfully to Shenlin, Shen Qi silently walked toward the end of the mountain path. The other disciples followed suit, bowing in turn before gradually departing. And the night passed in silence. The atmosphere in the Seven Absolute Sect was stifling, nearly suffocating. As the night slipped away, the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. Outside the barrier, at this moment, Duan Qingxiao sat cross-legged in meditation, his spiritual energy surging forth from his spiritual sea, nurturing his soul's injuries. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, a a swift manifestation of the transformation deity. Behind the venerable elder trailed a middle-aged man, his disciple, who bore in his hands a talismanic flag. Sensing the elder's presence, Duan Qingxiao hastily ceased his meditative practice. Rising to pay his respects, "Senior, are you about to commence the array's dismantlement?" The transformation deity cast a fleeting glance his way, disregarding him entirely. As he took the talismanic flag from his disciple, with deft movements, the elder formed a series of hand seals, punctuating the flag with several quick taps. In an instant, the flag shot forth into the sky, soaring 100 feet above the barrier. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips, piercing the flag with precision. The talismanic flag swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal presence, akin to a dark cloud looming over the 7 absolute peaks within the barrier's confines. The transformation deity raised his hands, revealing the terrifying might of his divine cultivation. From his palms erupted 9 torrents of vigorous spiritual energy, each directed toward the 9 cardinal points of the barrier. The energy plunged swiftly into the earth, accompanied by thunderous roars, as 9 deep chasms materialized around the barrier, each 100 feet deep. Witnessing this spectacle, Duan Qingxiao's heart filled with trepidation. The latent power within those 9 streams of energy was so formidable that each could effortlessly obliterate him. In that moment, he acutely felt the insurmountable chasm separating the Yuanying stage from the transformation stage. His heart raced, and a parched sensation gripped his throat. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. The elder's hands shifted in an intricate dance, spiraling with spiritual energy, as he uttered softly, "Annihilate the forbidden array, arise." From the depths of the chasms, the 9 prearranged forbidden flags gradually floated out, hovering a mere 10 feet before the barrier. The elder thrust his palms forward, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that was absorbed by the flags. Once infused with the transformation deity's energy, the flags seemed to awaken, radiating an unfathomable force of restriction. This force surged toward the talismanic flag above, which eagerly consumed the incoming power. As the talisman absorbed this energy, it emitted an endless essence of soul-binding power. This reciprocal consumption signified a profound connection between the talisman and the forbidden flags. The transformation deity paused, observing the forbidden flags with a serene demeanor, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a brief interval, akin to the burning of incense, the talisman and the flags appeared to reach saturation, ceasing their consumption. The elder, with a smile, raised his right hand and pointed, sending another surge of energy into the talisman high above. In that instant, a resounding boom echoed through the air as the 9 forbidden flags re-entered the chasms. The colossal talisman transformed into a mountainous structure, plummeting forcefully toward the protective array of the 7 absolute sect. Duan Qingxiao heard a thunderous crash as the entire inner sect, comprising the 14 peaks, trembled. In the blink of an eye, he was horrified to witness the grand array's barrier shatter like a fragmented mirror, splintering and dissipating into the ether. The transformation deity reached out, grasping the void, as the talisman and forbidden flags returned neatly to his palm. The elderly man's gaze swept over Duan Qingxiao, and he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. "Lead the way ahead. Today, I wish to familiarize myself with that junior from the 7 absolute sect." After a considerable pause, Duan Qingxiao finally regained his composure from the shock, nodding submissively in agreement. In an instant, Duan Qingxiao vanished from sight, teleporting 100 zhang away. The elder strolled leisurely, following closely behind him. Chapter 9. The 7 absolute bell. As Shen Qi concluded a night of rigorous cultivation and emerged from his cave dwelling, his master's wife, Chen Yaoshan, awaited him not far from the entrance. Shen Qi approached her and inquired softly, "Master, have you decided to heed the master's arrangement and lead us out of the forbidden area?" Chen Yaoshan remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback, then resignedly remarked, "Then I shall bid farewell to the master." Chen Yaoshan did not refuse his request, accompanying him to the heart of the protective mountain array. Upon arrival, Shen Qi noticed that 6 of his senior brothers had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as Shen Lin spotted Shen Qi, he hastily addressed Chen Yaoshan before Shen Qi could speak. "Madam, you must swiftly take Qi and the others to the back mountains forbidden area. The divine transformation cultivator invited by Duan Qingxiao has already begun attacking the protective array." Just as Chen Yaoshan was about to respond, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the sky, shaking the entirety of 7 absolute peak. Shen Lin's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "The protective array has been breached. Madam, quickly take Qi and flee." "Flee? Where do you think you can go?" Came a mocking laughter, brazen and piercing, echoing closer. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures emerged 100 zhang away from Shen Lin, revealing Duan Qingxiao and the divine transformation elder, who had teleported there. The moment Duan Qingxiao appeared, Chen Yaoshan seized Shen Qi's hand, firmly positioning him behind her. Simultaneously, 4 elders took to the air, standing protectively behind Shen Lin. Their expressions tense as they focused intently on the duo. On the mountain path, disciples from the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion surged forward towards the heart of the array. Shen Lin paid them no heed, bowing respectfully to the elder and inquiring, "May I ask why you assist Duan Qingxiao in assaulting our 7 absolute sect? Have we inadvertently offended you in some way?" The divine transformation elder stepped forward, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am Emolini, an elder of the Wujizong from Juntianzhou. I have heard that young friend Shen possesses a Tai Jade talisman. Is this matter true? I have recently been practicing an ancient forbidden array that fortuitously requires the use of a Tai Jade talisman. I have come to borrow it for a few days of observation." Shen Lin, perplexed, replied, "Elder Mo, I do not quite comprehend your words. What exactly is this Tai Jade talisman you speak of?" Mo Lini's eyes glinted coldly as an image materialized in his palm. With a casual flick of his hand, the image floated gracefully toward Shen Lin. Shen Lin caught the image with both hands and briefly scanned it. Upon recognizing the image, his expression momentarily flickered before returning to its original state. Shen Lin retracted the portrait and bowed respectfully to the elder, saying, "Senior Mo, I have never encountered the items depicted in the portrait, nor have I heard of the Tai Jade talismans. My 7 absolutes sect possesses none of what you seek. I implore you, do not be swayed by the slander of others and trouble my sect." Unfortunately, Shen Lin's subtle change in expression did not escape Mo Lini's keen perception. With a cold chuckle, Mo Lini casually clenched his right hand in the air, rendering Shen Lin and the 4 elders immobile in an instant. Seeing Shen Lin subdued, Duan Qingxiao could not help but smirk, mocking, "Sect Master Shen, Senior Mo is merely engaging in a display of courtesy before resorting to force. Do not be ungrateful. Quickly surrender the Tai Jade talisman and the 7 absolutes sword formation scroll, and I might speak a good word on your behalf to Senior Mo. Perhaps he will show mercy and spare your sect." Mo Lini cast a discerning glance at Duan Qingxiao, as if he could see through the latter's ulterior motives. Cold sweat broke out on Duan Qingxiao's back, and he promptly lowered his head submissively. However, Mo Lini dismissed him without a word, maintaining a smile as he gazed at Shen Lin. Shen Lin glared at Duan Qingxiao, gritting his teeth in anger. "You rogue, Duan Qingxiao, cease your nonsensical prattle. The 7 absolutes sword formation scroll is a treasured relic of my sect. How could it be handed over so easily? As for that Tai Jade talisman, my sect does not possess such an item, so how can I surrender it?" Mo Lini fixed his gaze on Shen Lin, a wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Very well, let me personally delve into your soul and discern the truth. I shall uncover who is genuine and who is false." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already appeared a mere foot away from Shen Lin. Shen Lin's heart trembled. The 100-foot distance had vanished without a trace, a feat only achievable by those at the transformation stage. With a wave of his sleeve, Mo Lini unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a rope-like form, binding Shen Lin tightly. Pointing a finger at Shen Lin's forehead, a terrifying surge of soul power emanated from his fingertip, charging directly into Shen Lin's soul sea. Mo Lini's actions were ruthless and unrestrained as he initiated the soul-searching technique, intending to shatter Shen Lin's soul sea to seize his memories effortlessly. Faced with the terrifying abilities of a transformation stage practitioner, Shen Lin found himself utterly powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as Mo Lini's soul power surged like a raging flood toward his forehead and soul sea. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a copper bell emerged from Shen Lin's embrace, hovering above his head and spinning rapidly. The bell, intricately engraved with complex patterns, exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery. The sudden appearance of the copper bell momentarily stunned Mo Lini. Before he could react, the bell emitted a low hum, releasing a water-like spiritual energy shield that expanded rapidly to 10 yards, enveloping both Shen Lin and Mo Lini in the blink of an eye. To Mo Lini's astonishment, he found himself ensnared within the confines of the copper bell. He attempted to employ the shrinking technique, only to discover that escape from the bell's spiritual energy shield was impossible. To Mo Lini's utter dismay, all the spiritual energy within his Linghai pool had inexplicably been sealed by the bronze bell, which was now emitting a spiritual force that slowly devoured his Dantian Linghai pool. Meanwhile, upon the bell's manifestation, Shen Lin was astonished to find that the spiritual ropes binding him had vanished in an instant. His nearly collapsing soul sea, too, was restored to its former state under the coverage of the bell's spiritual energy. Mo Lini's soul-searching technique had been forcibly interrupted by the bell, yet a fragment of his soul power remained suppressed within Shen Lin's soul sea. This fragment, severed from its connection to Mo Lini's true form, was still struggling within the soul sea, attempting to break free from the bronze bell's spiritual suppression. As Shen Lin sensed the restoration of his cultivation, A bold idea took root in his mind. Without regard for anything else, he mobilized all the soul power within his soul sea to begin refining the fragment of Mo Lini's soul power. The soul power of a transformation realm cultivator was vastly more robust than that of a nascent soul cultivator. Shen Lin, known for his audacity and meticulousness, decisively embarked on the endeavor to refine Mo Lini's soul power. Should he succeed, nurturing his soul sea with such potent energy would undoubtedly allow him to break through to the late nascent soul stage. After several futile attempts, Mo Lini began to regain his composure. He cautiously drew upon all the soul power in his soul sea to envelop his Dantian Linghai pool, slowing the bell's devouring of his Linghai. Once assured that his Linghai pool would remain stable, he released a wisp of consciousness to carefully sense the protective barrier of the bell's spiritual energy. Moments later, Mo Lini's expression dramatically changed as he exclaimed in shock, "No, this is the power of a refinement domain. What origins does this ancient bronze bell possess to be marked with the power of a refinement master? No wonder it can seal me. How can you, a mere declining sect of the Seven Absolute Gate, possess a treasure of a refinement master?" Nearby, Shen Qi was bewildered by Mo Lini's words, glancing at Chun Miaoshan and asking through telepathy, "Master, what is the power of a refinement domain?" Chun Miaoshan, still in a state of panic, had originally believed her husband was doomed when Mo Lini made his move. In desperation, she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, never expecting that in this moment of crisis, a bronze bell would emerge to save her husband's life. Her emotions oscillated wildly, leaving her little focus on anything else as her gaze remained fixed anxiously on Shen Lin. Upon hearing Shen Qi's inquiry, she replied telepathically, "I am not entirely sure either." Shen Qi pressed on, "Master, then what treasure is this bronze bell? It is astonishing that it can withstand the attacks of a transformation realm cultivator." Chun Miaoshan explained, "This object is known as the Seven Absolute Bell, a personal treasure of our ancestor. However, after your master obtained the Seven Absolute Bell, he never discovered its extraordinary qualities and merely considered it an ordinary keepsake. It seems today that your master has not truly comprehended the secrets of the Seven Absolute Bell." Shen Qi was about to inquire further when Chun Miaoshan's gaze halted her. Shen Qi had no choice but to suppress her curiosity, redirecting her attention towards Mo Lini. Chapter 10. Slaying the Yuanying. Upon sensing Mo Lini's unusual demeanor, Duan Qingxiao instantaneously teleported closer, only to be astonished by the realization that a protective barrier of copper bell energy impeded his progress. With a sense of resignation, Duan Qingxiao came to a halt and bowed respectfully to Mo Lini, inquiring, "Senior Mo, has something unexpected occurred?" Mo Lini paid him no heed, his consciousness expanding outward as he quietly scrutinized the subtle fluctuations of the energy barrier. After a while, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Heaven has not forsaken me. Heaven has not forsaken me." Seeing this, Duan Qingxiao mustered his courage to ask again, "Senior, what has transpired?" In high spirits, Mo Lini replied, "I did not anticipate that this journey down the mountain would yield such unexpected gains. It seems that this trivial Seven Absolute sect harbors relics left behind by divine alchemists. This ancient copper bell shall be mine. If I can comprehend the alchemical rules contained within, I shall undoubtedly forge my own alchemical domain, and my ascension to the realm of divine alchemy will be imminent." Duan Qingxiao, perplexed by Mo Lini's words, queried, "Senior, what do you mean by the power of the alchemical domain?" Mo Lini chuckled, explaining, "Once a cultivator reaches the peak of the transformation stage, if they grasp the laws of heaven and earth, they can coalesce their own alchemical domain, thus ascending to the divine alchemy realm. Within this domain, one becomes the absolute sovereign, and the laws of heaven and earth therein constitute the power of the alchemical domain." Finally comprehending, Duan Qingxiao ventured, "Senior, are you currently confined by the laws of the copper bell? Do you require me to shatter this protective barrier to assist you in subduing the bell?" Mo Lini scoffed, mocking, "You, a mere fledgling in the early stages of Yuanying, dare to entertain the notion of breaching the defenses of a divine alchemist? Truly, your ignorance is laughable." Stung by Mo Lini's ridicule, Duan Qingxiao's expression shifted. Yet he dared not retaliate, forcing a smile as he asked, "Senior, do you possess the confidence to extricate yourself?" Mo Lini surveyed Shen Qi and the others before casually remarking, "Although this copper bell bears the imprint of a divine alchemist's domain, the power within has long since eroded over the ages. This bell may be capable of annihilating those in the initial transformation stage and subduing those in the mid-transformation stage. Yet I have been at the peak of transformation for a century. This bell can only restrain me temporarily, in merely half a day's time. I shall dissipate the power within and shatter the energy barrier." Hearing Mo Lini's words, unease surged within Chun Miaoshan and the others. their expressions troubled as they anxiously contemplated escape strategies. Meanwhile, Duan Qingxiao displayed a sycophantic grin, showering Mo Lini with praise, exclaiming, "Senior, your profound cultivation is truly admirable." With a shift in tone, Mo Lini abruptly commanded, "Duan Qingxiao, you may now proceed to eliminate the remaining members of the Seven Absolute Sect, leaving none alive." Duan Qingxiao remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon the closed eyes of Shen Lin, speaking cautiously, "Senior." At this moment, Shen Lin, Mo Lini, with a dismissive expression, coldly interjected, "This youth's ambitions soar higher than the heavens. Not only does he fail to expel my divine soul power from the soul sea pool, but he also naively attempts to refine it. My divine soul power is not so easily refined. With his mid-yuan in cultivation, he cannot achieve this in less than 3 to 5 days. However, I shall subdue the bronze bell before sunset. Without its protection, killing him will be as effortless as reaching into my pocket." Upon hearing this, Duan Qingxiao's expression brightened with delight, and he replied eagerly, "In that case, I shall first deal with the remnants of the Seven Absolutes sect. Senior, we had previously come to an agreement regarding the Seven Absolutes sword array diagram." Mo Lini waved his hand impatiently. "If you can find it, take it." Duan Qingxiao nodded obsequiously and, with a flash, appeared before Shen Qi and the others. His face contorted with malice. "Young disciples of the Seven Absolute sect, prepare to meet your demise." As his words fell, Duan Qingxiao thrust out his right palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power. The energy spiraled in the air, forming a colossal hand that enveloped the entire Seven Absolutes peak. As the giant hand descended, dust billowed into the air, and the peak trembled violently. Under the terrifying onslaught of Duan Qingxiao's spiritual power, a fissure appeared from top to bottom, causing the Seven Absolutes peak to sway perilously. At that moment, Shen Qi genuinely felt the terrifying prowess of a Yuan Ing stage cultivator for the first time. A mere casual strike produced shockwaves capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Once the dust settled, Shen Qi's expression turned increasingly horrified. Aside from Shen Lin, who was shielded by the bronze bell, and the 4 elders, all the other disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect lay dead, with the majority reduced to mere bones. The 6 senior brothers, who had shared laughter with Shen Qi just yesterday, now lay lifeless on the ground, their vitality extinguished. In the instant Duan Qingxiao unleashed his palm, Master Chun Miaoshan hastily embraced Shen Qi, desperately channeling her entire cultivation as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, they soared back 100 feet. Yet, the terrifying shockwave still struck Chun Miaoshan's back. To protect Shen Qi, she did not evade, braving the impact of Duan Qingxiao's spiritual wave with her own back, narrowly escaping the range of the spiritual attack. Unfortunately, even a mere residual wave left her gravely injured, causing her to spit blood and lose consciousness. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the Seven Absolutes peak, the harrowing scene pierced Shen Qi's heart. His eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and his countenance turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Duan Qingxiao in midair. Slowly, Shen Qi laid down the unconscious Chun Miaoshan, and a chilling killing intent surged forth. Now at the initial stage of the Golden Core, he too could soar through the skies. With a leap into the air, he locked onto Duan Qingxiao's position and raced forward. The murderous intent within Shen Qi surged, growing so intense it nearly became tangible. As he flew towards Duan Qingxiao, he declared, word by word, "You harmed my master, killed my senior brothers, and destroyed my sect. Duan Qingxiao, today I, Shen Qi, shall take your life to honor the fallen of the Seven Absolute sect." In the fleeting moments between breaths, Shen Qi's figure soared to a distance of 3 paces before Duan Qingxiao, halting abruptly. In his eyes, there was no trace of brilliance, only a suffocating chill that bore down on Duan Qingxiao. At this moment, Duan Qingxiao remained with his eyes closed, fully savoring the intoxicating sensation of determining life and death. When Shen Qi's furious words reached his ears, he momentarily froze, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "How intriguing," he remarked. "You, a mere Golden Core Junior, are still alive. Very well, allow this esteemed master to send you to join your senior brother." Shen Qi responded with a cold smile, "Old wretch, today you shall surely perish." At these words, Duan Qingxiao erupted into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Haha, you Golden Core brat. Truly unaware of your impending doom." Shen Qi chose to ignore him, bringing his hands together. The 7 Absolute Sword Array diagram emerged from the depths of his soul sea, manifesting before him. With a pointed finger from his right hand, a profound surge of soul energy infused the 7 Absolute Sword Array diagram, causing it to activate instantaneously. Swelling in size, the diagram expanded to a staggering 10 paces, emanating hundreds of fierce sword energies. These energies whistled and intertwined, infused with a piercing murderous intent and the essence of the 7 Absolute Sword intent. Duan Qingxiao, relying on his nascent soul cultivation, underestimated Shen Qi. He had not anticipated that Shen Qi had comprehended the 7 absolute sword intent and had mastered the 7 absolute sword array diagram completely. Before Duan Qingxiao could react, Shen Qi successfully activated the diagram, establishing the sword array that locked onto Duan Qingxiao's aura, sealing him within, with no means of escape. Shen Qi moved without hesitation, his right palm surging with spiritual power, coalescing into a 3-foot-long sharp sword. With a single, sweeping motion, the sword energy, imbued with boundless killing intent and the essence of the 7 absolute sword intent, hurtled towards Duan Qingxiao. At that moment, Duan Qingxiao was struck with horror as he realized that his nascent soul cultivation had inexplicably been suppressed to the early golden core stage. The sword energy had completely locked onto him, leaving him no avenue for evasion. A sudden chill of death washed over him, shaking him to his core. In a frantic response, Duan Qingxiao hastily summoned a delicate pagoda to shield himself. Simultaneously, he channeled all the spiritual power from his soul sea to conjure a thick spiritual shield, enveloping his entire being. To his despair, as Shen Qi's sword energy descended, the delicate pagoda and spiritual shield he had summoned proved as fragile as tofu, crumbling under the onslaught. The sword energy sliced through him mercilessly, piercing his very form. With a stretch of his right hand, the 7 absolute sword array diagram returned to its original state, resting once more in the palm of Shen Qi. He advanced slowly, coldly regarding Duan Qingxiao. Duan Qingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, a fissure appearing on his face, clinging to the last vestiges of life. He pointed at the 7 absolute sword array diagram in Shen Qi's palm, trembling as he asked, What treasure is this? Shen Qi replied nonchalantly, The 7 absolute sword array diagram. Duan Qingxiao let out a bitter laugh, his expression one of unwilling acceptance. Indeed, it seems what Shen Lin said was true. Struggling to utter these words, Duan Qingxiao's body ultimately shattered, disintegrating into ash and dissipating into the vastness of the world. Chapter 11. Dare to move again. And you shall be executed upon witnessing the Lord of the Pavilion, Duan Qingxiao, slain by Shen Qi. The disciples of the heavenly fiend pavilion at the foot of the mountain instantly scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions, fearful of becoming targets for Shen Qi. With Duan Qingxiao possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul, if he could be mercilessly cut down by a single sword strike, how could the weaker disciples hope to withstand Shen Qi's blade? As he observed the fleeing disciples of the heavenly fiend pavilion, Shen Qi made no effort to pursue them, but instead quietly watched as they escaped. Having avenged his seniors by eliminating Duan Qingxiao, he felt a sense of closure. Even should he choose to eradicate all the disciples of the heavenly fiend pavilion, the disciples of the 7 absolute sect could never be resurrected. Moreover, among the disciples of the heavenly fiend pavilion, there were many innocent souls, and Shen Qi was not one to revel in slaughter. In the blink of an eye, only a middle-aged man remained at the summit, a disciple of Mo Lini. Shen Qi cast a glance at him, but chose not to engage, instead walking steadily toward Shen Lin. Having witnessed Shen Qi's uncanny abilities, the middle-aged man had no desire to provoke him. Although he had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he replayed the scene of Shen Qi's sword strike in his mind, realizing he lacked complete confidence in his ability to withstand such an attack. Despite not believing that Shen Qi could slay him, he dared not take the risk. Thus, he remained motionless, quietly observing Shen Qi and patiently awaiting the moment his master, Mo Lini, could extricate himself. As Shen Qi approached the spiritual barrier surrounding the 7 absolute bell, he halted. After a brief attempt, he discovered that he could not penetrate the barrier. Blocked from reaching Shen Lin, he was unable to ascertain his condition and thus turned his gaze towards Mo Lini on the opposite side. At that moment, Mo Lini was diligently manipulating the forbidden soul flag, focused on dismantling the restrictive power of the bronze bell. When Shen Qi drew near, a subtle flicker of movement occurred at the corner of Mo Lini's eye. He had sensed through his spiritual awareness the events that transpired when Shen Qi dispatched Duan Qingxiao, fully comprehending the process. Initially, when Duan Qingxiao had boasted about the extraordinary nature of the 7 absolute sword formation, Mo Lini had dismissed it with scorn. In his view, the chasm between cultivators could not be bridged by a mere artifact. Mo Lini doubted that a simple 7 absolute sword formation could enable a golden core cultivator to slay a nascent soul cultivator. It seemed far-fetched. However, witnessing Shen Qi's execution of Duan Qingxiao stirred something within him. He had not anticipated that Duan Qingxiao's claims were indeed true, capable of overcoming cultivator ranks. Mo Lini pondered the implications. If he were to master such a treasure, could he not slay spirit refinement cultivators? As this thought took root, a desire to kill and seize the treasure blossomed within Mo Lini. Yet, he remained ensnared within the bronze bell. The primary task was to swiftly dispel the sealing power of the bell, seize it for himself, and then contemplate the next steps. Shen Qi gazed thoughtfully at the 7 absolute bell hovering above and, after a moment of contemplation, once more concentrated a sword energy in his palm. He struck out with a single sword towards the bell. With a resounding clang, the sword energy dissipated into nothingness, while the 7 absolute bell remained utterly unscathed. Mo Lini wore a disdainful expression, sneering as he spoke. Youngster, do not waste your efforts. With your nascent soul cultivation at its initial stage, it is impossible for you to breach the protective barrier of the bronze bell, even if you were to strike for a millennium. Ignoring Mo Lini's words, Shen Qi continued to channel his spiritual energy. He soon noticed that the 7 absolute bell began to spin autonomously, prompting Shen Qi to hasten his movements. The fierce sword Qi, infused with the essence of the 7 absolute sword, surged forth, striking the 7 absolute bell in rapid succession. By the time Shen Qi had unleashed a total of 81 strikes, the speed of the bell's rotation had reached an astonishing pace. Shen Qi could no longer discern the bell clearly. Countless phantoms of the bronze bell danced before his eyes, leaving him momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Strangely, Mo Lini felt a surge of terror as he realized that the rate at which the bell's spiritual energy was devouring his own spiritual sea had inexplicably accelerated by several folds. Initially, the bell's absorption rate was akin to the size of a mung bean, but now it had expanded to that of an egg. A tremor of unease coursed through Mo Lini's heart. He hastily formed hand seals, causing the soul-binding banner to emit a brilliant radiance, while 9 prohibition flags emerged from his storage ring in a dazzling display. Mo Lini dared not hold back any longer. Fully unleashing the terrifying power of his late-stage soul transformation, he summoned the profound essence of his soul from the depths of his spiritual sea, relentlessly assaulting the bronze bell's imprint of the refining domain's rules. In conjunction with the arranged annihilation prohibition formation, he sought to hasten the dismantling of the bell's sealing power. Time was of the essence. If the bell's spiritual energy continued to consume at this rate, he feared he would be entirely devoured before he could extricate himself. Losing his spiritual sea would equate to losing his cultivation, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. With such thoughts racing through his mind, a wave of dread surged within him, quickening his actions by a third. As he worked to break the seal, Mo Lini cast his gaze towards the disciples standing 100 feet away and bellowed, "Fu Kong, intervene and stop him." Upon hearing his master's voice, the middle-aged man known as Fu Kong instantly teleported to a position 3 paces behind Shen Qi. He glanced at Shen Qi, then turned to bow respectfully to his master. Inquiring with confusion, "Master, what is the matter?" Mo Lini replied urgently, "This boy's sword intent is peculiar. It seems to amplify the power of the bronze bell and hasten its consumption of my spiritual sea. Fu Kong, you must act swiftly and suppress him with all your might." At this, Fu Kong furrowed his brows. Although he was reluctant to confront Shen Qi's sword, he could not disregard his master's command. With a swift motion, Fu Kong flipped his palms, conjuring a black prohibition flag that floated between his hands, suffused with the aura of mysterious thunder. This black prohibition flag was one of the 10 sacred treasures of the Wuji sect, known as the Wuji Thunder Talisman. Only cultivators at the soul transformation stage could forge this talisman, melding a fragment of their own soul into the essence of the thunder. The Wuji Thunder Talisman could withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator at the initial stage of soul transformation for those below this realm. Facing the power contained within the talisman was akin to courting death. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Supreme Profound Thunder Talisman, a treasure bestowed upon him by the head of the Supreme Sect, serving as his ultimate means of self-preservation. Without hesitation, he activated the talisman, demonstrating his complete lack of disdain for Shen Qi. Observing his caution, Mo Lini was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Su Kong, you are now at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, far surpassing him. This child is merely at the initial stage of the golden core realm. Even with the 7 absolute sword array diagram, he cannot harm you. There is no need to fear him." Su Kong forced a smile and replied, "Master, Duan Qingxiao, at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, also greatly surpassed this individual, yet he was still slain by a single strike." Mo Lini retorted, "Nonsense. The likes of Duan Qingxiao are mere ants and cannot be compared to my disciple. Even 10 Duan Qingxios combined would not equal your worth." Su Kong shook his head and cautioned, "A prudent ship sails for 1,000 years. Master, even you, at the late stage of the transformation realm, were once ensnared by a mere mid-stage nascent soul." Mo Lini fell silent, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shen Qi paid no attention to Su Kong behind him, fully concentrating on channeling the spiritual power from the spirit sea pool. Waves of fierce sword energy surged forth, relentlessly striking towards the remnants of the 7 absolute bell. As the sword energy struck the bell, a series of resonant, thunderous sounds echoed. The bell's chime resounded throughout the 7 absolute 14 peaks, Finally, Su Kong made his move, his palms parting as the supreme profound thunder talisman floated into the air. An overwhelming torrent of profound thunder erupted from the talisman, saturating the sky with its oppressive might. Su Kong raised his right hand, poised to strike down upon Shen Qi's back. Suddenly, Shen Qi coldly laughed and declared, "Dare to move again, and I shall slay you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 7 absolute sword array diagram appeared out of thin air, transforming into a colossal cage that ensnared Su Kong. The supreme profound thunder talisman, suspended in midair, seemed to encounter an unspeakable terror. The released thunderous energy vanished in an instant, and the talisman dimmed, plummeting to the ground. Stunned, Su Kong trembled uncontrollably, his raised hand frozen in place. Gazing at the sword array diagram above him, despair engulfed his heart. Throughout the encounter, Shen Qi had not spared him a single glance. With a graceful motion of his right hand, another wave of sword energy cleaved towards the 7 absolute bell. Chapter 12. The Fall of the Sect. Soon, Shen Qi unleashed another 49 strikes of sword energy. At this moment, he could no longer perceive the bell's rotating remnants with his naked eye, relying instead on his spiritual consciousness to sense its existence. Just as he continued his relentless assault on the bell, Mo Lingyi, within the protective barrier of spiritual power, suddenly changed countenance. Panic-stricken as he summoned the forbidden soul talisman back to his palm. With an anguished cry, he swiftly altered his hand gestures, conjuring a barrier of energy around himself to counteract the copper bell's spiritual power, which threatened to invade his spirit sea pool. With reckless abandon, Mo Lingyi channeled all the spiritual power from his soul sea pool, an immense surge of energy rushing forth towards his spirit sea pool. At that moment, the copper bell's spiritual energy devoured rapidly, growing from the size of an egg to that of a soccer ball. As the devouring continued at this relentless pace, it was feared that within the span of an hour, Mo Lingyi's spiritual sea would be entirely consumed, rendering him utterly incapacitated. The situation had suddenly become gravely perilous, and Mo Lingyi began to spiral into madness. His eyes transformed into a dark gray hue, and his face contorted grotesquely as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Shen Qi, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You insolent wretch, once I shatter this seal, I shall flay your skin and extract your bones to refine your golden core into medicine." Undeterred by Mo Lingyi's menacing glare, Shen Qi curled his lips into a cold smirk. A surge of sword energy erupted from his palm, fiercely slashing towards the Qijua bell suspended in the air. Behind Shen Qi, Fu Kong silently picked up the Wujixuan thunder talisman from the ground. His gaze chillingly fixed on Shen Qi's back. He discerned that his master's predicament was dire. After a moment of internal struggle, he raised the talisman in his hand. However, Fu Kong grappled with his conscience for an extended period and ultimately hesitated to unleash the power of the thunder within the talisman. The intensity of his murderous intent seemed to solidify in his eyes, as Mo Lingyi stabilized the spiritual sea with the power of all the souls in his soul sea. He gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, causing a jade seal to fly from his storage ring. Gazing at the seal, a pang of pain flickered across Mo Lingyi's face, and his hatred towards Shen Qi intensified threefold. This jade seal had been acquired by Mo Lingyi from the cave dwelling of an ancient cultivator, containing a trace of the owner's spiritual consciousness. Ever since obtaining the seal, Mo Lingyi had attempted countless times to refine and merge with that spiritual consciousness, yet to no avail. Now, faced with a life and death crisis, he could no longer afford to consider other matters. This seal was his ultimate trump card. Shattering it would release a wave of soul power comparable to a full-force strike from a cultivator in the early stages of soul refinement. With his hands forming seals, Mo Lingyi set up several barriers and protective shields around himself. Then, without hesitation, he pointed at the jade seal. Instantly, the seal shattered like a mirror, unleashing a tempestuous wave of soul power that surged forth, akin to a vortex of a storm, resonating outward. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying wave of soul power shattered the spiritual shield of the Qijua bell. The refining domain power within the bell dissipated into nothingness in an instant, and the surface of the bell began to crack. The barriers Mo Lingyi had erected crumbled before the onslaught of the spiritual consciousness like ancient, desiccated wood, disintegrating into dust. Even his soul-binding talisman and 9 prohibition flags were reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. Mo Lingyi had prepared extensively. At the moment the spiritual shield shattered, he wasted no time in utilizing the art of spatial contraction to escape to 100 feet away, recovering his cultivation to the later stage of soul refinement. Those at the epicenter of the impact, Shun Lin and the 4 elders, were mercilessly engulfed by the shockwave, their souls extinguished. However, Shen Qi was somewhat fortunate. At the very moment Mo Lingyi retrieved the jade seal, a deep sense of unease surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qi turned and struck with his sword, slaying Mo Lingyi's disciple, Fu Kong. Retrieving the 7 absolute sword formation diagram, Shen Qi hurriedly lifted his master, Shen Miaoshan, into the air and retreated 100 miles away in one breath. Thanks to Shen Qi's timely reaction, he had sufficient time to escape, sustaining no damage from the soul power shockwave. Once the shockwave had completely dissipated, Shen Qi surveyed the scene. The entire 7 absolute 14 peaks had collapsed. From this day forth, the 7 absolute sect in Xiantian continent would vanish entirely from the realm of cultivation. As Shen Qi gazed upon the tragic state of the sect, a sense of desolation welled up within him. Just as he was immersed in sorrow, a figure swiftly appeared before him, merely a foot away. It was Mo Lini, who had narrowly escaped death. At this moment, Mo Lini appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing tattered in multiple places, blood splattered across his body. With an expression of unbridled fury, he stepped forward, tightly grasping the 7 absolute bell in his palm. His fingers were somewhat deformed, the force he exerted causing visible cracks to spread across the surface of the bronze bell. With a sinister smile, Mo Lini declared, "Brat, I told you earlier that once I break free, I shall flay your skin and extract your bones." Shen Qi, seemingly oblivious to Mo Lini's words, merely fixed him with a cold stare. Mo Lini chose not to waste further words. The soul power from the Sea of Souls surged forth, instantly sealing Shen Qi's Spirit Sea and Sea of Souls. Shen Qi remained calm, offering no resistance. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great for him to evade. Mo Lini emitted a chilling laugh, his eyes narrowing as a beam of spiritual consciousness shot forth with blinding speed, charged with a destructive aura, aiming directly for Shen Qi's brow. Shen Qi's body stiffened, his eyes dimming instantly. Mo Lini sneered, "Not only did you attempt to take my life, but you also dared to kill my disciple. If I do not extract your soul and refine your essence, my hatred shall not be quelled." As Mo Lini's spiritual consciousness surged into Shen Qi's Sea of Souls, it was immediately overwhelmed by the vast expanse of Shen Qi's Golden Sea of Souls, which stretched 1,000 feet wide. Mo Lini couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "A Sea of Souls of 1,000 feet in size can already rival an early-stage transforming divinity cultivator. What manner of monster is this youth?" After the shock, Mo Lini did not linger on the thought. He unleashed his spiritual power with a thunderous force, aiming to shatter Shen Qi's 1,000-foot Sea of Souls using the overwhelming might of a late-stage, transforming divinity cultivator. In a critical moment, a golden firefly emerged from the Sea of Souls, gracefully shooting forth a beam of golden light. This golden radiance instantaneously devoured and refined Mo Lini's spiritual power, transforming it into pure soul energy that flowed back into Shen Qi's Sea of Souls. Mo Lini opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Above Shen Qi, a golden firefly hovered, filling the surrounding space with boundless golden light. Bathed in this luminescence, Shen Qi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion as he fixed it upon Mo Lini. Mo Lini trembled uncontrollably, ultimately unable to withstand the pressure of Shen Qi's gaze, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Since the firefly devoured Mo Lini's consciousness, he had no time to entertain thoughts of escape before being sealed within a golden light. Now, Mo Lini found himself utterly immobilized, resigned to fate, fervently praying that the firefly would spare his life. Cold sweat trickled down Mo Lini's brow as he pondered. Surely, a reincarnated great being is lurking within this boy's Sea of Souls, waiting for the opportune moment to take over and be reborn. Shen Qi gazed at the kneeling Mo Lini, momentarily taken aback. His consciousness had just begun to recover, and as he processed the situation, he sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to speak, he was horrified to realize that he could not control his own body. Upon examining his own sea of consciousness, he discovered that a golden firefly's phantom had materialized in the very center of his mind. Shen Qi could only helplessly stand at the edge of his consciousness, silently watching as the firefly manipulated his body. After a brief moment, Shen Qi finally spoke, his voice resonating with an ancient and melancholic tone, albeit slightly awkwardly. "Hand over the bronze bell in your possession to me." Mo Lini repeatedly bowed his head in response, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. I, a junior, have failed to recognize the greatness of my senior and have offended you. I hope you will spare my life." With that, he knelt down and crawled to Shen Qi's feet, respectfully presenting the Qijua bell with both hands. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qi could not help but smirk coldly to himself, thinking that the realm of cultivation truly operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, where the strong dominate. The roles of hunter and prey had abruptly reversed. Mo Lini, in this moment, had shed his prior arrogance, his demeanor now humbly reduced to that of dust. Chapter 13. Golden Light. With Shen Qi's body occupied by the firefly, he casually accepted the Qijua bell, gently clenching it in his palm. The bell shattered instantly, and the hidden imprint of refining power within was forcibly compressed into his hand by Shen Qi's golden spiritual energy. He then struck his Dantian's spiritual sea, and the imprint swiftly plunged into the pool of his spiritual sea. His spiritual energy promptly devoured the refining domain rules contained within the imprint, transforming it into a pure essence of spiritual power that blended into the pool of his sea of souls. When Mo Lini witnessed Shen Qi's bizarre method, his inner trepidation escalated beyond measure. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shen Qi snapped his fingers, conjuring a portrait that materialized in his palm. Shen Qi casually scanned the image and inquired, "Did you come here for this item?" Upon seeing the portrait in Shen Qi's hand, Mo Lini felt a chilling dread surge through him. The image had originally been within his storage ring, yet it had been silently taken by Shen Qi. Mo Lini's storage ring contained the power of his soul, and he could sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy instantaneously. Yet, he had been completely oblivious just moments ago. Shen Qi's method was utterly unfathomable. If Shen Qi wished to take his life, it would be simpler than crushing an ant. Daring not to raise his gaze to Shen Qi, Mo Lini steadied his trembling heart and stammered, "In answer to your esteemed senior. This item is the Tai Jade Talisman crafted by the Tai Academy of Zhongzhou. Every decade, Tai Academy bestows 100 Tai Jade Talismans upon the cultivation realms of the 5 directions in the Qixia world, inviting all cultivators to vie for them." Shen Qi, unfazed, inquired, "What purpose do the Tai Jade Talismans serve?" Mo Lini replied reverently, "It is said that each talisman encases the primordial power of the Academy's founder. Any cultivator from the 5 directions, endowed with both fortune and talent, who can refine this primordial energy, regardless of their lineage, age, or strength, may become a true disciple of Tai Academy and study in the central region." Shen Qi then asked, "What is the strength of Tai Academy?" Mo Lini responded, "Tai Academy stands as the most formidable sect in the Qixia world. Its 10 deans are all in the void return stage, with thousands of instructors at the spirit refinement stage. The current head of the academy, Lu Tianyi, ascended to the late void return stage 3,000 years ago. There are even rumors that he will attain consummate mastery within a millennium, subsequently facing the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the Ti-Ing realm as a formidable practitioner of the void refinement stage." After speaking, Mo Lini cautiously observed Shen Qi, only to find his expression unchanged, marked by disdain. Mo Lini felt a tremor of fear and lowered his head, reflecting, truly a reincarnated powerhouse. Even upon hearing of the void refinement stage, he retains such an air of indifference. Shen Qi then inquired, "Where are the Tai Jade Talismans?" Mo Lini, trembling, replied, "Previously, Duan Xingxiao of the Tiansha Pavilion claimed to have seen Shen Lin of the 7 Absolute Sect in possession of a Tai Jade Talismans. However, this individual has since been slain by predecessors, by that young man. Just recently, I also attempted to probe Shen Lin. His demeanor visibly shifted upon seeing the image. Regrettably, before I could search his soul, he was obliterated." Shen Qi's eyes turned icy. Mo Lini quaked in fear, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Spare me, esteemed one. The situation was dire. I had no choice but to abandon him." Shen Qi slowly uttered a single word, "Die." A beam of golden light shot from his eyes, piercing Mo Lini's brow, vanishing in an instant. Mo Lini, unable to mount any resistance, transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, completely dissipating into nothingness. The golden fireflies returned to Shen Qi's soul sea, as the celestial light gradually dispersed. Simultaneously, the firefly silhouette at the center of Shen Qi's consciousness vanished, allowing him to regain control of his body. Once restored, Shen Qi promptly directed his consciousness into his soul sea, gazing upon the expanse of golden soul pool. He called out, "Esteemed one, are you still present?" Silence enveloped the soul sea. The fireflies did not manifest, nor was there any response. Undeterred, Shen Qi called again, "Esteemed one, I am beset by numerous uncertainties. I implore you to appear and guide me through this conundrum." After a moment, a golden silhouette materialized in midair, soaring towards Shen Qi and instantly merging with his consciousness. Shen Qi felt a sudden jolt in his consciousness, as an extraordinarily profound cultivation technique etched itself into his memory. He paused momentarily, overwhelmed with excitement, and could not help but delve into the contents of the technique. As Shen Qi became immersed in the teachings, an ancient and resonant voice echoed within his mind, seemingly emerging from the void, and reverberated through his soul. This technique is known as the Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra. Should you achieve mastery in due time, you shall once again witness the true essence of the great Tao. In that moment, all answers shall be revealed to you. Withdrawing his focus from the technique, Shen Qi bowed deeply toward the soul sea pool, respectfully proclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder." After exiting the soul sea, he approached Chun Miaoshan, cradling the unconscious woman in his arms. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at the 7 absolute 14 peaks, then turned resolutely toward the market several hundred miles away. Unbeknownst to Shen Qi, shortly after his departure, numerous unfamiliar figures began to appear on the 7 absolute peaks, dressed in various attires and bearing hurried expressions. These individuals were primarily elders and disciples sent by various sects from the eastern wilderness. They had traveled great distances, under the cover of night, to investigate the cause of the golden cloud phenomenon. However, to their astonishment, the 7 absolute sect had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues regarding the extraordinary event. It was as if the phenomenon had been a fleeting dream, now entirely devoid of evidence, let alone the fated individual who had instigated it. 500 miles south of the 7 absolute peaks lay the Rui market, established by 3 wandering cultivators from the northern regions of Zantianshu. Over the centuries, the market expanded significantly, earning a notable reputation in the northern territories. The current expanse of the Rui market resembled a small town, where cultivators from all corners could freely trade goods, share resources, and exchange information. The items traded included magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and cultivation techniques, with some illicit transactions also taking place. The Rui market is currently managed by the families of the 3 founding wanderers, who formed a cooperative alliance to support and balance each other, warding off external threats and maintaining order within the market. The Listening Wind Inn is the most luxurious establishment in the Rui market. At this moment, Shen Qi was ascending to the 3rd floor of the inn, carrying his master, Chun Miaoshan, into a lavishly appointed room. Gently, he laid her on the bed, his heart heavy with concern as he gazed upon her blood-stained attire. Channeling a thread of his soul consciousness, Shen Qi entered Chun Miaoshan's spiritual sea. It was then that he realized the chaotic state of her spiritual power. The surface of her golden core bore a visible crack. Witnessing this distressing sight, he summoned the golden light within his own soul consciousness, directing a beam of radiant energy to envelop Chun Miaoshan's golden core. Remarkably, under the radiance of this golden light, the fissures on Chun Miaoshan's golden elixir vanished in an instant. The elixir rejuvenated to its original state, even growing slightly stronger, subtly emanating a divine glow. Witnessing this, Shen Qi pondered deeply. This golden light undoubtedly emanated from the golden Fireflies' mystical powers. Yet, why was he able to activate and harness the strength of the golden light? The Fireflies had not merged with his soul sea. He could sense that they merely resided in a corner of the soul sea pool. Could it be that this power was bestowed upon him by a senior? With this thought, Shen Qi decided to take a bold step and summoned another wave of golden light, enveloping Chun Miaoshan's entire spiritual sea. In the next moment, the chaotic spiritual energy within her spiritual sea pool transformed into a gentle order, and the injuries inflicted upon it gradually began to subside. Shen Qi felt an overwhelming joy and could not help but laugh heartily. Ha! Indeed, the Fireflies have not treated me poorly. With the aid of this golden light, I shall surely sweep through the 9-colored heavens. After using the golden light to assist Chun Miaoshan in her recovery, Shen Qi withdrew his soul consciousness from her spiritual sea. He then removed Chun Miaoshan's storage ring, only to discover that it was ensnared by her soul consciousness seal, rendering him unable to open it. If Shen Qi were to forcefully eliminate the seal, the internal space of the storage ring, along with its contents, would instantaneously vanish, rendering the ring utterly useless. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Qi. Why not try utilizing the golden light power within his soul consciousness once more? Acting upon this impulse, he projected a wave of soul consciousness imbued with golden light directly into the internal space of the storage ring. Unsurprisingly, Chun Miaoshan's soul consciousness seal seemed to falter in the presence of the golden light, completely failing to impede Shen Qi's invasion. Upon inspection, Shen Qi found that there were not many items within Chun Miaoshan's storage space. There were only 3 or 4 sets of intimate garments, a plum blossom key, over 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals, 300 to 500 mid-grade spiritual crystals, and several bottles of healing elixirs. Lastly, there were a sect cultivation technique and a palm technique, namely the 7 absolute mysteries and the 7 absolute palm techniques. Shen Qi retrieved a set of clothing and a bottle of soul-nourishing elixirs, then withdrew his soul consciousness from Chun Miaoshan's storage ring. Chapter 14. The alluring body. Shen Qi poured 2 recovery and soul-replenishing pills from the vial, flicking them into Chun Miaoshan's abdomen. He then summoned a waiter and requested a basin of clear water to carefully cleanse the blood and dirt from her face. Gazing at Chun Miaoshan's exquisite, flawless jade-like cheeks, marred only by faint traces of tears, a unique light flickered in Shen Qi's eyes. Her beauty resembled that of a celestial maiden descending from the 9 heavens, stirring a tumult within Shen Qi's throat. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, his gaze shifting to her garments, which ignited an even greater brilliance in his eyes. Chun Miaoshan's outer robe had been torn asunder by the shockwave of spiritual energy, rendering it tattered and incapable of concealing her allure, with glimpses of springtime radiance peeking through. Shen Qi took a deep breath, hurriedly turning away, unable to bear the sight any longer. He remained rooted in place, wrestling with the turmoil within his heart. As the moments passed, Shen Qi could no longer suppress the inexplicable urge surging within him, his trembling hands reaching towards the sash at Chun Miaoshan's waist. With a quivering voice, he murmured, "Do not blame me, esteemed teacher. I am merely assisting you in your healing and changing of garments, with no lewd intentions. I trust you will understand." With a swift motion, he pulled the sash free, carelessly discarding it on the floor. The tattered plain garment fell away, revealing Chun Miaoshan's delicate figure. His breath quickened as he beheld her slender waist, akin to a fragile willow branch, rising and falling gently with each breath. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and in slumber, Chun Miaoshan radiated an exquisite charm. Shen Qi stood rooted, captivated by the breathtaking sight before him, his blood racing through his veins. The stillness of the chamber was almost eerie, and he could distinctly hear the thundering of his own heartbeat. The flickering candlelight on the windowsill cast a soft glow upon her flawless skin, reflecting a pearlescent sheen. No man could resist such a vision. The fervor in Shen Qi's eyes threatened to erupt. He swallowed hard, whispering, "A perfect beauty." At that moment, it felt as though a fiery flame ignited within him, an intense heat that spread rapidly from his core to his mind. Shen Qi's body trembled, his face flushed crimson. Just as he was engulfed in turmoil, Chun Miaoshan murmured softly in her sleep, her gentle sigh washing over him like a cold shower, dousing his fervor. He turned away in panic, uncertain if it was merely a trick of his imagination, for in that fleeting instant, he thought he glimpsed a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of her lips. Summoning his spiritual energy, Shen Qi forced himself to regain composure and clarity. After a moment, he gradually quelled his power, shamefully patting his cheeks as he muttered to himself, "Shen Qi, how foolish you are. Chun Miaoshan has shown you such kindness, risking her life to save you, and yet you dare entertain such thoughts. Regardless, you share a bond of teacher and disciple. How could you betray her trust and leave her heartbroken?" Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to seal off his soul's perception. Slowly, he turned back, his hands trembling as he continued to assist in removing the remaining garments from Chun Miaoshan. He retrieved a fresh set of clothing from beside him, his movements careful and tentative as he sought to dress her anew. However, unbeknownst to him, in her unconscious state, Chun Miaoshan stirred instinctively, causing Shen Qi to stumble and fall to his knees between her legs. In his state of closed perception, he instinctively opened his eyes. In an instant, the most breathtaking scenery in the world unfolded before my eyes. Shen Qi gazed intently, completely entranced, as the deepest demons within her heart emerged. She gasped for breath, her inhalations fervently warm. Trembling, she closed her eyes and lowered her head to savor the moment. After a while, she finally reopened the door. Peering cautiously outside, she ensured no one lingered beyond the threshold before sneaking out with a guilty expression. Gently closing the door behind her, she hastily cast a protective barrier and fled in haste. Stepping out of the listening wind-in, Shen Qi slowly made her way towards a tea house 100 meters ahead. Ascending to the second floor, she chose a vacant seat by the window and summoned the attendant to serve her a pot of intoxicating tea. The second floor was bustling with several cultivators, 2 or 3 sharing tables, sipping tea while engaging in hushed conversations. Shen Qi's spiritual sense surveyed the crowd. Most were disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Yet 2 individuals eluded her perception, suggesting they were nascent soul cultivators. Gazing out the window, Shen Qi leisurely sipped her tea while attentively listening to the discussions among the patrons. To her left, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator expressed shock, his eyebrows dancing with excitement as he exclaimed, "Have you all heard? The 7 Absolute sect was annihilated yesterday. All 14 peaks were laid to waste overnight. Not a single disciple survived." At these words, Shen Qi's hand paused momentarily around her teacup. A cultivator inquired, "Such ruthless methods, what could possibly be the motive? To strike with such finality?" The late-stage cultivator chuckled, "Who knows? In the world of cultivation, ruthlessness is commonplace. Killing for treasures is merely a part of life." Another cultivator chimed in, "I have heard tales that a divine weapon emerged from the 7 Absolute sect, causing golden clouds to descend. This phenomenon attracted a formidable spirit refiner. And when sect master Shen Lin refused to relinquish the treasure, the enraged adept obliterated the sect." Shen Qi was taken aback. How could rumors of such magnitude have spread overnight? A cultivator in the corner queried, "Friend, how do you know about the appearance of a spirit refiner? Were you at the 7 Absolute sect yesterday?" Another cultivator responded, "Indeed, I encountered disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect at the foot of 7 Absolute Mountain yesterday. An elder from the sect confirmed that auras of the refinement realm were present atop 7 absolute peak. At this revelation, the tea house patrons collectively inhaled sharply. The refinement realm was too distant a concept for most, making it nearly impossible to fathom the power of such cultivators. Shen Qi quietly sipped her tea, a look of disdain gracing her features. A gold core cultivator slowly spoke up. I have heard that the spirit refiner, still seething with anger, turned and annihilated the heavenly calamity pavilion. I wonder if there is any truth to this. Cultivators responded eagerly. Yes, yes. At sunset, I happened to pass by Heavenly Calamity Mountain and witnessed a beam of golden light soaring towards it. In an instant, the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion was reduced to rubble. With not a single disciple surviving, their corpses utterly vanished. Was momentarily stunned, pondering what? The Heavenly Desolation Pavilion has also been destroyed? I clearly spared those disciples of the Heavenly Desolation Pavilion. How could it be annihilated? Is it the doing of that esteemed figure from the Soul Sea? Some cultivators sighed, remarking, the 7 absolute sect and the Heavenly Desolation Pavilion have perished overnight. From now on, there will be no more cultivation sects in this northern region of Shantian. It seems that for the next century, this place will belong to the Rui Square Market. One cultivator chuckled, saying, this is not necessarily a bad thing. We loose cultivators can also share in some cultivation resources. In the past, whenever resources appeared, they were monopolized by these 2 sects, leaving us to feast on the scraps. Many cultivators echoed his sentiments with laughter, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Another cultivator remarked, I heard that in 3 months, the Heavenly Sword Sect in Xiantian Prefecture plans to conduct a recruitment examination. This time, the Heavenly Sword Sect is openly inviting all young cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness 9 prefectures. Anyone under 20 years of age can participate in the entrance examination. The only requirement is to condense a sword bone and sword vein. Any cultivator with sword cultivation potential can take part and become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. A cultivator, filled with yearning, exclaimed, the Heavenly Sword Sect is the strongest sect in Xiantian Prefecture. If I could join the Heavenly Sword Sect, it would be like leaping over the Dragon Gate, and my future would be limitless. A fellow cultivator beside him scoffed. You are already 19 and have just recently advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment, without even condensing a sword bone. With your utterly mediocre aptitude, you still dare to dream of entering the Heavenly Sword Sect? You might as well give up those daydreams. As soon as he finished speaking, the tea house's 2nd floor erupted in laughter. Just as Shen Qi was about to descend the stairs, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind upon hearing their conversation. Chapter 15. The forbidden area of the back mountain in the top-tier room of the Listening Wind Inn, Chun Miaoshan, who had been unconscious for an entire night, finally began to stir, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Propping her delicate form against the edge of the bed, she felt a sharp, needle-like pain surging from her soul sea. Unable to resist, she raised her jade hand and gently tapped her head. After a moment of focused breathing and meditation, Chun Miaoshan abruptly realized that she had changed into a different set of clothes without her knowledge. Her heart tightened suddenly, and she hurriedly examined herself. After an attentive inspection, the expression on Chun Miaoshan's face relaxed just a tad. Slowly rising to her feet, her gaze began to scan her surroundings. She felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity with the room's decor and had no idea where she currently was. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She gasped in alarm. Where is Chier? Where is Chier now? In her anxious state, Chun Miaoshan rushed out of the room, dashing down the stairs. As she hurried to the staircase, she collided headlong with someone coming from the opposite direction. As Chun Miaoshan looked up to apologize, her gaze met Shen Qi's eyes, which sparkled with warmth and mirth. Her heart quivered, and she instinctively enveloped Shen Qi's head in her embrace, drawing him into her arms. Chun Miaoshan held Shen Qi tightly, her hands pressed against his cheeks, gently caressing him while whispering soft words of tenderness. Shen Qi was taken aback by Chun Miaoshan's intense reaction. Though he harbored his own secrets, he dared not break free from her embrace. While nestled within her arms was a sensation unlike any other. The tightening grip around his neck left him gasping for breath. Once Chun Miaoshan's emotions began to settle, Shen Qi subtly supported her and inquired, Mistress, what troubles you? Chun Miaoshan shook her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She took Shen Qi's hand and led him back to the guest room. They sat facing each other in silence, Shen Qi patiently awaiting her words. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Chun Miaoshan finally spoke, her expression peculiar. Sure, it was you who changed my garments after I lost consciousness? Instantly, Shen Qi's cheeks flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. He shyly nodded, stammering, Mistress, I only helped you with your injuries and changed your clothes, nothing more. Before he could finish, the memory of her exquisite beauty flashed through his mind, causing him to unconsciously lick his lips as if savoring a sweet taste. His face reddened even further, and he lowered his head even more. Noticing Shen Qi's reaction, Chen Miaoshan understood immediately, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. With a playful glare, she chided, "Cheer, you truly cannot find the words, can you?" Embarrassed, she turned her head away. After a while, Chen Miaoshan regained her composure, her gaze returning to Shen Qi as she cautiously asked, "Cheer, what of your master?" Her voice trailed off, her expression tense, filled with hope as she looked at him. Shen Qi sighed softly and recounted the events that had transpired after her fainting spell in detail. However, he chose to conceal the secret regarding the golden firefly elder, merely informing Chen Miaoshan that a mysterious figure of the refining spirit realm had appeared at a critical moment. This elder effortlessly dispatched Mo Lini and the disciples of the heavenly evil sect, taking the 7 absolute bell with him, as he deemed it beneath him to strike against juniors, thus allowing Shen Qi and Chen Miaoshan to survive. Since rumors about such matters had already begun circulating in the market, Shen Qi took the opportunity to embellish the tale slightly. He ensured that if Chen Miaoshan ever encountered any whispers regarding the 7 absolute sect, her recollections would align with his account, preventing any suspicion from falling upon him. As if struck by an idea, Shen Qi retrieved an image of the Tai Jade talisman and handed it to Chen Miaoshan. Upon receiving the image, she scanned it and looked at him with confusion. Shen Qi explained, "Mistress, I heard from that elder of the refining spirit that this item originates from the Tai Academy. The reason Mo Lini targeted the 7 absolute sect was precisely for this talisman." Gazing at the image in her hands, Chen Miaoshan could not help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over her as she recalled how her husband had lost his life because of it. Tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Seeing her in such distress, Shen Qi hurriedly offered consolation. "Mistress, please take heart. Rest assured, when I reach the stage of spirit transformation, it will be the end of the heavenly evil sect. I shall personally avenge the grievances of the 7 absolute sect." Upon hearing this, Chen Miaoshan nodded with a sense of relief, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and softly inquired, "What purpose does the Tai Jade talisman serve?" Shen Qi replied, "Within the Tai Jade talisman resides a strand of primordial power. If one can refine it, they may gain entry into the Tai Academy for cultivation." Chen Miaoshan appeared bewildered, her expression clouded as she remarked, "Cheer, in all my years with your master, I have never encountered this object, nor have I heard him mention the Tai Jade talisman. Do you truly believe that your master possesses such a treasure?" Shen Qi spoke with uncertain conviction, reflecting on my master's demeanor at the time. It is possible he indeed possesses the Tai Jade talisman. Perhaps he himself does not comprehend what it is, or it may be a temporary safeguard entrusted to him by another. However, I can assert with certainty that he has seen the Tai Jade talisman. Chen Miaoshan sighed. "Now that your master has perished, even if he did possess the Tai Jade talisman, it is likely that it has been reduced to ashes along with his storage ring." Shen Qi asked, "Mother, did my master have a habit of constructing caves for the purpose of storing treasures?" Chen Miaoshan was momentarily speechless. Our 7 absolute sect has languished for many years. Now relegated to a corner of Xiantian Prefecture, where would we find treasures to hide? However, your master did indeed build a cave in the forbidden area, but it was merely to store weapons and medicinal herbs. Shen Qi's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Mother, you mentioned you have never seen my master reveal the Tai Jade talisman. Perhaps he did not carry it with him. It is quite possible he has kept the Tai Jade talisman in the cave. Let us go there and search." Seeing her disciple's fervor, Chen Miaoshan could not deny his request and nodded in agreement. Shen Qi promptly wrapped his arms around Chen Miaoshan's slender waist, channeling his spiritual energy to soar towards the back mountain of the 7 absolute sect. Chen Miaoshan quickly reached out to stop him, curious. "Sure. Why are you so interested in the Tai Jade talisman? Do you long to join the Tai Academy?" Shen Qi paused momentarily before smiling and explaining, "Mother, the Tai Jade talisman bears the imprint of the primordial power of the Academy's founder, a force belonging to a being of the void refinement realm. If I can refine it, I shall ascend to greatness." Chen Miaoshan smiled softly, but did not respond. Shen Qi then composed himself and said earnestly, "Mother, now that our 7 absolute sect has been annihilated, you are my only kin in this world. From now on, I shall protect you. The Tai Academy is the most formidable celestial sect in the Qixia realm. If we can join their ranks, those like Wuji sect's Mo Lini would dare not come to our door." Hearing Shen Qi's words, Chen Miaoshan's eyes glistened with emotion, her gaze radiating a unique brilliance. Meeting Chen Miaoshan's tender and enchanting gaze, Shen Qi firmly held her waist as they ascended into the air, heading towards the 7 absolute mountain. In but the span of a tea's brewing, Shen Qi and Chen Miaoshan's figures appeared at the foot of the back mountain of the 7 absolute sect. Chapter 16. The perfection of golden core. When Chen Miaoshan beheld the desolate state of the 7 absolute sect, she could not help but sigh deeply. Due to the final strike from Mo Lini, the Qijue peak has been severed, and the rear mountain is now shrouded in withered branches and rubble. Observing the scene at the foot of the mountain, Chun Miaoshan deduced the location of the forbidden area's entrance and led Shen Qi to the cave's mouth. Following the celestial phenomenon that befell the Qijua sect, disciples from various sects across the eastern wilderness hurried to the northern regions of Xiantian. By the time the disciples of the Sword sect and other sects set foot on Qijua Mountain, the Qijua sect had already been obliterated by Mo Lini. With the demise of the Qijua sect, these cultivators, despite their diligent search, could find no trace or valuable remnants, and they returned in disappointment. The Qijua sect was merely a dilapidated faction with scant resources remaining, most of which had been utterly buried beneath the sand and stones. Although many cultivators continued to arrive from all directions over the past few days, most could only cast a fleeting glance at the ruins of the Qijua sect before reluctantly departing. However, numerous wandering cultivators lingered in the rear of Qijua Mountain, armed with spiritual tools, diligently searching and probing the area. These wanderers, lacking any backing and already deprived of resources for their cultivation, were determined not to miss the opportunity to scavenge amidst the ruins of the fallen sect. Shen Qi and Chun Miaoshan paid no heed to these wandering cultivators. They strolled and observed, eventually halting before the entrance to the forbidden area. The cave entrance was nearly obscured by earth and debris, revealing only a vague outline. Had it not been for Chun Miaoshan's meticulous attention, Shen Qi, alone, would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate the entrance. With a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his palm, Shen Qi unleashed a formidable sword Qi, instantly scattering the rubble at the cave's mouth. Before him stood an ancient stone door, adorned with cloud patterns that exuded a faint aura of mystery. Just as the stone door became visible, a sharp voice echoed in Shen Qi's ear. "Look here, treasures are indeed hidden within, haha." In the next moment, a lean old man clad in coarse garments flew out from behind Shen Qi, hovering before him. The old man stroked his goat beard with his right hand, gazing at the stone door with fervent interest. Casting a glance at Shen Qi, he released a faint aura of perfected golden core cultivation, intertwined with a hint of suppressive force, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The pressure surged towards Shen Qi, imbued with a semblance of intimidation. Unfazed, Shen Qi coldly regarded the old man. The old man sneered disdainfully, saying, "You, boy, this cave belongs to me. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Before the old man's words could fully settle, a cold snort resonated from nearby, laced with mockery. "Old Wang, treasures are for those who find them. Why should they be yours alone? With so many people here, your mere perfected golden core status is nothing but a daydream. Truly laughable." At that moment, another rotund middle-aged man swooped in from Shen Qi's left side, halting opposite the goat-bearded elder. The middle-aged man stared at the elder with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, unabashedly exuding the essence of his nascent soul cultivation. A look of pride etched upon his face. The elder, Wang Yin, changed his expression and exclaimed, "Du Xiaodong, you have actually condensed a false infant?" The middle-aged man, Du Xiaodong, smiled even broader, responding with an air of arrogance. "Merely a fortnight ago, I chanced upon a transformation pill, which allowed me to successfully condense my false infant. Haha, merely luck." Despite his words, a profound sense of self-satisfaction radiated from Du Xiaodong, and his gaze toward Wang Yin grew increasingly disdainful. Wang Yin's countenance darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Du Xiaodong, do you intend to challenge me?" Du Xiaodong, still smiling, replied, "Wang Yin, do you truly believe that I am incapable of contention?" Meanwhile, more and more rogue cultivators gathered near the cave entrance, each quietly observing from a distance, waiting for an opportune moment to take advantage of the unfolding chaos. Just as it seemed these two were on the brink of a violent confrontation, a figure suddenly soared forward. This figure approached Wang Yun and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, silently gazing at Du Xiaodong. Du Xiaodong noticed that this newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Yin, and was also at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. This individual was Wang Quan, Wang Yin's twin brother. The two had lost their parents at a young age and had relied on each other for survival. By fortunate circumstances, they both embarked on the path of cultivation together, supporting one another through hardship for over 60 years, ultimately achieving their current level of mastery and earning a modest renown among the rogue cultivators of northern Xiantian. They never acted alone. Through their coordinated efforts, they committed numerous heinous acts of murder and treasure theft. Over time, the rogue cultivators in northern Xiantian bestowed upon them the moniker of the strongest rogues beneath the nascent soul. Wang Quan turned to his elder brother, grinning, "Brother, this fellow is all alone. Why not we join forces to eliminate him? Just look at that exquisite yellow-grade spirit sword in his hand. It undoubtedly holds significant value. And he may possess many treasures as well." As he fixated on the spirit sword in Du Xiaodong's grasp, a deep greed flickered across Wang Quan's face. The brothers were well versed in the art of murder and thievery, and such undertakings were second nature to them. However, upon hearing this, Wang An slowly shook his head. Remaining silent, his gaze fixed coolly upon Du Xiaodong. Du Xiaodong seemed to sense the underlying tension, a smile still gracing his lips as he said, Wang An, do you truly believe that even with both of you united, you can contend with me? Wang An let out a cold laugh, ominously stating, Du Xiaodong, even though you have condensed a false infant, you are ultimately not a true nascent soul cultivator. The power of the nascent soul you can summon is insufficient, and you lack mastery over the abilities of a true nascent soul practitioner. With our combined efforts, we have no reason to fear you. Du Xiaodong's smile gradually faded as he acknowledged the truth in Wang An's words. Even if he exerted his utmost to vanquish the two brothers, he would inevitably end up gravely wounded. Yet, at this moment, many other rogue cultivators lurked nearby, and should he suffer serious injuries, he would surely fall victim to the lurking dangers that awaited him. After a moment of contemplation, Du Xiaodong decided to take a step back and propose to Wang An. Wang, since neither of us possesses absolute certainty and we both desire the treasure, why not collaborate for the time being? Let us first eliminate the bothersome flies surrounding us. Once the entrance is opened, we shall rely on our own abilities. Wang An hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. He then turned to survey the scattered cultivators around them, coldly declaring, I grant you 10 breaths to vacate my sight. The scattered cultivators, their expressions shifting dramatically, dared not voice their anger and swiftly retreated like a receding tide. Wang An redirected his gaze to Du Xiaodong, about to speak. When he noticed Du Xiaodong gesturing silently towards Shen Qi, a mocking smile gracing his face. It was then that Wang An realized Shen Qi remained rooted in place. His expression hardened, and he bellowed, You brat, seeking death. With that, he raised his right hand, poised to strike Shen Qi. Unmoved, Shen Qi coldly regarded Wang An and his companions, as if they were already deceased. With a flicker of thought, the 7 absolute sword formation materialized from his soul sea, instantly enveloping the trio within its confines. The sword energy, brimming with boundless murderous intent, surged forth from Shen Qi's palm like a fleeting ray of light. Wang An and his brother, Wang Quan, had no time to react before their bodies cleaved in two. The residual power of the sword energy invaded their soul seas, shattering them completely, resulting in their utter annihilation, dead beyond resurrection. Shen Qi slowly turned, his icy gaze fixated on Du Xiaodong, as sword energy coalesced once more in his palm. Du Xiaodong, seemingly paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, desperately prostrating himself with resounding thuds. Chapter 17. The Green-Eyed Python. As Shen Qi prepared to unleash his sword energy once again, Shen Miaoshan gently grasped the sleeve of his robe. Qi, enough, she implored. Shen Qi, cold and unyielding, shook his head as the sword energy howled forth. Du Xiaodong let out a mournful wail as his body was cleaved asunder. With a flicker of thought, the sword formation returned to his being. Shen Miaoshan frowned, questioning, Qi, why must you kill him? Shen Qi retorted dismissively. These individuals harbor ill intentions. Their demise is well-deserved. Shen Miaoshan fell silent. Shen Qi turned his attention to the stone door before him, channeling a surge of profound spiritual energy as he launched another strike of sword energy. The blade struck the stone door fiercely, yet it was as though it had plunged into the ocean. The door remained utterly unyielding, not even a trace of a mark left behind. Shen Qi, astonished, exclaimed, Master, what material is this stone door crafted from? It is astonishingly resilient, though I wielded only a fraction of my strength, capable of slicing through gold and iron. I cannot believe that it produced not even a spark upon impact. Shen Miaoshan stepped forward and explained, this stone door is a fragment of a celestial meteorite. Upon acquiring this immense meteorite, our esteemed ancestor, with unparalleled cultivation, meticulously carved out a small piece, inscribing it with cloud patterns and sealing powers, thus creating this stone door. The remaining portion of the meteorite was preserved within the sword pool, engraved with the essence of the 7 absolute sword, forming a sword monument. Shen Qi was astounded. How could the 7 absolute ancestor have transformed such a hard meteorite into such a smooth and orderly piece? What formidable and terrifying spiritual power must he have been able to summon? Shen Qi exclaimed, Master, to what level of cultivation did our ancestor attain to cleave the meteorite with a single strike? Shen Miaoshan chuckled. I am uncertain of the exact extent of our ancestor's cultivation. However, our 7 absolute sect was once among the mightiest sects of Xiantian Prefecture, with countless skilled disciples. Yet, after our ancestor ascended, the sect gradually fell into decline. Today, the 7 absolute sect has entirely vanished. With a sigh, Shen Miaoshan lamented. Fearing that she might become engulfed in sorrow, Shen Qi quickly shifted the topic, urging, Master, your cultivation surpasses mine. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can break open this stone door? Shen Yaoshan teased. Cheer, you are now far more formidable than I. With a single sword, you can slay two at the peak of Golden Core. I am merely at the late Golden Core stage. If you cannot open the stone door, how could I? Shen Qi smiled, slightly embarrassed, and replied, Master, please do not jest. I am merely harnessing the power of the 7 absolute sword formation. My true cultivation pales in comparison to yours. Your spiritual energy is profound. Perhaps you truly could break open this stone door. What harm would there be in trying? Shen Yaoshan shook her head. There is no need for me to exert myself in vain. This stone door is not only incredibly hard, but more importantly, it conceals a restriction set by our ancestor. Unless one's cultivation far exceeds that of our ancestor, breaking the restriction with brute force is futile. Shen Qi, with a forlorn expression, inquired, Master, how then shall we open it? Shen Yaoshan smiled. This forbidden area was originally a deep cavern. Considering safety, your master reconstructed a small cave dwelling within it. Unfortunately, he never allowed me to enter the forbidden area, so I do not know how he opened the stone door. However, there must be some secret nearby. Let us search carefully. Perhaps we can find some mechanism. With no other choice, Shen Qi nodded in agreement and accompanied Shen Yaoshan as they diligently inspected the surroundings of the stone door. Indeed, Shen Yaoshan spotted a recessed area at the lower right of the stone door, resembling a plum blossom-shaped hole. It seemed remarkably familiar, yet she could not recall its significance at that moment. Shen Qi, gazing at the plum blossom-shaped hole, suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, The key. Master, does this hole not resemble the plum blossom key within your storage ring? Shen Yaoshan, puzzled, asked, Sure. How do you know I possess a plum blossom key in my storage ring? Have you investigated my storage ring? Shen Qi's face inexplicably flushed, and he stammered, Previously, when Master instructed you to lead us to escape to the back mountain, you were given a plum blossom key. At that moment, all the disciples witnessed it, and naturally, it has been etched in our memories. Although Shen Yaoshan found his explanation somewhat perplexing, she chose not to dwell on it. She retrieved the plum blossom key from her storage ring and compared it, discovering that it matched perfectly in size. Cautiously, she inserted the key into the lock and, upon securing it, Shen Yaoshan twisted it left and right. With a resounding click, the stone door rumbled open automatically. Shen Qi's expression lit up with joy as he praised. Indeed, it opened. You are truly remarkable, mistress. Shen Yaoshan shot him a glare, took his hand, and led him into the cave. As they stepped inside, before either could react, the stone door crashed shut behind them, enveloped in darkness. Shen Yaoshan felt a surge of anxiety and clutched Shen Qi's hand tightly. He patted her hand reassuringly, aware that her storage ring lacked any illuminating artifacts. And he possessed no storage ring at all. With their vision obscured, they were unable to fly. Thus, Shen Qi could only guide Shen Yaoshan as they cautiously advanced in the dark. Shen Qi carefully released a wisp of soul energy to sense their surroundings, and gradually, he began to acclimate to the cave's oppressive darkness. For some unknown reason, his soul power was severely restricted within this cavern, allowing his consciousness to extend only around 10 yards. Moreover, he was unable to perceive the surrounding scenery clearly, merely catching vague outlines. They wandered through the cave for an indeterminate length of time, encountering nothing but scattered boulders, leaving the atmosphere exceedingly desolate. Shen Qi gazed into the ominous and serpentine passageway ahead, which twisted and turned indefinitely. An inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Shen Yaoshan sensed his change in demeanor and tightened her grip on his hand, inquiring with concern, Cheer, what troubles you? Shen Qi shook his head, refraining from responding. He felt an urge to retreat, but found himself too embarrassed to voice it. The pair paused every 50 steps or so, releasing their soul energy to quietly sense their surroundings. Once assured that no anomalies lurked nearby, they dared to proceed. After a while, as they reached a bend in the path, Shen Qi suddenly stiffened, abruptly wrapping his arms around Shen Yaoshan's slender waist and retreating 3 paces. Before them, a shadow darted past. Shen Yaoshan did not resist. Instead, she quietly embraced Shen Qi's sturdy frame, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson as her heart raced. However, lost in the darkness, Shen Qi remained oblivious to her subtle reactions. His gaze remained fixed ahead, holding his breath and daring not to move. As his soul energy swept through the area, Shen Qi finally discerned some contours. In front of them loomed a dark figure, approximately 30 to 50 yards in size. Exuding an eerie aura, Shen Yaoshan nestled closely against Shen Qi, whispering, Cheer, what is that entity? Shen Qi shook his head and replied with a trembling voice. It appears to be a monstrous beast, resembling both a serpent and a centipede, but I cannot discern it clearly. Upon hearing the mention of a serpent, Shen Yaoshan involuntarily shuddered. Although she was also a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core, she was still a woman, inherently fearful of serpents and other slithering creatures. Shen Qi grasped Shen Yaoshan and retreated another 10 paces, warily fixing his gaze upon the looming shadow ahead. This peculiar silhouette had managed to persist in this forbidden area, undoubtedly possessing terrifying strength, far beyond what he could contend with. Suddenly, the shadow emitted a rustling hiss, and two eerie green lights emerged from the darkness, emanating from its opened eyes. Shen Qi glanced over and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Before him was a massive python, over 50 feet in length and boasting a girth of 4 to 5 feet. It was truly intimidating. At that moment, Shen Yaoshan also discerned the great serpent, her complexion paling as she exclaimed, "A fifth-tier monstrous beast, the green-eyed python. Qi, retreat quickly." A fifth-tier beast's power was indeed comparable to that of a transformation stage cultivator. Given the current cultivation levels of Shen Qi and Shen Yaoshan, they were utterly incapable of resisting the green-eyed python. Shen Yaoshan seized Shen Qi, disregarding the encroaching darkness, and soared into the air, hastily retreating. Chapter 18, The Python Pill. Unfortunately, in the presence of a fifth-tier beast, Shen Yaoshan's speed was woefully inadequate. Before they could react, the green-eyed python had blocked their path, its colossal form completely obstructing their escape route. The python's speed was a supernatural ability only attainable by those at the transformation stage, allowing it to traverse distances in an instant. Gazing at the obstruction, Shen Yaoshan's face paled further, and a wave of despair washed over her heart. Shen Qi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, feeling regretful for having insisted on accompanying Shen Yaoshan into this forbidden cavern. At present, with the Tai E Jade talisman still unfound, it seemed they were destined to meet their demise at the jaws of the green-eyed python. With no avenue for retreat, Shen Qi took a deep breath. Stepping forward to block Shen Yaoshan's path, he summoned the 7 absolute sword formation from his soul sea, establishing a formation spanning 100 paces, while cautiously fixating on the green-eyed python. As he activated the 7 absolute sword formation, the green-eyed python let out another rustling hiss, its coiled head suddenly rising several feet high. Its tail, thick as 3 or 4 feet, lashed out like lightning towards the cavern wall, displaying an astonishing force that shattered several massive stones of 20 to 30 feet in size. The entire forbidden cavern seemed to tremble, and Shen Qi felt a shiver run through him at the sight of the debris. Once the green-eyed python coiled its tail back beneath its body, it began to glide forward slowly. Its pair of green, glowing eyes radiated a chilling green light, locking onto Shen Qi. It was evident that this fifth-tier beast, the green-eyed python, possessed a measure of intelligence. It sensed the murderous intent emanating from the 7 absolute sword formation. A mere initial stage golden core cultivator not only dared to intrude upon its territory, but also harbored intentions of hostility. This provocation further ignited the ferocity within the green-eyed python's gaze. In a fleeting moment, almost as if blinking, the green-eyed python once again swung its mighty tail towards Shen Qi with ferocious intent. As the tail hurtled towards him, the sword energy he had concentrated in his palm erupted forth with a deafening roar. The sword energy from the 7 absolute sword array intertwined and swiftly coalesced, forming an impenetrable net infused with the profound essence of the 7 absolute sword and a fierce killing intent, boldly confronting the python's tail. With a resounding crash, the tail recoiled, a fountain of blood spraying forth. Shen Qi was somewhat taken aback. He had not unleashed his full power with that strike. And considering the green-eyed python was a 5th-tier beast, how could it be so easily dispatched? Racked with pain, the python was enraged. Its emerald gaze now tinged with blood-red fury. It opened its maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, followed by a dazzling display of green spiritual energy erupting from within. The massive wave of spiritual energy from the python surged towards Shen Qi like a tempestuous vortex, shattering the stone walls of the cave and threatening to engulf the entire passageway in an instant. In this dire moment, Shen Qi could no longer afford to hold back. He unleashed all the spiritual energy from his sea of consciousness, channeling it into a sword strike imbued with the full force of the 7 absolute sword intent, aimed directly at the incoming wave of spiritual light. The strength of a beast equivalent to the transformation god stage was still overwhelming for Shen Qi. To ensure his safety, he secretly infused his sword energy with a golden light from his sea of souls. Once again, to Shen Qi's astonishment, the sword energy he unleashed was akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, effortlessly shattering the green-eyed python's spiritual assault. The sword energy met no resistance as it crashed down upon the python's massive head. As the sword energy struck, the green-eyed python deflated like a punctured balloon. A torrential spray of blood erupted as its colossal body trembled uncontrollably, staggering from the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Shen Qi stood in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer potency of the golden light bestowed by the Firefly Elder. With just a subtle activation of this golden light, he had felled a 5th-tier beast of the transformation god realm with a single strike. Shen Qi's gaze fell upon the green-eyed python. now sprawled in a pool of its own blood, its once vibrant emerald eyes dimmed. Its body continued to quiver, struggling to draw breath, a mere shadow of its former self. Chen Miaoshan was equally stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of what she had witnessed. Staring at Shen Qi, she stammered, "Cheer. How could this be? How did you accomplish this?" With a wry smile, Shen Qi understood the folly of revealing his ultimate secret. He quickly adopted an innocent facade, feigning confusion as he replied, "Master, I truly do not know what happened. Could it be that the 7 absolute sword array passed down by our ancestors is simply too formidable, or perhaps this green-eyed python is not truly a 5th-tier beast?" With that, he exaggeratedly threw up his hands in mock bewilderment. Chen Miaoshan shook her head and remarked, "The spiritual fluctuations exhibited by the green-eyed python just now undoubtedly indicate that it is a 5th-tier demon beast. Although Cheer, you rely on the 7 absolute sword array diagram, which allows you to match the combat prowess of someone in the late Yuanying stage, it is absolutely impossible for you to subdue a being in the transformation stage." "But why?" Shen Qi smiled and interjected, "Perhaps we are merely fortunate. It is possible that this green-eyed python is injured and unable to unleash its true strength." Chen Miaoshan, though skeptical, replied, "Perhaps. We have survived great peril, and surely there will be future blessings. It seems destined that you, Cheer, will ultimately find the Tai Jade Talisman." Shen Qi chuckled and quickly approached the green-eyed python, observing its exceedingly feeble condition. Unable to resist, Shen Qi kicked its belly lightly and inquired with curiosity, "Master, how did a 5th-tier demon beast come to exist in this forbidden area? How did my master manage to evade it when he entered the cave?" Chen Miaoshan, equally perplexed, replied, "I am also unclear. Your master never mentioned anything about the secrets within the forbidden area." Shen Qi speculated uncertainly. Could it be that this green-eyed python was left behind by our ancestor, having been nurtured in this forbidden zone all along? Chen Miaoshan sighed. "Now that your master has passed, we are left in the dark regarding those secrets. This green-eyed python's time is short. We need not concern ourselves with it any longer. Let us hasten forward. Perhaps we will encounter the cave that your master constructed." Shen Qi interjected, "Master, please do not rush. Allow me a moment." With that, Shen Qi conjured a wisp of spiritual sword energy and slashed at the abdomen of the green-eyed python. The sword energy cleaved a gap, and Shen Qi deftly reached in to rummage around. After a brief moment, a pearl-sized inner core was extracted by Shen Qi, who promptly handed it to Chen Miaoshan without hesitation. Chen Miaoshan paused for a moment, then remarked with a smile, "Cheer. This inner core is the most vital possession of the green-eyed python. Directly refining it can enhance one's cultivation, and it can also be used to concoct rare elixirs. Such an important item should be kept for yourself." Shen Qi waved her hand and replied, "Master, this item holds little significance for me. I insist you take it. If you refine this inner core, you will undoubtedly ascend to the early Yuanying stage. We are still uncertain how long we will remain in this cave, and there are certainly other unknown dangers lurking here. I am counting on you to protect me." Chen Miaoshan bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with deep affection. Seeing Shen Qi's unwavering resolve, she no longer declined. She enveloped the inner core with a wisp of spiritual energy, slowly seated herself in a meditative posture, and began the process of refining the inner core. Meanwhile, Shen Qi busied herself, for a 4th-tier spirit beast is a treasure trove, and she was unwilling to waste any part of it. After a brief processing of the green-eyed python's remains, Shen Qi found herself in a quandary, for at this moment, she still lacked a storage ring and did not know how to preserve the python's body. A few days prior, Shen Qi had inadvertently discovered that her soul sea could accommodate the 7 absolute sword array diagram and spiritual crystals among other inanimate objects. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qi began to experiment, hoping to see if she could store the green-eyed python's corpse within her soul sea. With a thought, Shen Qi's soul force enveloped the corpse of the green-eyed python, and in an instant, it was drawn into his soul sea. Shen Qi was overjoyed, astonished that his soul sea possessed a storage function. He reveled in the idea that any precious treasures he might acquire in the future could be securely hidden within his soul sea. Contemplating further, he resolved to procure a storage ring upon his return for the sake of discretion. Otherwise, if others observed him taking items from thin air without a storage ring, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicion, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles. After dealing with the green-eyed python, Shen Qi sat to the side, guarding Chen Miaoshan as she refined the python pill, patiently awaiting her success. Chapter 19. The 7 Absolutes Celestial Formation after 2 days of waiting in place. Chen Miaoshan indeed did not disappoint him, successfully advancing to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. She rose slowly, inwardly examining her soul, quietly sensing the profound changes within her spiritual sea. She felt her spiritual sea swell exponentially, with a small nascent soul seated at its center. continuously drawing in and releasing the spiritual energy. As soon as Chen Miaoshan opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Shen Qi's beaming gaze. A gentle smile graced her lips, her expression radiating warmth, as she expressed her gratitude. Cheer. Thank you. Shen Qi grinned broadly, excitement in his voice. You flatter me, mistress. Now that your cultivation has successfully ascended, let us continue our exploration. Chen Miaoshan nodded, taking Shen Qi's hand as they proceeded deeper into the cave. This time, 2 luminous green crystals floated above his head, the very eyes of the green-eyed python. During the process of handling the python, Shen Qi had noticed that the eyes emitted a persistent green glow, so he had casually extracted them to use as illuminating pearls. Though the eerie green light cast an unsettling ambience within the cavern, it was undeniable that the illumination provided by the python's eyes brought a sense of security. Under the glow, Shen Qi could clearly perceive the surroundings of the cave for approximately 10 zhang, allowing both he and Chen Miaoshan to respond promptly to any unusual occurrences. Unlike their initial chaotic state, as they meandered through the winding passages, after approximately half a day, the keen-eyed Shen Qi spotted an unexpectedly spacious clearing at the bend of the corridor ahead. This plaza spanned thousands of zhang, connected at both ends to narrow passageways. If Shen Qi were to soar above, he would observe that the plaza resembled an inflated balloon, with its peculiar and abrupt terrain. Scattered across this vast expanse were countless sword-shaped stone tablets, their hard rock composition forming a dense array that nearly filled the plaza, creating a magnificent sword formation. Each tablet was relatively modest in size, standing around 3 zhang tall. Alas, the sword monuments were numerous, one after another, amounting to no less than 1,000. These monuments stood closely together, forming an almost impenetrable barrier in front of the cave passage. Shen Qi gazed upon them, each monument resembling a sword unsheathed, piercing the earth with unwavering resolve. From a distance, he could sense the air around the sword monument square was saturated with an overwhelming aura of death. A palpable wave of murderous intent emanated from each monument, intertwining like a conflagration of lethal energy reaching for the heavens. What was even more peculiar was the shimmering gusts that flickered above these monuments, coalescing into a tempestuous whirlwind. These silver rays flowed languidly, their fierce winds intertwining with increasing ferocity, ultimately forming a vortex that spanned 1,000 feet. As Shen Qi beheld the terrifying sight of the vortex, a chill crept upon him. He could easily envision the might of the swirling winds. Any cultivator who dared approach would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Chen Miaoshan stepped forward, speaking in a measured tone. Chier, this must be the 7 absolute heavenly gang array your master previously mentioned. Shen Qi, taken aback, replied, Master, this sword monument square is evidently a natural sword formation. Given the oppressive aura it exudes, even a cultivator at the transformation stage would find themselves in dire peril. Could it be that my master has situated his cave behind this sword formation? How could he possibly traverse this place with his nascent soul cultivation? Chen Miaoshan shook her head, her expression one of confusion. I cannot say. Your master has never divulged any information regarding the forbidden areas to me. Shen Qi sighed. What shall we do then? It seems reckless to charge through. Chen Miaoshan pondered. If we could locate the formation's eye, dispelling it would dissipate the winds summoned by the sword monuments, allowing us safe passage. Shen Qi's eyes brightened. Master, have you studied the art of formations? Are you confident in dismantling this sword array? Chen Miaoshan shook her head. The intricacies of formation are profoundly mysterious. I possess only a superficial understanding. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to break the array. Shen Qi managed a forced smile, responding casually. In that case, let us simply forge ahead. Perhaps this sword formation is not as fearsome as we imagine. With that, Shen Qi took the lead, soaring into the sword array. Chen Miaoshan's heart raced, and she swiftly followed suit with the teleportation technique. However, the moment Shen Qi entered the sword array, he felt an inexplicable heaviness, losing control and plummeting from the sky. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and leaving him in a rather undignified state. Shen Qi rose with a wry smile, a hint of frustration glimmering in his eyes. He dusted off his garments and stood silently, refraining from any further impulsive actions. Chen Miaoshan approached, kindly helping him adjust his attire. With a playful smile, she teased, I warned you against reckless behavior. You'll only suffer more for it. Shen Qi, sulking, retorted, Master, it is no jest. How was I to know this wretched sword array concealed such a sealing force? Once inside, I was unable to fly. Chen Miaoshan smiled and remarked, I have just attempted to use the teleportation technique, only to discover that I too am unable to utilize it. I must proceed on foot. Shen Qi surveyed the surrounding sword monuments and casually unleashed a sword energy technique. He keenly sensed that the space around the sword monuments had inexplicably thickened. The air seemed to be filled with yellow sand, causing the flow of spiritual energy to become exceedingly sluggish and slow, rendering the sword energy incapable of piercing through the void. Strangely, the moment Shen Qi activated his spiritual energy, a murderous intent locked onto Wang Lin. A fierce gale howled and spiraled, as if it were about to pounce upon him. It seemed to serve as a warning that should he dare to wield his cultivation again, the murderous intent would transform into tangible harm, and the gale would attack him furiously. This murderous intent was directed solely at Shen Qi. Shen Miaoshan remained oblivious to it. Clearly, the purpose of the sword array in unleashing this murderous intent was not to kill, but rather to serve as a deterrent. Were it otherwise, the fierce wind would have likely torn Shen Qi to shreds the moment he stepped into the sword array. Unable to activate spiritual energy, they could not rely on brute force to shatter the sword array. At present, their only recourse was to seek out the array's core and break it through their understanding of array techniques. Shen Miaoshan calmly gazed upon the multitude of sword monuments before her and slowly deduced, this array is named the 7 Absolute Heavenly Gang Destruction Array. It is likely related to the orientation of the Heavenly Gang and the Big Dipper. The positions of the sword monuments at Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yawang should correspond to the array's core. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's expression brightened, and he scrutinized his surroundings. The interior of the sword array was strewn with massive stones, interspersed with countless ravines crisscrossing one another, evidently. Another array's restrictions were in place to guard the core of the sword array. Shen Qi let out a hearty laugh and declared, what a mere array within an array. Do they truly believe they can confine me? Shen Qi, no longer concerned with provoking the murderous intent of the sword array, he waved his right hand in the air, conjuring the diagram of the 7 Absolute sword array. The diagram swelled to a size of 1,000 feet, instantly encompassing the entire area of the sword monuments, even as the howling gale raged around it. In the blink of an eye, the endless sword energy swirling within the 7 Absolute sword array converged. Shen Qi summoned the golden light of his soul sea to intertwine with the sword energy, transforming the vast expanse of sword energy into a golden sword light, which dove downwards to strike at 3 specific locations within the array. At that moment, the fierce gale in midair surged towards the golden sword light. However, as soon as the gale made contact with the golden light, it bizarrely dissipated, ultimately transforming into fine particles of sand that settled to the ground. Shen Miaoshan stood in stunned silence, gazing at Shen Qi's back, realizing that she could no longer comprehend her precious disciple. Each of his actions consistently surpassed her expectations. As the sword light descended, the impact of the sword energy reduced over 100 sword monuments to mere ash. Yet, to Shen Qi's astonishment, the sword energy seemed to have activated the sword array. The remaining sword monuments inexplicably began to shift and move, and the vortex of the gale reformed in midair, now even more ferocious than before. Shen Qi could not discern the sequence of the sword monuments' movements, only perceiving countless overlapping images of them. The rapidly shifting sword monuments left him feeling dizzy and disoriented, and when the monuments finally came to rest, the orientation of the sword array had subtly shifted. Shen Qi's gaze flickered, coldly fixated on the transformed sword steel, the icy glint in his eyes becoming increasingly fierce. With a swift motion of his right hand through the air, a dazzling golden light erupted from within him, enveloping the sword steel in an infinite expanse of brilliance. Shen Qi once more summoned the 7 Absolute sword array. The sword energy bathed in the resplendent golden glow. The sword energy swept forth, unleashing a colossal golden sword light, 100 feet in size, that sliced through the air with remarkable speed toward all the sword steel. With a thunderous roar, the sword light cascaded down like mercury, obliterating all in its path. Whether it was the whirling winds of the vortex, the lethal intent of the sword array, or the barriers of restriction, all were rendered to nothingness before the might of this 100-foot golden sword light. In the blink of an eye, every sword steel within the passage dissipated into oblivion. Shen Miaoshan sensed a subtle tremor beginning to resonate within the forbidden cave. In a fit of rage, Shen Qi harnessed the luminous power of the Fireflies, forcefully breaking through the 7 Absolute Celestial Annihilation Array. Retrieving the 7 Absolute Sword Array, Shen Qi surveyed the empty cavern before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 20. The Brocade Box. After dismantling the Celestial Annihilation Sword Array, Shen Qi pulled the dazed Shen Miaoshan forward as they continued deeper into the cave. After a brief period, Shen Qi finally discovered a recessed area at a bend in the passage, revealing the cave dwelling constructed by his modest master, Shen Lin. Rather than a dwelling, it was more aptly described as a cave, with an entrance scarcely 3 paces wide, barely accommodating a single person at a time. Upon entering, the interior space proved equally modest, comparable to that of a guest room. Shen Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, surmising that Shen Lin had not placed much importance on this location, merely setting it up casually. The cave was sparsely furnished, with a few scattered weapons piled haphazardly against the walls. However, most of these weapons were mediocre yellow-grade spirit artifacts, utterly unremarkable. Scattered upon the walls were a disarray of herbs and runes, equally mundane, eliciting not even a fleeting interest from Shen Qi. In the center of the cave stood a solitary long table, upon which rested a brocade box. The box was ancient in appearance, adorned with intricate azure patterns. Unmistakably not an ordinary object. Shen Qi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he hastened forward to grasp the brocade box. Examining the box, he noted its lightness. Uncertain of its contents, Shen Qi attempted to probe the interior with his spiritual sense, only to discover a restriction within the box that thwarted his perception. Weighing the brocade box in his hand, he turned to Chen Miaoshan, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Mother, it seems Master has crafted this dilapidated cave solely to house this brocade box. Do you think it contains the Tai Jade talisman?" Chen Miaoshan shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Whether it does or not, why not open the box and see for yourself?" Shen Qi chuckled, pointing with a finger, causing the small lock on the box to shatter and fall away. He tugged at the ring, expecting the brocade box to open effortlessly. Unexpectedly, the lid of the brocade box seemed to be firmly affixed, resisting all of Shen Qi's efforts to pry it open. With a furrowed brow, Shen Qi unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, striking the box. Yet, the energy dissipated upon contact with the surface, leaving the box unchanged. Pausing in astonishment, Shen Qi remarked, "What a peculiar box. I cannot fathom its material. Even my spiritual energy fails to breach it." Chen Miaoshan stepped forward to scrutinize the brocade box, gently tracing the azure patterns on its surface. With uncertainty, she mused, "These azure patterns contain a trace of soul energy's seal. The essence of the soul evolves into divine spirit, a technique only accessible to those at the divine transformation stage. The soul energy within this seal was likely arranged by the box's master." Shen Qi, perplexed, inquired, "Master, how could an item belonging to a divine transformation cultivator end up in Master's possession?" Shaking her head, Chen Miaoshan replied, "I am equally in the dark. Your master has never revealed this brocade box to me, nor has he divulged its secrets. It seems he harbors many mysteries, yet alas, there may never be another opportunity to uncover them." Noticing Chen Miaoshan's melancholic sigh, Shen Qi hastily shifted the subject, offering the brocade box to her, asking, "Master, would you attempt to open it?" Chen Miaoshan declined, shaking her head. "Unless we can dispel the soul energy's seal, the box remains impervious. As a mere initial stage nascent soul cultivator, even if I were to meditate and refine my energy for a century, I would scarcely make a dent. It would be futile to waste our efforts." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's expression dimmed with disappointment, gazing at the brocade box, feeling a pang of frustration akin to possessing a treasure yet being unable to claim it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Shen Qi's mind. Why not invoke the golden light of the soul? Almost chastising herself for forgetting the extraordinary abilities of the Firefly Senior, Shen Qi decisively summoned the golden light, condensing it in her palm, and struck the azure patterns on the box with her right hand. With a resounding bang, as anticipated, the azure patterns shattered, cleaving the brocade box in two. Chen Miaoshan stood momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, she seized Shen Qi's right hand, fixating on the faint golden light emanating from her palm, her expression a mix of disbelief. Perhaps it could be dismissed as coincidence once or twice, but with such consistent outcomes, Chen Miaoshan began to doubt Shen Qi's earlier explanations. With an odd gaze fixed on Shen Qi, her tone becoming somewhat heavy, she queried, "Sure, what precisely is this golden light? Earlier, with this golden light, you effortlessly dispatched the fourth-tier spirit beast, the green-eyed python. Now, you have forcibly breached the divine soul seal of a divine transformation cultivator. Are you concealing some forbidden technique from your master?" Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated the golden light's power from the Firefly would be so formidable, proving effective each time it was utilized. Upon hearing Chen Miaoshan's inquiry, a jolt of anxiety coursed through Shen Qi's heart. Unintentionally, I found myself somewhat carried away, inadvertently revealing the resplendent divine powers of the Firefly Elder, which caused Chen Miaoshan to begin harboring doubts. Although she understood that he was concerned for her well-being, I had no intention of divulging the secrets of the Firefly Elder. Thus, I hastily concocted an excuse, smiling as I explained, "Mistress, please do not jump to wild conclusions. I too have been a bit muddled. This golden light appeared within me automatically after I fused with the 7 absolute sword intent. Initially, I paid it little mind. It was only after inadvertently activating the golden light last time that I discovered its immense destructive power. I was uncertain earlier, so I decided to test it again with this brocade box. To my surprise, the golden light is indeed extraordinarily remarkable. Though my explanation was somewhat tenuous, it sufficed to visibly ease Chen Miaoshan's expression. She fixed her gaze intently upon me, and after a moment, she spoke again, half convinced. Is it truly so? You haven't deceived me, have you, Qi? I met her gaze directly, mischievously blinking and grinning. Of course not. When have I ever misled you, mistress? Chen Yaoshan nodded, refraining from further inquiry. I turned aside, discreetly inhaling a deep breath, internally exclaiming how perilous the situation had been. Upon looking back at the shattered brocade box, I noticed a bundle of red satin nestled within. It seemed to encase something, and upon unwrapping it, I discovered the Tai jade talisman quietly lying within. A surge of joy washed over me as I exclaimed, indeed, it is the Tai jade talisman. I never imagined my master truly possessed this treasure. Chen Yaoshan sighed. A man without guilt bears the burden of possessing a treasure. Had my husband surrendered this item earlier, he could have avoided the calamity that befell our family. I consoled her. One cannot bring the dead back to life. Please do not dwell on sorrow any longer, mistress. She turned away, wiping away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. I resumed my gaze upon the Tai jade talisman in my hand, which felt remarkably cold, as if I were grasping an ancient piece of ice. The intricate dragon patterns on its surface were remarkably complex, exuding a faint aura of antiquity. After a moment of contemplation, I turned to Chen Yaoshan and said, Mistress, I intend to attempt refining this Tai jade talisman now. I would be grateful if you could protect me during the process. She nodded, smiling. Very well. Qi, focus on your refinement. I shall stand guard nearby. However, do take heed. The primordial power of a refining expert is formidable, so do not force the process. Proceed with care. I smiled in agreement, settling into a cross-legged position, as my inner energy surged and gradually infiltrated the talisman. Chapter 21. The Divine Soul Body. My hands moved with rapid precision. A series of intricate hand seals coalescing from my palms and merging into the Tai jade talisman. Simultaneously, I recited an arcane incantation in a hushed tone. Moments later, I beheld streams of silver light suddenly emanating from the talisman. These silver rays represented the primordial power contained within. I had initially anticipated the refining process to be fraught with challenges. To his astonishment, Shen Qi effortlessly activated the primal force as his spiritual energy was drawn forth. The extracted primal force surged relentlessly into his spiritual sea, coalescing into a mass within it. After the passage of roughly an incense stick's duration, the primal force contained within the jade talisman was entirely consumed, entering Shen Qi's spiritual ocean. Ultimately, the primal force coalesced into a massive silver energy sphere, spanning an impressive 100 feet in diameter. Once the sphere stabilized in size, it began to disintegrate and disperse. The primal force that overflowed started to unleash the inherent order contained within it. An overwhelming torrent of chaotic rules surged towards Shen Qi's spiritual sea, seemingly intent on tearing it apart. Shen Qi gritted his teeth against the sharp pain radiating from his spiritual sea, channeling all of his spiritual energy to stabilize it. Crack! Crack! When Shen Qi's energy made contact with the frenzied order rules, it shattered and dissipated in an instant. The residual force of the order rules continued unabated. Hurtling towards his spiritual sea, Shen Qi's consciousness penetrated the space of his spiritual sea, witnessing the collapse of his own energy, and could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. This is impossible. The entire scenario was utterly bizarre. Shen Qi had never encountered such a phenomenon. In his recollections, the primal force within the jade talisman should have been an unclaimed entity, easily condensed into his spiritual ocean. An unclaimed primal force should inherently be gentle and devoid of resistance, allowing him to seamlessly integrate it into his spiritual sea. Perplexed, Shen Qi pondered why the primal force from the talisman would assail his spiritual ocean. Could it be that something about his spiritual sea was different, provoking a repulsive reaction from the primal force? At that moment, Shen Qi found himself at a loss for how to proceed, with no means of counteraction. If he allowed these chaotic forces to assault his spiritual sea unchecked, it would surely lead to its total destruction within the hour, resulting in the loss of his cultivation. As the primal force collided with his spiritual sea, he felt as if it were on the verge of exploding. The pain emanating from his dantian intensified, compelling his consciousness to emit a low, anguished howl, yet his cries were drowned out by the tumultuous assault of the primal force against his spiritual sea. This agony was akin to a living death, had it not been for the formidable strength of his nascent spiritual sea, comparable to the early stages of divine transformation. Shen Qi would have certainly coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Desperate as an ant on a hot pan, Shen Qi felt utterly helpless, forced to watch as an ever-increasing number of order rules erupted from the primal force, violently assaulting his spiritual sea. In a fit of rage, Shen Qi cursed, "Damn this primal force. These order rules are far too tyrannical. This is not fusion, it's an outright attempt to refine my spiritual sea. No, more accurately, this primal force seeks to seize my very body." Shen Qi had recently attempted to channel the radiant power of gold into his spiritual sea, yet for reasons unknown. It seemed as if an impenetrable barrier thwarted its entry into his inner sanctum. The primordial energy within the Tai Jade Talisman appeared to harbor a peculiar force, which had seized complete dominion over Shen Qi's spiritual realm, rendering him its sole sovereign. Enraged, Shen Qi bellowed, "Cursed primordial energy! I shall not permit you to invade my spiritual pool." Gritting his teeth, he recklessly began to compress his spiritual power, intent on detonating it entirely, hoping to perish alongside this malevolent primordial force. At that moment, a resounding, mocking laughter emanated from the primordial energy sphere, laced with boundless disdain. Ha! Simultaneously, within Shen Qi's spiritual pool, a figure gradually materialized. Trembling with trepidation, Shen Qi realized this was no mere illusion. It was a tangible soul entity. His expression shifted dramatically, for when he had drawn upon the primordial energy, he had been entirely oblivious to the existence of this enigmatic soul within it. The mysterious soul entity sneered contemptuously, declaring, "Child, cease your futile struggles. Your spiritual realm is entirely under my control. With your meager foundation in the early stages of the Golden Core, you dare to contemplate a self-detonation that would bring us both to ruin? Such delusions are laughable." Shen Qi retorted coldly, "If you truly command this space, why do you not strike me down? I suspect your words are mere fabrications, intended to unsettle my mind." The mysterious soul entity scoffed, "Humph. You, mere child, are not worthy of my full attention. Do you think I lack the power to eliminate you? It is simply not yet time. Once I have fully usurped your spiritual sea and claimed your body, I could eradicate you with a mere gesture." Shen Qi found himself momentarily speechless. The mysterious soul's words rang true. At present, he was utterly incapable of resisting the overwhelming forces that assailed his spiritual sea. Were it not for the unseen assistance of the elder Firefly, who had previously enhanced his spiritual realm, Shen Qi's spiritual sea would have undoubtedly shattered by now. The primordial energy within the Jade Talisman was overwhelmingly potent, a power belonging to a formidable being of the void refinement realm, far beyond the grasp of a fledgling Golden Core practitioner. A flicker of regret began to surface within Shen Qi's heart as he lamented his recent arrogance, fueled by the elder Firefly's invisible aid, leading him to recklessly overreach and plunge himself into this dire predicament. He had never considered the veracity of the rumors he had heard, nor had he pondered the potential dangers concealed within the Tai Jade Talisman. His countenance darkened further as he realized that he was unable to summon the once reliable radiant power of gold from the elder Firefly. The mysterious soul entity grinned sinisterly, taunting, "Do not fret, little one. I shall not end your life so swiftly. You are, after all, the key to my ascension." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's expression grew even more ominous. The enigmatic soul entity suddenly changed its tone, a cold smirk forming upon its visage. "Little child, prepare to surrender your body." Slowly, the mysterious soul entity parted its lips and expelled a jade talisman, which appeared remarkably ancient, yet emanated a terrifying aura of annihilation. Upon casting a glance, Shen Qi was momentarily stunned. The design of this talisman bore an uncanny resemblance to the Tai talisman he had acquired. Shen Qi's gaze fixated upon the talisman, consumed by a singular desire to comprehend its true nature and purpose. The mysterious soul entity, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Little child, it seems you are quite familiar with this talisman. Haha, this talisman is indeed a treasure. Without it, I would not have been able to usurp so many promising souls." Shen Qi's expression darkened as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the legends surrounding the Tai Academy's Tai talisman were merely a fade for an insidious plot. "You dare to usurp me? My ancestors will not let you escape unscathed," Shen Qi retorted coldly. The mysterious soul entity chuckled sinisterly. "Little child, shall we make a wager? Do you dare to see if I will?" Enraged, Shen Qi turned away, refusing to meet its gaze. Internally, he cried out for the Firefly Elder, "Hurry and save me. I have yet to make my mark in this world, and now I face total annihilation." After the mysterious soul entity cast the Jade Talisman, the force of the Order rules surged exponentially, causing the origin energy sphere to disintegrate completely. The relentless tide of Order rules crashed violently upon Shen Qi's spiritual sea. If the Order rules continued to unleash such overwhelming might upon the spiritual sea, it would not take long before Shen Qi's spiritual reservoir collapsed entirely under the onslaught of spiritual energy. Despair deepened in Shen Qi's heart. Chapter 22. Soul Refinement and Spirit Usurpation. 10 breaths later, Shen Qi's spiritual sea was utterly shattered, causing his cultivation to plummet rapidly, from the early Golden Core stage to the late Foundation Establishment stage, then to the mid-stage, early stage, and finally to the 10th level of Qi refinement. In the blink of an eye, Shen Qi's cultivation dissipated completely, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. Moreover, Shen Qi acutely felt his soul sea beginning to tremble and fracture as the talisman controlled by the soul entity suddenly plunged into his soul sea, voraciously devouring his soul energy. The terrifying speed of this consumption suggested that within a mere hour, Shen Qi would face the dire fate of losing his very soul. Yet, even in this moment of utmost peril, the Firefly Elder still did not appear. In anguish and despair, Shen Qi gazed at the surroundings of his soul sea, yearning for a glimpse of the golden firefly's ethereal form. Frustrated, Shen Qi muttered to himself, pondering why the elder had yet to materialize. Had the firefly departed from his being? An hour swiftly elapsed, and Shen Qi's vast soul sea lay in tatters, reduced to a mere thread of soul thought. Akin to a solitary boat adrift on a boundless ocean, precariously teetering on the brink of destruction. As Shen Qi's soul sea shattered completely, the mysterious soul entity, which had been biding its time, finally manifested within his soul sea. Gazing at the jade talisman radiating with resplendent hues, the enigmatic soul entity let out a hearty laugh, brimming with pride as it exclaimed, "What an exquisite vessel this is! From this day forth, it shall belong to me, haha." Having spoken, the mysterious soul entity opened its mouth and devoured the talisman, which soared towards its gaping maw. Just as the talisman was on the verge of entering the depths of the soul entity, a brilliant golden light suddenly flooded the soul sea of Shen Qi, and a golden firefly materialized out of thin air. At the moment of the firefly's appearance, Shen Qi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, yearning to scream in joy. Alas, his soul consciousness was on the brink of shattering, leaving him feeble and incapable of even bowing in respect, reduced to a mere spectator of the firefly's brilliance. In an instant, as the golden light enveloped the mysterious soul entity, a sharp scream erupted from its lips. The golden firefly emitted a luminous glow that struck the soul entity, causing dense white smoke to billow forth. The searing heat of the golden light made the soul entity tremble uncontrollably, its form rapidly diminishing, shrinking to nearly half its size, and becoming almost translucent. The visage of the soul entity twisted in horror as it beheld the golden firefly, pleading desperately, "Senior, please spare my life. I beg for your mercy." The firefly remained unperturbed, its eyes coldly fixed upon the soul entity, its gaze flashing with golden brilliance. The soul entity felt as though it was being scorched by the golden light, on the verge of complete evaporation, and could not suppress its cries of anguish, stammering, "I, the unworthy junior, have disturbed your tranquil cultivation. Please forgive me. I shall retreat at once." In response, the firefly's eyes flickered with a chilling light, and a searing beam of gold shot forth, striking the mysterious soul entity with fierce intensity. The entity quivered violently and collapsed to the ground. It struggled to disperse its soul power, seeking to flee from Shen Qi's soul sea. But despair washed over it as it realized the space was sealed by the golden light. The mystical abilities it harbored were rendered utterly ineffective before the golden radiance, severing even the connection with its sacred soul artifact, the Tai Jade Talisman. At that moment, the mysterious soul entity resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly at the mercy of the firefly. Under the firefly's extraordinary golden light, it was only a matter of moments before the soul entity would be completely obliterated. Just as it awaited its grim fate in desolation, the soul entity witnessed the firefly's form gradually dissipating, followed by the emergence of a phantom. Shen Qi, observing nearby, was slightly taken aback. The last time he had slain Mo Lini, the firefly had also coalesced into a massive form within his soul sea. However, this time was different. The phantom the golden firefly conjured was no longer that of an insect, but rather a humanoid figure. Shen Qi surmised that this phantom might indeed be the true form of the esteemed predecessor. Regrettably, the radiant golden glow emanating from the phantom obscured Shen Qi's view of its features. With a mere gesture of its finger, the phantom softened the golden light enveloping the mysterious soul entity. The enigmatic spirit entity felt a slight alleviation of the searing pain, yet the golden light's confinement persisted, rendering it incapable of invoking any divine abilities. The ethereal figure gradually spoke, its vast voice resonating throughout Shen Qi's soul ocean. As ascendant cultivators, you ought not to find yourselves in this inferior realm. The practices of soul disintegration and spirit theft are taboos within the cultivation world. Are you aware of your transgressions? The mysterious spirit entity bowed its head repeatedly, pleading for mercy. "I, a junior, acknowledge my errors. Esteemed elder, please spare my life." The ethereal voice reverberated once more, devoid of discernible emotion, and inquired blandly. The lore surrounding the Tai Chi Jade talismans is notably prevalent in this lower realm. Was this an intentional act on your part? Or is it that the Tai Chi Academy is indeed your clandestine establishment in the mortal realm, aimed at selecting exceptional individuals for soul theft? A cold sweat broke out on the mysterious spirit entity, which trembled as it replied, "I dare not deceive you, esteemed elder. The Tai Chi Academy has indeed been covertly aiding our schemes. The ethereal figure snorted coldly and inquired in a frigid tone. We? The spirit entity hastily prostrated again, trembling as it stammered. In response to the esteemed elder, within our secondary realm, the Tiying realm, there are indeed over 100 perfected ascendant cultivators who, in fear of heavenly tribulations, dare not confront their trials. These individuals have clandestinely formed a replacement alliance, employing the art of soul theft to create puppets that endure the tribulations in their stead. The ethereal figure scoffed. So, you collaborate with the Tai Chi Academy, which assists you in crafting soul-concealing artifacts for your hidden souls. In turn, you all disintegrate yourselves within, awaiting the opportunity to seize souls. The mysterious spirit entity nodded tremulously, too terrified to utter a sound, kneeling in abject fear. After a moment, the ethereal figure posed another question. How many times have you confronted heavenly tribulations? The spirit entity replied, trembling. I attempted 5 times, all of which ended in failure. The ethereal figure laughed coldly in fury. Thus, it follows that 5 exceptionally talented young disciples have perished at your hands. The mysterious spirit entity could only bow repeatedly, rendered speechless. The ethereal figure continued. Are you aware of how many Tai Chi jade talismans have been refined by disciples in the lower realms to date? The spirit entity responded uncertainly. I have only been a part of the replacement alliance for a mere 500 years. From what I understand, it is likely well over 1,000. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi could not help but gasp. The refining of over 1,000 Tai Chi jade talismans implied that at least 1,000 talented cultivators had their paths to cultivation severed. After a moment of silence, the ethereal figure spoke coldly. The crime of soul theft must be punished. With that, the figure pointed a finger, and a blinding golden light shot forth, hurtling towards the mysterious spirit entity. No, before the spirit entity could utter another word, it was entirely consumed and refined by the golden light, its essence transforming into a powerful soul force that dispersed within Shen Qi's soul ocean. Chapter 23. A new breakthrough after the dissolution of that ethereal spirit. The apparition turned its gaze towards the flickering remnant of Shen Qi's soul essence. With a mere gesture, a gentle beam of golden light surged forth, enveloping the last vestige of Shen Qi's soul energy instantaneously. The apparition then raised its hand, and the boundless soul energy that had diffused upon the spirit's disappearance swiftly coalesced into slender silver rays. These rays flew orderly into the palm of the apparition, continuously compressed until they formed a luminous silver sphere. Once more, the apparition pointed into the air, drawing Shen Qi's remaining soul essence towards it with the golden light. As the apparition's palms opened and closed in a complex gesture, the silver sphere seamlessly merged into Shen Qi's soul essence, while the golden light intertwined with it, imprinting Shen Qi's spiritual energy within the sphere. In the blink of an eye, the relentless soul energy, born from the mysterious spirit, transformed entirely into Shen Qi's own source of soul power. Simultaneously, Shen Qi's shattered sea of souls began to restore itself under the golden illumination. The infusion of the overwhelming soul energy further augmented the sea, expanding it to an impressive size of 3,000 zhang. Such a vast expanse of sea, now rivaling the capabilities of an advanced deity, was indeed remarkable. Shortly thereafter, the Firefly apparition flickered and materialized within Shen Qi's spiritual sea. At this moment, Shen Qi's spiritual realm lay in ruin, completely dismantled by the forces of order, with its spiritual energy sources long depleted, radiating an aura of desolation. The apparition reached out once more, commanding the essence of destruction to obediently return to its palm. It then released a wave of golden light, swiftly compressing and refining it. In a miraculous turn of events, the silver sphere of primordial energy that Shen Qi had initially extracted reappeared, whole and pristine, within the apparition's grasp. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Qi was left utterly astounded, unable to fathom the level of mastery possessed by this venerable figure before him. The sheer magnitude of power displayed was incomprehensible. As the apparition poised to implant the silver energy sphere into Shen Qi's spiritual sea, intending to assist in the fusion of the primordial force, it hesitated, musing aloud. Very well, I shall expend some effort to refine and reorganize your physical form. Upon hearing the apparition's first words directed at him, Shen Qi's heart surged with excitement, and he nodded fervently. Observing his enthusiasm, the apparition extended its fingertip once more, emitting a beam of golden light that instantaneously enveloped Shen Qi's spiritual sea, restoring the shattered realm. The oppressive aura dissipated. Meanwhile, within the confines of this forbidden cavern, Chen Miaoshan had been quietly watching over Shen Qi for 3 days. His continued slumber began to stir her concern. As she paced anxiously, she suddenly noticed an array of brilliant golden lights emanating from Shen Qi's body, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Chen Miaoshan felt a wave of confusion, about to voice her inquiry, when she was struck with astonishment as she witnessed Shen Qi's form unraveling, beginning at the chest and gradually dissipating into the ether. Alarmed, she rushed forward, attempting to grasp Shen Qi's hand. Yet, the moment her fingers brushed against the golden radiance, her body froze in place. Her expression turning devoid of any emotion, resembling a statue, her eyes hollow as they stared blankly ahead. In no time, Shen Qi's form vanished entirely. Yet the golden light remained, flickering several times before a spectral image of golden blood materialized from thin air. The ethereal blood descended to the ground, delineating the shape of a man. Gradually, from within the confines of that outlined figure, a brand new body began to coalesce. This newly formed physique was none other than the reconstituted Shen Qi. Once Shen Qi's form was completely restored, it naturally settled into a meditative posture. As the physical body of Shen Qi fully regained its integrity, the golden light flickered once more and retreated into Shen Qi's being. Of course, Chen Miaoshan did not witness this bizarre scene. In the instant the golden light vanished, her consciousness returned, yet she retained none of her recent memories. She only recalled guarding Shen Qi in this cavern as he refined the Tai Jade talisman, quietly standing vigil for him. Observing her outstretched right hand, Chen Miaoshan felt a sense of inexplicable disquiet, yet she could not articulate it. With a wry smile, she retreated to her position behind Shen Qi, intent on resuming her protective watch. Meanwhile, within Shen Qi's soul sea, the spectral figure was engaged in a series of intricate hand seals. With a flick of the right finger, it pointed towards its own forehead. Immediately, the figure expelled a stream of golden blood from its mouth. This golden essence was not corporeal, but existed in a phantasmal state, appearing remarkably lifelike. As the golden blood fell upon the sphere of primordial energy, it instantaneously merged with the essence, transforming the previously silver sphere into one of gold. The elder figure of the illusion cast the primordial energy sphere into the center of Shen Qi's spiritual sea, where it became the source of his spiritual power. A trickle of spiritual energy began to emanate, distinctly different from what it had been prior to the collapse. Shen Qi's released spiritual energy had now entirely transformed into gold. Previously, he had drawn upon the golden light of Fireflies to manifest this golden form. Shen Qi's spiritual sea expanded rapidly, and within the span of mere moments, it swelled to an impressive 3,000 zhang in size. Simultaneously, Shen Qi's cultivation began to restore itself, his aura ascending through the ranks, from qi refinement to foundation establishment to golden core, until reaching the pinnacle of golden core completion, where it gradually stabilized. Feeling the changes within his body, Shen Qi perceived that he was now more formidable than he had been the day before, at least tenfold. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he stepped forward, bowing deeply to the spectral figure. Your esteemed grace and benevolence, I, Shen Qi, shall never forget. The spectral figure offered a faint smile, albeit somewhat weakened, and replied, I have reconstituted your soul and body, and infused the last remnant of my moral power into your spiritual sea. This force will assist you in times of peril, yet it is overwhelmingly potent, and you are not yet capable of harnessing it autonomously. This esteemed one has expended considerable energy, and shall likely enter a prolonged slumber. Henceforth, you must proceed with caution. Shen Qi promptly nodded in agreement, expressing concern. Senior, are you all right? The ethereal figure shook its head and continued. I have taken the liberty of extracting your 7 absolute sword intent from the sea of spirit, compressing it into the essence of swordsmanship. Furthermore, I have reorganized this essence within your corporeal form, aiding you in solidifying your sword heart and sword veins. From this moment on, you may choose the path of sword cultivation or continue to delve into the arts of the 5 elements. Ponder your decision wisely. Shen Qi solemnly replied, I shall contemplate thoroughly and choose with care. The ethereal figure admonished. The yin-yang transformation scripture I previously imparted to you is the sole internal cultivation method you need to pursue henceforth. This technique will allow you to fully unleash the formidable powers of your metallic spiritual root. Be diligent in your practice. For should you attain the true embodiment of the great Tao in the future, all secrets shall be revealed to you. Remember this. Shen Qi eagerly nodded and promised. Your words, esteemed senior, shall be etched in my heart. The ethereal figure nodded in satisfaction, slowly turning away before departing from Shen Qi's sea of spirit. Shen Qi distinctly sensed a dimly glowing firefly descending into his soul's ocean. As the ethereal figure dissipated, he heard one last resonant voice. There is one final matter you must remember. Before you ascend to the void refinement realm, you must deal with Tai Academy. Seizing souls and usurping spirits is a transgression against the heavens, a forbidden act in the realm of cultivation. Such must be met with annihilation. Shen Qi bowed deeply once more, respectfully inquiring, May I ask for your esteemed name? After a moment's pause, as the ethereal figure's voice faded into silence, Shen Qi sighed softly, withdrawing his consciousness from the sea of spirit back to his body. Chapter 24. The Guardian Sword City. The instant Shen Qi opened his eyes, Chun Yaoshan teleported forward, grasping his hand tightly with concern. "Chier, how are you faring?" Shen Qi mischievously blinked, half seriously responding. "Thanks to my esteemed teacher's personal protection, I have fortuitously managed to refine the primordial energy. This primordial energy is vast beyond measure. I have yet to fully assimilate it, having only refined 1/10 thus far. Yet I have fortuitously attained the great perfection of the golden core." With that, Shen Qi released a strand of spiritual power, deliberately showcasing the aura of his golden core great perfection before Chun Yaoshan. Chun Yaoshan was rendered speechless, her excitement palpable. "Chier, you are truly a prodigious talent. Your speed of advancement is simply astonishing." Shen Qi chuckled, filled with pride. "Teacher, this is merely the beginning. While refining the primordial energy, I seized the opportunity to thoroughly condense the 7 absolute sword intent into my physical body, fortuitously forging sword bones. I now have the opportunity to cultivate the way of the sword, becoming an extraordinary sword cultivator." At these words, Chun Yaoshan was taken aback, trembling as she exclaimed, "Truly, the ancestors have blessed you. Should your master be aware from beyond, they would find peace." Shen Qi let out a light laugh and promptly embraced Chun Yaoshan, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. After a brief moment, Chun Yaoshan's emotions calmed somewhat. With a hint of shyness, she released Shen Qi's hand and curiously inquired, "Chier, now that you have successfully refined the Tai Jade Talisman, what do you plan to do next, given that our home is no more? Are you intending to head directly to Tai Academy?" Shen Qi shook her head, responding, "No. As you are aware, Master, Xiantian continent is a staggering distance of several million miles from Zhongzhou. With our current cultivation level, it remains uncertain when we might reach Tai Academy. I plan to first proceed to Tianjin sect and participate in their disciple recruitment assessment in 3 months." Chun Yaoshan expressed her confusion. Tianjin sect is the foremost sect in Xiantian continent, with disciples who are all sword cultivators. "Does this mean, Chier, that you have decided to pursue the path of swordsmanship and become a sword cultivator?" Shen Qi nodded affirmatively. Chun Yaoshan, with concern, cautioned, "Chier, do you realize that the path of swordsmanship is the most demanding? The further you progress, the more challenging the breakthroughs become. Have you truly considered this?" Shen Qi smiled reassuringly. "Rest easy, Master. I am well aware of my path. To become a true powerhouse, one must not shy away from hardships and obstacles. I have great confidence in myself." After a moment of silence, Chun Yaoshan recognized Shen Qi's resolute choice and felt no further need to persuade her. Shen Qi suddenly asked, "Master, what are your plans?" Chun Yaoshan shook her head, her expression dimming instantly. She too was uncertain of her destination. The vast world felt empty without a home. Shen Qi gently suggested, "Master, why not accompany me to Tianjin sect? Now, we rely on each other, and I wish to be with you, to care for and protect you." Chun Yaoshan forced a smile, sighing, "Chier, you are now my only family. Of course, I will stay with you. You have grown increasingly strong, and I will depend on you in the future." At her words, a joyful smile graced Shen Qi's face. Shujin City, located at the heart of the eastern wilderness in Xiantian continent, is the largest city in the region, home to millions of ordinary citizens. 1,000 miles south of Shujin City lies Tianjin Mountain, atop which the Tianjin sect is situated. Shujin City has been governed by Tianjin sect for generations, with the sect dispatching 4 elders to guard the city's gates in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The Tianjin sect strictly prohibits any cultivator from engaging in combat or flying within the city, as well as using their powers against ordinary citizens, ensuring the safety of Shujin's inhabitants. Any cultivator who defies this decree will face the full wrath of the sect. At this moment, 100 miles beyond the northern gate of Shujin City, 2 figures, weary from their journey, approached, Shen Qi and Chun Yaoshan. Shen Qi gazed at the grand city ahead, dusting off her clothing with an air of excitement. "Master, over the past 2 months, we have traveled almost day and night, hardly pausing at all. We have finally arrived at Shujin City just in time for the assessment." Chun Yaoshan smiled faintly, a hint of fatigue evident in her demeanor. "Chier, let us hasten into the city and find a place to rest. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted." Shen Qi nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. I have heard that within Shujin City, there resides a divine sword, once wielded by the founding master of the Tianjin sect. After we enter the city, I must take a moment to pay my respects." With that, Shen Qi supported Chun Yaoshan as they descended to the ground, making their way toward the city gate. Shen Qi silently followed behind Chun Yaoshan, moving at a measured pace. He delved into his consciousness, extracting detailed memories of his past life concerning Shujin City. Just as he was diligently perusing this information, his spiritual awareness suddenly detected the presence of a cultivator who had instantaneously arrived not far behind them. Shen Qi's body stiffened, and he came to a halt. As he withdrew his consciousness from the depths of his mind, Shen Qi summoned his senses and projected them outward, catching sight of two figures materializing behind him, an elder and a youth. The youth, appearing to be around 20 years of age, possessed long, dark hair and strikingly elongated peach blossom eyes, presenting a pleasing visage. Regrettably, his countenance bore an air of frivolity, and the aura of his early golden core cultivation was woefully weak. In an instant, Shen Qi surmised that this youth was undoubtedly a hedonist, evidently having succumbed to indulgence in drink and pleasure, which had severely compromised his cultivation foundation. Behind the youth stood the elder, slightly stooped, with hair that was a peculiar mix of black and white. The elder appeared to be a servant to the youth, exuding a mid-stage nascent soul aura. Yet he persistently bowed and ingratiated himself before the youth, wearing a sycophantic smile. The youth hastily approached, his gaze fixated on Chun Miaoshan with lascivious intent. What a stunning young lady. Are you perhaps on your way to Shujin City? I wonder if I might have the fortune to accompany you? Shen Qi's eyes turned icy, and a palpable aura of murderous intent flickered in his gaze toward the youth. The elder, keenly perceptive, immediately sensed the hostile energy emanating from Shen Qi. However, his expression remained unchanged, merely observing Shen Qi with a smirk. For he distinctly perceived that Shen Qi's cultivation was nothing more than the great perfection of the golden core stage, and he did not regard him as a threat. The elder's focus and attention were primarily on Chun Miaoshan, whose early nascent soul aura did instill a modicum of caution within him. Nevertheless, he believed that with his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he could easily suppress both Shen Qi and Chun Miaoshan. Having long been accustomed to the youth's rude behavior, the elder dared not speak out against him, fully aware of the youth's esteemed status. As long as the youth did not provoke a being of transformation stage prowess, the elder would turn a blind eye to his antics. Just as Shen Qi was about to erupt in anger, Chun Miaoshan swiftly tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head. Cheer, do not stir up trouble. With that, she grasped his hand and hurried forward. Alas, the youth remained oblivious to the peril, swiftly stepping in front of Chun Miaoshan to block her path. The young man chuckled lewdly as he rubbed his hands together, shamelessly saying, My lady, why the haste to depart? I am Su Ji, the son of Su Chun, the master of the Qingxiao Sword Palace. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Chun Miaoshan's expression turned cold, and she unleashed an overwhelming pressure from her nascent soul stage, which surged towards the young man, instantly pinning him to the ground, causing blood to seep from his 7 orifices. At the moment Chun Miaoshan struck, an elder's figure flickered and appeared before Su Ji. The elder waved his hand, dissipating Chun Miaoshan's nascent soul pressure, allowing the young man to tremble and rise, his eyes glaring red at Chun Miaoshan. Disdainfully, Chun Miaoshan did not even glance at the young man, her gaze fixed coldly on the elder, an aura of chill emanating from her being. After locking eyes with the elder for a brief moment, Chun Miaoshan spoke icily, Friend, I implore you to keep a watchful eye on your junior to prevent any unnecessary calamity. The elder smiled sinisterly, mockingly replying, You overstate the matter, my friend. Our young master merely wishes to make your acquaintance, and harbors no ill intentions. Alas, while the flower has intent, the stream is indifferent. Why do you reject him so fiercely? Shen Qi sneered. A frivolous and lascivious person like him is unworthy to walk alongside my master. If the old fool knows what is good for him, he should swiftly take this waste far away. Otherwise, I shall take his life before your very eyes. The elder's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared at Shen Qi. Chun Miaoshan, fiercely protective, wasted no time. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth like a tempest, immediately sealing Su Ji. The terrifying pressure once again forced Su Ji to the ground, his face beginning to twist in agony, his complexion paling. Chun Miaoshan declared ominously, Should you dare to show any murderous intent towards my disciple, I shall shatter his golden core. With that, she pressed her right palm into the air. A faint cracking sound echoed, and Su Ji immediately collapsed in excruciating pain, howling in distress. Chun Miaoshan's strike was swift, leaving the elder no time to react. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Friend, please show mercy. I shall take him away this instant, ensuring he will not disturb you again. With a cold huff, Chun Miaoshan dispersed her spiritual energy. The elder stepped forward to assist the collapsed Su Ji, casting a sinister glance at Shen Qi that lingered just long enough to be unsettling. Unfazed by the elder's gaze, Shen Qi continued to support his master as they made their way towards the city gate, watching the two depart unharmed. Su Ji's eyes burned with fury as he screamed hysterically, Wang Jia, you worthless fool. Why didn't you directly suppress that wretched woman and allow her to humiliate me so? Wang Jia frowned, explaining, Young master, that woman possesses formidable cultivation. Should I become entangled with her even for a moment, the youth by her side may pose a threat to you. Though he appears young, his cultivation has already reached the late golden core stage, which is insurmountable for you at your current level. Suji bellowed in rage. Useless. Useless. Are you truly going to stand idly by while I am oppressed by that wretched woman? After this young master completes the assessment at the Heavenly Sword Sect and returns to the Qingxiao Sword Palace, I shall ensure my father strips you of your cultivation. Wang Jie's body trembled, and he hastily exclaimed, I recognize my error, young master. Please spare my life. I will exert every effort to help you exact this vengeance. Once we enter the Guard Sword City, I shall ensure they surrender without resistance. As he spoke, Wang Jie leaned closer to Su Ji's ear and whispered something. The malice in Su Ji's brow gradually dissipated, replaced by a lewd smile. Shen Qi supported Chen Yaoshan, grumbling discontentedly. Master, why do you stop me? Why not allow me to slay that lecherous scoundrel? He harbors ill intentions towards you. Keeping him alive only invites future calamity. Chen Yaoshan smiled gently, reassuring him. In our current state of vulnerability, we must not recklessly create enemies, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves. Shen Qi pouted but remained silent in rebuttal. Upon reaching the city gate, Shen Qi was halted by the guards. The guard was a sword cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, an outer sect steward dispatched by the Heavenly Sword Sect. The sword cultivator extended his hand to block their passage, coldly stating, outsiders wishing to enter the Guard Sword City must pay a fee of 1 high-grade spirit crystal. Shen Qi couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Heavenly Sword Sect was truly domineering. Such a toll for passage, 1 high-grade spirit crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. A mere ordinary inner disciple of the 7 Absolute Sect earned only 30 low-grade spirit crystals monthly. Chen Yaoshan also frowned but, fortunately, still had a dozen high-grade spirit crystals in her storage ring. Reluctantly, she extracted 2, handing them over to the guard with great reluctance. The Heavenly Sword Sect guard accepted the spirit crystals and, in a routine manner, declared, within the Guard Sword City, flying is prohibited, dueling is forbidden, and the use of magical techniques against mortals is strictly banned. Should any cultivator violate these rules, the Heavenly Sword Sect shall take action to obliterate you. After undergoing a thorough inquiry, Shen Qi suddenly inquired, I have come to participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple assessment. Are there any particular points of note regarding the examination? The guard scrutinized Shen Qi, appraising him from head to toe. After a moment of silence, he replied indifferently, once inside the city, you can make your way to the southern gate, where the mundane affairs office of our Heavenly Sword Sect is located. You may register and collect your assessment token there, then patiently await the examination next month. Upon hearing this, both Shen Qi and Chen Yaoshan nodded in gratitude. They clasped their fists in salute to the guard before entering the city. Upon entering, Shen Qi was taken aback. The architecture within Guard Sword City was magnificent, with taverns, tea houses, gambling dens, theaters, gardens, and scenic pavilions in abundance. Walking along the bustling streets, he was surrounded by a throng of people and the cacophony of vehicles. Truly a scene of lively exuberance. Vendors along the streets called out, offering an array of goods that dazzled Shen Qi's senses. Guard Sword City was undoubtedly a flourishing worldly metropolis. After accompanying Chen Yaoshan on a leisurely stroll for half the day, she, in a moment of whimsy, purchased numerous adornments for young girls. Shen Qi suddenly felt parched and decided to seek a tea house to quench his thirst. Shen Qi grasped Chen Yaoshan's hand and proposed, Master, let us indulge in some food first. It is a rare occasion for cultivators like us to be amidst the mundane world, and today is perfect for satisfying our culinary cravings. Chen Yaoshan smiled and nodded in agreement, replying, Very well, let us heed your suggestion and first enjoy a meal to refresh ourselves. The two casually sought out a tea house, ascending to the second floor where they settled down and beckoned the waiter for some refreshments. As Shen Qi surveyed the surroundings, he noted that it was lunchtime, and several patrons were present on the second floor, savoring tea and taking a respite. He discreetly detected the presence of another late-stage nascent soul cultivator among them. Though this individual was veiled and appeared slender, dressed in the garb of a wandering hero, the remaining patrons were mere mortals. Yet they exhibited an impressive familiarity with the Heavenly Sword Sect, as the conversations among them revolved around the intriguing tales and secrets of the sect. Suddenly, one patron whispered, Have you heard? The Heavenly Sword Sect is preparing to summon the Qingtong sword for those participating in the entrance examination. Another patron gasped in astonishment. The Qingtong sword? Isn't that the personal sword of the sect's founder? That celestial sword has been entombed beneath the sword tomb in our guarding sword city for millennia. A third patron chimed in, Indeed, the citizens of our guarding sword city have venerated the Qingtong sword for generations, as it has safeguarded us from war and the encroachments of malevolent beings for countless years. Curious, another patron leaned forward and inquired, Brother, Do you know why the sect leader wishes to test the summoning of the Qingtong sword? Could it be that he is aware of an extraordinary genius capable of awakening the sword spirit within? The initial patron chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "The thoughts of the celestial masters are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like us. I can only lament that if a celestial master truly summons the Qingtong sword, what shall become of the millions of citizens in our guarding sword city? The Qingtong sword is our protector." Upon hearing this, a silence enveloped the tea house. Shen Qi also found himself momentarily stunned. What exactly was a sword spirit? Chapter 26. The ancestor of the seven absolute sect Shen Qi turned to Chun Miaoshan, his curiosity piqued, and asked, "Master, do you know what a sword spirit is?" Chun Miaoshan pondered for a moment before responding. "I have perused relevant records in the ancient texts of the seven absolute sect. It is said that in ancient times, some formidable sword cultivators would nourish their life-bound swords with their own blood essence. After enduring years of such sustenance, the swords would inadvertently give rise to a trace of sword path resonance. Moreover, as these great beings approached their ascension, they would encapsulate the essence of their accumulated sword intent within their weapons. If fortune smiled upon them, this resonance would merge with the sword intent essence, birthing a sword spirit." Shen Qi exclaimed in surprise. "So, a sword spirit is akin to a weapon's soul?" Chun Miaoshan shook her head, clarifying, "Not quite. Sword spirits are entirely different from weapon souls. The vast majority of weapon souls in the world are inert. They cannot grow independently and must reside within their treasures, with their masters only able to awaken them through the process of refinement. However, the sword spirit is unlike any other from the moment of its inception. It possesses an autonomous soul and consciousness. The sword spirit cannot be refined. It can only recognize its master. Furthermore, the sword spirit has the capability to devour weapon souls and ascend independently. It is said that if a sword spirit can give birth to the profundities of the sword path, it can condense the true essence of the sword path, making it indistinguishable from us cultivators." Shen Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired, "Is this sword spirit truly so formidable?" Chun Miaoshan replied with a smile, "Not every sword nourished with blood can give rise to a sword spirit. Numerous stringent conditions must be met, largely depending on the luck and power of the sword cultivator. Otherwise, would the nine-colored heavens not have been dominated by sword spirits long ago?" After a brief pause, Chun Miaoshan sighed, "Sure, I have indeed heard your master mention that the seven absolute sword of our sect's founder also nurtured a sword spirit. However, after the founder's ascension, our seven absolute sect swiftly declined, and the founder's treasured sword was subsequently seized by a mysterious power." Shen Qi was taken aback. In the memories he had integrated, there was no mention of the seven absolute sword. He questioned with suspicion, "Master, why have I never heard of the founder's seven absolute sword throughout my life?" Chun Miaoshan's expression darkened as she explained, "Such secrets have only been passed down orally by successive sect leaders. It is entirely normal that you have not heard of them. It is said that 2,000 years ago, at the moment of the founder's ascension, he sealed his treasured sword, the seven absolute divine sword, within the sword steel. Many disciples of the seven absolute sect have since attempted to summon the founder's sword, yet none have succeeded in awakening the sword spirit." Shen Qi interjected, "Master, you mentioned that the seven absolute divine sword was stolen?" Chun Miaoshan nodded and elucidated, "Over 500 years after the founder's ascension, the secret of the sword spirit was inadvertently leaked. Innocent men can bear the brunt of their possessions, without the founder's presence. The seven absolute sect was beset by formidable foes. At that time, the sect leader, the real person of delusion, had scarcely attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and was utterly incapable of safeguarding the founder's sword. Once the matter of the sword spirit became known, an elder from a prominent force in Zhongzhou ascended the hidden sword peak without hesitation and brazenly seized the founder's treasured sword. The real person of delusion could only watch helplessly as the intruder departed, too fearful to utter a word of protest." Shen Qi frowned slightly and asked in a solemn tone, "Master, do you know who it was that took the founder's seven absolute divine sword?" Observing Shen Qi's indignation, Chun Miaoshan chuckled lightly and countered with a question, "What is it, Qi? Do you intend to seek out the individual and reclaim the seven absolute divine sword?" Shen Qi replied earnestly, "I will surely retrieve the seven absolute sword in due time. Do you not believe in me, master?" Rarely seeing Shen Qi so earnest, Chun Miaoshan's eyes glimmered with appreciation as she sighed, "Of course, I believe in you. With your exceptional talent, you will undoubtedly reclaim the seven absolute divine sword from the thief and restore the prestige of our seven absolute sect." Shen Qi smiled and persisted, "Master, surely you must know who took the seven absolute divine sword. Please, tell me now." Unable to withstand Shen Qi's insistence, Chun Miaoshan sighed in resignation and said, "Sure, your master indeed mentioned something to me. The one who sees the 7 absolute divine sword is none other than the Grand Elder of the Cloud Spirit sect in Zhongzhou, the Withered Bone Taoist. This individual's cultivation had already reached the late stage of transformation 1500 years ago. Do you comprehend? After speaking, Shen Yaoshan fixed her gaze intently on Shen Qi, her expression suddenly turning solemn. Shen Qi remained unfazed, meeting her gaze directly, and slowly articulated, Master Mother, please rest assured. Within a century, I shall personally slay that Withered Bone Taoist and reclaim the ancestral master's sword. After a long pause, Shen Yaoshan's expression softened, and she smiled wryly. Zhongzhou is a staggering several 100,000 miles away. With your current strength, Qi, it is uncertain when you will reach Zhongzhou. At present, it is unnecessary for you to be overly concerned about these rumors. The priority is to focus on enhancing your own cultivation. Shen Qi did not respond verbally, but nodded gently, though his thoughts churned restlessly within. After a moment of mental adjustment, Shen Qi suddenly inquired, Master Mother, since my enlightenment of the 7 absolute sword intent, I have successfully employed the 7 absolute sword array multiple times to overcome formidable foes. I increasingly marvel at the profound techniques left behind by our ancestral master. Do you know the true extent of our master's cultivation before his ascension? Shen Yaoshan smiled lightly. Oh, my foolish disciple, it is only now that you perceive the celestial prowess of our master. In truth, your master had explained it to you and your brothers many times before. Back in the days of our master, the 7 absolute sect was indeed thriving. Our sect's influence was formidable enough to overshadow the Heavenly Sword sect, truly the foremost cultivation sect in Xiantian Prefecture. Moreover, our master was undoubtedly the strongest in Xiantian Prefecture, achieving the consummate state of the void refinement. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi felt a mix of skepticism and awe. Master Mother, was our master truly that formidable? Shen Yaoshan nodded, her tone reverent. Our master was a prodigious talent. He reached the pinnacle of transformation at 50, the consummate state of spirit refinement at 100, and achieved the consummate state of void refinement by 200, thus ascending. Such a pace of advancement is indeed astonishing. Shen Qi, absorbing Shen Yaoshan's words, was utterly astounded, his mouth slightly agape. In the memories of his previous incarnation, the current strongest in Xiantian Prefecture was none other than the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Wushuang. It was said that when Jian Wushuang attained the consummate state of transformation, he was already 212 years old. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qi asked again, Master Mother, since our master possessed such extraordinary cultivation, why is it that in the realm of cultivation within Xiantian Prefecture, few have heard of his glorious deeds? Shen Yaoshan chuckled softly, because our master was a true recluse, devoted to the path of immortality and indifferent to worldly fame and fortune. He rarely interacted with the leaders of major forces in Xiantian Prefecture, hence many are unaware of his true capabilities. Upon hearing Shen Yaoshan's words, Shen Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of respect, sincerely exclaiming, So it is, our master truly is a transcendent figure. Shen Yaoshan sighed, lamenting the decline of the 7 absolute sect after the ascension of its founding master, who had once placed the sect upon a lofty pedestal, now reduced to an inconsequential minor sect. The disciples of later generations were all rather mediocre, and we have failed to preserve the legacy left by our master. Alas. Shen Yaoshan paused, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Shen Qi quickly offered words of comfort, saying, Do not be too sorrowful, master. One day, I shall restore the glory of our 7 absolute sect. Shen Yaoshan wiped away her tears, gazing at Shen Qi with a glimmer of unspoken meaning in her eyes. Shen Qi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, shifted the topic. Master, I presume you have overheard the conversations among the tea guests. It seems they are quite serious. Could it be that the sword of the founding master of the Heavenly Sword sect also harbors a sword spirit? Shen Yaoshan pondered for a moment. I am not entirely certain. The era of the Heavenly Sword sect's master was far too distant, a legendary figure from over 10,000 years ago. For such a powerful being, it would not be surprising if his sword were to give rise to a sword spirit. Shen Qi, filled with curiosity, pressed on, Master. Could it be that the founding master of the Heavenly Sword sect was also an extraordinary genius like our own? Shen Yaoshan nodded, smiling, indeed. It is said that the master of the Heavenly Sword sect is the only individual in the history of the Eastern Wilderness who ascended after reaching the void refinement realm. A truly remarkable talent. Moreover, he was an unparalleled swordsman. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi was utterly astounded. Chapter 27. The Birth of the Sword Spirit. The emergence of the Emperor Shen Yaoshan's words had indeed left Shen Qi in shock, disbelief written across his face. He vividly recalled the day the 7 absolute sect fell, when he had nearly been annihilated by Mo Lini of the Wujizong from Jun Tianzhou, only to be rescued by the senior Firefly, who had overheard the conversation between Mo Lini and himself. Mo Lini had mentioned that Tai Academy was the mightiest sect in the Red Cloud realm. The head of Tai Academy, Lu Tianyi, was the strongest among all in the Red Cloud realm, having achieved the late stage of the Void Refinement realm. It is essential to note that the Red Cloud realm represents the most rudimentary tier of the cultivation world, where the highest attainment possible is the Void Refinement realm. Should a cultivator exceed this boundary, they would be instantly obliterated by the laws of the Red Cloud realm. Thus, when a cultivator in the Red Cloud realm reaches the pinnacle of the Void Refinement realm, the heavenly laws will inevitably summon a heavenly tribulation. Upon successfully navigating this tribulation, the cultivator will ascend. If what Chen Yaoshan has stated is indeed accurate, then the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect must have transcended the Red Cloud realm to reach the Void Refinement realm, making one's imagination struggle to grasp the extent of his talents and might. Truly an unfathomable power. Achieving the Void Refinement realm in the Red Cloud realm signifies that this individual has not undergone the heavenly tribulation, for their strength surpasses the laws of the realm. And the heavenly forces would neither dare nor be able to impose punishment upon the master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise, the heavenly laws would assuredly descend, annihilating any cultivator who disrupts the order. However, the founder of the Sword sect did not undergo the tribulation, indicating that the heavenly Tao trembles in fear. The heavenly Tao requires the power to maintain a realm. Should it forcefully intervene, it could incite the wrath of the Sword sect's founder. Clearly, the rules of the heavenly Tao are apprehensive. If the founder were to be thoroughly provoked, he could obliterate the order of the Red Cloud realm in an instant. Shen Qi could scarcely believe that a cultivation sect from such a lowly realm could produce an unprecedented figure of such magnitude. In comparison, the founder of the Sword sect is an existence far more terrifying than even the founder of the Seven Absolutes sect. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qi, still in shock, finally regained composure and said, "Master, what you speak of cannot be mere rumors, can it? Is the founder of the Sword sect truly so formidable? This contradicts the cultivation principles of our Red Cloud realm." Chen Yaoshan smiled wryly and replied, "When I first heard these rumors, I too found them hard to believe. Yet they have persisted through time. Ever since the emergence of the Sword sect's founder, it has ascended to become the foremost sect in Xintian Prefecture. Even the Tai Academy treats its members with great deference. Thus, these claims cannot be entirely unfounded. My dear Qi, do you know that despite the Sword sect's founder having ascended over 10,000 years ago, the current strength of Tai Academy far surpasses that of the Sword sect? Yet it still cannot sway the will of the Sword sect." Shen Qi exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it true that Tai Academy cannot command the Sword sect? What could be the reason? Is there some hidden truth?" Chen Yaoshan nodded and stated, "It is said that before ascending, the founder of the Sword sect left behind a legacy for his disciples. If a fortunate descendant were to inherit this legacy, they could sweep through the 5 realms of the Red Cloud, rendering them invincible below the Void Refinement stage." Shen Qi inquired with curiosity, "Master, what kind of treasure is this?" Chen Yaoshan shook her head. "I do not know. The rumors did not specify." Shen Qi remarked with a peculiar expression, "Master, it cannot possibly be the sword left by the Sword sect's founder in the city of Swordguard, can it?" Chen Yaoshan pondered thoughtfully, "Whether it is or not, we outsiders cannot ascertain. The city of Swordguard was originally a mundane city, yet upon the ascension of the Sword sect's founder, it was claimed by the Sword sect as part of their domain. Since then, every generation of the Sword sect's leaders has led their disciples to the city of Swordguard to pay their respects, suggesting there are secrets unknown to outsiders." Shen Qi smiled. "Master, there is no need to dwell on such matters. In due time, once I pass the examination and we join the Sword sect, we shall naturally be entitled to uncover these secrets." Chen Yaoshan cautioned, "Qi, we are like stray dogs at the moment, and our purpose in coming to the city of Swordguard is solely to seek the protection of the Sword sect. In the future, be mindful of your words and actions. Do you understand?" Noticing Chen Yaoshan's expression turning melancholic again, Shen Qi hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Master, do not worry. I will exercise discretion." Before Chen Yaoshan could speak further, Shen Qi quickly changed the subject and asked, "Master, I know nothing of sword spirits. I just heard those mortals mention something about awakening sword spirits. Are these spirits inanimate, and why must they be awakened?" As Chen Yaoshan was about to speak, a deep voice floated in from behind her. "Nay, young friend, do you understand the reason why the Heavenly Sword sect has abruptly organized this public entrance examination?" Shen Qi turned to look back, and there stood the masked cultivator dressed as a chivalrous figure, who had previously occupied a corner of the room. The man had somehow instantaneously appeared behind Shen Qi and Chen Yaoshan, wearing a smile that barely concealed the faint pressure of a late-stage nascent soul. The masked cultivator directed his gaze towards Chen Yaoshan and performed a respectful bow, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Zhu Xing, an elder from the outer sect of the Seven Stars Sword Palace. Taken aback, Chun Yaoshan realized that the Seven Star Sword Palace was a first-rate power in Xiantian Prefecture, boasting a disciple count of over 10,000. The current master of the Seven Stars Sword Palace, Fei Xingzi, had broken through to the late-stage transformation of deity a century ago. His renown had long spread throughout Xiantian Prefecture, marking him as one of its foremost powers. Regaining her composure, Chun Yaoshan returned the greeting, "Fellow cultivator, I am Chun Yaoshan from the Seven Absolute Sect." Hearing this, the masked cultivator Zhu Xing was equally taken aback. "The Seven Absolute Sect?" he exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. "Isn't that the obscure sect from the northernmost region of Xiantian Prefecture? Recently, it has been the subject of much speculation regarding the golden light phenomenon. Was it not said that your sect had been annihilated by a certain transformation of deity expert?" Zhu Xing's expression faltered slightly, but fortunately, the other tea patrons remained engrossed in their discussions about the Heavenly Sword sect's rumors, oblivious to his slip. Upon hearing Zhu Xing's incredulous inquiry, Chun Yaoshan could only manage a strained smile, choosing not to respond. Zhu Xing hastily collected himself, apologizing, "Fellow cultivator, please do not take offense. I was momentarily indiscreet." Chun Yaoshan shook her head, dismissing the matter. "Your reaction is entirely understandable. I can appreciate that. My master and I happened to be away from the sect on that fateful day, which allowed us to escape with our lives." Zhu Xing's gaze flitted skeptically between Chun Yaoshan and Shen Qi, but he chose not to press further. Suddenly, Shen Qi stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Zhu Xing, and inquired, "Senior, might there be any further secrets regarding the Heavenly Sword sect's examination that you alluded to?" Zhu Xing nodded. "Indeed. I once heard at the Dao conference hosted by the foremost elder of our Seven Star Sword Palace that on a certain day 3 years ago, a meteorite unexpectedly fell upon the peak of the returning truth cliff of the Heavenly Sword sect, inscribed with 6 ancient and profound characters." Curious, Shen Qi asked, "Might you know what those 6 characters are?" Zhu Xing inclined his head. They read, "Sword Spirit awakens, Emperor emerges." Perplexed, Shen Qi questioned, "What does this signify?" Zhu Xing shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "According to the elders within our sect, after the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Wushuang, obtained this meteorite, he invited the leaders of all first-rate forces in Xiantian Prefecture to come and appreciate it. Even the Tai Academy from Central Continent sent 2 powerful figures from the Void Realm. However, in the end, no significant discoveries were made, and the matter faded into obscurity." In a moment of contemplation, Shen Qi felt a sudden pang in his heart, inexplicably reminded of the venerable Firefly. Could it be that there existed some unseen connection? Nevertheless, Shen Qi adeptly concealed his emotions, ensuring that Zhu Xing remained oblivious to any change in his demeanor. Chapter 28. Whispers of Rumor. Zhu Xing paused, casting a knowing glance at Shen Qi and Chun Yaoshan, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he continued. "It is worth mentioning that the recent decision of the Tianjin sect to publicly recruit disciples in Xiantian Prefecture bears some relation to your Seven Absolute sect. Do you recall that, prior to your sect's demise, an extraordinary phenomenon of golden light overshadowed the Seven Absolute Peak? This spectacle pierced the heavens and lasted for no less than half a day before dissipating." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi and Chun Yaoshan exchanged subtle glances. Chun Yaoshan, maintaining her composure, suddenly appeared somber as she responded, "My friend, we are unaware of the circumstances surrounding this golden light phenomenon. At that time, we were far from the sect, gathering medicinal herbs on Tianbai Mountain. By the time we returned in haste, the Seven Absolute sect lay in ruins, its disciples lost to the annals of time." As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, a poignant reminder of her grief. Shen Qi found himself momentarily taken aback, astonished by the rapid shift in his benefactor's emotions. He could scarcely discern whether Chun Yaoshan's display was genuine or an act. Zhu Xing, however, seemed unconcerned with the veracity of Chun Yaoshan's words, his smile unwavering as he remarked, "My dear friend, it is precisely this sudden emergence of golden light that has led the sect master Jian Wushuang to entertain certain speculations. Jian Wushuang believes that the celestial meteorite serves as a warning from the sect's ancestors to the younger generation, convinced that a once-in-a-millennium sword cultivator has emerged within Xiantian Prefecture. And the 6-character admonition inscribed upon the meteorite is a cryptic message from the ancestors themselves." Unable to restrain himself, Shen Qi interjected, "Esteemed senior, could this not merely be a coincidence?" Zhu Xing chuckled, "Whether it is coincidence, I cannot say. However, after the golden light faded, Jian Wushuang dispatched elders from the sect to investigate your Seven Absolute sect. Regrettably, the elders found no clues, seemingly thwarted by a formidable being of the spirit refinement realm who had erased all traces. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang publicly extended invitations to the talented youth of the Eastern Wilderness 9 prefectures. Any cultivator under the age of 20 possessing the innate qualities of sword bone and sword vein, may register to participate in the recruitment assessment with no other prerequisites. Noticing Zhu Xing's extensive discourse, Chen Yaoshan, eager for knowledge, inquired, "My friend, are you aware of the primary criteria for this assessment?" Zhu Xing nodded. "I have heard from an elder in the sect that this assessment consists of a singular task, the quest for the sword." Chen Yaoshan furrowed her brow. "Zhu, what do you mean by that?" With a smile, Zhu Xing elucidated. "It is said that the sect master himself has determined the conditions and standards for passing the assessment." Curious, Chen Yaoshan pressed on. "Friend, could you kindly elaborate on the conditions and standards for this upcoming assessment?" Zhu Xing spoke calmly. "Firstly, those participating in the assessment must venture into the depths of the Sword Tomb's secret realm. Within 3 days, they are to locate the buried position of the Qingtian sword, the ancestral sword of the Heavenly Sword sect. You should be aware that within that sword tomb lie countless treasured swords. To pinpoint the exact location of the divine sword in such a brief time frame is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Chen Yaoshan could not help but exclaim, "No wonder the Heavenly Sword sect requires its disciples to possess sword bones and sword veins. Without the aptitude for sword cultivation, ordinary practitioners would be utterly incapable of sensing the sword intent of the divine sword. It appears that the true focus of this assessment lies not solely in the cultivation level of the disciples, but rather in their innate talent and comprehension of the sword path." Zhu Xing nodded in agreement, responding leisurely, "What you say is indeed reasonable. Only those who successfully discover the correct location of the divine sword may continue with the assessment. The disciples must then attempt to draw forth the treasured sword and awaken the sword spirit within." Shen Qi questioned with skepticism, "Senior, is it truly the case that the ancestral sword of the Heavenly Sword sect has nurtured a sword spirit?" Zhu Xing replied solemnly, "Naturally. The sect master, Jian Wushuang, speaks with great conviction, and it must surely be true. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword sect stands as the foremost powerhouse of Xintian continent, and there is no need to deceive our fellow practitioners of the immortal realm." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi refrained from further inquiries. Chen Yaoshan then asked, "Dear friend, what are the specific criteria for passing the assessment at the Heavenly Sword sect?" Zhu Xing smiled. "Those who can sense the divine sword's location will be recorded as outer disciples. Those who can draw the divine sword will advance to inner disciples, and those who can awaken the sword spirit will be directly promoted to core disciples." Shen Qi exclaimed in astonishment, "What? To awaken the sword spirit allows one to leap to core disciple status? Senior, does this mean that the assessment for awakening the sword spirit is exceedingly challenging?" Zhu Xing nodded gravely. "Indeed, it is very difficult. The disciples undergoing the assessment must possess immense fortune, perhaps a chance in 100,000, or even 1,000,000. After pausing for a moment, Zhu Xing inhaled deeply and spoke with great seriousness. "Moreover, if any disciple can establish a bond with the sword spirit, Sect Master Jian Wushuang will personally take them as a direct disciple and designate them as the next sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect." At these words, both Chen Yaoshan and Shen Qi felt a jolt in their hearts. Shen Qi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sect Master Jian Wushuang would place such significant importance on this assessment. Did he truly believe that an extraordinary sword cultivator would emerge from this trial? After a prolonged silence, Shen Qi finally regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Zhu Xing, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for sharing this information with us. Given your attire, you appear to be a sword cultivator as well. Forgive my boldness, but do you also intend to participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's assessment?" Zhu Xing laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Ah, young friend, you are mistaken. I am already in my 60s and have only recently been fortunate enough to break through to the nascent soul stage. My age scarcely qualifies me to participate in the assessment of the Heavenly Sword sect. I am merely accompanying a junior disciple from the 7-star Sword Palace on the orders of an elder from my sect. I am but a guardian entrusted with the duty of protection." Shen Qi offered an awkward smile, casting his gaze around once more, and inquired, "Senior, where is the disciple from your sect? I do not see him with you." Zhu Xing replied with a smile, "He has gone to reconnect with an old friend today. Speaking of which, my junior is not much younger than you, although his cultivation level does not quite match yours. I see that you possess exceptional sword bones. I presume you are preparing for the assessment?" Shen Qi grinned, ready to respond, but Chen Yaoshan interjected, her gaze stopping him, and said, "My friend, you jest. My disciple and I are currently without a home, our situation more dire than that of scattered cultivators. We merely hope to find a refuge, which is why we decided to give this a try." Zhu Xing, with a grin, complimented, "If I may say, your aptitude surely indicates that you will soon wield a divine sword and become an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect." Chen Yaoshan chuckled lightly. "I truly appreciate your kind words." Zhu Xing then subtly engaged in conversation with Chen Yaoshan, attempting to glean some insider information about the 7 Absolute sect. but she adeptly saw through his intentions and answered with utmost discretion. Realizing he was unable to extract any valuable information, Zhu Xing excused himself, citing urgent matters to attend to, and departed the tea house first. Chun Yaoshan and Shen Qi continued to rest in the tea house for a while longer, and once most of the patrons had left, they settled their bill and exited. They meandered towards the southern gate and soon found a tranquil inn. The two decided to make it their temporary abode, awaiting the day of the assessment. The next day, Shen Qi arose early and left the inn, making his way directly to the Bureau of Mundane Affairs at the southern gate. This bureau was situated to the left of the southern gate, its edifice grand and imposing, with a faint divine light radiating into the air, visible even from a distance. As Shen Qi approached the entrance of the bureau, he discerned that the entire hall was enveloped by an ancient and formidable formation, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Unfazed, he strode calmly towards the hall. Upon passing through the main door and reaching the inner hall's entrance, he noticed an elderly man with white hair reclining in a rocking chair, his eyes half closed in a state of relaxed reverie. Shen Qi cautiously extended his soul sense to probe, only to be astounded to find that he could not perceive the elder's true cultivation level. Even the previously encountered Emolini had not instilled such an indiscernible feeling in him. Shen Qi pondered uneasily, wondering if there were indeed formidable beings above the transformation realm stationed within the Bureau of Mundane Affairs of the Heavenly Sword sect. His expression grew solemn, and he dared not display even a hint of disrespect, taking a measured step towards the elder's side, bowing respectfully, and stating, "Junior Shen Qi pays his respects to you." "Senior." The elder seemed oblivious to Shen Qi's greeting, remaining with eyes closed, suspended between wakefulness and slumber. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qi had no choice but to bow his head and patiently await a response. However, after a brief moment, the elder remained unresponsive. Shen Qi, feeling helpless, stepped forward a couple of paces and once again saluted respectfully, addressing the elder, "Senior, I mean no disturbance to your tranquil meditation. I have come today solely to collect my assessment token." Regrettably, the elder continued to be as motionless as a clock, eyes closed in deep concentration, seemingly disinclined to acknowledge Shen Qi. Shen Qi's expression grew somewhat awkward. He was reluctant to leave, yet felt uncomfortable lingering in place. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly subdued his inner turmoil and quietly awaited the elder's reaction. Soon, an hour passed, and the sounds of laughter and playful banter echoed from the entrance of the Hall of Mundane Affairs, as several young disciples began to enter. Upon stepping into the inner chamber, their eyes immediately fell upon the still figure of Shen Qi and the elder reclining with closed eyes. The raucous noise escalated unabated, yet the elder remained unperturbed. Shen Qi could not help but furrow his brow. Before he could voice a protest, a young disciple clad in luxurious satin strode forward, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, and barked, "Old man, I have come today to collect my assessment token. Register me at once." The elder maintained his semblance of slumber, prompting Shen Qi's eyes to narrow with cold intensity. Witnessing the elder's disregard, the young disciple's expression darkened as he angrily retorted, "You old fool, how dare you ignore me?" With that, he raised his hand, revealing a sword imbued with a frost-like chill, its blade radiating an icy aura, aimed directly at the elder's brow. "TSK, TSK, TSK, the frost sword intent. He Chu Feng. How audacious of your frost sword palace to dare strike at a senior of the Mundane Affairs Hall within the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. It seems your frost sword palace is courting annihilation. Ha ha ha." The sword's momentum halted as the young disciple, He Chu Feng, turned to face the source of the mocking remarks. Upon recognizing the speaker, He Chu Feng's expression darkened further, and he retorted with scorn, "Jingyu Kai, the Sun and Moon Sword sect actually sent out a waste like you? With your lackluster swordsmanship talent, you have yet to comprehend your own sect's sword intent. And you dare to participate in the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you are worthy?" As the son of the sect leader of the Sun and Moon Sword sect, Zheng Yukai loathed being reminded of his inability to grasp the profound sword techniques of his own sect. It was known that several younger inner disciples had already mastered the Sun and Moon Sword intent, making He Chu Feng's taunts feel like a direct attack on his pride. Fuming with rage, Zheng Yukai laughed bitterly and began to curse, "He Chu Feng, you son of a..." At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar stepped forward, timely intercepting his words. Fixing an inscrutable gaze upon He Chu Feng, he remarked with a knowing smile, "Young master He, exercise restraint in your words. Do not invite unnecessary calamity upon yourself." A disdainful cold laugh echoed, as another middle-aged man emerged from behind He Chu Feng. He sneered, "Xiaorun, my young master merely spoke the truth. What wrong is there in that? Are you perhaps contemplating bullying the weak?" Xiaorun maintained his smile and replied, "Jiang Xiaoru, the Heavenly Sword sect has established a strict decree, no dueling within the confines of the Sword Guard city. Just now, your young master wielded a sword that exuded a fierce sword intent, brimming with lethal energy. Such actions are a violation of the Heavenly Sword Sect's regulations, a grave offense. Unfazed, Jiang Shaoru retorted, "My brother, you exaggerate. My young master was merely demonstrating his mastery of the Sun and Moon Sword intent to the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. To affirm his exceptional qualifications for receiving the assessment token." Xiaoran scoffed repeatedly. "I have heard that the Heavenly Sword Sect has stationed 4 elders to guard Swordguard City. It is likely that the elder before us is the esteemed Elder Nanmen among them. Your young master, in his audacity, confronts a revered elder with a drawn sword. I wonder if your brother's sophistry will find favor in Elder Nanmen's eyes." Jiang Shaoru remained impassive, responding, "The Elder Nanmen of the Heavenly Sword Sect is a person of great renown. Surely, he would not bother to argue with a junior." A long sigh escaped the lips of an elderly figure, who lazily stretched and rubbed his bleary eyes, expressing his impatience. "Who is it, truly? Coming to the Bureau of Mundane Affairs so early in the morning, causing such a ruckus and disturbing my peaceful dreams." Upon finishing his words, a piercing light suddenly flashed in his eyes as he cast a sweeping gaze over the gathered crowd within the hall. Save for Shen Qi, everyone present felt an inexplicable tremor coursing through their bodies. Both Xiaoran and Jiang Shaoru instinctively bowed and greeted. Junior Xiaoran of the Sun and Moon Sword Palace pays respects to the esteemed elder. Junior Jiang Shaoru of the Ice Frost Sword Palace pays respects to the esteemed elder. The disciples standing in the hall, just awakening from their stupor, hurriedly followed suit, as did Shen Qi. Elder Nanmen's gaze lingered momentarily on Shen Qi, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he teased. "Little one, have you grown impatient after standing for 2 hours?" Shen Qi shook his head. "I dare not." Elder Nanmen seemed genuinely interested in Shen Qi, cheerfully inquiring. The Xiantian continent's swordsmanship heritage boasts 36 sword palaces. Which palace did you train in, little one? Shen Qi shook his head once more. "I am not a disciple of any sword palace. I previously practiced within the 7 Absolute Sect in the far northern regions of Xiantian." Elder Nanmen's eyes brightened with surprise. "Oh, the 7 Absolute Sect? Wasn't it recently annihilated due to a celestial phenomenon of golden light?" Shen Qi nodded affirmatively. Elder Nanmen, with curiosity, remarked, "I can see that your talent is quite exceptional, little one. Yet, I still wonder, how did you manage to escape from the clutches of the divine refinement practitioners?" Feigning sorrow, Shen Qi calmly replied, "At that time, I was away on matters and was not present in the sect, narrowly escaping the impending disaster. The reasons behind the 7 Absolutes sect's provocation of formidable enemies remain unknown to me." Upon hearing this, Elder Nanmen nodded slightly and refrained from further inquiries. Shen Qi, undeterred by whether the elder believed his words, was confident that his current cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage would not garner excessive attention from Elder Nanmen. Chapter 30. Your life. No worries. Elder Nanmen might not take Shen Qi's earlier remarks to heart. However, the crowd in the hall erupted in a cacophony of chatter upon hearing them. One disciple exclaimed in disbelief, "What? This person is actually a disciple of the 7 Absolute Sect? Wasn't he the 7 Absolute Sect completely annihilated?" Another disciple speculated. The 7 Absolute Sect must have provoked a powerful being at the divine refinement realm and met an untimely demise. Yet, this lad not only refuses to hide his identity, but boldly comes to the Heavenly Sword Sect to participate in the assessments. It seems he seeks refuge under the Heavenly Sword Sect, indeed a clever calculation. A disciple sneered, "He might as well be chasing shadows. Even if he passes the assessment and becomes a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the sect would never risk offending a powerful being of the divine refinement realm for a mere golden core disciple." Yet another disciple remarked sarcastically, "This fellow hails from a dilapidated sect in the remote northern extremities, where the cultivation resources are exceedingly scarce. What promising talent could possibly emerge from there? Whether he can even pass the entrance assessment of the Heavenly Sword Sect remains to be seen." A disciple clapped his hands in laughter, saying, "Brother Song, your words ring true. This lad is but a country bumpkin, vainly attempting to grasp the great Tao. It is truly laughable, ha ha." Shen Qi cast a glance at the clapping disciple, unable to suppress a cold smirk. This individual was none other than Su Ji, the young master of the Qingxiao Sword Palace, who had previously clashed with Shen Qi outside the city. A flicker of murderous intent appeared in Shen Qi's eyes. He had yet to settle accounts with this arrogant fool, yet Su Ji dared to emerge and provoke him. Truly a fool unaware of his own peril. Meeting Shen Qi's gaze, Su Ji was about to utter further taunts when a sudden chill crept down his spine. The guardian behind Su Ji, Wang Jie, stepped forward to block his path, fixing a stern gaze upon Shen Qi, and said coldly, "Young man, you have repeatedly displayed murderous intent towards the young master of my Qingxiao Sword Palace. You are indeed courting death. I have shown you considerable leniency before. but do not overstep your bounds. Should I sense your murderous intent again, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Shen Qi stared at Wang Jie in silence, a peculiar smile emerging on his face, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the tension. "Isn't this the young master of the Qingxiao Sword Palace, once again bullying others with his influence? Suji, you little clown. How dare you descend from Qingxiao Mountain? It seems the internal injuries you suffered at Xingyan Mountain 6 months ago are not as severe as you claimed." Suji turned his gaze towards the speaker, his expression darkening like stormy waters, as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Luo Yin, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that I fear you merely because you are the young master of the Xingyan Sword Palace. Today is not like the past. I shall repay that sword strike from 6 months ago with double the vengeance. Oh dear, how terribly frightened I am, truly." Royan laughed heartily, to the point that he appeared to be in pain from the mirth. He pointed at Su Ji with a look of disdain and exclaimed, "With your utter uselessness, you truly amuse me. How dare you, unable to even comprehend the essence of the Qingxiao sword intent, attempt to challenge me?" Ha! Tears of laughter nearly streamed from his eyes as he doubled over, slapping his thigh in amusement. Su Ji's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his eyes blazing like fire as he fixed his gaze on Ro Yan. The long sword in his palm shimmered, its sword energy swirling around him. Suddenly, Elder Nanmen coughed, chuckling. "Within the confines of Shujian City, dueling is strictly forbidden. This is the last time I shall remind you." Su Ji's expression paled as the long sword in his hand gradually dissipated, and he reluctantly retreated a step, his head bowed in discontent. Observing this, Ro Yin was momentarily taken aback, for he discerned a hint of Qingxiao sword intent woven within Su Ji's sword energy. Ro Yin chuckled dismissively, mocking, "It appears Master Su Peng truly cherishes his precious son, going so far as to use his soul power to cleanse and refine you. A mere waste. No wonder you have the audacity to boast before me today." Wang Jie could no longer tolerate the mockery and interjected coldly, "Young Master Ro, I implore you to choose your words more wisely." Ro Yin retorted with a sneer, "What is this? The younger generation cannot compete, and the elders are stepping in?" His gaze swept across the room until it landed on an elderly figure who approached slowly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wang Jie. Upon recognizing the elder before Ro Yin, Wang Jie's pupils involuntarily contracted, and he fell silent. Ro Yin's attention then shifted to Shen Qi before returning to Su Ji with unrestrained candor. "Su Ji, I dare say this young Master Shun is far superior to you. It baffles me how you could dare to look down upon him. Young Master Shun, still in his youth, has already attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Among the disciples participating in this assessment, I doubt there are more than a handful who could rival him." Upon hearing Ro Yin's words, Shen Qi was momentarily stunned. Ever since he merged with the luminescent powers of the Firefly Elder, he had harnessed a mysterious force from within, concealing his true cultivation level from prying eyes. What he revealed to others was merely the late stage of the Golden Core. Since arriving in Shujian City, he had encountered a dozen or so cultivators. Yet this was the first time someone had seen through his true realm. Shen Qi couldn't help but cast a more scrutinizing glance at Ro Yin, his respect for the young man growing threefold. This internal contemplation transpired in the blink of an eye, imperceptible to outsiders. Amidst the banter, Ro Yin inexplicably fixed a gaze upon Shen Qi, subtly shifting his focus to Elder Nanmen, and clasped his hands together, stating, "Elder, I believe this young Master Shun is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Perhaps the recent celestial phenomenon observed by the Seven Extremities sect is somehow related to him." In response, Elder Nanmen regarded Ro Yin with an expression that mirrored his own, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. However, he chose not to expose Ro Yin's ulterior motives, instead turning his attention to Shen Qi with a meaningful glance. "Young lad, did you catch the essence of what everyone just said? Though their words were somewhat harsh, there lies a kernel of truth within. What are your thoughts?" Shen Qi calmly inquired, "What does the esteemed elder mean?" Elder Nanmen chuckled, "Little one, your presence here in the territory of our Heavenly Sword sect is rather conspicuous. I fear that the practitioner of the divine refinement realm will undoubtedly seek ways to take your life. If you were to fail the assessment, that would be one matter. But should you succeed, it would indeed put our sect in a predicament." Shen Qi, unfazed, replied, "I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder." Elder Nanmen, still smiling, remarked, "Even if you manage to draw the divine sword during the assessment and become an inner disciple, our Heavenly Sword sect would not engage in conflict with a practitioner of the divine refinement realm for your sake. One must understand that those of the divine refinement realm are the pinnacle of power in the eastern wilderness, ruling over all. We have thousands of inner disciples. Your presence makes no significant difference. To confront a practitioner of such caliber for the sake of one inner disciple would be an exorbitant cost for our sect, simply not worth it." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi furrowed his brow, saying, "What must I do to earn the recognition and protection of the Heavenly Sword sect?" Elder Nanman spoke earnestly, "Little one. If you are indeed connected to the golden light phenomenon, I believe you can awaken the sword spirit and become a core disciple. Should you achieve this, we will ensure your safety. Offending a practitioner of the divine refinement realm is a risk we would be willing to take." He paused, then added with intrigue, "Of course. If you can make the sword spirit acknowledge you as its master, even if the head of the Tai Academy, Lu Tianyi, were to come, your life would be secure." Shen Qi, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Do your words represent the stance of the Heavenly Sword sect?" Elder Nanman answered solemnly, "Indeed." Shen Qi nodded lightly and smiled. "I understand." The crowd around them erupted in a clamor upon hearing Elder Nanman's words, as if struck by a sudden thunderclap. The inner hall buzzed with excitement, and voices filled the air. Chapter 31. I await you in the sword tomb. Luo Yin felt a profound shock within. His earlier remarks to Elder Nanman had been laced with sarcasm. He had perceived the tension between Shen Qi and Su Ji, which prompted him to utter those flattering words, intending to annoy Su Ji. After all, Luo Yin and Su Ji held a mutual disdain for each other. In this case, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, Luo Yin could not have anticipated that Elder Nanman of the Heavenly Sword sect would hold such high regard for this disciple of the Seven Absolute sect. Did the elder truly believe that this individual possessed the potential to awaken the sword spirit, perhaps even to be chosen by it? Luo Yan's mind raced with questions as he turned to the elder behind him. Curious, Uncle San. Why does Elder Nanman hold this disciple of the Seven Absolute sect in such esteem? Though he possesses an extraordinary demeanor, it seems excessive for Elder Nanman to regard him so highly. Can you discern anything remarkable about him? The elder, referred to as Uncle San, studied Shen Qi carefully and shook his head. This young man, despite his youth, possesses exceptional cultivation. Among his contemporaries, he is indeed a standout. However, when one gazes upon the eastern wilderness and the 9 provinces, it is merely of middling quality, and I currently discern no remarkable distinctions. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, his gaze sweeping over Shen Qi, etching the young man's visage deeply into his memory. At this moment, in Luo Yan's heart, Shen Qi had become the most formidable potential adversary on his path through this assessment. Elder Nanman cleared his throat lightly, and the chattering voices of the crowd fell silent. With a furrowed brow, Elder Nanman proclaimed, "The affairs division is a sanctuary of our Heavenly Sword sect, not a bustling marketplace of Sword Guard City. Such raucousness is utterly inappropriate." With that, Elder Nanman raised his hand, and a shimmering sword force mirror materialized at the entrance of the inner hall. The mirror swelled dramatically, swiftly enveloping the entrance entirely. Yawning slightly, Elder Nanman proceeded with the customary announcement, "Young disciples from the eastern wilderness. Provided you are under the age of 20 and have condensed your sword bone and sword veins, you are eligible to participate in our sect's entrance examination." Pausing for effect, Elder Nanman extended his right hand, pointing toward the ethereal mirror, and explained, "Those who wish to partake in the examination need only to manifest a sword Qi and strike the mirror." As he spoke, Elder Nanman casually unleashed a sword Qi toward the mirror. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the sword Qi vanished into the mirror, as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. In the next moment, an ancient sword token floated gracefully out from the mirror, landing in Elder Nanman's palm. Raising the sword token, Elder Nanman impatiently declared, "Listen carefully. I shall only explain this once. You must engrave your name, gender, age, and sect name onto the sword token to successfully register. If you have no affiliation, simply inscribe Lu's cultivator. Furthermore, take great care of the sword token bestowed upon you by our Heavenly Sword sect. It is your sole key to the upcoming assessment." Once he had finished his explanation, Elder Nanman formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and swiftly inscribed his information onto the token as a demonstration. A wondrous scene unfolded as the information engraved by Elder Nanman simultaneously reflected upon the mirror, transforming into twinkling starlight before vanishing within. Elder Nanman surveyed the crowd and admonished, "Those who do not meet the assessment criteria should not entertain foolish thoughts of attempting to take advantage of the situation. This artifact was crafted by the esteemed predecessors of our Heavenly Sword sect and contains a fragment of their refining domain's principles, capable of automatically discerning the true information of registrants. Any attempts at deceit will trigger the retaliatory force of the refining elder's laws. I have said all that needs to be said. Proceed wisely." After conveying all necessary instructions, Elder Nanman turned his gaze toward Shen Qi, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips as he said, "Little one, do not disappoint me." Shen Qi bowed respectfully and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Elder, I have heard that anyone arriving at Sword Guard City may pay homage to the divine sword at the sword tomb. Is that true?" Elder Nanman shook his head, replying, Our Heavenly Sword sect indeed had such a regulation previously. However, with the assessment imminent, our sect leader has temporarily sealed the sword tomb to prevent any unnecessary disturbances. The area surrounding the sword tomb is now under constant surveillance by our disciples, and no one is permitted to enter until after the assessment date. Shen Qi expressed his regret, having anticipated that after registration today, he could take the opportunity to admire the divine sword's majesty. However, upon hearing the elder's words, it appeared that the younger generation would have to wait a few more days. Elder Nanmin waved his hand, issuing an order for the guests to depart. Do not linger in my mundane affairs. Each of you should register your information and swiftly leave after receiving your sword tokens. As his voice faded, Elder Nanmin's figure vanished like smoke, a manifestation of the spatial techniques mastered only by those at the level of divine transformation, shrinking distances to mere inches. Following the elder's departure, the disciples who had resolved to partake in the assessment began to stir with excitement. Many were eager to demonstrate their prowess, unleashing powerful sword energies towards the mirror-like surface of the sword intent. Shen Qi remained unhurried, quietly observing the actions of his fellow disciples. After a brief moment, several dozen disciples had received their sword tokens and departed the office with delight. Shen Qi, no longer hesitating, also unleashed a sword energy, causing a token to soar into his palm. After meticulously inscribing his details upon it, he tucked the token away and turned to leave. Just as he reached the entrance, he noticed Zhu Xing from the Seven Stars Sword Palace waving at him. Beside Zhu Xing stood a young disciple, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Shen Qi approached and clasped his fists, inquiring, Elder Zhu, do you have any instructions? Zhu Xing smiled and shook his head, saying, I did not expect you, young friend Shen, to be so remarkable, earning the favor of Elder Nanmin of the Heavenly Sword sect. It seems your joining the sect is a foregone conclusion. Shen Qi politely replied, Elder Zhu is too kind. Whether I can pass the assessment remains uncertain. Zhu Xing pointed to the youth beside him and enthusiastically introduced. Young friend Shen, this is the disciple I mentioned yesterday, a direct pupil of the Supreme Elder of our Seven-Star Sword Palace, Chu Tianlin. Shen Qi returned the gesture, saying, Brother Chu, I have long admired you. Chu Tianlin reciprocated the gesture, replying, Brother Shen, you flatter me. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhu Xing, Shen Qi intended to take his leave, but then he noticed Luo Yin from the Star Flame Sword Palace cheerfully approaching him. Luo Yin, quite familiar, threw an arm around Shen Qi's shoulder and exuberantly remarked, Brother Shen, did you know that Elder Nanmin has always been aloof and reclusive? I never expected this elder to hold you in such high regard, which confirms that I did not misjudge you. Shen Qi subtly shrugged off Luo Yan's arm, smiling as he replied, Young Master Luo is jesting. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance earlier. Luo Yan laughed heartily. Brother Shen, you are being too formal. I suppose you have guessed that I have my own grievances with Su Ji. I simply cannot stand that arrogant scoundrel. A smile lingered on Shen Qi's lips as he remained silent. However, coincidentally, as if summoned by the very mention, Su Ji from the Azure Sky Sword Palace appeared by Shen Qi's side, his expression dark and his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon Shen Qi. Shen Qi, seemingly oblivious, continued his conversation with Luo Yin, unperturbed. Not long after, Shen Qi witnessed a servant eagerly rushing to Su Ji's side, whispering something into his ear. Su Ji's expression shifted dramatically, a sinister smile inexplicably appearing on his face. He strode directly to Shen Qi, his countenance dark and foreboding, declaring, Country bumpkin, you may frolic for a few days. After the assessment, I can easily extinguish your existence. That young lady from that day shall not escape my grasp either. Shen Qi's eyes turned icy. Beside him, Luo Yin also darkened his expression, sternly asserting, Su Ji, are you blind? Can't you see that I am engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Brother Shen? How dare you approach me with such insolence? Su Ji cast a dismissive glance at Luo Yin, a strange smile creeping across his face as he replied, Luo Yin, do not be hasty. I shall soon send you to reunite with your sister, Luo Miao. Luo Yan's expression changed drastically, his gaze fixed on Su Ji, a palpable aura of sword intent emanating from him, brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, Wang Jie emerged from nowhere, blocking Su Ji and sternly saying, Young master. He. In response to Luo Yan's glare, Su Ji's smile widened, becoming even more unsettling. Shen Qi suddenly chuckled lightly, a sardonic tone in his voice, Brother Luo. I have heard that during the assessment day, the Tianjin sect permits dueling. Is that true? At his words, Luo Yin momentarily paused, then quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed. My elders specifically mentioned this regulation when I left home. Shen Qi cast a glance at Su Ji, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Young Master Su, I shall await you in the sword tomb. With that, Shen Qi turned and departed. Chapter 32. The Sword Infant. Upon returning to the inn, Shen Qi discovered that Chun Miaoshan was absent from their room, her whereabouts unknown. He left her a message with a communication talisman, briefly explaining his situation. Before retreating to his own chamber, Shen Qi resolved to enter seclusion and cultivate before the assessment, striving to elevate his cultivation to the false infant realm, thereby enhancing his chances of success in the forthcoming evaluation. With caution, Shen Qi set up 2 barriers within his room and then delved into the depths of his soul sea. At that moment, a thick tome floated within his soul sea, the esteemed Yin-Yang creation scripture bestowed upon him by the senior Firefly. Since acquiring this profound text, Shen Qi had not yet had the opportunity to thoroughly peruse its contents. Calming his thoughts, he opened to the first page of the scripture and diligently began to study its intricacies. Closing his eyes tightly, he initiated the circulation of the scripture throughout his meridians, immersing himself in the profound transformations it offered. After a brief period, having completed a full cycle of the scripture, he felt his spiritual power surge, intensifying by a third. Having only practiced the first page, Shen Qi astutely realized that his golden core's perfection had reached its saturation point. At this moment, within the pool of his spiritual sea, a faint trend of explosive breakthrough was manifesting, with cracks beginning to appear on the golden core floating within. Shen Qi sensed that if he fully comprehended the first layer of the Yin-Yang creation scripture, he would likely attain the initial stage of the transformation god realm. The terrifying potential of the Yin-Yang creation scripture was something Shen Qi could scarcely dare to imagine. Shen Qi slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, an unmistakable excitement gleaming in his brow. Indeed, this supreme technique bestowed by the Firefly Elder is truly formidable, he mused, nodding in satisfaction as he felt the transformations occurring within his body. His soul consciousness underwent another metamorphosis, instantly plunging into his spiritual sea. Gazing at the cracked golden core, Shen Qi fell into contemplation. He recalled the Firefly Elder's words, who had informed him that the Elder had extracted the 7 absolute sword intent he had comprehended from his spiritual power, condensing it into the essence of swordsmanship. The Firefly Elder had restructured and transformed Shen Qi's soul sea, spiritual sea, and physical form, forging a skeletal foundation for sword cultivation. The sword essence, compressed by the Elder, remained sealed within Shen Qi's spiritual sea. Shen Qi pondered that if he could merge this essence into his golden core, it might yield astonishing changes. Perhaps he could shatter his core and give birth to a false infant, subsequently solidifying that false infant and successfully advancing to the realm of false infants. With this thought, Shen Qi cast aside all reservations and began to channel his golden light's spiritual power, wrapping layer upon layer around the sealed sword essence. He cautiously controlled his golden core and attempted to devour the sword essence. Simultaneously, Shen Qi summoned the 7 absolute sword array diagram from his soul sea. Upon releasing the diagram, the sword array instantly transformed into a towering barrier, firmly securing the golden core and his spiritual sea. Time passed gradually, and it was unclear how long the golden core had been consuming the sword essence. When the sword essence finally merged fully with the golden core, Shen Qi suddenly realized that the core had expanded more than tenfold. Before the devouring, Shen Qi's golden core was akin to the head of a 3-year-old child. Now, after the consumption, it had grown to more than twice the size of an adult's head. Moreover, the transformation of the golden core was still ongoing. Shen Qi observed in astonishment as his massive golden core shattered completely in an instant, a dense aura of sword essence permeating the entire spiritual sea. Shortly thereafter, the spiritual power source within the spiritual sea surged continuously, intertwining and merging with the sword essence, creating a magnificent spectacle under the confinement of the golden light of the spiritual sea. After a brief interval, the fusion of sword essence and spiritual power reached completion. The tumultuous flow of the spiritual power source began to gradually calm. Strangely, the signs of tranquility in the spiritual power had not persisted for even 10 breaths when an unexpected scene unfolded before Shen Qi's eyes. The gathered spiritual liquid within his spiritual sea began to surge upwards, then floated effortlessly in midair, resembling a serene lake surface that flowed gently. Meanwhile, the once grand spiritual sea now appeared as a parched pond, devoid of a single drop of water. Shen Qi attempted to draw upon the spiritual power, but found himself utterly unable to control its fluctuations. Helpless, he could only focus his mind and carefully scrutinize the anomalies in the spiritual sea. At that moment, Shen Qi was astonished to see the expansive 7 absolute sword array inexplicably vanish, and the diagram of the sword array reverted to its original state. Under the radiant glow, the sword array diagram shimmered and vanished into the spiritual liquid, disappearing from sight. Shen Qi was taken aback. His soul consciousness could no longer perceive the existence of the 7 absolute sword array diagram. He had no time to ponder, as he observed the spiritual liquid hovering in the air begin to boil. The surging liquid stirred countless spiritual energy clouds, enveloping the spirit sea space in a misty ambience, akin to a celestial realm. As Shen Qi focused his gaze, he saw that at the center of the spiritual liquid, a figure was conjured from thin air, its size towering over a zhang. Shen Qi discerned with utmost clarity that this figure bore an exact resemblance to himself, a vivid and perfect replica. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "The embryonic form. This must be the embryonic form of the Yuan." Shen Qi's heart surged with excitement. Successfully condensing the embryonic form signified his long-cherished advancement to the false Yuan realm. The process of condensation was remarkably smooth, devoid of any anomalies, which only heightened Shen Qi's exhilaration. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout aloud. However, after an indeterminate period, the floating spiritual liquid gradually returned to the spirit sea pool, and the spiritual energy ceased its tumultuous flow. It was evident that Shen Qi's embryonic form had fully taken shape. The violent aura within the spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and Shen Qi joyfully discovered that his spiritual power had increased significantly. Compared to yesterday, Shen Qi's strength had multiplied tenfold. Overjoyed, Shen Qi immediately summoned his soul energy, attempting to communicate with the embryonic form. Under the influence of his soul consciousness, the embryonic form, which had already submerged in the spirit sea pool, instantly materialized in midair. The embryonic form sat cross-legged, its exterior enveloped in sword intent, exuding a palpable killing aura, exuding an imposing presence. With each intake and exhalation of spiritual energy, an immense sword pressure radiated outward, filling the entire spirit sea space. As Shen Qi gazed at the embryonic form, his affection for it deepened. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the left hand of the embryonic form was clutching the 7 absolute sword array diagram. However, the left hand was in a semi-closed position, as if wielding a divine sword. Shen Qi was intrigued, pondering if the posture of the embryonic form served as a hint, suggesting that he still lacked a divine sword. He suddenly recalled what Chun Miaoshan had once mentioned, that the 7 absolute ancestor possessed a divine sword of the 7 absolutes. Shen Qi shook his head in self-deprecation. Realizing he might be overthinking, it was likely just a coincidence. Now that the embryonic form had been successfully formed, Shen Qi needed only to stabilize it for over a month to fully enter the false Yuan realm. Unbeknownst to him, his Yuan Ying was not an ordinary one, but a sword embryo fused with the profound essence of the sword path. Once the sword embryo was formed, Shen Qi's proficiency in sword cultivation would escalate beyond 1,000-fold. Techniques that ordinary sword cultivators could not comprehend would be readily grasped by him. Only by condensing the sword embryo could a sword cultivator forge a sword heart. Only sword cultivators who had consolidated their sword hearts could truly be deemed as genuine sword cultivators. Shen Qi could sense the extraordinary nature of his Yuan Ying embryonic form. Though he was unaware of the specific distinctions, he felt an immense satisfaction within his heart at this moment. Cautiously reviewing everything, Shen Qi exited the sea of spirits, contentedly solidifying his cultivation. Chapter 33. The dragon's saliva. Time flew by swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Qi had been in seclusion for an entire month. During this period, Chun Miaoshan attempted multiple times to forcibly interrupt Shen Qi's meditation, only to discover that she could not breach his barriers. Soon enough, the day of the Tianjian sect's assessment approached. On the eve of the examination, Shen Qi timely concluded his seclusion and emerged from his chamber, invigorated and refreshed. As he opened the door, Shen Qi found Chun Miaoshan leaning against it, her eyes glistening with intensity as they fixed upon him. Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback. Chun Miaoshan stepped forward, expressing her concern. "Qi, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. I was genuinely worried that you might miss the assessment. I was just contemplating how to break your barriers." Shen Qi replied calmly, "No need for concern, master. I have gained significant insights lately, hence my prolonged seclusion." Eagerly, Chun Miaoshan inquired, "Qi, what have you achieved during this period of meditation?" With a grin, Shen Qi responded, "Hee, by sheer luck, I have successfully condensed a nascent form." At these words, Chun Miaoshan was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, her excitement surged, and she grasped Shen Qi's hands tightly, exclaiming, "Qi, you truly are a prodigious talent. I never anticipated your advancement would be so rapid, as if there were no bottlenecks at all. If you maintain this pace, you might even surpass the achievements of the 7 absolutes ancestor, reaching the pinnacle of transformation before the age of 50. Shen Qi chuckled, "Master, you jest. How could I possibly compare to the ancestor?" Seeing Chun Miaoshan's exuberance, Shen Qi remained modest in speech, though a sense of pride welled within him. Indeed, Chun Miaoshan's words were not unfounded. Ever since Shen Qi integrated the memories of his previous life, his cultivation had been advancing at an astonishing rate, defying all expectations. 3 months prior, before the fall of the 7 absolute sect, Shen Qi was merely a weak disciple in the late foundation establishment stage. Now, after just 3 months, he had become a formidable presence in the false nascent stage, truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. In the Eastern Desolation's 9 provinces, the Xintian province's cultivation realm was the weakest, where even a Yuanying stage cultivator could lead a second-tier sect. Presently, Shen Qi, should he desire, could readily join a faction and become an esteemed elder. However, Shen Qi was acutely aware that his rapid progress was largely due to external factors. Firstly, his previous incarnation possessed exceptional cultivation talent. Secondly, and most crucially, the senior Firefly had forcefully assisted Shen Qi in reaching his current level through extraordinary means. For reasons unknown, upon hearing of Shen Qi's promotion to false nascent, an ecstatic Qin Miaoshan immediately pulled him back into the room, showering him with warmth and care, repeatedly offering her admonitions. As they engaged in conversation, they lost track of time, and before they knew it, the hour was late. Noticing the darkness of night, Qin Miaoshan urged Shen Qi to rest early, so he could face the Tianjian sect's assessment in perfect condition the following day. Unbeknownst to others, Shen Qi was brimming with vitality, completely devoid of fatigue. On a whimsical impulse, Shen Qi disregarded Qin Miaoshan's admonitions and swiftly descended the stairs, summoning the inn's attendant to prepare a sumptuous feast of wine and delicacies. Upon the rooftop of the inn, a small wooden table was nestled among the ridged tiles. Shen Qi pulled Qin Miaoshan to sit opposite him. He shook the wine jug in his hand, excitement radiating from his visage as he exclaimed, "Master, I have successfully ascended to the realm of the false infant. You must indulge me with a few drinks." Qin Miaoshan shot him a disapproving glance, pursing her lips. "Chair, when did you learn to drink?" Shen Qi remained unperturbed, pouring a cup of exquisite wine and offering it to Qin Miaoshan. He filled another cup for himself, raising it with delight. "Master, allow me to toast to you." Qin Miaoshan frowned. "Cheer, I do not drink." Shen Qi, undeterred, replied, "I am aware you have never partaken, but perhaps you should give it a try. It may reveal an entirely new flavor." Qin Miaoshan shot him another glare, but, summoning her courage, lifted the cup and took a timid sip. She found the liquid to be overwhelmingly pungent, eliciting a delicate pout from her lips. Observing her reaction, Shen Qi chuckled. "How does it taste, master?" Qin Miaoshan shook her head. "Too bitter." Shen Qi laughed heartily. "Perhaps with a few more attempts, you will come to appreciate its charm." With that, he swiftly refilled her cup. Qin Miaoshan glared at him once more, yet was unable to resist lifting the cup for another tentative sip. Shen Qi, oblivious to her reluctance, seized the wine jug and gently clinked his cup against hers. He then tilted his head back and downed the entire jug of fine wine in one go. Qin Miaoshan was momentarily taken aback by such unrestrained drinking. In a display akin to magic, Shen Qi produced another jar of fine wine from seemingly nowhere, shaking it triumphantly before Qin Miaoshan. Seeing his intent to drink more, she waved her hand. "Cheer, do not indulge excessively. Do not neglect your responsibilities." Shen Qi took a hearty sip, assuring her, "Rest assured, master, I know my limits." He then filled Qin Miaoshan's cup again, and with a resigned expression, she acquiesced to join him. As they sipped the fine wine, they reminisced about the amusing tales of the 7 absolute sect. Unbeknownst to them, they had consumed an entire 3 large jars of wine. Although Qin Miaoshan was not particularly fond of alcohol, she found herself inexplicably yearning for more after that first sip, and, almost as if under a spell, she did not refuse Shen Qi's persistent invitations, drinking cup after cup alongside him. Meanwhile, in the back kitchen of the inn, the attendant was bound hand and foot by a spiritual energy rope, a gag of gray cloth stuffed into his mouth. His eyes wide with terror, he emitted muffled gasps as a shimmering blue sword energy hovered perilously close to his throat, a trickle of blood staining the ground. Before him, Suji gazed at the attendant with an inscrutable expression, seemingly reveling in the mortal's fear, his countenance reflecting sheer ecstasy. After a moment, Suji clenched his right hand in the air, and the azure sword energy swiftly severed the attendant's throat. Wang Jie emerged from the shadows, his palm enveloped in surging spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the lifeless body of the tavern attendant was reduced to ashes, completely dissipating into the ether. Wang Jie turned to Suji, expressing his concern. "Young master, the Tianjian sect meticulously records every commoner in Shujin City. If they were to investigate, we might encounter some complications." Suji appeared oblivious to his words, preoccupied with his own thoughts. "Wang Jie, are you certain that the dragon's lust essence mixed into the wine will not be detected by that young lady?" Wang Jie nodded confidently, asserting, "Young master need not worry. The dragon's lust essence is, in fact, a seductive potion crafted from fine wine. When blended into the drink, it becomes colorless and tasteless, imperceptible even to divine cultivators." Upon hearing this, Suji's face broke into a lecherous smile, a wave of heat surging within him. His breaths quickened with impatience as he commanded, Wang Jie. Swiftly bring that young lady to my chamber. As for Shen Qi, simply render him incapable of using his spiritual C. I wish to witness his torment. Wang Jie subtly furrowed his brow, voicing his doubts. Young master, how shall we respond to the Tianjian sect? Su Ji scoffed. You need not concern yourself with that. Just ensure that your actions leave no trace. I have my methods to deal with the Tianjian sect, and no matter how powerful they may be, they will not trace it back to me. Wang Jie nodded, bowing slightly before vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 34. A night of enchantment. After consuming several jars of fine wine, Shen Qi's eyes glazed over, his demeanor teetering between intoxication and lucidity. Chen Miaoshan had also indulged. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Emboldened by the wine, Shen Qi leaned closer to Chen Miaoshan, gazing at her exquisite beauty and slurring, "Mistress, you are truly enchanting." In response, Chen Miaoshan shot him a playful glare, her face betraying a mix of shyness and reproach. "Cheer, it seems you are genuinely drunk, spouting nonsense." As he beheld her delicate, blushing visage, Shen Qi felt an unexplainable stir within him. Seizing the moment, he grasped Chen Miaoshan's hands, gently caressing them. Chen Miaoshan stiffened. Gathering his courage, Shen Qi leaned in closer and whispered, "Mistress, let us become partners in the Tao. I shall take you across the 9-colored heavens." "What do you say?" Chen Miaoshan's eyes widened in surprise, her expression turning peculiar as she stared at Shen Qi, remaining silent. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She forcefully withdrew her hands and picked up her empty wine glass, sniffing it with suspicion. Moments later, her complexion shifted dramatically, and she hastily formed hand seals. To her horror, she discovered that her nascent soul within the spiritual sea had inexplicably fallen into a slumber, and her surrounding spiritual power was sealed, unable to circulate. Her expression darkened further as she coldly remarked, "Cheer, this wine is tainted." Shen Qi, belching, replied with a muddled smile, "Tainted? Mistress, what are you talking about? What's wrong?" Chen Miaoshan, anxious, responded, "We have been careless and have fallen into someone's trap. The fine wine we just drank must have been drugged." Shen Qi grinned foolishly, still in a daze. "No way." The mistress exclaimed in confusion, "Where is the medicine? I am quite spirited at the moment." As she spoke, Shen Qi clutched the empty wine jar, slurring incomprehensible, drunken words. Observing Shen Qi swaying unsteadily, Chen Miaoshan found herself torn between laughter and tears. Wishing she could simply knock him away, realizing Shen Qi was thoroughly intoxicated, she decided to lead him back to their quarters without further ado. However, Shen Qi suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, nearly collapsing into her embrace. With dazed eyes, he slurred, "Mistress, you are truly beautiful. Tonight, I wish to rest with you." Before he could finish, he slumped to the ground, completely unconscious. Chen Miaoshan stared in disbelief, a gentle look in her eyes as she gazed at Shen Qi. Just as she bent down to assist him, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed her, rendering her limbs powerless. Before she could react, her body fell onto Shen Qi with a soft thud. A low, haunting melody began to drift from the darkness, growing ever closer. The sound of the flute pierced Chen Miaoshan's ears, causing her head to throb intensely, as if her blood was boiling within her veins. She felt an inexplicable heat coursing through her body, and in a daze, her hands began to tear at her outer garment. In a moment of clarity, she bit her tongue to jolt herself awake, scanning her surroundings before unleashing a fierce shout. "Who goes there? Show yourself." From the shadows, a figure emerged, cradling a jade flute. The music grew deeper, like an invisible blade piercing her very soul. Chen Miaoshan felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, her thoughts gradually fading into emptiness. Summoning the last remnants of her strength, she fixed her gaze upon the figure in the darkness. Slowly, the figure approached, revealing itself to be Wang Jie of the Qingxiao Sword Palace. After a prolonged silence, Wang Jie ceased playing and stepped forward, a smug expression adorning his face as he leered at Chen Miaoshan. Her eyes turned cold as she retorted, "How dare you, Qingxiao Sword Palace, openly defy the regulations of the Heavenly Sword sect? You are utterly lawless." Wang Jie laughed heartily, responding, "Your skills are commendable. Although your cultivation has been sealed, you still manage to resist my melody of the void. I truly admire your tenacity. Yet now, as you succumb to the dragon's lust, I wonder how long you can withstand it." At his words, Chen Miaoshan's expression shifted drastically, fury igniting within her. The dragon's lust. Ranked 7th among the poisons in the eastern wilderness cultivation world. You dare to use such vile substances against me and my master? You are shameless. Wang Jie shook his head, a sly grin on his lips. You are mistaken, my friend. This is not poison, but rather an exquisite aphrodisiac. Were it not for your relaxed guard here in Sword Guard City, I would need to employ far more effort to deal with you, haha. Chen Miaoshan glared at Wang Jie with venomous intensity, declaring fiercely, "You despicable coward. The Heavenly Sword sect will not let you go unpunished." Wang Jie merely scoffed. dismissing her words. Raising the jade flute once more to his lips, the haunting melody of the void resonated through her mind yet again. As the sound of the flute resonated once more, Chun Yaoshan found herself unable to endure any longer, her mind succumbing to chaos. Her gaze became vacant, and she lost all consciousness, mindlessly beginning to tear at her garments. Before Wang Jie could finish his melody, within mere moments, Chun Yaoshan's eyes turned a furious crimson. A mouthful of vital essence was violently expelled, landing squarely upon Shen Qi's heart. Wang Jie, entirely focused on Chun Yaoshan, failed to notice a fleeting glimmer of golden light emanating from Shen Qi's chest, nor did he perceive the almost imperceptible movement of Shen Qi's eyes. With a radiant smile, Wang Jie put away his jade flute and, fixating on Chun Yaoshan's alluring form, thought to himself, such a stunning beauty, I shall indulge first. Young master, you will have to wait a while longer, haha. The dragon's lust not only served as an aphrodisiac, but also possessed the capability to temporarily seal one's cultivation. Meanwhile, the melodious notes of the dragon's song were particularly adept at influencing the mind, enhancing the effects of the dragon's lust manifold. Within a span of 48 hours, those afflicted by the dragon's lust, if they did not engage with the opposite sex, would meet a gruesome demise. Had Chun Yaoshan not been rendered powerless by the dragon's lust, she would not have found herself in such a helpless predicament. Wang Jie produced a pitch-black elixir from his bosom and swallowed it whole. After consuming the elixir, he activated his spiritual energy. Feeling a wave of warmth rise within his abdomen. Satisfied, he approached Chun Yaoshan with a sinister grin, extending his wicked hand toward her waist. At that moment, Shen Qi slowly opened his eyes, the intoxication evaporating from his visage as he regarded Wang Jie with a knowing smirk. Within Shen Qi's eyes sparkled a golden light. Grasping Wang Jie's hand, he rose with deliberate grace. In an instant, the 7 absolute sword formation materialized from within Shen Qi, enveloping Wang Jie entirely. Momentarily bewildered, Wang Jie soon realized with horror that his spiritual energy had been inexplicably sealed, rendering him immobile. The roles of hunter and prey had abruptly reversed. Wang Jie was perplexed. How could Shen Qi, who had consumed the wine infused with dragon's lust, still retain his cultivation? With merely a golden core level of cultivation, how was it possible for him to seal Wang Jie's power in an instant? A torrent of questions flooded Wang Jie's mind, leaving him bewildered. Unperturbed by Wang Jie's contemplation, Shen Qi casually waved his hand, a blade of sword energy hovering ominously before Wang Jie's forehead. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Wang Jie's brow as he stammered in terror. Why has the dragon's lust lost its effect? How did you accomplish this? Shen Qi replied with a smile. What do you think? Wang Jie, in a state of panic, asked, Who are you? What do you think? As a realization dawned upon him, Wang Jie's complexion turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably as he knelt, pleading for mercy. Please spare me, senior. This was all the idea of my young master, Su Ji. It was not my wish. I beg you, spare my life. I know nothing. I will not speak. Shen Qi's smile remained unwavering as he replied, I am fully aware that you will not speak, for you shall die. Wang Jie had yet to utter a word when a beam of sword light descended from his forehead, leaving him utterly disoriented. As the sword light dissipated, a storage ring floated into Shen Qi's palm. Retrieving the 7 absolute sword formation diagram, Shen Qi murmured to himself, Those who dare to covet my women truly do not know the meaning of peril. Su Ji, your turn shall come on the morrow. With a sweeping gesture, Shen Qi unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, meticulously erasing all traces before lifting Chun Yaoshan and returning to his chamber. Inside the room, Shen Qi removed the tattered outer garment of Chun Yaoshan. A flicker of golden light emanated from his palm as he sought to expel the dragon's essence within her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, even in her unconscious state, Chun Yaoshan clung tightly to Shen Qi. Her delicate form writhed restlessly, her slender legs entwining around him. Shen Qi hesitated momentarily, but his expression soon transformed into one of resolute determination. He chose not to resist, yielding to the genuine desires of his heart, and embraced Chun Yaoshan, forcefully stripping away her garments. Before Shen Qi lay the exquisitely alluring figure of Chun Yaoshan, compelling him to swallow hard as a torrent of blood surged through him, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey. Ethereal melodies filled the room, flowing like a gentle stream. In that moment, Shen Qi felt a profound exhilaration enveloping his entire being. Chapter 35. The Fates of Life and Death. 1,000 miles from the western gate of Shujian City lies the forbidden sword tomb of the Heavenly Sword Sect. 10,000 years ago, the sect's founder attained enlightenment and ascended to the heavens at this very location, bearing the divine sword, Qingtian Longjian. Since then, disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect have followed in the footsteps of their founder, coming here to comprehend the path of the sword. After millennia of accumulation, the sword tomb now houses over 1 million treasured swords, resulting in its present grandeur. The square at the entrance of the Sword Tomb bustled with activity due to the arrival of disciples for the Eastern Wilderness 9 Prefectures assessment. This time, 10,000 young disciples had registered for the evaluation. Gathered in the square, they eagerly prepared to showcase their skills and stand out as disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Among the participants, some exchanged greetings and engaged in lively conversation. A disciple with a silk headband inquired of his companion, Yi Ping, "I heard that your sister Yi Xian from the Thousand-Li Sword sect successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage last month. Is that true? Why isn't she here for the assessment?" The disciple named Yi Ping responded with a gentle smile, "Brother Wei Huan, your information is indeed quite accurate. My sister has indeed reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. Half a month ago, she was selected by the esteemed Yu Jianzi from Wanjian Mountain in Juntian Prefecture. She has already gone to report there. Though the Heavenly Sword sect is the foremost sect in Xintian Prefecture, it pales in comparison to Wanjian Mountain." Wei Huan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wanjian Mountain. My goodness, Sister Yi Xian is truly a prodigy. I've heard that Yu Jianzi is a powerful figure in the divine refinement realm. It seems that Sister Yi Xian's path to immortality will be smooth sailing from now on. Yi Ping's words drew the attention of numerous disciples, who eagerly showered him with compliments. A broad smile illuminated Yi Ping's face, his pride evident for all to see. In another corner of the plaza, 2 disciples embraced with laughter, joyously expressing their camaraderie. "Brother Zhang, who would have thought that during your recent journey to Hanin Mountain, you actually grasped the essence of the autumn water sword technique? I am truly impressed. Brother Zhou, you are being modest. You have not lagged behind either. Spending 3 months in the Wind Arrow Cave, you have surprisingly comprehended the wind-chasing sword technique. Remarkable." The 2 exchanged smiles, their faces brimming with satisfaction. However, in the southeastern corner of the plaza, Su Ji, the young master of the Qingxiao Sword Palace, wore a countenance as dark as water, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he stared at the individual before him. Su Ji's pupils dilated slightly, filled with disbelief. The previous night, he had been in his chamber, anxiously awaiting Wang Jie to bring someone to him. Yet, as the hours passed, Wang Jie's figure failed to materialize. After enduring a night of torment, Su Ji's anger was palpable. He had already berated Wang Jie countless times in his mind. Su Ji had assumed that Wang Jie had succeeded ahead of him, secretly relishing the spoils. Had it not been for the impending examination, he would have stormed up to Wang Jie, delivering a few resounding slaps. But when Su Ji spotted the unscathed Shen Qi in the plaza, an inexplicable unease washed over him. Shen Qi regarded him with a smile that danced around his lips, an enigmatic expression. He sauntered closer, chuckling softly, "Young Master Su, whom are you waiting for?" Su Ji clenched his fists tightly, responding stiffly, "What business is it of yours whom I await?" Shen Qi's smile grew ever brighter. "Su Ji, I have mentioned that I would be waiting for you in the Sword Tomb. Do not falter at the last moment." With that, Shen Qi dismissed Su Ji from his thoughts and departed with a hearty laugh. In the plaza, scenes akin to theirs were countless. A tide of people surged with exuberance. Just as conversations filled the air, the disciples suddenly fell into a deep silence. They silently formed ranks, raising their gazes to the sky, a solemn atmosphere enveloping them. In the air, 4 figures clad in the attire of the Heavenly Sword sect materialized from the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. These were the 4 elders who had long guarded the Sword Guard city. The 4 exuded an imposing aura without anger, instilling a sense of dread among some disciples, who trembled slightly under their pressure. Shen Qi also recognized that the elder from the due south was the one he had encountered at the south gate of the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Simultaneously, the elder noticed Shen Qi, discreetly nodding at him with a smile playing on his lips. After a moment of scrutiny, the 4 elders retracted their intangible pressure, their eyes sweeping across the disciples in the plaza, revealing a look of satisfaction. In the next moment, the 4 elders simultaneously knelt on one knee, bowing reverently towards the center of the plaza. With heads bowed, they respectfully intoned, "We humbly welcome the sect master." At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. No one could have anticipated that this examination would be presided over personally by Jian Wushuang, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. The eyes of the disciples participating in the examination ignited with fervor, their gazes fixated intently on the lofty heights above. It is known that Jian Wushuang, as the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, stands as the foremost powerhouse of Xintian continent. Whispers have circulated that Jian Wushuang ascended to the realm of transcendent beings a century ago, undeniably a figure of immense prominence in the contemporary world. To catch the eye of Jian Wushuang would indeed be akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, thus ensuring a smooth path towards the celestial way. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a ripple reminiscent of water emerged in the void above. A colossal fissure appeared in the air, from which a towering figure gradually emerged, his demeanor gentle as the breeze, slowly surveying the disciples gathered in the square below. After a moment, Jian Wushuang withdrew his gaze, inhaled deeply, his voice resonating like a great bell. Today marks the day of public recruitment examinations for our Heavenly Sword sect. You, talented individuals hailing from the 9 states of the Eastern Wilderness, it is indeed our sect's fortune that you have chosen to participate in this assessment. He continued, let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall now elucidate the rules of this examination in detail. Upon hearing this, the disciples perked up their ears. Even Shen Qi discarded his nonchalance, attentively absorbing Jian Wushuang's words. In truth, the Sword Tomb is a spatial array established by our founder, within which resides the remnants of his spatial laws. This power is fundamental to the proper functioning of the Sword Tomb. Once you enter the depths of the Sword Tomb, you will be randomly transported to different spaces. Jian Wushuang paused momentarily before continuing. The depths of the Sword Tomb are vast and boundless. The likelihood of encountering one another therein is quite low, though unexpected meetings cannot be entirely ruled out. You must sense the coordinates of the Founder's divine sword within 3 days. Only by identifying the correct coordinates of the divine sword can you successfully be transported to its location using the sword token. One disciple inquired, Elder, what if we fail to identify the precise coordinates of the Founder's divine sword within the 3 days? Jian Wushuang smiled gently. Fear not. After the examination period, those who do not pass will be automatically transported out of the depths by the sword token. As he spoke, Jian Wushuang grasped the air with his right hand, and a sword token floated into his palm. With a mysterious smile, he added, take good care of your sword tokens. They not only facilitate your exit from the depths, but also assist in locating the correct coordinates. Remember, another disciple asked, Elder, if I am transported to the same space as others and a dispute arises, what should we do? Jian Wushuang, with a knowing smile, replied, once inside the Sword Tomb, life and death are determined by fate. At Jian Wushuang's words, the disciples fell silent. Chapter 36, The Sword Chest. When there were no further questions from the disciples, Jian Wushuang exchanged a glance with the 4 elders. The elders simultaneously formed seals with their hands, their spiritual energy surging forth, and the skies transformed dramatically. Moments later, a colossal transparent mirror, 1,000 feet in size, materialized, suspended in the center of the square. Jian Wushuang pointed with his finger, and a dense stream of spiritual energy flowed into the mirror, causing it to ripple and shift. As the disciples looked again, the mirror revealed countless square images, each reflecting the figures of the registered disciples participating in the examination. Jian Wushuang chuckled, there is no need for you all to be anxious. This myriad image mirror is merely an ordinary artifact employed by my Tianjin sect for tracking and recording. Its purpose is twofold, to allow those accompanying to observe your examination's real-time progress, and to facilitate our sect's supervision, adhering to the principle of fairness. It is designed to prevent any form of favoritism or interference with the assessment. After his explanation, Jian Wushuang waved his hand once more, and the grand entrance to the Sword Tomb gradually opened. A shimmering spatial rift, resembling rippling water, appeared before everyone, emanating an aura of intricate formations. Jian Wushuang let out a hearty laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. Upon hearing this, the disciples from various sects summoned their examination sword tokens, infusing them with a surge of sword energy. Once absorbed, the tokens radiated a blazing silver light, enveloping the candidates and transforming them into streaks of luminescence that darted into the rift. Shen Qi, clutching his sword token, remained unhurried, quietly observing as the other disciples vanished one by one into the rift. As the majority of the disciples from the plaza entered, Shen Qi swept his gaze around, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. With a flick of his finger, sword energy manifested and shot into his token. As the silver light enveloped him, a wave of dizziness washed over Shen Qi, compelling him to close his eyes. In the instant Shen Qi disappeared, a slender figure emerged from behind a stone platform in the plaza. Shen Miaoshan, gazing at the twinkling stars that Shen Qi had transformed into, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. At that moment, a shy smile graced her lips, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the wild scenes of the previous night. Fragmented memories flickered in her mind. Although she was momentarily entranced by the intoxicating poison of the dragon's lust, she could still sense Shen Qi's captivating masculine aura even in her haze. Amidst her hazy recollections, the image of Shen Qi's broad chest and sturdy frame ignited a shiver within her. In their passionate entanglement, Shen Qi's domineering thrusts were infused with such raw power. This exquisite sensation enraptured Chun Miaoshan, a delight her late husband, Shen Lin, had never bestowed upon her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a blush of embarrassment crept across her cheeks. When Chun Miaoshan finally regained her composure, she dared not open her eyes, uncertain of how to face Shen Qi. Yet, Shen Qi firmly embraced her bare form, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Shizuan, from this day forth, you shall be mine, and there is no escaping this fate." A mix of joy and fear washed over her as she felt her body stiffen, unable to move, and she could only feign continued slumber. His resolute declaration echoed in her ears, relentlessly striking at her heart. After Shen Qi departed, Chun Miaoshan felt an ache of reluctance. After much inner turmoil, she stealthily followed him to the Sword Tomb Plaza, quietly observing his every move. Within the myriad image mirror, various scenes began to flicker. When Shen Qi reopened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a void. He was unable to discern the surroundings, shrouded in a dimness akin to the onset of night. With a deft motion of his right hand, Shen Qi summoned a green, luminous orb, the very eye of a green-eyed python. Due to the constraints of the surroundings, the eerie light could not extend far within this subterranean realm. Utilizing the faint glow, Shen Qi could barely make out a radius of 10 zhang around himself. As he scrutinized the space, he was astounded to discover countless sword boxes suspended in midair, their numbers seemingly infinite. Overwhelmed by a sense of awe, Shen Qi ascended into the air and sped forward aimlessly for several miles. The cavernous expanse, devoid of any discernible end, was filled only with a dense array of floating sword boxes. Unable to perceive anything else, he reluctantly halted his advance. He then pointed his finger skyward, causing one of the sword boxes to drift into his grasp. To his surprise, he found the box enveloped in an invisible current, akin to a handful of water encased within a balloon, fluid and soft, flowing freely. Upon his tentative exploration, he was alarmed to discover that his spiritual energy could not penetrate the surface of this ethereal barrier. After pondering for a moment, he expelled a beam of golden spiritual energy. However, as the golden light made contact with the surface of the current, it burst open like a punctured balloon, causing the sword box within to disintegrate into ashes. Shen Qi was left in a state of shock, never anticipating the overwhelming potency of the golden light bestowed upon him by his predecessor. Observing the scene before him, he could only manage a wry smile. In the square, Elder Nanman's gaze remained fixed on the image of Shen Qi. Upon witnessing the sword box's vanishment, his brow furrowed in concern. Elder Dongman approached him, jesting. "Is this the disciple from the Seven Absolutes sect whom you hold in such high regard?" Elder Nanman nodded slightly. Elder Dongman continued with a mocking tone. "This lad seems somewhat simple-minded. He has yet to discover the method of seeking the sword. It appears you have misjudged him this time." In response, Elder Nanman merely cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from further comment. The extraordinary event that had just unfolded before Shen Qi's eyes was equally witnessed by Jian Wushuang, who was conducting inspections. Upon seeing the current burst apart, Jian Wushuang felt an unparalleled shock within his heart. While the four elders remained oblivious to the significance, he understood all too well that this current was the essence of the void refinement realm left by the ancestral master. The fact that this youth could breach the foundational power of the ancestor using external force was utterly unfathomable to him. The faint image of golden light flashed once more in Jian Wushuang's mind, prompting him to murmur. What kind of divine ability does this youth possess to breach the ancestral source of power? There must be something extraordinary at play. With this thought, Jian Wushuang's figure flickered as he approached Elder Nanman. The four elders, upon seeing the figure of the sect master, simultaneously bowed in reverence. Pointing at Shen Qi's image, Jian Wushuang directly inquired, "Elder Nan, do you recognize this youth?" Elder Nanman was taken aback. Although he was unaware of why Jian Wushuang had developed an interest in Shen Qi, he truthfully reported to the sect master, "This individual is named Shen Qi, a disciple of the Seven Absolute sect. On the day of his registration, I personally issued him the assessment sword token." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. "The Seven Absolute sect? He is a disciple of the Seven Absolute sect?" Elder Nanman nodded, somewhat curious as to why Jian Wushuang reacted so strongly. Jian Wushuang's emotions were in turmoil as he muttered to himself, perhaps one or two coincidences could be mere chance, but when so many coincidences converge, it can no longer be mere happenstance. Could it be that the fated person warned by our ancestor is truly him? Elder Nanman, puzzled, inquired, "Master, who are you referring to?" Jian Wushuang shook his head and instructed, "Pay close attention to this individual. Should any unusual occurrences arise, inform me at once." With that, Jian Wushuang gracefully departed, leaving the four elders exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar as they regarded one another. Chapter 37. Watching the fire from across the river. Meanwhile, Shen Qi, having just experienced that attempt, began to discern a clue. This stream of energy must have been left behind by a senior's spiritual power. Could it be the strength of the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Shen Qi murmured softly, what level of energy could this possibly be? The laws of the spirit refinement realm, the mysteries of the void realm, or perhaps the very essence of the illusory void realm? With this thought, Shen Qi felt an increasing sense of astonishment. Even the power of a cultivator in the illusory void realm seemed as fragile as tofu in the presence of his golden light. He could hardly fathom what level of formidable being the elder Firefly truly was. After organizing his thoughts, Shen Qi reached for another sword box. Having learned from his previous experience, he refrained from reckless experimentation and instead examined the sword box within the energy stream with great care. The sword box appeared remarkably archaic, its surface dark and devoid of any decorative patterns. At its center was a dent that seemed oddly familiar to Shen Qi. Suddenly, he recalled his assessment sword token and hastily compared the two, discovering they were of identical size. Shen Qi's curiosity deepened as he murmured, "Could it be that this sword token serves as the key to unlocking the sword box?" Cautiously, he pressed the sword token against the sword box, only to find it rebuffed when it touched the surface of the energy stream. Bewildered, Shen Qi wondered, could there be an error? After a moment of contemplation, a new idea sparked within him. He enveloped the sword token with spiritual energy infused with the 7 absolute sword intent and propelled the token toward the dent in the sword box once more. Indeed, this time the sword token encountered no resistance from the energy stream and was securely embedded into the sword box. In the next moment, Shen Qi beheld the energy stream surrounding the sword box dissipate into a mist of white vapor, vanishing into the void. The sword box flew into Shen Qi's palm, and he slowly opened the lid, revealing an ancient and formless longsword before his eyes. Upon drawing the sword, he discovered it to be an utterly ordinary iron sword, devoid of any mystical aura. Casting a glance at the iron sword in his hand, Shen Qi carelessly discarded it. A vague answer began to form in his mind. The divine sword simply did not exist within the sword box. In the depths of the earth, the number of sword cases is staggering, amounting to millions upon millions. If the disciples were to be assessed one after another, none would be able to locate the divine sword within 3 days. Moreover, Jian Wushuang once elucidated the rules. Should any disciple discover the coordinates of the divine sword, the sword token would automatically sense it and emit a radiant 5-colored divine light. Simultaneously, the sword token would transport the testing disciple to the very location where the divine sword is concealed. This implies that the Qinglong sword must be buried in another realm. It appears that these countless sword cases before me are merely a smokescreen set by the Heavenly Sword sect. Within the floating sword cases, most conceal only illusory coordinates. The Heavenly Sword sect may have placed the true coordinates among them, or perhaps the sword cases lack the genuine coordinates of the divine sword entirely. As Shen Qi began to gain some clarity, piercing through the layers of confusion, he contemplated how to ascertain the coordinates of the divine sword. He pondered if perhaps there were clues he had overlooked. At present, Shen Qi found himself at an impasse, uncertain how to swiftly uncover the coordinates of the divine sword. Clutching the green orb, Shen Qi stood still, grappling with his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously chose the direction of his right hand and proceeded with great care. At that moment, Shen Qi had no inkling of what to do. He was unaware of how to sense the coordinates of the divine sword. He could only take each step as it came. Uncertain of how long he had been aimlessly flying, he suddenly heard the intermittent sound of air being sliced through nearby. Following the sound, Shen Qi soon discerned a palpable surge of spiritual energy woven into the air ahead. Clearly, some cultivators were engaged in a duel not far away. Shen Qi concealed his presence and quietly approached. Before long, 3 figures emerged within Shen Qi's line of sight. Coincidentally, one of them was the very person Shen Qi had been yearning for, the young master of the Qingxiao Sword Palace, Su Ji. Shen Qi refrained from revealing himself, instead opting to quietly observe from a distance, seeking to understand the reason behind the conflict among the 3. He saw Su Ji, together with a purple-haired youth, cornering a young woman from both sides. Su Ji's eyes gleamed with a lascivious light as he licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Cousin, today we are in for a treat. Let us try the dual dragons playing with the phoenix. I have yet to experience such a novel plaything. Just thinking about it excites me." It turned out that the purple-haired youth was Su Ji's cousin, the young master of the Zikan Sword Palace, Yun. The depraved smiles on their faces intensified, their gazes shamelessly roving over the young woman's entire form. Her ethereal beauty and unparalleled grace ignited a fiery longing within them, making them yearn to pounce upon her and fulfill their desires. Suppressing his inner lust, Yun leered, "Miss Wei, why must you struggle so? This dragon's lust elixir was obtained by through great hardship. Were it not for your sudden breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, I would truly hesitate to use this divine medicine on you. Miss Wei, do you not feel your lower abdomen growing soft, your blood surging, and your throat parched with springtime fervor?" Haha. As the 2 individuals exchanged lewd laughter, they recounted words that were utterly disgraceful, their frivolity unmistakable. The young maiden, known as Wei Qingyan, was none other than the cherished daughter of Wei Han, the esteemed leader of the Yushu sword sect. Her eyes sparkled with an icy glint. For in a moment of carelessness, she had fallen prey to their machinations, inadvertently inhaling a trace of the dragon's indulgence fragrance. Although Wei Qingyan hastily consumed the Yushu pill, a sacred remedy concocted by her father, she found herself unable to suppress the spreading effects of the dragon's indulgence. Wei Qingyan was acutely aware that the two nefarious figures refrained from attacking her, as they were wary of her still unsealed cultivation. Su Ji and his companion were merely at the early stage of the golden core, lacking the confidence to subdue her without injury. They had devised a cunning plan, intending to gradually wear down Wei Qingyan's resolve. Once the potency of the dragon's indulgence fully erupted within her, they could act at their whim. The influence of the dragon's indulgence was rapidly expanding. Her limbs felt weak, and she struggled to maintain her composure. The spiritual energy coalescing at her fingertips diminished further, and she sensed her cultivation plummeting. Overwhelmed with shock, anger, and hatred, Wei Qingyan, in a state of panic, swallowed another Yushu pill. Su Ji and his companion dared not approach. As long as she remained standing, they would not risk their gamble. Lu Yun was taken aback, recognizing the sheer ferocity of the dragon's indulgence. Although he had yet to comprehend the melodic divine ability of the void dragon's song to enhance the effect of the drug, he knew that an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would likely succumb within the span of a tea's brewing. It was astonishing that Wei Qingyan could endure for the duration of an incense stick. No wonder she had managed to break through to the nascent soul stage before turning 20. Moments later, Wei Qingyan suddenly gasped, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Su Ji erupted into raucous laughter, unable to restrain himself from taking a step closer. There, he beheld Wei Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her chest heaving erratically, her breath coming in rapid gasps. She had evidently been rendered powerless. Realizing that she could no longer resist, Su Ji's companion, Lu Yun, lecherously rubbed his hands together, a smirk plastered on his face as he gazed at her, as if eyeing a delectable prey. Wei Qingyan's face burned hotter, her vision beginning to blur. In her dazed state, she faintly perceived Su Ji and his companion extending their claws toward her, while she found herself utterly incapable of moving even a finger. With a heavy sigh, she reluctantly closed her eyes, crystalline tears streaming down her jade-like cheeks. Chapter 38. Invincible beneath the transformation of the divine in the square, an elderly man with a white beard glared furiously. His eyes fixated on the countless images of Wei Qingyan displayed before him. Suddenly, he turned, his expression darkening as he glared at the person before him, an aura of murderous intent radiating from his being. After a moment's contemplation, the old man spoke coldly, "Lu Kai, your disciples from the Zikin Sword Palace have truly overstepped their bounds, daring to employ the dragon's indulgence to scheme against the young master of the Yushu sword sect. Should my lady suffer even the slightest harm, prepare for the annihilation of your Zikin Sword Palace." El Kai from the Purple Zen Sword Palace let out a mocking laugh, feigning surprise as he said, "That brat Yun is truly reckless. How could he act in such a manner? Brother Wei, do not be anxious. Your reaction seems somewhat impulsive. Our young master merely wishes to grow closer to Miss Wei. Yun is still young and somewhat naive, acting a bit extreme, but he harbors no malicious intent towards her, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, the elder laughed in fury. "You despicable old man, El Kai, you are indeed shameless." El Kai maintained his amused demeanor, not responding, but instead, he continued to gaze at the unfolding scene with a grin. The elder's palms surged with spiritual energy, nearly unable to restrain himself from striking El Kai down. Clenching his teeth to suppress his impulse, he covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight of the images displayed. At this moment, Wei Qingyan found herself trapped in an inescapable predicament, helplessly watching as the two approached her with lewd grins. Just as Su Ji and the other reveled in their triumph, a flash of golden light appeared before Wei Qingyan, and a figure materialized. It was none other than Shen Qi. Shen Qi calmly assisted Wei Qingyan, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he stood with his back to Su Ji and the other. In shock, Su Ji and El Yun instinctively unleashed a fierce sword aura. The sword energy howled as it surged, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual power aimed directly at Shen Qi's back. Yet, Shen Qi remained unfazed, his own spiritual energy swirling around him, forming a solid shield that enveloped the two assailants completely. The sword energy struck the shield with ferocity, but dissipated into nothingness as if it had struck a bottomless sea. Shen Qi's sudden appearance had caught both Su Ji and El Yun off guard, instilling a flicker of fear within them. Despite being cultivators of the Golden Core stage, they had been focused solely on Wei Qingyan moments before. Nevertheless, they had still projected their spiritual consciousness to sense their surroundings. The fact that this individual had appeared before them silently, saving Wei Qingyan, indicated that his cultivation level far surpassed their own. As they observed Shen Qi's back, Both felt a burgeoning desire to retreat. Before Su Ji and El Yun could take any further action, Shen Qi willed the 7 absolute sword formation diagram to expand dramatically, crashing down and sealing them completely. Slowly turning around, Shen Qi fixed a gaze, half smiling, on Su Ji and said, "Young Master Su, what a coincidence to encounter you here in this coarse space so soon." El Yun was about to question him when he noticed the horror-stricken expression on Su Ji's face, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. El Yun's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Cousin, what is wrong with you?" Su Ji managed a woeful smile, forcing himself to meet Shen Qi's gaze, and feigned calmness as he asked, "Shen Qi, where is my servant Wang Jie now?" Shen Qi chuckled lightly. "Why concern yourself with a dead man, young Master Su? Rest assured, I shall send you to reunite with him at once." At that moment, even El Yun, no matter how foolish he might be, could sense the pervasive murderous intent emanating from Shen Qi. El Yun, utterly incensed by Shen Qi's words, lost all rationality. Disregarding the vast disparity in cultivation levels between them, El Yun's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Who is this nameless nobody, daring to spout such nonsense before me? Seeking death." With that, El Yun summoned a dark green gourd from his storage ring, swiftly channeling a surge of spiritual energy to activate the magical artifact. Shen Qi's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand, unleashing an extraordinarily sharp sword Qi. The sword Qi whistled forth, imbued with the terrifying and violent essence of the 7 absolute sword intent, swiftly descending upon the gourd. In a moment of urgency, El Yun slapped the gourd, causing it to spin in midair. A jet of green water shot forth from the gourd's mouth, infused with boiling spiritual power, transforming into a sharp arrow. The fierce sword Qi collided with the water arrow, producing a crisp sound. The sword Qi shattered, its intent dissipating, while the water column remained unscathed, returning to the gourd. Shen Qi, astonished, noticed a faint divine light emanating from the gourd in El Yun's hand, which had deepened in hue to a richer green. Realizing his attack had yielded no results, El Yun's demeanor shifted to one of smugness. With a look of disdain, he mocked Shen Qi, "Boy, do not presume yourself invincible merely because of your slightly higher cultivation. With your mediocre skills, you dare to threaten my brothers? Such arrogance." Shen Qi's gaze swept over the gourd, and he discerned its true nature, expressing mild surprise. "I did not expect this gourd to be a spiritual treasure. It seems it has been refined by a transformation stage cultivator. This treasure harbors a trace of soul power, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an early transformation stage practitioner." El Yun's smile widened as he sneered, "You country bumpkin possess a modicum of discernment. Now you understand the disparity in our foundations. Even if you are a pseudo-infant stage cultivator, what can you do against me?" Su Ji, witnessing El Yun's arrogance, felt a surge of excitement within. Perhaps El Yun's treasure had restored his confidence. Su Ji grinned menacingly. "Cousin, let us join forces to eliminate this country bumpkin. He has humiliated me repeatedly. If we cannot extract his soul and refine his essence, my hatred shall not be quelled." El Yun nodded. "Rest assured, cousin. After I shatter his spiritual sea, I shall leave him to you for venting." The two exchanged words, seemingly confident of their victory over Shen Qi. Shen Qi, however, remained unperturbed, observing the duo like a spectator at a farcical performance. Growing weary of their incessant chatter, he summoned a flash of golden light in his palm and unleashed another fierce sword Qi. Seeing Shen Qi resort to the same tactic, El Yun wore a scornful expression and casually tossed the gourd. This gourd, a high-quality spiritual treasure personally refined by the head of Qingchan, El Hai, was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, comparable to that of a late-stage infant practitioner. El Yun was exceedingly confident in this treasure gifted by his father. Unfortunately for him, disappointment awaited. With a thunderous boom, the sharp sword Qi, as if possessed of divine might, shattered the gourd's water arrow with ease. The residual force of the sword Qi struck the gourd heavily. A crisp, cracking sound resonated as the surface of the gourd became riddled with fractures. Moments later, with a deafening explosion, the gourd disintegrated into nothingness. El Yun immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. The treasured gourd had been refined with his essence, and with its destruction, Lu Yun found himself gravely afflicted, teetering on the brink of death. His countenance darkened, incredulity etched upon his face. With his last breath, he trembled and uttered, "What manner of cultivation do you possess?" After struggling to articulate this question, Lu Yun, with an expression of resentment, collapsed to the ground. Observing Lu Yun's lifeless body, Shen Qi chuckled softly. "Beneath the realm of divine transformation, Shen is invincible. Your demise is not unjust." With that, Shen Qi's gaze shifted towards Lu Ji, who stood nearby. In the square, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Among the latter was Lu Kai of the Purple Zen Sword Palace, her expression as dark as stormy waters. With a fierce glare, she declared, That arrogant wretch dared to harm our young master's life. If I do not reduce you to ashes within 3 days, I shall not be worthy to serve as an elder of the Purple Zen Sword Palace." Meanwhile, Elder Wei of the Yusu Sword Pavilion erupted in laughter. His spirits lifted upon witnessing his young lady's rescue. He looked at Lu Kai with a gleeful smirk, teasingly remarking, "Lu Kai, your reaction seems rather excessive. Youngster squabbling is hardly a matter for us elders to interfere in." "Ha ha ha," Lu Kai retorted with a cold snort. "Wei 1, do not revel too soon." Elder Wei scoffed. Heaven's calamities can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortunes are inescapable. With that, he disregarded Lu Kai's furious expression and continued to gaze intently at the myriad images displayed before him. When Suji witnessed his cousin Lu Yun's fall, genuine fear gripped him, prompting him to flee in terror. Yet, in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that his early-stage golden core cultivation had been inexplicably sealed, leaving his spiritual power depleted, rendering him unable even to fly. Shen Qi extended his hand, retracting the 7 absolute sword array. His eyes sparkled with mockery as he advanced slowly. Suji, trembling, fell to the ground and scrambled backward in panic. "Shen Qi," he quivered, "you cannot kill me. I am the young master of the Qing Shao Sword Palace. If you slay me, my father will not spare you." Unfazed, Shen Qi replied, "The Lord of the Sword without equal has stated, once you enter the sword tomb, life and death are left to fate." At these words, Suji was overcome with dread. In a frantic state, he gritted his teeth and activated his storage ring, causing A to fly forth. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the jade pendant. Instantly, the pendant radiated A and 4 beams of intertwined, forming an impenetrable sword net that enveloped Suji. His expression twisted in agony. Suji snarled, "Shen Qi, do you truly believe a countryside bumpkin like you can take my life? I shall drag you down with me, even in death." Shen Qi chuckled repeatedly, his right palm glowing with resplendent golden light as he made a swift motion. A fierce sword Qi, infused with golden brilliance, sliced directly towards In the blink of an eye, the sword Qi descended. With a thunderous roar, the azure sword light recoiled as if struck by lightning, retreating into the jade pendant. The sword net was as fragile as a bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Gasping, Suji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning as pale as parchment. One strike had gravely injured him, and his condition mirrored that of Lu Yun just moments earlier. Suji gazed at the azure jade pendant in his hand, despair etched upon his features. The surface of the pendant was marred with a myriad of cracks. Suji's heart felt an unbearable bitterness. He simply could not fathom why Shen Qi's sword energy was so extraordinary, the hidden offensive power within the sword intent undeniably terrifying. Shen Qi had intended to toy with Suji a bit longer, but unexpectedly, Wei Qingyan, who lay unconscious in his arms, suddenly let out a soft moan and opened her crimson eyes wide. Wei Qingyan appeared dazed, her body writhing with heat, clinging tightly to Shen Qi, her hands incessantly tearing at their garments. Clearly, the poison of the dragon's lust within Wei Qingyan had fully erupted, her mind completely overtaken by desire. Shen Qi furrowed his brow and pointed, a stream of golden spiritual energy penetrating Wei Qingyan's brow. With this gesture, a coolness washed over her fervent heart. Yet her body remained searingly hot, still writhing in struggle. Casting a glance at Suji, Shen Qi's patience had finally worn thin. He raised his hand and unleashed a sharp sword energy, aimed directly at Suji's heart. Surprisingly, in this critical moment, the jade pendant in Suji's hand suddenly shattered, releasing a thick azure mist that swirled around him. The azure mist enveloped Suji, churning like boiling water in a hot pot, while his body began to expand in a bizarre manner. Observing the inexplicably emerging azure mist, Shen Qi displayed a look of disdain, his right hand unfaltering as he struck again. The sword energy effortlessly pierced through the azure mist, landing squarely on Suji's chest. The blow left a deep sword mark, revealing bone beneath, and blood gushed forth. Pain contorted Suji's face, and before Shen Qi could make his next move, the azure mist surged, attaching itself to the wound and ravenously consuming his blood. Before Shen Qi could react, the mist abruptly reversed course, darting towards him with lightning speed. Like a specter, it slipped into his orifices. In an instant, the entire mist had entered Shen Qi's body. His form trembled, his eyes becoming hollow, a visage of struggle etched upon his features. Witnessing this scene, Suji managed to rise, clutching his wound, coughing and laughing. "You naive fool from the countryside dare to contend with this young master. Soon, you will experience the true meaning of suffering. Ha ha ha." In a moment of peril, radiant golden light erupted from within Shen Qi. The light surged toward his spiritual sea, effortlessly devouring the azure mist. In the blink of an eye, Shen Qi returned to his former self. Slowly opening his eyes, he took a deep breath, a grave expression settling upon his face. He had nearly fallen into a trap due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. Indeed, the path of immortality is fraught with peril, and the human heart is inscrutable. Gazed at Shen Qi with a half-smile, enveloped in silence. Shen Qi, however, appeared as if he had seen a ghost. His expression one of sheer terror as he pointed at Shen Qi, utterly at a loss. How did you accomplish this? Shen Qi's gaze flickered momentarily before his right palm turned, channeling a radiant sword energy once more into Shen Qi's chest. Shen Qi coughed up blood, repeatedly pleading. Do not kill me. If you take my life, my father will not spare you. He is a master at the late stage of the spirit refinement realm. Should you slay me, your demise is assured. Shen Qi's eyes grew cold. He harbored a deep disdain for threats. With a flick of his right hand, spiritual energy surged forth. The terror on Shen Qi's face was palpable as he declared, my father is already aware of my peril and will soon arrive at Shujin City. When he does, before he could finish, Shen Qi unleashed a final strike. Shen Qi cried out in desperation, Father, save me. At that moment, a crimson glow flashed at Shen Qi's heart. Another wisp of red spiritual mist emerged, transforming into a small figure. The figure was enveloped in red light, continuously swirling with crimson fog, exuding an eerie presence. The exterior of this figure bore an indistinct silhouette, obscured by mist, rendering its features indiscernible. The small figure, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Fellow cultivator, please hesitate. Spare my son's life. Unbeknownst to Shen Qi, Wei Qingyan had regained consciousness at some point. Speaking in a languid tone, this is a manifestation of the soul. Only those who have transcended to the spirit refinement realm can create such an avatar. Unlike an external incarnation, a soul manifestation possesses no offensive capabilities, serving solely as a means of communication. It appears this avatar was left by the head of the Qingshao Sword Palace, showcasing his deep affection for his beloved son. It is no surprise that such an item resides within Shen Qi's soul sea. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi wasted no time and directed his spiritual energy towards Shen Qi's brow. Shen Qi's head tilted, ceasing all struggle, and thus his soul was extinguished. The soul manifestation immediately sensed the shattering of Shen Qi's life force, and the figure cried out in fury, Dare to slay my beloved Su Peng's son? You are doomed. When I arrive at the Heavenly Sword Sect, it will be your time to perish. Having delivered this threat, the figure vanished, and the dense crimson mist dissipated into nothingness. Far away, on a sword platform 1,000 miles distant, a middle-aged man in a green robe sat cross-legged. Before him floated 3 long swords. The man's eyes glinted with ferocity as he murmured, Zhir, you shall not die in vain. I swear to avenge you. Jin Wushuang, await your reckoning. With that, he waved his right hand, and invisible ripples radiated outward. Rising to his feet, he stepped into the ripples, which soon faded, rendering his figure invisible. Chapter 40. Bloodshed in the palace before the myriad images. Elder Dongman gazed at the unfolding scene, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Alas, I underestimated him. This youth not only possesses remarkable talent and formidable cultivation, but also displays a ruthless disposition and decisive actions. He is indeed a promising candidate for a sword cultivator. Elder Nanmen chuckled heartily. Let us observe further. Perhaps this young lad will surprise us yet. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their gazes lingering on the reflection of Shen Qi in the mirror. As the dissipating crimson mist faded, Wei Qingyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you for saving my life, dear friend. I am at a loss to repay such a tremendous kindness. Shen Qi, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, It was merely a matter of righting a wrong. There is no need for concern. Wei Qingyan, feeling a pang of guilt, responded, I fear I have caused you trouble. My heart is truly unsettled. You have slain Shen Qi, and thus have irrevocably forged enmity with the Qingshao Sword Palace. Su Peng is a man who harbors a vengeful spirit. He will not rest after the death of his son. Shen Qi, with a hint of a smile, remarked, I have long had a grievance with Shen Qi. I intended to eliminate him regardless of you. If you truly feel remorse, I would appreciate it if your elders could lend me their protection. I suspect your lineage is quite distinguished. Wei Qingyan blushed. You jest. Shen Qi, supporting the weakened Wei Qingyan, sat cross-legged beside her, gently arranging her garments. He inquired, although the poison of the dragon's lust has been somewhat suppressed, it remains in your system. Is there any remedy apart from the act of union? Wei Qingyan shook her head. Shen Qi pressed further, Do you possess any antidotes? Wei Qingyan nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's expression brightened, and without further ado, he reached into Wei Qingyan's bosom, searching with fervor. Wei Qingyan was taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, unable to resist. Her piercing autumn eyes locked onto Shen Qi, her exquisite face flushed crimson, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Shen Qi, unfazed, continued his exploration and eventually retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bosom. Shen Qi shook the vial, asking, "Is this the one?" Wei Qingyan glared at him with venomous eyes, remaining silent, her delicate chest heaving with agitation. Shen Qi, with a glint of mischief, mused, "It appears this is not it." He reached for her bosom once more. Upon witnessing his audacity, Wei Qingyan's countenance paled, torn between indignation and ire. She begrudgingly nodded. Shen Qi retracted his hand, chuckling. "You should have mentioned it sooner." He extracted a pill, scrutinizing it closely. Merely inhaling a whiff of the pill's fragrance invigorated Shen Qi, making his internal spiritual energy surge with vitality. Astonished, he inquired, "Pray tell, what is this pill? Its effects are indeed remarkable. Just a hint of its aroma has seemingly enriched my spiritual power." After a moment, Wei Qingyan, with a hint of pride, replied, "This is the Yushu pill, formulated by my father. It is a high-grade spiritual elixir capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, while also enhancing spiritual and soul power." Shen Qi was taken aback. "Your father is an alchemist?" Wei Qingyan shook her head. "My father merely dabbles in the art of alchemy. He is primarily a swordsman." Shen Qi's expression dimmed slightly before he gently fed her the pill from his palm. In accordance with the principle of not suffering losses, Shen Qi inserted a pill into his mouth and tucked the small porcelain bottle back into his bosom. Suddenly, Shen Qi inquired, "Fellow Taoist, how long can this pill suppress the dragon's lust saliva?" Wei Qingyan sighed, "For a quarter of an hour." Shen Qi frowned and gritted his teeth. "A quarter of an hour is far too brief. It holds little efficacy. I fear it may even provoke a backlash from the toxicity of the dragon's lust saliva, leading to dire consequences. It would be better if I employed my spiritual energy to assist you in purging the blood, thereby hastening the effects of the Yushu pill to see if we can dispel the dragon's lust saliva." Wei Qingyan nodded. "Then I must trouble you, fellow Taoist." However, Shen Qi stood rooted to the spot, hesitating for quite some time. Wei Qingyan, puzzled, asked, "Why do you not cast the spell?" Shen Qi's face flushed crimson as he stammered, This procedure requires complete disrobing, for it is said that men and women should not engage in close contact. I wonder if you..." Before Shen Qi could finish, Wei Qingyan's delicate face turned beet red, even the nape of her neck blushing fiercely. She bit her ruby lip, bashfully lowering her head. After a moment, seeing her silence, Shen Qi steeled his heart and declared, "Fellow Taoist, since you remain silent, I shall take your acquiescence to my proposal." Wei Qingyan's ears burned, and with a mixture of anger and indignation, she cast a glance at Shen Qi, her eyes glimmering with an indescribable emotion. Observing her expression, Shen Qi could not help but understand her thoughts. A grin spread across his face as he clumsily began to remove Wei Qingyan's outer garment. Wei Qingyan blushed even deeper, too shy to meet his gaze. Just as Shen Qi was about to remove her undergarment, he suddenly remembered that the Heavenly Sword sect was monitoring him with countless mirrors. He chuckled wryly, nearly exposing himself. A thought crossed his mind, and a 10-foot-wide 7 absolute sword formation materialized, enveloping them within. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a magnificent surge of spiritual energy interwove into a hazy barrier, completely isolating the scene within the formation. After establishing the barrier, Shen Qi slowly approached, and with a flick of his finger, he stripped Wei Qingyan of her ethereal garments. With another swipe, even her soul-remaining layer fell away. Shen Qi found himself utterly transfixed, his breath nearly halting. At that moment, Wei Qingyan stood before him, entirely unclothed, her graceful form laid bare. She leaned against Shen Qi, and the sight was breathtaking. Wei Qingyan exclaimed, You close your eyes." Shen Qi found it amusing. Closing his eyes would be a futile gesture. The two stood facing each other, and his spiritual sense was acutely aware of everything. Aware of her shyness, he complied, closing his eyes to preserve the last shred of her dignity. Wei Qingyan, nestled against him, could not help but squirm slightly, breathlessly saying, I feel exceedingly weak. Fellow Taoist, you must act quickly." Although she voiced this, her delicate arms tightened around Shen Qi's waist, her bare body subtly brushing against him. Her gaze, like a pool of autumn water, looked up at Shen Qi, her brows fluttering. Shen Qi gathered his focus, his right hand forming a seal, releasing a golden thread of spiritual energy that he directed towards Wei Qingyan's brow. Immediately afterward, a strand of sword energy surged from his fingertips, piercing into her brow. Shen Qi's palm sword energy continuously shifted, his fingers deftly tapping the Xuanji, Ziguang, and Yutong locations. In a fleeting moment, Shen Qi glided behind Wei Qingyan. With his left hand supporting her, his fingertips danced with spiritual energy, sending sword energy piercing into Wei Qingyan's back at Fengfu, Dazhu, and Lingtai. As Shen Qi's soul sense probed into Wei Qingyan's spiritual ocean, he was astonished to discover that his golden sword energy was rapidly devouring the dragon indulgence, saliva spreading within her body. Moreover, The golden light guided the sword energy to circulate automatically, continuously nourishing her damaged spiritual ocean. The sword energy infiltrated Wei Qingyan's spiritual sea, where the residual spiritual energy within her did not reject it. The two intertwined and fused, mending every inch of her blood vessels. Gradually, Wei Qingyan's pulse normalized, and the withered spiritual sea began to stir with wisps of spiritual energy. Sensing her cultivation was slowly recovering, Shen Qi cast aside all notions of decorum, hastily spreading his outer garment and laying Wei Qingyan down gently. Without hesitation, he pointed to the Yongquan at the sole of her foot, moving upward through Shen Qi, Zuchuan, and Jimen, reaching her lower abdomen. He continued through Guanyuan, Qihai, and Tianshu, ascending to her chest, then through Shanzhong, Yutong, Ziguang, and finally pressing his palm against Tianqi. With both hands gently kneading, he felt an unparalleled softness beneath his palms, igniting a fervent surge within him. Most disconcertingly, Wei Qingyan lay there completely unclad, her exquisite form fully revealed, enticingly alluring. As a robust young man, Shen Qi found himself overwhelmed by such an intoxicating scene, momentarily losing his composure. With their skin pressed together and breaths mingling, this captivating tableau ignited an inexplicable fire within his heart. Unbeknownst to him, although the golden light had consumed the dragon indulgence saliva within Wei Qingyan, the lingering seductive poison, evaporating with her fragrant sweat, unknowingly drew Shen Qi in. The fragrance of the young maiden was akin to a potent drug, and amidst his daze, he lost control. His hands instinctively glided towards her waist and lower abdomen, eventually grasping her voluptuous form. Wei Qingyan trembled, a flicker of clarity breaking through the fog in her mind. Alarmed, she wished to struggle but found herself powerless. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, You are a lecher too." Shen Qi was taken aback, his face flushed with shame as he turned away, struggling to suppress his tumultuous emotions. His heart raced, leaving him at a loss for words to explain himself to Wei Qingyan. Chapter 41. Positional Map. After the passage of an incense stick's duration, Wei Qingyan's breaths grew softer, her breathing no longer frantic. The blush on her delicate body faded, yet she remained utterly weak, lying atop Shen Qi's outer garment. Shen Qi assumed that the poison of the dragon indulgence saliva had been dispelled, but her spiritual energy had yet to recover. With a flick of his hand, he summoned her clothes to rise and cover her stunning form. Only then did he turn to help her sit up, apologizing. "Miss, you should dress yourself first. I will take a stroll outside." Shen Qi hurriedly exited the sword array, and the scene beyond remained desolate and frigid. An endless expanse of sword boxes stretching into the horizon. Wei Qingyan watched as Shen Qi's figure vanished from her sight, her mind slightly adrift. As Shen Qi walked with his head down, he suddenly noticed 2 sword tokens lying on the ground. They were indeed the examination tokens belonging to Su Ji and the other. Shen Qi was somewhat taken aback, having just cast his spell with little reservation. Unleashing a torrent of sword energy, he was astonished to find the sword plate still intact. This indicated that the sword plate was no ordinary item, for both Su Ji and his companion had vanished along with their storage rings. With a wave of his hand, Shen Qi summoned the sword plate from the ground into his grasp, examining it closely. He discovered that aside from the engraved names, there were no other distinguishing features. As Shen Qi pondered this, he was suddenly interrupted by the delicate voice of Wei Qingyan behind him. "Fellow cultivator, what troubles you?" Turning around, he saw Wei Qingyan approaching, her attire neatly arranged and her complexion restored to its original state. With a smile gracing her lips, there lingered a subtle hint of allure in her expression, suggesting that the lingering effects of the dragon's saliva were yet to be fully dispelled. With a swift motion, Shen Qi dismissed the 7 absolute sword formation, allowing it to silently retreat within him. Gazing at Wei Qingyan, he posed a counter-question. "Miss, have you regained any of your cultivation?" Wei Qingyan nodded, replying, "My spiritual energy has mostly returned. I am eternally grateful for your timely intervention today. Please allow me to pay my respects." She began to bow, but Shen Qi turned aside and gestured to stop her, saying, "Miss, you are being too courteous. I am Shen Qi, a disciple of the 7 Absolute sect in Xiantian Prefecture. You may simply call me by my name. The constant use of fellow cultivator makes me somewhat uncomfortable." Wei Qingyan covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. "Since you are so forthright, I shall not be overly formal either. Henceforth, I shall address you as Brother Shun. Greetings. Brother Shun, I am Wei Qingyan, a disciple of the Yushu Sword Pavilion in Xiantian Prefecture." Shen Qi nodded with a smile. "Greetings, Sister Wei." After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Qingyan returned to the matter at hand. "Brother, you appeared deep in thought for quite a while. Have you made any new discoveries?" Shen Qi chuckled softly, responding, "Sister, do you now know how to locate the coordinates of that divine sword? Do you possess any clues?" Wei Qingyan shook her head. "Do not mock me, brother. I have only just discovered how to open the sword boxes, before being encircled by Su Ji and his companion. I attempted to open dozens of sword boxes, yet found myself at a complete loss. Frowning, Shen Qi remarked, "It seems we have yet to uncover the correct method. If we foolishly attempt to open each box one by one, we might not uncover the divine sword's coordinates until the end of days. The assessment period is merely 3 days. Such an approach is utterly impractical." Wei Qingyan sighed with a wry smile. "I wonder if you have any brilliant strategies, brother?" Shen Qi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sword plate as he fell into contemplation. He began to recall what Jian Wushuang had mentioned, searching for any clues within those words. Murmuring to himself, Shen Qi pondered. Jian Wushuang emphasized the significance of the sword plate. Could it be that? An epiphany struck him, and he hastily retrieved his own sword plate, scrutinizing it with great care. Upon inspection, the surface of the sword plate appeared somewhat antiquated, yet there were no supernatural qualities to be observed. Shen Qi muttered, "Could it be that there lies a hidden secret within?" Upon reflection, Shen Qi pointed with a finger, and a surge of spiritual energy shot towards the sword plate. A resonant clang echoed as the sword plate spiraled through the air, emitting sparks. Shen Qi, taken aback, muttered to himself, "How peculiar. The spiritual energy cannot penetrate this sword plate." Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead, self-deprecatingly exclaiming, "What a fool I am." A strand of golden sword energy materialized at his fingertips, enveloping a fragment of his soul's essence, which then directly penetrated the sword plate. Inside the sword plate lay a separate space, resembling a storage ring, though its capacity remained uncertain. The operational range was also limited, extending only about 3 zhang in every direction. Within this internal realm, a profusion of sword light filled the atmosphere. The intertwining beams of light conjured an inexplicable image. Observing closely, Shen Qi discerned a luminous point at the center of the image, flickering brightly, surrounded by an aura of darkness. Strangely, from this radiant point, the sword light delineated a chaotic pattern, abruptly ceasing its trajectory. Gazing upon this spectacle, a flicker of understanding ignited within Shen Qi. He pondered, could this image conceal a fragmented coordinate map? To validate his hypothesis, Shen Qi promptly withdrew his soul essence. With deliberate precision, he unleashed strands of sword energy upon the other 2 sword plates. To his astonishment, the sword energy did not penetrate the plates, but instead enveloped them entirely, causing the plates to whirl violently. In the next moment, the 2 spinning sword plates inexplicably shattered into countless shards of sword light, which swiftly merged into Shen Qi's own sword plate. Witnessing this scene, both Shen Qi and Wei Qingyan were momentarily stunned. Wei Qingyan, perplexed, inquired, "Senior brother, what is this?" Shen Qi disregarded her question, allowing his soul essence to exit his body and rush into the interior of the sword plate. Once inside, Shen Qi's expression shifted dramatically. He observed that, surrounding the luminous point, 2 additional lines had mysteriously appeared, extending significantly. Even more astonishingly, an ancient script had been inscribed at the light's location, northern mystical sky, position of the maiden. Gazing at the altered sword light diagram, Shen Qi's heart surged with clarity. If his deductions were correct, the heavenly sword sect had fragmented the complete coordinate map into numerous pieces, placing them within each disciple's sword plate. To discern the correct location, the participating disciples would need to seize the sword plates from one another. And with competition comes the specter of violence. This realization sent a chill down Shen Qi's spine. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of Jian Wushuang's words regarding fate and mortality. With a soft sigh, he lamented, "Indeed, the path of immortality is devoid of compassion." As he regarded the ancient characters, a vague suspicion arose within him. Perhaps there were only 9 entrances capable of successfully transmitting one to the coordinates of the divine sword, though the exact number of sword plates needed to assemble the complete map remained a mystery. The daunting reality of 100,000 disciples vying for just 9 locations rendered the challenge almost unimaginable. The soul's thoughts returned, and Shen Qi could not help but shake his head and sigh. In chapter 42, The Dead Fatty, Wei Qingyan, noticing Shen Qi's silence, urged, "Senior brother, have you discovered something?" Regaining his composure, Shen Qi asked, "Junior sister, may I borrow your sword token?" Although Wei Qingyan was somewhat puzzled, she obediently handed him the token. Upon receiving it, Shen Qi unleashed a stream of sword energy that swiftly enveloped the token. Surprisingly, the token neither spun nor exploded, it merely hovered in the air. Moments later, the sword energy dissipated, and the token returned to Wei Qingyan's hand on its own. Shen Qi sighed softly, "Indeed." Wei Qingyan, taken aback, inquired, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Shen Qi then explained the situation and his conjectures regarding his own sword token. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyan's expression changed. With a wave of her delicate hand, she sent a burst of sword energy into her token. When Wei Qingyan perceived the image of the token's space, she was momentarily overwhelmed with astonishment. After a while, her emotions settled slightly, and she asked, "Senior brother, do you mean to say that the Heavenly Sword sect has established 9 directions for this assessment, and you and I are not assigned to the same direction?" Shen Qi nodded, stating, "The sword tokens of Su Ji and the other person were refined by me, indicating they were assigned to the same direction as I. Thus, my token absorbed and successfully merged 2 maps. My sword energy, just now, was unable to refine your token, which clearly shows that we are not in the same direction." Pausing for a moment, Shen Qi continued, "After merging the sword token maps, mine inexplicably revealed the characters North Xiantian, if I am not mistaken. The Heavenly Sword sect has set the teleportation entrances in 9 directions according to the method of the 9 heavens: Central Juntian, Eastern Songtian, Northeastern Biantian, Northern Xiantian, Northwestern Yutian, Western Haotian, Southwestern Jutian, Southern Yantian, and Southeastern Yangtian." Wei Qingyan, curious, asked, "Why does my map not indicate my assigned direction?" Shen Qi replied uncertainly, "I am not quite sure. Perhaps it is because you have yet to refine your token." Wei Qingyan frowned and said, "The heart of the sword tomb is boundless, and the disciples are scattered in various locations. How shall we find the others?" Hearing her words, Shen Qi too felt troubled. In the heart of the earth, without a way to discern direction, they could not simply flail about like headless flies. This was ultimately not a solution, and time was of the essence. Shen Qi pondered, "The key likely lies within the sword token. The light points in the image must represent our respective positions." With that, Shen Qi's sole thought entered the space of the sword token, and he sent forth a stream of sword energy toward the light point in the image. As the sword energy penetrated the light point, the entire sword light image began to ripple like water, slowly expanding. Suddenly, the scene around the light point transformed, and the previously obscure area revealed a multitude of small light points, densely packed. Upon closer inspection, Shen Qi counted them. There were thousands. The small light points flickered and intertwined, appearing and disappearing. Furthermore, the large light point representing Shen Qi split into countless lines connecting all the small light points. Upon the lines, meticulous coordinates and directions are inscribed. The information upon the lines, illuminated by the flickering of light points, is in a constant state of flux. Shen Qi's heart quaked as he finally grasped the reality. These tiny luminescent points must represent the positions of other disciple sword tokens. This meant that in order to obtain a complete map, Shen Qi would have to seize thousands of sword tokens. A bitter smile crept across his face, for this trial was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Peering once more, he noticed that the nearest light point was merely 3,000 miles away. Coincidentally, the light point was rapidly advancing towards him. Shen Qi could not help but sneer. It seemed this individual had also unraveled the secret of the sword tokens, perceiving him as prey. After retrieving his sword token, he promptly relayed his newfound discovery to Wei Qingyan without omission. Upon hearing Shen Qi's revelation, Wei Qingyan wasted no time entering the sword token space, mimicking his actions to unleash a surge of sword energy towards the light point. To her astonishment, her sword light image also underwent transformation. All concealed information now surfaced. Prominently etched within Wei Qingyan's sword light diagram was a striking phrase: "Southern blazing heaven, the position of the ghost." Once she had fully comprehended this, Shen Qi casually inquired, "Junior sister, what are your plans now? Shall we part ways, or stay to witness the unfolding drama?" "I noticed a light point hastening towards me," Wei Qingyan exclaimed. "Senior brother, I fear the approach is not benevolent. You must prepare adequately and not be careless." Shen Qi chuckled. "Since the Heavenly Sword sect wishes to observe the disciples in combat, I shall not disappoint them." No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly raised his hand, channeling his spiritual power into a colossal palm that yanked Wei Qingyan behind him. She barely had time to react before a glimmering sword light sliced through the void behind her, exploding into a shower of brilliance. Wei Qingyan's expression shifted as she realized an ambush had occurred. With a countenance as dark as water, she recalled the life-preserving talisman bestowed by her father. This sword light attack could not claim her life directly. However, the poison of dragon's indulgence within her was only just purged, and her cultivation had yet to fully recover. If struck by this sword, she would surely suffer grievous injuries. Shen Qi sneered, "This is intriguing. I did not expect this individual to arrive so swiftly." A chilling voice echoed from the void. "TSK, TSK, TSK, may I inquire your esteemed name? My concealment technique is such that even a nascent soul cultivator would find it challenging to penetrate. Which sect does the disciple before me hail from? That you, a perfect golden core cultivator, could see through it? Zhang wishes to engage in a friendly spar." From the void, a figure gradually materialized, a corpulent man. His face a tapestry of wrinkles, his disheveled hair an unfortunate sight. The rotund individual wore an expression of arrogance, brazenly exuding the aura of an early nascent soul. Exerting pressure upon Shen Qi. Upon his appearance, The man's gaze fixated intently on Shen Qi. Shen Qi, unfazed, retorted with a mocking smile. Obese fool, who are you? Upon hearing Shen Qi's words, the stout man's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and in a sinister tone, he declared, you little brat. I detest being called fatty more than anything else. You have some guts. I initially intended to leave your corpse intact, but I have now changed my mind. I shall ensure you become nothing but bones. Shen Qi, wearing a scornful expression, retorted, surrender the sword token, or face death. The stout man appeared to have heard the greatest joke in the world, bursting into raucous laughter, tears streaming down his face. He pointed at Shen Qi, gasping for breath between his fits of laughter. Haha, you truly are hilarious. Shen Qi's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and cast the 7 absolute sword array diagram, which immediately ensnared the stout man with unyielding precision. Golden sword energy surged forth, wild and untamed, concealing the lethal intent of the 7 absolute sword, descending with deadly resolve. A look of astonishment crossed the stout man's face as he hurriedly summoned his spiritual power, attempting to teleport away. In his panic, he discovered that his cultivation level had inexplicably dropped a tier, rendering him incapable of executing the teleportation technique. The fear in his eyes intensified as he cried out, What? What kind of treasure is this? Shen Qi remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon the stout man. Desperate, the stout man unleashed his spiritual energy in a reckless manner, forming a thick barrier of spiritual power. Unfortunately, the barrier was as fragile as parchment and could not withstand the onslaught of the fierce sword energy. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered completely, and the residual force of the sword energy continued its path unimpeded, striking the stout man. He trembled, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon, crashing heavily to the ground. Breathless, with a flick of his right hand, Shen Qi summoned the stout man's sword token back into his palm. The sword energy swirled, and the token was refined, the map within it merging into Shen Qi's possession. As he probed with his spiritual consciousness, he discerned that the map indeed bore an additional line. Yet it remained far from complete. Casting a disdainful glance at the fallen stout man, Shen Qi's lips curled into a cold smile as he murmured to himself. The assessment has officially begun. Chapter 43. What a pity, you should not have. After dealing with the stout man, Shen Qi turned to Wei Qingyan. He found her expression to be one of utter astonishment, her eyes reflecting profound disbelief. The stout man's cultivation was on par with hers, yet he had been slain by Shen Qi with a single strike. At the moment the sword energy was unleashed, Wei Qingyan had distinctly sensed that Shen Qi's spiritual power contained the essence of an embryonic form, rather than that of a primordial infant. Unable to comprehend why Shen Qi's sword intent was so terrifying, she felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Thankfully, she had been positioned apart from Shen Qi, otherwise, her sword token would have likely been refined by him as well. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Shen Qi chuckled lightly. Junior sister Wei, what troubles you? Wei Qingyan offered a wry smile and shook her head. I am simply astonished by your prowess, senior brother. I momentarily lost my composure. Shen Qi waved his hand dismissively. What I wield are merely minor skills, hardly worth mentioning. Junior sister, much of the day has passed, and I must begin seeking out others by following the light points. Wei Qingyan nodded. In that case, senior brother, we shall part ways here. Shen Qi clasped his hands and said, I hope my junior sister can successfully gather the map. Let us meet at the teleportation entrance. With that, Shen Qi soared into the air and turned to depart. Following the luminous points on the map, he flew several thousand miles in one breath. During this time, Shen Qi encountered no one. As the points on the map continued to shift, he dared not delay for long. Shen Qi circled around, persistently pursuing his established target while maintaining his composure. When he paused to rest, Shen Qi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the void not far to his left. In the next moment, several beams of sword light emerged from the emptiness. Amidst the intertwining sword lights, 10 disciples rushed towards him, rapidly surrounding him within a distance of 10 zhang. The disciples who suddenly appeared beside Shen Qi, without exception, were all stronger than him in cultivation. Among them, 2 exuded a formidable pressure characteristic of the nascent soul stage. A palpable disdain was etched on their faces as they scrutinized Shen Qi unabashedly. Among this group, the most striking figure was a cold-faced man directly in front of Shen Qi. The man possessed an imposing appearance and had reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Clad in a purple fur robe, he wielded a long sword that was entirely transparent, yet radiated a chilling sword intent. His overall demeanor exuded an air of nobility. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, the man fixed his gaze on Shen Qi and spoke in a frosty tone. Is it Sun Yue? To his right, a youth scanned Shen Qi and shook his head, asserting, Brother Yin, it is not this one. His cultivation is merely at the early nascent soul stage, and my map did not indicate him. The cold glint in the eyes of the man named Yin dimmed slightly as he scrutinized Shen Qi from head to toe, casually inquiring, "Boy, from which direction do you hail?" Throughout the encounter, Shen Qi maintained an unflappable demeanor. Upon hearing the man's question, he smiled and countered, "And what about you, friend? From which direction do you come?" At this, laughter erupted from those surrounding Shen Qi. The man named Yin was taken aback, his expression darkening instantaneously. He had not anticipated Shen Qi's audacity, and a mix of anger and amusement flickered across his face, as if he were gazing at a fool. To Yin's left, another early nascent soul disciple blushed with laughter, teasing, "Yin Jiafeng, a mere golden core insect dares to call you friend. Ha ha ha." Yin Jiafeng shot a glance at the speaker and retorted coldly, "No need for your reminders. Sun Yue, go and subdue this insolent fool and retrieve his sword token." It seemed that in Yin Jiafeng's eyes, Shen Qi was not even worthy of his personal involvement. Beside them, Sun Yue was already itching for action. Hearing Yin Jiafeng's command, he grinned maliciously and declared, "Brother Yin, your junior is ready to obey." Without further ado, Sun Yue slashed his sword, unleashing a scorching sword energy imbued with the essence of the blazing sun, hurtling directly toward Shen Qi's Dantian's spiritual sea. Shen Qi coolly regarded the group, and his sword array flew forth from his body. The array transformed, swiftly enveloping 100 zhang of space. What ensued was a scene that filled Yin Jiafeng with dread. The rushing sword energy came to an abrupt halt in midair. Shen Qi's expression gradually turned cold, a half-smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The opportunity for survival was once laid before you. Alas, you chose to forfeit it." With a deliberate motion, he raised his right palm, a flash of golden light emanating from its center, as a golden sword aura sliced through the void. Yin Jiafeng and the others were rendered utterly unresponsive, their eyes wide with terror, fixated on the dazzling golden radiance. When the brilliance faded, only 10 sword tokens remained, suspended in the air before Shen Qi. The 10 individuals, who had been clamoring just moments ago, had been reduced to mere ashes, dissipating into nothingness. With a swift motion, Shen Qi summoned the 10 sword tokens, which obediently flew into the storage ring he had recently plundered. He made no further gestures, leaving the sword formation map untouched. Casting a cold glance at the ground 100 feet ahead, he sneered, "Having watched this spectacle for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself." Strangely, the ground remained unchanged. Shen Qi furrowed his brow and coldly scoffed, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. How foolish. With that, he raised his right hand once more, unleashing another surge of golden sword aura that shot towards the ground, piercing deep into the earth. The speed of the golden sword aura was astonishing. In an instant, a male figure emerged, appearing quite disheveled. A 3-foot-long sword wound marred his chest, gaping and bloody, exposing flesh and bone beneath. Blood poured forth from the wound, the sword intent wreaking havoc within. Shen Qi approached slowly, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the man. The individual, though of unremarkable appearance, possessed commendable cultivation, having reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. A glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes. Upon noticing Shen Qi's approach, the man fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, there has been a misunderstanding indeed." As he spoke, he kowtowed fervently, the sounds echoing like a hammer striking garlic. Shen Qi's eyes narrowed in disdain. "Who is your fellow Taoist? Do you think you are worthy? Senior, please spare my life. I, by Mingshan, had no intention of offending you. I implore your mercy." The man hastily corrected himself, not a trace of hesitation evident. Shen Qi sneered, "Were you not the target of those 10 pursuers?" Bai Mingshan nodded in trepidation. "Senior, I was truly left with no choice. Yin Jiafeng is a disciple of the Liang Sword Palace in Haoyan Prefecture. The Liang Sword Palace and my Thick Earth Sword Palace are sworn enemies. From the beginning of the assessment, I unfortunately encountered Sun Yue of the Liang Sword Palace, and the detestable Yin Jiafeng has relentlessly pursued me. I could only hide, for I was no match for them." Shen Qi cast a discerning glance at him and suddenly inquired, "What is your location?" Bai Mingshan answered without hesitation, "I hail from the southwestern region of Zhutian." Shen Qi fixed his gaze upon Bai Mingshan, remaining silent. After a moment, he coldly declared, "Hand over your sword token." Bai Mingshan abruptly raised his head, his eyes locked on Shen Qi, an expression of shock and fury overtaking his features, no longer concealed. Shen Qi laughed coldly. "If you do not surrender it within 10 breaths, you shall meet your demise." With these words, Shen Qi's palm emanated a swirling sword aura, a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent firmly locking onto Bai Mingshan. 1, 2, 3. Bai Mingshan's complexion flickered with turmoil, and after 5 breaths, he ultimately lowered his head in reluctant submission. With a pained expression, he retrieved the sword token and handed it to Shen Qi. Shen Qi accepted the token, stowing it in his storage ring. With a swift gesture, he retracted the 7 extremities sword formation map into his palm. As Shen Qi turned around, he spoke slowly, "Begone." Yet, a formidable earth sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at his back. Bai Ming Shan, having endured for so long, finally made his move. Shen Qi did not look back. Instead, a radiant golden light enveloped his form. In the next moment, the earth sword aura dissipated into nothingness, and the golden light completely engulfed Bai Ming Shan. Shen Qi soared into the air, hastening towards the nearest point of light. Chapter 44. Seeking assistance. When the map within Shen Qi's sword token expanded to 40%, a whole day had already passed. Before him lay limp corpses. With these four, Shen Qi had ruthlessly slain a total of 888 individuals. Currently, over 500 useless sword tokens rested quietly in his storage ring. Shen Qi estimated that, at his present speed, it would be quite challenging to assemble a complete map within the next 2 days. He felt a sense of helplessness. The heart of the sword tomb was simply too vast, and the disciples were scattered far and wide. Each time he pursued a point of light, he had to traverse thousands of miles. What troubled him the most was that sometimes, when he was nearly upon a point of light, it would inexplicably dim. This signified that someone had arrived first, killing others and seizing their tokens. As a mere nascent infant cultivator, Shen Qi could not utilize teleportation spells, and his speed was far inferior to those of the nascent soul disciples. Fortunately, Shen Qi was sufficiently astute and adaptive. On several occasions, he fortuitously tracked down those who had snatched tokens, successfully reaping the rewards. Like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow lies in wait, Shen Qi's actions saved him a considerable amount of spiritual energy. It was precisely because he managed to capture several significant targets that his sword token map expanded to over 40%. Even though Shen Qi pressed on relentlessly, it was still rare for him to encounter any other souls along his path. When he occasionally came across other testing disciples, he would mercilessly slay them without a second thought, seizing their sword tokens. From the outset, Shen Qi had mentally prepared himself for the realization that assembling the map would not be a simple endeavor. Thus, he devised a contingency plan, knowing that the useless sword tokens he had collected would prove invaluable later on. As Shen Qi soared through the air, he sensed with his spiritual awareness a sharp sword aura streaking across the sky like a rainbow. The aura lingered just to his right rear, a mere 100 miles away. Shen Qi's eyes brightened as he swiftly flew towards that direction. Given his current cultivation, a distance of 100 miles was traversed in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching his targeted location, he spotted 2 beams of sword light soaring through the air, one trailing the other. Not far ahead, a man coughed up blood, his face a mask of frustration as he frantically fled. He appeared severely injured, his body swaying perilously in the air. Shen Qi vaguely recalled this man. He was none other than Chu Tianlin, with whom he had a fleeting acquaintance at the Bureau of Mundane Affairs. The disciple led by Zhu Xing of the 7-Star Sword Palace. Behind Chu Tianlin, a man and a woman were leisurely pursuing him. The man had a delicate, effeminate demeanor, exuding a strong sense of creaminess, while the woman, with her short hair, appeared remarkably capable. The pair, a bizarre contrast to each other, bore mischievous expressions, occasionally unleashing sword light to mock and toy with Chu Tianlin as if he were at their mercy. The effeminate man pursued while taunting, "Young Master Chu, where is the invincible sword intent of your 7-Star Sword Palace? Why have you not unleashed it yet?" Chu Tianlin remained silent, focused solely on fleeing. Observing this, the short-haired woman's expression turned icy as she waved her right hand through the air. With a sharp sound, Chu Tianlin let out a pained grunt as his back garment tore apart, revealing a bloody sword wound. Shen Qi watched quietly, harboring no intention of intervening to rescue him. Having only met Chu Tianlin once, it hardly seemed worth the effort to save him. There was no necessity. Within this abyss, there were no allies, only foes. Shen Qi awaited the conclusion of their skirmish before stepping in to reap the rewards. Just as he was growing bored of their performance, he noticed the effeminate man's gaze flicker, and with a swift motion of his hand, a streak of black sword light shot forth, heading straight for the void where Shen Qi concealed himself. The effeminate man mocked. Who would have thought there was a golden core insect hoping to fish in troubled waters? Since you are here, you shall remain. As the sword light approached, Shen Qi remained unflustered, countering with a surge of sword energy that met the black sword light head-on. The two forces intertwined and dissipated in an instant. Shen Qi calmly revealed himself, his expression cool and detached as he regarded his opponent. Upon seeing Shen Qi, Chu Tianlin's face lit up with relief, calling out urgently, "It's you, Brother Shen, save me." As he shouted, Chu Tianlin swiftly turned and dashed behind Shen Qi. The two pursuers could not contain their laughter. The effeminate man pointed his right hand, conjuring 4 streaks of black sword light in the air before him. Simultaneously, the short-haired woman mirrored his actions, unleashing 4 gray sword lights that whirled forth. 8 streaks of sword light rushed toward the two, with 7 aimed at Chu Tianlin, while only 1 targeted Shen Qi. Clearly, in their minds, Shen Qi held far less significance than Chu Tianlin. Tragically, they would never realize that the seemingly inconsequential Shen Qi was the true harbinger of their doom. Regrettably, they had no opportunity for remorse. As the illusory 7 absolute sword formation obliterated the 8 streaks of sword light along with their very lives, Chu Tianlin gazed at Shen Qi in horror, his body trembling involuntarily. Just moments ago, the 2 early-stage nascent soul disciples had been lively and toying with him. In the blink of an eye, they had been utterly annihilated by a single strike. In this moment, Chu Tianlin was paralyzed by fear. Shen Qi swiftly retrieved 2 sword tokens. Casting a glance at Chu Tianlin and coldly inquiring, "What is your position?" Chu Tianlin, now visibly relieved, replied respectfully, in response to friend Shen. "I am from the northeast transformation position." Shen Qi nodded, saying, "In light of Senior Zhu's favor, I shall spare your life. However, I require your assistance with a task." Chu Tianlin's tense demeanor eased slightly as he inclined his head and replied, "I am at your service, friend Shen." Shen Qi spoke bluntly, stating that with his capabilities, it was utterly impossible to obtain a complete directional map. Merely preserving his life was already a stroke of fortune. In the remaining 2 days, there was no need for him to vie for the sword tokens. Instead, he should distribute a few items within the depths of the earth. Upon finishing his words, Shen Qi formed intricate hand seals and muttered incantations. Moments later, tiny specks of white light began to coalesce before him, gradually expanding until they manifested into numerous orbs of light, each no larger than an egg. Thousands upon thousands of these orbs floated in the air. Shen Qi gazed at the luminous spheres with a flickering gaze. This was a common technique used in the 7 Absolute sect for recording images. Within the orbs, he inscribed 3 scenes. The first depicted his act of killing and seizing tokens. The second contained nearly half of the map and real-time coordinates from his own sword token, while the third specifically showcased the spatial storage of over 500 sword tokens he had collected. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he gathered all the light points into another storage ring. He then tossed the ring to Chu Tianlin and instructed, "Remember, every 100 miles, release 1 light point into the air. Within 2 days, ensure all light points are dispersed. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Do you understand?" Chu Tianlin nodded in agreement. Shen Qi then handed him a positioning jade talisman, smiling as he said, "Give me your sword token, or you won't be able to keep it for yourself. After 2 days, follow the talisman to retrieve your sword token from me." Chu Tianlin accepted the talisman and acknowledged his orders. He then teleported 100 miles away to commence the task Shen Qi had entrusted to him. Chapter 45. You are too impatient. After Chu Tianlin departed, Shen Qi continued to soar through the skies. Along the way, he encountered more than a dozen disciples, and without hesitation, he seized them and unleashed a violent beating. Following this, he replicated the process, creating an abundance of white orbs. He then employed both intimidation and persuasion to compel these disciples to assist him in disseminating the light orbs. Shen Qi's strategy was straightforward. He intended to cast his net, deliberately spreading his information far and wide. This way, he could await the larger fish to swim into his trap. If his targets presented themselves willingly, he would not hesitate to kill and seize their tokens. In the case of formidable opponents from other locations, he could also engage in exchanges for sword tokens. Only by executing this plan could he swiftly gather the map within a short time frame. Shen Qi was certain that numerous examination disciples shared his intentions. As he pursued the light points, he awaited his prey to present itself. The wait was not long. Soon, the first catch was hooked, and remarkably, it was a notable catch, a familiar face, Luo Yan from the Starfire Sword Palace. By the time Luo Yan arrived, Shen Qi was refining 2 sword tokens in his hands. At this moment, the map within Shen Qi's own token had revealed 50% of its patterns, with half of the directions now visible. At this moment, Shen Qi had formed a rough understanding of the spatial structure of the sword tomb's core. Luo Yan appeared in a flash, halting 10 paces before Shen Qi. Shen Qi cast a sweeping glance at his opponent, a knowing smile gracing his face. Luo Yan was the first to speak, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Brother Shen, your talents are truly remarkable. Such cunning and audacity, I am genuinely impressed." Shen Qi waved his hand dismissively, a wry smile on his lips. "Friend Luo, you jest. I am merely driven by necessity. In order to swiftly gather the map of the northern Xintian position, I had no choice but to resort to this strategy." Luo Yan, with a smirk that hinted at deeper meanings, remarked, "Brother Shen, you must already possess over half of the map, correct? At this pace, even I find myself envious." Shen Qi smiled in silence, observing him quietly. Luo Yan continued, "My map reveals over 100 luminous points shimmering before us." Shen Qi responded with a grin. "What a coincidence. My map also displays 50 to 60 points flickering incessantly." Luo Yan inquired, "Brother Shen, what do you intend to do with those surplus sword tokens in your possession?" Shen Qi countered, "What do you imply, friend Luo?" Luo Yin cut to the chase, proposing, "Brother Shen, how about we engage in a one-for-one exchange, each taking what we need? What do you think?" Shen Qi nodded in agreement. "That sounds splendid. I share the same intention." Without further ado, Luo Yin produced 60 sword tokens he had seized, all corresponding to the northern Xiantian map. With a swift motion, he sent the tokens flying toward Shen Qi. Shen Qi grasped the air with his right hand, instantly refining the tokens, which transformed into luminous points. Merging into his own tokens, Shen Qi suddenly asked, "Which position's tokens does friend Luo require?" Luo Yin clasped his hands in respect. "I seek the Eastern Sangtian tokens." Shen Qi deftly retrieved 60 tokens from his storage ring and tossed them to Luo Yin. Upon receiving the tokens, Luo Yin eagerly questioned, "Brother Shen, you still have over 40 remaining. Since you have no immediate use for them, why not?" Shen Qi lightly chuckled and shook his head. "Friend Luo, greed can be detrimental to one's cultivation." A flicker of icy light flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. After studying the map, Shen Qi politely stated, "Friend Luo, I must now continue my search for the map. Should you make any new discoveries, you are always welcome to seek me out." With that, Shen Qi ascended into the air. However, in the next moment, a streak of fiery sword light pierced through the void, swiftly slashing toward Shen Qi. Shen Qi furrowed his brow, his figure vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he silently positioned himself 3 feet behind Luo Yin. Luo Yin remained oblivious to any change, his gaze still fixed on Shen Qi's lingering shadow. The fiery sword light tore through the shadow with a fierce momentum, erupting in a thunderous explosion, scattering sparks like fireworks. "Friend Luo, you are too hasty." A teasing laughter resonated through the air as Luo Yan's mind erupted in chaos. His pupils constricted suddenly, and in a panic, he retreated several paces. The internal spiritual energy surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, swiftly weaving into a formidable barrier. Unfortunately for Luo Yan, although he reacted swiftly, Shen Qi was even quicker. Before Luo Yin could fully erect his spiritual barrier, Shen Qi pointed, and a brilliant golden light enveloped Luo Yan's body. The energy, akin to a released arrow, pierced through Luo Yan's chest from his back. With a cough, Luo Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly paling. Gazing at the gaping wound, as large as a bowl, at his dantian, regret and resentment flickered across Luo Yan's face. He felt a deep frustration, knowing he still possessed numerous extraordinary techniques, yet had no opportunity to deploy them. With a mere gesture, Shen Qi utterly shattered Luo Yan's spiritual sea. Slowly turning, Luo Yan, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How could you possess such teleportation abilities? Aren't you at the pinnacle of the golden core stage?" Shen Qi responded with a cold smile, "Interestingly, I happen to be quite fortunate. Just yesterday, I inadvertently acquired 2 infant cultivation pills, which allowed me to break through to the early nascent soul stage in one go." With that, Luo Yan coughed up another mouthful of blood. Trembling and clutching his chest, he could hardly believe his ears, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. This cannot be. A month ago, you were merely an insignificant golden core cultivator. Even with extraordinary talent, it is inconceivable to break through 2 realms in such a short span. Do you not have any bottlenecks?" Shen Qi chuckled lightly. "Coincidentally, I have none." Luo Yin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Shen Qi ceased any further banter. Sweeping his hand, "Luo, allow me to liberate you." With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing a razor-sharp sword qi that sliced through the air with tremendous speed. Luo Yan's expression shifted, his heart sinking. He strained with the last vestige of his strength, opening his storage ring to release a jade slip. The slip expanded in the wind, transforming into a vast sea of flames that engulfed Luo Yan. As the only son of Luo Lu, the master of the Star Flame Sword Palace, this jade slip was his last means of survival granted by his father. The sword qi struck the sea of flames, dissipating into nothingness. Within the fiery abyss, Shen Qi distinctly sensed the presence of a cultivation aura from a refining spirit realm practitioner. This energy was familiar to him, having encountered it before when dealing with Mo Lini at the 7 Absolute Sect. Meanwhile, Luo Yin cried out, "Shun, this is merely a misunderstanding between us. I implore you to show mercy." Now that Luo Yan's spiritual sea was destroyed, he no longer had the power to actively command his magical treasures to counterattack. The Sea of Flames could only serve as a passive defense, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Although his spiritual sea was annihilated, Luo Yin held on to the hope that if he could survive, he might be able to restore it with Luo Li's prowess. Adept at enduring, he continually bowed his head in supplication. Unfazed, Shen Qi snorted dismissively. With a mere thought, the golden light within his spiritual sea surged forth, blazing and resplendent. The golden radiance at this moment seemed to fill the very heart of the sword tomb. This was Shen Qi's first time, without reservation, actively unleashing the supreme divine power bestowed upon him by his venerable predecessor, the Firefly. A cold smile graced Shen Qi's lips. What harm was there in allowing Jian Wushuang to glimpse the answers he sought? A dazzling golden light swiftly engulfed the vast sea of flames, extinguishing it with a hissing sound akin to torrential rain. The inferno was immediately snuffed out. The jade slip, having reverted to its original form, was consumed along with Luo Yan's body, reduced to mere ash. The golden radiance lingered for a mere 10 breaths before gradually retreating into Shen Qi's being. As Shen Qi surveyed the scene before him, all was rendered non-existent, leaving behind only an expanse of profound silence. Chapter 46. Inquiring the heavenly mechanism before the myriad reflections. Jian Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Astonishment etched across his face as he beheld Shen Qi bathed in golden light. The four elders exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a word. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, realizing the truth of the ancestral warning. The celestial phenomenon of golden light from the seven absolute sect must have been invoked by this youth. With a sudden pivot, Jian Wushuang addressed the four elders in a cold tone. Regardless of the assessment's outcome, you must keep a vigilant eye on this child. Our sect requires him to emerge from the sword tomb alive. The elders felt a tremor in their hearts and nodded in agreement. Jian Wushuang took a step forward, his figure vanishing into the void, leaving behind the lingering echo of his command. After the assessment, bring this child to the returning truth cliff to see me. In that moment, the four elders stood in stunned silence. Jian Wushuang's words implied that Shen Qi had been chosen as his direct disciple and would also be the next appointed leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. In a corner, an elderly man observed the scene of Luo Yan's demise, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, a young man spoke in terror. Elder Luo, our senior brother has perished. How shall we return and report this? Who is this child? Even Uncle's star flame fire domain could not withstand him. This defies all logic. The elderly man was indeed Luo Yan's protector and also his uncle. He had accompanied Luo Yan to Sword City for the assessment on the orders of the sect leader. Elder Luo furrowed his brow. The golden light this boy unleashed is truly formidable. I have been subtly observing him for some time. Whenever he manifests this golden power, no one can withstand it, as if it is not of his own making. The young man, suddenly struck by a thought, inquired, could it be that this child has been possessed by a great power? Elder Luo shook his head. That seems unlikely. This child's mastery of the golden light is fluid, seamlessly integrating it with his spiritual energy. Perhaps it is a form of unparalleled divine technique. The star flame fire domain, which harbors the sect leader's refining domain power, should be invincible beneath the god transformation stage, yet it could not withstand a single strike from a nascent soul's initial stage. Such a significant upheaval has occurred. I must immediately inform the sect leader and await further instructions. With that, Elder Luo produced a transmission jade slip, crafting a hand seal before detailing the events surrounding Luo Yan's demise. He then struck the slip, sending it soaring into the void where it vanished from sight. Soon, the third day arrived. With the successful implementation of the fishing strategy, the map within Shen Qi's sword token had been fully revealed. Moreover, his storage ring contained over 1,000 unusable sword tokens. Shen Qi pondered on how to transform these sword tokens from waste to treasure, perhaps pricing them at a mid-grade spirit crystal to sell to others. After returning the sword tokens to Chu Tianlin and several other errand runners, Shen Qi verified the coordinates indicated on the map. Without delay, he teleported towards the specified location. An hour later, Shen Qi arrived at the designated coordinates marked on the map. To his surprise, a young boy stood before him. Shen Qi, with a curious expression, was astonished to find someone who had arrived before him. The boy, noticing Shen Qi's gaze, turned around and remarked with a half-smile, Daoist Shun, you seem surprised that I have arrived before you. Stunned, Shen Qi responded, you know me? The boy's smile widened as he teased, in this abyss, white orbs of light created by you float everywhere. It would indeed be difficult not to recognize you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Qi scratched his head and inquired, may I ask how to address you, young sir? The boy stood with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying an air of depth, and replied, I am Wenyanji from Tianji Peak in Juntian Prefecture. Shen Qi pursed his lips. He had never heard of Tianji Peak. However, understanding that this person hailed from Juntian Prefecture, he could comprehend why the boy carried such an air of superiority. After all, Juntian Prefecture was the most affluent among the 9 prefectures of the Eastern Wilderness, and its sects were notably stronger, leading to an inherent sense of superiority. Irritated, Shen Qi decided to provoke Wenyanji and asked, Daoist friend, since you found this place so quickly, did you discover a convenient method? Wenyanji glanced at Shen Qi and shook his head. Not at all. I am not skilled in killing or seizing tokens. I merely simulated the patterns in my mind, practicing them one by one. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Simulating patterns? Is that even possible? Wenyanji smiled mysteriously. Of course. The divination techniques of Tianji Peak encompass all things, allowing the deduction of anything in the world. Shen Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wen Tianji's boastfulness. Wanting to tease him further, he asked, "Since your divination techniques are so impressive, have you calculated whether the sword spirit would recognize you as its master?" Wen Tianji chuckled lightly. "I can awaken the sword spirit, but it will not recognize me as its master. The one chosen by the sword spirit is Taoist Shen." Shen Qi gazed at Wen Tianji in utter disbelief. Wen Tianji's smile deepened as he inquired, "What's wrong, Taoist Shen? Do you not believe me?" Shen Qi retorted, "Is that something you deduced as well?" Wen Tianji nodded affirmatively, indeed. Seeing Wen Tianji's earnest demeanor, Shen Qi quietly scoffed, thinking to himself that this person must indeed be deluded. Wen Tianji continued to smile. "It appears that Taoist Shen still does not believe me." Shen Qi coldly replied, "Your claims are so absurd and fantastical that I find them difficult to accept." Wen Tianji smiled enigmatically. "Absurd and fantastical, you say?" Shen Qi chuckled coldly. "Isn't it peculiar?" The smile on Wen Tianji's lips became intriguingly enigmatic as he replied, "In comparison to the happenings surrounding you, my words seem far from extraordinary." Shen Qi was taken aback, perplexed. "What do you mean by this, my friend? I fail to comprehend." Wen Tianji, unhurriedly, remarked, "For instance, the origins of Shun Daoyu. The divination suggests that you do not belong to this realm." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on Wen Tianji, eyes flickering with intensity. Wen Tianji's smile grew even more radiant. "In your eyes, a hint of murderous intent lurks. It appears you harbor thoughts of ending my life." Shen Qi remained silent, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Wen Tianji, seemingly oblivious, continued, "You cannot kill me, nor will you succeed. The divination reveals that only I can assist you in unearthing the answers you seek." Shen Qi, fixated on Wen Tianji, fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke with an enigmatic smile. "Perhaps even a master of heavenly insights may occasionally miscalculate." With that, Shen Qi slowly raised his right hand. Golden light emanating from within, sword Qi swirling in his palm. Wen Tianji, unfazed, shook his head. "Since the dawn of my memory, I have never faltered. If you doubt this, feel free to test it." With an air of confident assurance, Wen Tianji maintained his composure, while Shen Qi fell into silence once more. Shen Qi's emotions fluctuated. He found it increasingly difficult to decipher the man before him, the previous calmness having vanished. Moments later, Shen Qi gradually lowered his right hand. Gazing at Wen Tianji's profound smile, he reflected, "It seems you shall become my most formidable adversary henceforth." Wen Tianji laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Not at all. I have just divined that we shall become excellent friends." Shen Qi shot him a disdainful glance, about to retort when a triumphant laugh echoed from behind, followed by a figure appearing in an instant. Chapter 47. The Nine Curves Hidden Sword Formation. Upon seeing Shen Qi and Wen Tianji, the figure's laughter abruptly ceased. The newcomer was a robust young man, towering and muscular, wielding a heavy sword upon his back, exuding a rugged charm. Shen Qi, having just been outmaneuvered by Wen Tianji, felt an unspoken displeasure upon hearing the young man's laughter. Shen Qi coldly remarked, "Arriving so late, and yet you have the audacity to laugh." The young man was taken aback, his expression darkening. Wen Tianji interjected with a smile, "My friend Shun has erred. Had it not been for Wang Zhan's timely intervention, he would have arrived here before you." Shen Qi rolled his eyes in disdain. The towering youth, puzzled, asked, "How do you know this, my friend? Do you know me?" Shen Qi scoffed. "He claims to be able to glimpse the heavenly secrets and deduced it." Wen Tianji nodded in agreement, indeed. Wang Zhan observed them with a strange expression, thinking to himself that these two might be quite mad. Suddenly, Wang Zhan inquired, "Since you two have arrived early, why are you still standing here in a daze? Why not open the teleportation portal to awaken the sword spirit?" Shen Qi was taken aback, then smacked his thigh in realization. "Indeed. What am I doing standing here like an idiot? I must have been muddled by the atmosphere." With that, he shot a fierce glare at Wen Tianji. Wen Tianji replied nonchalantly, "The formation of the teleportation portal requires all 9 disciples from the designated positions to gather before it can be activated. Even if you wish to enter now, it would be impossible." Wang Zhan, filled with skepticism, asked, "Is that really true?" Wen Tianji chuckled lightly, gesturing, "If you doubt it, why not give it a try?" Without further ado, Wang Zhan produced his sword token and infused it with a surge of sword energy. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of disturbance echoed through the void, and a rift in space opened. From within the fissure, 9 magnificent sword energies shot forth, whistling through the air with the force of a long rainbow. The 9 beams of light intertwined and spiraled in the void, forming a grand diagram of the 9 palace positions that lingered in the air, where the sword lights converged. 9 formation nodes emerged, each containing a floating sword box. The surface of the sword boxes radiated a brilliant glow, as if they were destined to illuminate the very core of the earth. In an instant, The sword token in Wang Zhan's hand flew out autonomously, diving into one of the formation nodes, vanishing from sight. Wang Zhan waited in eager anticipation, but to his dismay, an extended period passed without any response. Bewildered, he turned to Winnie Angie. Winnie Angie smiled. This is the 9. The sword boxes of all 9 palace positions must be activated for the portal to manifest. Wang Zhan pondered thoughtfully. So, it appears that ultimately only 9 disciples will be able to enter the next round of the assessment. Winnie Angie nodded. You could say that. Even if more disciples discover this place, there are only 9 formation nodes. With a wave of his hand, Winnie Angie sent the sword token from his palm, flying into one of the formation nodes. Seeing that both had activated their respective formation nodes, Shen Qi was unwilling to fall behind. He took out his sword token and infused it with sword energy, tossing it toward the sword box in the formation node. The 3 awaited in silence. Soon, others began to arrive, and among them, Shen Qi unexpectedly spotted Wei Qingyan. Wei Qingyan immediately noticed Shen Qi, teleporting beside him with a bright smile, greeting him. Shen Qi Xiao, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Shen Qi replied with a smile. I'm just as surprised. Wei Shimi, you actually managed to gather the map and find the entrance. Wei Qingyan rolled her eyes, pouting. What do you mean by that, Qi Xiao? Are you looking down on me? Shen Qi chuckled awkwardly, tacitly acknowledging her feelings. Suddenly, Wei Qingyan asked, Qi Xiao, since you arrived early, why not teleport to the divine sword? With a helpless shrug, Shen Qi proceeded to explain the intricacies of the 9 to Wei Qingyan. With a wry smile, Shen Qi remarked, now, with you here, only 2 formation nodes remain unactivated. We still have to wait a bit longer. Wei Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment. According to what you said, senior brother, I must hastily secure a spot. Shen Qi, with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor dismissive, responded, unfortunately, you have arrived too late. The position of Southern Flame Celestial has already been claimed. As he spoke, Shen Qi pointed to a disciple not far behind him, who was meditating with his eyes closed. This was a bald young man, bearing a scar over a foot long on his face, giving him a rather unsettling appearance. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyan was taken aback and quickly inquired, Senior brother, what should I do? Shen Qi shrugged and said, what else is there to do? Just wait here. Once the assessment period is over, you can await the transmission of the sword token. Wei Qingyan rolled her eyes in frustration and pressed, is there truly no other way? Shen Qi chuckled, of course there is. If you can defeat him, you may seize the array point he occupies. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Qingyan turned and made her way towards the bald disciple. Observing this, Shen Qi quickly grabbed her arm, halting her progress. Wei Qingyan paused, perplexed. Senior brother, what now? Shen Qi shook his head and cautioned, that individual has already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. His strength far exceeds yours. You will not be able to defeat him. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Wei Qingyan, shaking her head defiantly, retorted, I have yet to fight. Senior brother, do not underestimate me. The outcome remains uncertain. Shen Qi countered, if you were to lose, it could cost you your life. Are you not afraid? Wei Qingyan laughed lightly and assured him, rest easy, senior brother. I will not lose. Hearing this, Shen Qi sighed in resignation and ceased his admonitions. Soon, Wei Qingyan engaged in battle with the bald young man. Shen Qi was preparing to observe their confrontation when suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking his path with remarkable speed. The newcomer was a lean man, his expression dark and foreboding. He exuded the formidable aura of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, threateningly advancing towards Shen Qi. The man fixated his gaze on Shen Qi and growled, You are Shen Qi of the northern Xiantian position? Shen Qi nodded, his patience wearing thin, and replied, What do you want? The lean man, with a smirk of amusement, commanded, Yield the Xiantian position, or you shall die. Shen Qi regarded him with icy disdain. Moments later, a radiant smile broke across Shen Qi's face. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he coldly chuckled, Defeat me, and the northern Xiantian position will naturally be yours. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. I shall allow you to strike first. The lean man's expression darkened, and he sneered. A mere early-stage nascent soul dares to be so arrogant. Very well, I shall educate you on the meaning of respect for one's elders. Shen Qi, unperturbed, looked at him as though he were a corpse. The young man leapt into the air, a surge of sword energy coalescing in his palm. Crackling with the brilliance of lightning, he slashed downward, shouting, Prepare to meet your end. The sword energy whistled through the air, aimed directly at Shen Qi's face. In response, Shen Qi's palm glowed with golden spirit energy as he wielded his sword in a swift arc. With a thunderous explosion, the lightning-infused sword energy erupted. The slender man let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound steeped in despair. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, while cracks appeared in his 7 orifices. As he fell, a surge of golden energy propelled him back into the air. with a resounding explosion. His body disintegrated into a mist of crimson, scattering in all directions. A sword token flew into the hands of Shen Qi, who, with a firm grip, reduced the token to ashes. Shen Qi turned his gaze toward Wei Qingyan, where her battle was nearing its conclusion. To Shen Qi's surprise, Wei Qingyan had severely injured the bald youth. Though she bore some minor wounds, she still retained strength, while the bald youth was utterly incapacitated. Simultaneously, the last two assessment disciples arrived at this location. With the activation of the 9 array nodes, the teleportation entrance was fully opened. A beam of sword light shot toward Shen Qi from the center of the grand array. After a dizzying whirl, Shen Qi vanished from his original spot. Chapter 48. I have been waiting for you for a long time. After a brief moment, once the sword light dissipated, Shen Qi regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Beside him lay several others in disarray. However, he did not see Wen Tianji. Scanning his surroundings, Shen Qi realized he had been transported to an unfamiliar realm. His expression shifted slightly as he probed his cultivation, finding no abnormalities. Rising cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings, which resembled a profound fairy valley, enveloped in swirling mists that exuded an air of mystery. Suddenly, the sound of slicing sword energy pierced the air from his right front. Without hesitation, Shen Qi teleported to the source of the sound. After a brief interval, Shen Qi arrived at the edge of a massive stone platform. This platform stretched approximately 100 feet in diameter, resembling an open-air square. At its center, an ancient longsword floated serenely in the air, emanating a destructive aura. It was then that Shen Qi noticed Wen Tianji already standing on the platform, merely 10 paces from the longsword. Shen Qi leaped onto the stone platform and approached slowly. Wen Tianji turned to glance at him, smiling. Daoist Shen, you are a step slower once again. Shen Qi merely rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with him. Gazing at the longsword so close at hand, he mused. Could this sword be the legendary sword of the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Wen Tianji nodded, sighing. Indeed. This is the Qingtian sword of the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Shen Qi shot him an amused glance, teasing. Daoist friend, didn't you boast about your ability to discern the mysteries of the world? Why not tell me now whether this sword possesses a spirit? Wen Tianji replied with conviction. Of course it does, and I have already awakened the sword's spirit. Shen Qi couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Daoist friend, you doubt me? He inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Tianji as he strode toward the divine sword. Just as he took a step forward, Shen Qi halted. Turning back to Wen Tianji with curiosity, why do you not advance to claim the sword? Wen Tianji shook his head and declared, 10 steps is my limit. Beyond that, an invisible barrier obstructs my path. Shen Qi, perplexed, took 2 steps forward and gazed at Wen Tianji with a face full of confusion, scoffing. What barrier? Are you out of your mind? Wen Tianji replied calmly. This barrier is set by the sword's spirit itself. It automatically filters and isolates those who dare to intrude. Shen Qi sneered. Then why am I unharmed? With that, he stepped forward once more. Wen Tianji chuckled lightly. Because you are the one chosen by the sword's spirit. Shen Qi rolled his eyes, looking at Wen Tianji as if he were a charlatan. Unfazed, Wen Tianji continued to smile. Not only me, but among the 9 of us, you alone can approach the divine sword within 3 steps. My ability to draw near within 10 steps is already remarkable. The others cannot even set foot on this stone platform. Shen Qi questioned suspiciously. Is this another of your predictions? Wen Tianji nodded. Of course. Just then, the remaining 7 individuals soared in succession, landing at the edge of the stone platform. Shen Qi immediately beckoned to Wei Qingyan, junior sister Wei. Come up. As Wei Qingyan attempted to ascend the stone platform, she felt an invisible force pushing her back down. After several attempts, she remained unable to set foot on the platform. Dejected, Wei Qingyan looked at Shen Qi and shook her head. Brother, I don't know why I can't get up. It feels like there's some barrier blocking me. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi was taken aback. Could it be that Wen Tianji's assertions were true? The others began to try and turn, and unsurprisingly, none succeeded in reaching the stone platform. Seeing this, Wen Tianji smiled triumphantly. Do you still think my words are mere nonsense, Shen Daoyu? Shen Qi shot him a glance, remaining silent. After a long moment, he suddenly inquired. You mentioned you have awakened the sword spirit. How did you achieve that? Wen Tianji replied with a smile. It's quite simple. Just unleash a sword qi towards the divine sword. If the sword spirit chooses to acknowledge you, the divine sword will emit a trace of sword aura in response. This trace of aura is no trivial matter. It may allow your sword intent to evolve into sword momentum. Shen Qi further queried. Did you receive the sword aura? Wen Tianji smiled mysteriously. Indeed. Once I refine this trace of aura, a breakthrough to the transformation stage is imminent. With that, Wen Tianji snapped his fingers, and a dazzling spectrum of colors floated at his fingertips. As Shen Qi beheld the radiant colors, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. The 7 individuals below the stone platform, upon hearing Wen Tianji's words, hurriedly unleashed their sword Qi. The sword Qi held forth, aimed at the long sword hovering at the center of the stone platform. Unfortunately, among the seven, only Wei Qingyan's sword Qi successfully merged into the sword's body, while the sword Qi of the other six dissipated into nothingness upon contact with the long sword. Immediately, a radiant spectrum of colors slowly emanated from the sword's blade, soaring towards Wei Qingyan and delving into her spiritual sea. The onlookers below gazed at Wei Qingyan with expressions of envy, their eyes sparkling incessantly. Shen Qi gradually approached the sword, quietly observing its form. Moments later, a thought crossed Shen Qi's mind, and she raised her hand to unleash a surge of sword energy, which seamlessly flowed into the sword's body. Just as Shen Qi awaited the emergence of the sword's ethereal resonance with delight, the sword unexpectedly burst forth with an incredibly dazzling array of colors. The brilliance enveloped Shen Qi entirely, transforming into a fleeting light that vanished from the stone platform in an instant. Shen Qi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her consciousness momentarily suspended. In the next moment, she found herself immersed in an endless expanse of radiant colors. "Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for so long." A clear and youthful voice resonated in Shen Qi's ears, brimming with excitement and disbelief. Shen Qi exclaimed, "Who are you?" Your Majesty, have you lost your memory?" Unable to perceive any figure and bewildered by the nonsensical words echoing around her, Shen Qi felt as though she were shrouded in mist. A flash of golden light emanated from her palm as she struck a golden sword energy towards the colorful brilliance before her. In an instant, the boundless light dissipated, plunging Shen Qi back into darkness. Another wave of youthful laughter rang out. "Huh? It seems that Elder Zhu Zhao has already found you first, Your Majesty." Shen Qi, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "Who are you? Would it not be better for us to converse face to face?" "Very well. Since Your Majesty wishes for Kai Jiang to manifest, let her appear now." The dark space once again filled with vibrant colors. As a streak of light swept past Shen Qi's eyes, Shen Qi focused intently on the figure that suddenly materialized before her, revealing a little girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age. The girl beamed at Shen Qi, her body radiating a dazzling array of colors. Cautiously, Shen Qi probed, "Little girl, who are you?" The girl furrowed her brow and responded, "Your Majesty, I am Kai Jiang. Do you truly not remember me?" Shen Qi shook her head. Chapter 49. The pilgrimage of 10,000 swords. Gazing at the girl's exquisite face, Shen Qi felt an impulse to pinch her cheek, but ultimately restrained herself. Confused, she asked, "Little girl, do you know me?" The girl nodded eagerly. Shen Qi, perplexed, replied, "But I do not recognize you." The girl scrutinized Shen Qi from head to toe and suddenly exclaimed, "It seems Your Majesty's memories have been sealed. Kai Jiang was once your sword servant." With a puzzled expression, Shen Qi frowned and asked, "Sword servant? I do not understand what you mean." Kai Jiang continued, "In that great battle 100,000 years ago, Your Majesty was gravely injured and forced to undergo a reincarnation. You are now merely a reincarnated being. When your cultivation is restored in the future, you will naturally comprehend everything." Shen Qi gazed at the little girl with a strange expression. After a long pause, she suddenly queried, "Little girl, you cannot possibly be the spirit of the Qingtian sword, can you?" Kai Jiang nodded, then shook her head. Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback and chuckled softly. "Are you nodding or shaking your head? What exactly is it?" Kai Jiang replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am a sword spirit, but not the spirit of the Qinglong sword. When my true form was destroyed, I could only seek refuge within this Qinglong sword." The more Shen Qi listened, the more perplexed he became, and he could not refrain from asking again, "Aren't you born from the blood essence of the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect?" Kai Jiang shook her head and said, "After the great battle, I was gravely injured and fled for my life, inadvertently arriving in the Qixia realm. In my moment of desperation, I reached an agreement with Jin Xuanjing. He sealed me within the Qinglong sword and assisted my healing with his blood essence. As a condition, I bestowed upon him half of my sword's ethereal resonance." Shen Qi pondered thoughtfully. "Miss Kai Jiang, are you saying that the owner of this sword is named Jin Xuanjing?" Kai Jiang nodded. Shen Qi began to form a tentative hypothesis and inquired, "Miss Kai Jiang, since you have kept others at bay, does this mean you are prepared to acknowledge me as your master?" Kai Jiang nodded. "Of course, Your Majesty, you are indeed my master. The moment you entered the sword tomb, I sensed your aura." Shen Qi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Though I do not recall the past you speak of, I am overjoyed to have your recognition now. I, Shun, shall not disappoint you, and together we will traverse the nine-colored sky." Upon hearing this, Kai Jiang raised her delicate hand, and Shen Qi's body floated effortlessly into the air. Simultaneously, the sword infant within Shen Qi's spiritual sea emerged on its own. A wave of colorful sword energy gradually emanated from the surface of the sword infant, swirling around it and slowly forming the shape of a sharp sword. Meanwhile, Kai Zhang's form began to dissipate, transforming into a dazzling spectrum of colors. The vibrant light rapidly shifted, enveloping the nascent sword before swiftly entering the sword infant's body. When the radiant colors faded, Shen Qi's sword infant underwent a transformation. In its previously empty left hand, it now grasped a resplendent seven-colored sword. With the sword infant holding the seven-colored divine sword in its left hand and the seven absolute sword formation diagram in its right, it truly exuded an imposing presence. The sword infant joyfully circled around Shen Qi before darting back into the spiritual sea like a streak of light. Shen Qi scarcely had time to perceive the change in his cultivation before his mind was suddenly engulfed in a whirl of sensations. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back atop the stone platform. When Tianji and the others saw Shen Qi reappear, their gazes instinctively turned towards him. Before Shen Qi could utter a word, the Qinglong sword floating before him soared into his palm. Witnessing this scene, except for Tianji, everyone else displayed expressions of shock. Wei Qingyan was about to speak when suddenly, the man behind him, burdened by a heavy sword, stumbled. The heavy sword behind him flew toward the stone platform and plunged directly into it. The sword exuded a hint of trepidation, quivering incessantly while emitting a resonant hum. In the blink of an eye, the heavy sword shattered completely. In the next moment, the myriad sword boxes floating within the depths of the earth began to tremble inexplicably. The currents surrounding the boxes silently dissipated, and each sword box erupted like a series of ignited firecrackers, producing a relentless cacophony of explosive sounds. The swords within the boxes, akin to startled birds, fled in chaotic disarray. Unsurprisingly, these swords could only withstand the commotion for a brief moment before plummeting to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. This extraordinary phenomenon was not confined to the heart of the Sword Tomb. Even at this moment, in the city of guarding swords and atop Sky Sword Mountain, swords broke free from their storage rings, soaring into the void. At the summit of Guizhen Cliff, Jian Wushuang was diligently polishing his treasured sword. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand shot skyward uncontrollably, vanishing into the ether. Subsequently, every sword belonging to the disciples of the Sky Sword sect ascended into the heavens without exception, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, accompanied by a chorus of terrified buzzing sounds. Just as these swords were on the brink of shattering, Jian Wushuang swiftly formed intricate hand seals. Sending a flurry of complex gestures into the void. Reciting incantations, he commanded, "Arise." An exceedingly profound formation unfolded, enveloping the entirety of Sky Sword Mountain. Once activated, the swords high above gradually ceased their tumultuous vibrations and began to descend gently. Jian Wushuang pondered, is this the manifestation of the 10,000 Swords pilgrimage? Has the sword spirit chosen its master? As he spoke, he traced a finger through the air, causing a rift in space to materialize before him. In an instant, Jian Wushuang stepped into the rift, his form vanishing into the void. In a mere breath, he found himself in the plaza, where four elders were preparing to approach him with reports. With a grand gesture, Jian Wushuang commanded, "Elders, return to the heart of the city gate formation immediately and activate the concealed sword array of guarding swords." Without delay, the four elders complied, utilizing a great teleportation technique to hasten towards their respective city gates. Jian Wushuang pointed into the void once more, unleashing a stream of sword energy in an attempt to gather the out-of-control, long swords above. However, before the sword energy could envelop the swords, another series of explosive sounds erupted, scattering the multitude of sword shadows. Jian Wushuang's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze intently upon the countless reflections before him. On the stone platform, Shen Qi held the Qinglong sword with quiet resolve. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of sword energy welled up within him, swirling around him in a tumultuous dance. Once the sword energy stabilized, the long sword in Shen Qi's hand trembled, emanating a golden light. The Qinglong sword began to vibrate inexplicably, producing continuous ringing sounds. In the next moment, a strand of golden sword energy manifested from within Shen Qi, enveloping the Qinglong sword and floating in midair. Following this, a sliver of sword energy sliced through his fingers, a drop of his blood falling onto the Qinglong sword. The golden sword energy seemed to have received a command, continuously flowing into the sword's body. A dazzling array of rainbow hues erupted, and the Qinglong sword emitted a joyous, melodious chime, seemingly infused with a hint of exhilaration. The golden sword energy surged forth from Shen Qi's being, enveloping the long sword and ceaselessly refining it. Moments later, as the golden sword energy dissipated, the Qinglong sword in Shen Qi's hand radiated an enchanting aura. With a swift motion, Shen Qi extended his hand, and the Qinglong sword soared back into his grasp. In the depths of the sea, Shen Qi unexpectedly manifested a sword technique. Seizing the moment, He closed his eyes and began to wield the sword in the void. His aura grew increasingly sharp, and the Qinglong sword in his hand radiated a soft glow. Wei Qingyan, standing beneath the stone platform, cast a glance at the sword held by Shen Qi, feeling a sudden pang of trepidation. In that fleeting moment, she sensed that this sword could annihilate all things in existence. After a while, Shen Qi's movements gradually came to a halt. He gazed at the Qinglong sword in his hand, realizing that he had undergone a complete transformation, becoming a true sword cultivator. Chapter 50. You are not qualified to be reckless before me. When Shen Qi and the others were transported back to the plaza, all eyes converged upon him. The crowd regarded him as if he were a monster, whispering and exchanging remarks that echoed throughout the square. Someone exclaimed, "It's him, the one chosen by the sword spirit. Who is this young man? Why have we never heard of him before?" Another responded, I know. He is a disciple of the Seven Absolute sect, hailing from the extreme north of Xintian Prefecture, named Shen Qi. I received my sword token alongside him during registration. A third person queried, the Seven Absolute sect? Is that the small, dilapidated sect that was casually extinguished by the senior of the divine refinement? How is he still alive? Could it be that the golden light phenomenon of the Seven Absolute sect was triggered by him? Someone else analyzed. It is highly likely that he is the cause. This young man possesses deep fortune and extraordinary opportunities, undoubtedly having encountered something remarkable. His talents and terrifying abilities are simply astonishing. Another voice echoed with envy. This young man has acquired the Qinglong sword and has thus become a direct disciple of the unparalleled Jian Wushuang, paving his path to immortality. Yet another voice countered. That may not necessarily be the case. A tall tree attracts the wind. Given his current prominence, others may wish to eliminate him swiftly. Let us not forget that he has taken countless lives in the heart of the Sword Tomb, including those of core disciples from various sects across the eastern wilderness. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, the crowd was abuzz with excitement. Shen Qi stood silently in the plaza, indifferent to their chatter. Jian Wushuang gradually approached him, a smile gracing his face as he appraised Shen Qi. Noticing his approach, Shen Qi promptly clasped his fists in respect and greeted. Disciple Shen Qi pays his respects to the sect master. Jian Wushuang praised, Shen Qi, you have performed exceptionally well in this assessment. I am both surprised and pleased. Shen Qi humbly replied, you flatter me, sect master. Jian Wushuang continued, I established a rule before the assessment. Whoever can be recognized by the sword spirit shall be accepted as my direct disciple. Shen Qi, I now ask you, do you wish to take me as your master? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qi knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence. Disciple Shen Qi greets the master. Jian Wushuang burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Rise quickly, my disciple. I never anticipated that I would take on another remarkable student in this lifetime. How delightful. With that, Jian Wushuang led Shen Qi to the center of the plaza, ready to announce this joyous news to the assembled crowd. Suddenly, waves of spiritual energy reverberated through the void, and a figure stepped forth from a rift in space. It was none other than Su Peng, the esteemed leader of the Qingshao Sword Palace. Jian Wushuang gazed at the unexpectedly appearing Su Peng, and the smile on his face gradually faded into an icy demeanor. In a tone devoid of warmth, Jian Wushuang remarked, Master Su, your journey to my Gujian city has been long, and our sect welcomes you. However, you must not forget the rules established by my heavenly sword sect. Su Peng appeared to disregard Jian Wushuang's words, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Qi, exuding palpable murderous intent. Jian Wushuang's expression darkened, and he spoke with displeasure. Master Su, what is the meaning of your actions? Su Peng sneered, cutting to the chase. Jian Wushuang, my only son, Su Ji, came to participate in your heavenly sword sect's assessment, yet your sect stood idly by as he was slain. Should you not provide me with an explanation for this matter? Jian Wushuang let out a light laugh, replying coolly, if one wishes to partake in the assessment, they must exhibit their true abilities. Your precious son, lacking in skill, has brought this upon himself. He cannot blame others. Jian Wushuang, do you not think your words are rather harsh? Su Peng retorted, his voice laced with venom. Jian Wushuang regarded him with a cold stare, choosing silence. Su Peng's robe billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, and a chilling laughter escaped his lips. The sound sent shivers down Shen Qi's spine, causing his heart to tremble inexplicably. Jian Wushuang's expression remained unchanged as he coldly regarded Su Peng. Yet, Su Peng's laughter grew increasingly sinister, akin to the icy stillness of a 1,000-year-old glacier. A hint of frost appeared between Shen Qi's brows, while some disciples in the square inexplicably froze into statues of ice. With a sharp gaze, Jian Wushuang suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing mere feet before Su Peng. Spiritual energy surged from Jian Wushuang's palm, manifesting as a long sword composed of pure sword energy, which rested against Su Peng's throat. Su Peng, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, panicked and began to shift his form repeatedly. However, Jian Wushuang, unperturbed, unleashed wave after wave of sword energy, each one maintaining its position at Su Peng's throat. Jian Wushuang regarded Su Peng coldly, making no further movements. This was his final warning. For the first time, Su Peng felt the breath of annihilation, a genuine sense of fear enveloping him. His spiritual energy surged forth, forming a thick barrier to shield himself. Yet, even that could not withstand Jian Wushuang's sword energy, which continued to pierce into his throat. At last, Su Peng ceased his retreat, with a swift motion of his sleeve. He unleashed a searing sword energy in retaliation. The two energies collided with a thunderous explosion, both dissipating into the air. Su Peng's figure shifted rapidly, but Jian Wushuang remained like a shadow, always a mere foot away. Suddenly, Su Peng halted, his gaze coldly fixed on Jian Wushuang, the sinister laughter abruptly ceasing. Jian Wushuang stated calmly, "Su Peng, this is not Qingshao Mountain. You have no right to act recklessly before my sect." With that, Jian Wushuang turned his back, no longer casting a glance at Su Peng. The latter's face darkened instantly, his heart racing with agitation. Su Peng had dominated the East Wasteland for 300 years. Yet it was the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was a mere upstart. However, Su Peng refrained from retaliating, fully aware that Jian Wushuang's cultivation far surpassed his own. Should a confrontation ensue, Su Peng feared he would not withstand 100 moves. Jian Wushuang once again led Shen Qi towards the high platform, just as the crowd believed the conflict was about to subside. A surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened in the void, and a figure emerged, emanating an aura of murderous intent as it lunged towards Shen Qi. It was none other than Lu Guang, the master of the Zikan Sword Palace. His precious son, Lu Yun, had met his demise at Shen Qi's hands due to a scheme against Wei Qingyan. Lu Guang's face twisted in rage as he bellowed, "Impudent wretch! How dare you take my son's life? I shall ensure you are ground to dust today." The repeated occurrences of such hostility sent a chill through Jian Wushuang. Igniting his fury, he swiftly shielded Shen Qi behind him, summoning a long sword that materialized in his grasp. With a swift stroke, the sword's aura cascaded down like the Milky Way, sweeping across the heavens, dimming the light of the world. As the air shimmered with the intertwining energies of the blade, with a resounding crash, Lu Guang plummeted from the air, his internal spiritual power collapsing instantaneously. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression turning pallid as he gazed at Jian Wushuang in terror. The profundities of the sword path, the power of its essence. Jian Wushuang, you are not merely at the peak of divine refinement. When did you ascend to the void realm? Upon hearing this, Su Peng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his heart filled with dread. It was unfathomable that Jian Wushuang, who was over 200 years his junior, had already reached such heights. Jian Wushuang cast a cold glance at Lu Guang, his disdain palpable. After a moment, he sheathed his sword and declared icily, "Shen Qi is now my disciple. Should you wish to harm him, you must first contend with my blade. If you seek vengeance, let us settle it at the East Wasteland Grand Competition in 6 months. Farewell, gentlemen, I shall not see you off." Su Peng and Lu Guang exchanged glances, their expressions a tempest of emotions. After a brief silence, they opened a spatial rift and swiftly departed. Chapter 51. The arrival from the academy. Once they had left, Jian Wushuang commanded the retrieval of the Tianjian sect's insignia and garments, distributing a series of rewards. He then introduced Shen Qi to the assembly, conveying a straightforward message. Shen Qi was now his prized disciple, and the elders of the sects across the East Wasteland could not use assessments as an excuse to target him. As the award ceremony proceeded with fervor, the sky above the square suddenly darkened. Spiritual energy surged within the void, and an aura of destruction threatened to upend the gathering. The lively atmosphere in the square abruptly ceased, and all present wore expressions of bewilderment. Shen Qi revealed a faint smirk, recognizing that someone, undeterred by past events, dared to disrupt the proceedings once more. It seems that the previous strike by Jian Wushuang did not possess sufficient deterrent effect. Some individuals are simply unmoved until they encounter the grave. As the leader of the foremost sect in Xiantian continent, Jian Wushuang is capable of upholding the entire region. His ruthless methods and decisive actions surpass the imagination of outsiders. Standing at the center of the square, Jian Wushuang gazed ominously toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Two figures materialized from the void, their gaze meeting Jian Wushuang's, a knowing smile gracing their faces. Clad in immaculate white robes, they appeared untouched by dust, with the words Academy etched upon their left shoulders. The leader, a middle-aged man, bore a striking resemblance to Jian Wushuang, his demeanor cold and distant. He approached, defying gravity, and without uttering a word, reached out directly toward Shen Qi. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, He unleashed a sword force aimed at the man's grasping right hand. Emo Shushing. To act against my disciple in front of our sect is to show a complete lack of respect. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. He turned his palm and unleashed another wave of spiritual energy to counter the incoming sword force. The sword force gradually dissipated, and Jian Wushuang, maintaining a cold stare, refrained from further attack. At that moment, four figures suddenly soared from the periphery of the square, revealing the four elders. Each of these elders was a master of the spirit refinement realm, and together they unleashed a terrifying wave of murderous intent directed at the middle-aged man. He scoffed derisively, declaring, "The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Shatter." With a disdainful snort, the man's aura surged tenfold. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a powerful strike toward the four elders. The force contained an unparalleled sword intent, sweeping toward the four elders of the Tianjin sect with devastating might. In an earth-shattering boom, the four elders simultaneously spat blood, sent crashing to the ground. With a single strike, he had vanquished four spirit refinement realm cultivators. Indeed, the middle-aged man was as formidable as rumored. As the elders fell, many disciples who had been caught unawares were grievously injured and fell unconscious. The square's stone slabs shattered. Amidst the cacophony, dust and debris flew into the air. The disciples in the square fell into chaos, a tumult of voices rising as many faces paled in fear, fleeing in panic. The fallen elders exchanged terrified glances. Their eyes filled with doubt as they looked toward Jian Wushuang. Unfazed, Jian Wushuang replied coldly, "Emo Shushing, why are you here at Tianjin sect, causing unwarranted harm? Instead of teaching at Tai Academy?" The man who had suddenly appeared was indeed Emo Shushing, the head of Tai Academy. He scrutinized Jian Wushuang with a smirk, saying, "Jian Wushuang, I never imagined that in the span of 2 centuries, that naive boy from the academy would grow into a formidable figure of the Void Realm. Truly, a cause for celebration." Jian Wushuang responded with a cold smile, "I must thank you, Emo Shushing. All of this is indeed your doing." At this moment, the crowd in the square finally caught a clear glimpse of Emo Shushing's visage. As they noticed the 2 golden characters on the left shoulders of the 2 individuals, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. My heavens, they are disciples of Tai Academy. Some members of the crowd, who had traveled through the central continent and witnessed the attire of Tai Academy's disciples, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Tai Academy? How is this possible? The academy is millions of miles away from Xintian continent. How could they have suddenly arrived? Did you not hear what Sect Master Jian Wushuang said? These 2 are indeed disciples of Tai Academy, and it seems they share a past grievance. The name of Tai Academy is revered in the Qixia realm, akin to a sacred ground, and whenever its name is mentioned, people instinctively look upon it with reverence. After a lengthy pause, Emo Shushing stated plainly, "Jian Wushuang, the academy master has sent us to Tianjin sect to bring this child back to the central continent." With that, Emo Shushing pointed at Shen Qi, who stood behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang replied coldly, "What if our sect does not consent?" Emo Shushing retorted with a scoff, "This child possesses extraordinary talent. To leave him in the eastern wilderness is merely to squander his gifts. You cannot teach him." Jian Wushuang sneered. "Whether I can teach him is not for you to decide, Emo Shushing." Emo Shushing's demeanor turned icy. "What if I insist on taking him today?" With a swift motion, Jian Wushuang summoned his sword, his gaze fixed on Emo Shushing with a chilling smile. "Emo Shushing, feel free to test your strength. It just so happens that our sect wishes to practice against you and see how much you've improved since 2 centuries ago." Emo Shushing stepped forward, releasing a formidable aura that enveloped him. Under the weight of his terrifying presence, Shen Qi felt utterly overwhelmed. His complexion flushed slightly, and he struggled to breathe, resembling a child on the verge of drowning. Just as Shen Qi was about to succumb to the pressure, Jian Wushuang snorted, and the invisible weight dissipated instantly. Jian Wushuang's form shifted rapidly, his sword whirling with speed. Waves of sharp sword energy surged forth, enveloping Emo Shushing in an impenetrable light. In less than 10 breaths, a resounding crash echoed as Emo Shushing was sent reeling backward, the fragment of paper he held shattering into pieces. Disheveled, he gasped for breath, his face pale. Jian Wushuang laughed coldly, remarking, "Emo Shushing, it seems you have merely wasted your time over these past 2 centuries. Emo Shushing replied frostily, "Jian Wushuang, even if you stop me today, it will not change this child's fate. To Tai Academy, you are utterly powerless. The academy will always be an insurmountable mountain for you. Its terror is something you can only look up to in this lifetime." Jian Wushuang continued to scoff, deriding, "Emo Shushing, I do not care how powerful Tai Academy is or how esteemed your status may be. However, this place is Tianjin sect in the eastern wilderness, not Tai Academy in the central continent. Matters concerning Tianjin sect are not for your Tai Academy to meddle in." Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's mocking words, Emo Shushing felt a surge of anger. unable to suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. With a cold and sinister expression, he fixed his gaze upon Jian Wushuang and let out a chilling laugh, menacingly declaring, Jian Wushuang, the secrets surrounding this individual are deeply entangled. You may protect him for a moment, but not for eternity. One day, when the esteemed headmaster arrives, it will be the time of your Tianjin sect's downfall. Unfazed, Jian Wushuang retorted, then let Lu Tianyi come to the Tianjin sect in person and speak to me face to face. Mo Shuxing attempted to respond, but a flash of cold light flickered in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he coldly warned, within 10 breaths, swiftly leave this Shujian city of mine. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. At these words, Mo Shuxing's heart trembled, and he dared not utter another word. His companions silently supported him as they hastily retreated into the void, fleeing for their lives. Chapter 52. The Great Competition of the 9 Provinces in Xinjiang Prefecture. At the Tianjin Mountain lies the stronghold of the Tianjin sect. A month prior, 9 disciples who passed the assessment at the Sword Tomb have now ascended to inner disciples. Among them, Wen Tianji and Wei Qingyan have become core disciples. Within the Tianjin sect, only those who attain the status of inner disciples are qualified to cultivate on the one-sword platform. At this moment, Wen Tianji and Wei Qingyan sit calmly upon the sword observation platform, quietly absorbing the profound essence of the sword within the array. Before long, Shen Qi arrived at Tianjin Mountain, having been here for over a month. At the summit of Guozian Cliff, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Shen Qi quietly stood behind him, awaiting his instructions. After a lengthy pause, Jian Wushuang spoke softly, Shen Qi, have you gained any insights recently? Shen Qi nodded, saying, ever since Master bestowed upon me the sword technique of the 9 swords of the sky, I have diligently practiced and made some progress. However, my innate talent is lacking, and there are still aspects I do not fully comprehend. Jian Wushuang nodded in approval, stating, your doubts indicate that you have indeed gained something. The comprehension of a cultivator is a crucial factor in their practice. Demonstrate it to me, and I will elucidate any uncertainties you may have. Without hesitation, Shen Qi began to gracefully wield the Qinglong sword. Jian Wushuang patiently guided him, rectifying his shortcomings. Once their sword practice concluded, Jian Wushuang suddenly inquired, Shen Qi, do you know why I called you here today? Shen Qi shook his head, replying, disciple does not know. I humbly ask Master to enlighten me. Jian Wushuang further queried, are you aware of the triennial Eastern Wilderness 9 Provinces Great Competition? Shen Qi shook his head again. The former 7 Absolute sect was merely a small, inconspicuous sect, and its disciples had no opportunity to participate in anything as grand as the 9 Provinces Great Competition. Jian Wushuang then asked, have you ever heard of the Bodhi fruit? Shen Qi again shook his head. Jian Wushuang explained, at the juncture between Juntian Prefecture and Xinjiang Prefecture, there exists an ancient forbidden ground. Within this forbidden area, there grows a Bodhi tree. This tree takes 10 years to blossom and another 10 years to bear fruit, ultimately yielding 20 Bodhi fruits. Curiously, Shen Qi asked, Master, are the Bodhi fruits some kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure? Jian Wushuang nodded, naturally. The Bodhi pill, crafted from the Bodhi fruit, significantly enhances the probability of attaining the golden core for practitioners at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage by 90%. For those at the consummate golden core stage, it augments the likelihood of condensing the nascent soul by 70%. Moreover, for those at the apex of the nascent soul stage, it elevates the chances of transforming one's soul consciousness and spiritual awareness into divine soul and divine consciousness to an impressive 50%. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, Master, is the Bodhi fruit truly so extraordinary? Jian Wushuang affirmed with unwavering certainty, indeed. Not only that, but the Bodhi fruit also possesses detoxifying properties, capable of countering a myriad of toxins upon ingestion. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang paused, adopting a grave demeanor as he articulated each word with deliberation. The most crucial aspect is that the Bodhi fruit harbors a trace of the essence of the heavenly Tao, a treasure coveted by practitioners of the divine refinement and void-returning realms. Shen Qi, puzzled, asked, the essence of the heavenly Tao? Master, what utility does it possess? A fervent glimmer illuminated Jian Wushuang's eyes as he sighed. The essence of the heavenly Tao is birthed from the laws of heaven and earth. It embodies the power of the great Tao. Should I manage to refine the essence from the Bodhi fruit, when the time comes for my ascension, I shall be able to withstand the tribulations of the heavens unscathed, and the heavenly Tao shall not bestow upon me the punishment of heavenly calamity. Shen Qi's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Such an extraordinary effect rendered the Bodhi fruit remarkably potent. Observing Shen Qi's reaction, Jian Wushuang smiled knowingly and, with a serious tone, imparted, my disciple, you must understand that due to the presence of the force of heavenly order within the forbidden grounds, Practitioners at the divine refinement stage and above are unable to enter. Otherwise, the Bodhi tree would have long been completely harvested by the foremost powers of the 9 provinces. Shen Qi's eyes sparkled with a newfound fervor as he grasped the implications. Seeing his enthusiasm, Jian Wushuang gently encouraged, "Disciple, are you not intrigued by such a treasure?" Yet, Shen Qi posed another question. "May I inquire, Master, how is the Bodhi fruit related to the 9 provinces grand competition you just mentioned?" Jian Wushuang chuckled. "Naturally. There is a connection. Such a divine object cannot be monopolized by any single sect. Under the delicate balance of negotiations among the top forces of the East Wasteland's 9 provinces, we have reached an agreement." Shen Qi pressed further. "What agreement might that be?" Jian Wushuang elucidated. "All first-rate sects of the East Wasteland's 9 provinces are to select their finest disciples to participate in the grand competition, with the distribution of the Bodhi fruit contingent upon their final standings. This grand competition is set to take place in 5 months. Shen Qi inquired again, "Master, what are the rules governing this competition?" Jian Wushuang replied, "The competition will be divided into 4 groups: Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Divine Refinement. Each sect may dispatch 4 disciples, with only 1 from each realm permitted to compete. Regardless of which group claims victory, the sect will receive 2 Bodhi fruits, while the runner-up will secure 1. Eagerly, Shen Qi asked, "How many disciples are expected to participate in this grand competition?" Jian Wushuang explained, "Do you know that a sect is only considered a first-rate force once it possesses a practitioner at the divine refinement stage? Thus, only first-rate sects are qualified to partake in the grand competition. According to incomplete statistics, the foremost forces in the eastern wilderness, known as the 9 provinces, number in the thousands." Shen Qi remarked, "If this is the case, does it not mean that each group of disciples participating in the grand competition consists of thousands? How, then, will the rankings be determined?" Jian Wushuang replied, "The grand competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round is a chaotic battle among 100, where half will be eliminated. The second round is a wheel battle, eliminating another half. The final round is a ranking battle, determining only the top 10. It is important to note that in these 3 rounds, death matches are not permitted." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi could not help but draw a sharp breath. Such a brutal elimination system makes the quest for victory exceedingly arduous. Jian Wushuang reassured, "Disciple, there is no need for concern. With your strength, even if you cannot reach the pinnacle, self-preservation is undoubtedly assured." Shen Qi forced a smile, uncertainly inquired, "Master, what do you mean by that?" Jian Wushuang chuckled softly. "Among the 9 provinces, our Xiantian prefecture is the weakest in foundation, and our disciple strength is somewhat lacking. In the previous competition, all 4 disciples sent by our Heavenly Sword sect met with disaster. This time, I intend to send you to participate in the grand competition. Your prowess is seldom rivaled among those in the nascent soul stage, and I believe our sect can at least secure a Bodhi fruit. Should you achieve first place, I shall bestow upon you a generous reward, one that will not pale in comparison to the Bodhi fruit." Shen Qi replied, "Master, you flatter me. My cultivation is ultimately still lacking. Why not send a senior brother who has attained the peak of the nascent soul stage? Perhaps the chances would be greater." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "A higher cultivation does not necessarily equate to greater combat strength. I have observed your performance in the sword tomb from beginning to end. The divine powers you possess are indeed extraordinary. You must have experienced remarkable fortunes. With your combat prowess, I fear there are but a handful in the nascent soul realm who can match you." Shen Qi bowed his head and said, "I am grateful for Master S' favor, and I shall endeavor with all my might." Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. "Excellent. It pleases me greatly to see such spirit in you. For the time being, refrain from wandering about. Remain at the Return to Truth Cliff and focus on your cultivation. I shall arrange matters regarding the competition on your behalf." After giving these instructions, Jian Wushuang gracefully departed. Chapter 53. The disciples of the heavenly rankings. News of the grand competition quickly spread like wildfire. However, due to Jian Wushuang's decision to have Shen Qi participate, jealousy arose among some late-stage nascent soul and peak nascent soul disciples. Certain disciples began to approach Shen Qi, attempting to exert pressure on him to withdraw from the 9 provinces grand competition. One day, Shen Qi stood before the entrance of Chun Miaoshan's cave dwelling, softly calling out. Ever since Shen Qi passed the assessment and became Jian Wushuang's direct disciple, Chun Miaoshan had quietly joined the Heavenly Sword sect as an external elder. Yet, she continued to avoid Shen Qi, unable to set aside her inner grievances and uncertain of how to face him. Nevertheless, Shen Qi remained undeterred. Each day after his training, he would visit the entrance of Chun Miaoshan's cave, softly expressing his deep feelings to the closed door. Inside, leaning against the door, Chun Miaoshan shed tears profusely. She wrestled with her inner turmoil, yearning to open the door to the cave and pull Shen Qi inside, embracing her fiercely. Yet, Chun Miaoshan lacked the courage, hesitating to take that step. Just as Shen Qi poured forth her heartfelt sentiments, a magnificent sword light surged forth, imbued with unparalleled pressure, slicing directly towards her. Despite Shen Qi's status as a formidable yuaning cultivator, she found herself momentarily taken aback by the astonishing brilliance of the sword light. At the very moment the sword light appeared, countless disciples of the Tianjian sect had already fled from the vicinity of the cave, gathering at a distance among the mountains. Whispering among themselves, waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Shen Qi's expression darkened instantly. With a swift movement, she narrowly evaded the oncoming sword light. Casting her gaze forward, she beheld a disciple of the Tianjian sect, adorned in the attire of an esteemed inner disciple, a consummate yuaning cultivator. This individual, wielding a long sword, descended from the heights above. His piercing gaze swept over Shen Qi, tinged with a hint of disdain. Shen Qi smirked. Did they think her an easy target simply because she sought no trouble? She raised her head, her cold eyes fixated on him. As she recognized the sword wielder, gasps erupted among the onlookers. It was Tian Biao, the chief disciple of the Tianshu Peak. Reputed to have attained the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ing realm 5 years prior, merely a step away from entering the transformation realm, hailed as invincible beneath that level. The sharp sound of slicing air rang out as 2 other distinguished young men landed nearby, within 70 feet of Shen Qi. They were Qin, the chief disciple of Tiangang Peak, and Fang Yamo, the chief disciple of Tianwei Peak. Both were cultivators on the verge of transcending to the initial stage of the transformation realm. The Tianjin Mountain is home to 108 peaks, each with a chief disciple. Among the inner disciples, there exists a celestial ranking. The 2 were ranked 34th and 39th, respectively, while Tian Biao held the 41st position. Bathed in the radiance of the sword light, the 2 exuded a subtle glow, and the intangible pressure of their near-transformation prowess set them apart amidst the throngs of spectators. Drawing the attention of all, Shen Qi mused, so these are the disciples of the celestial ranking, their strength indeed commendable. The trio radiated a torrent of spiritual power, akin to an ocean in tumult. Their profound and concentrated cultivation, illuminated by the sword light, resembled the blazing sun. Despite the fierce sword intent emanating from Tian Biao, the 2 others remained composed and unruffled in close proximity, clearly possessing means to counter the sword intent. Shen Qi let out a cold laugh, pondering whether these individuals could maintain their composure in the face of her own sword intent. A semblance of a smile danced upon her lips, for her integrated 7 absolute sword intent had reached a perfect state of harmony between thought and action, having endured relentless trials between life and death. Bolstered by the power of golden light and the 7 absolute sword array, it far surpassed that of ordinary sword cultivators. Tian Biao raised his sword and stopped in front of Shen Qi, his voice dripping with cold disdain. Are you Shen Qi, the newly accepted direct disciple of the sect leader? Shen Qi nodded in affirmation. Tian Biao crossed his sword and bluntly stated, if you voluntarily withdraw from the grand competition of the 9 provinces, I, Tian, shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Shen Qi chuckled coldly, then stepped forward. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared in a dazzling display of golden light, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Shen Qi found himself behind Tian Biao, casually unleashing a wave of sword energy. At the moment Shen Qi made his move, numerous gazes fixated on Tian Biao. Seeing Shen Qi's action, Tian Biao's expression abruptly changed, darkening like stormy waters. Shen Qi, you are courting death. He had expected Shen Qi to comply with his command and relinquish his spot. To his astonishment, this newly initiated disciple dared to strike without a second thought. The decision made by Jian Wushuang to allow Shen Qi to participate in the grand competition had left many disciples of the nascent soul stage feeling quite dissatisfied. They held a grudge against Shen Qi for allegedly leveraging connections to gain favor. However, given Jian Wushuang's formidable presence, they could only harbor their resentment in silence. Who would have thought that Tian Biao would be so obstinate as to step forth as the fool? At this moment, the murderous intent and resentment within Tian Biao erupted uncontrollably. With a furious roar, he swung his sword with great haste. As he shouted, the onlookers' attention shifted back to Shen Qi. Many direct disciples wore icy expressions, vocally criticizing Shen Qi's actions. The scene erupted with fervor. My heavens! Is this newcomer Shen Qi so arrogant? He dares to strike at senior brother Tian. He is truly seeking death. How foolish to think he could bypass the rules without discretion. Does he really believe that the disciples of the heaven ranking are mere pushovers? In Tian's fury, his life may very well be forfeit. This Shen Qi is utterly intolerable. He deserves a thorough lesson. That insufferable brat, if not for the sect leader's protection, I could easily crush him, as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Tian, give him a severe thrashing, one that would leave him unrecognizable to his own parents. Reduce him to a quivering mess. In an instant, The onlooking disciples were filled with righteous indignation, seething with fury. After exchanging a few blows with Tian Biao, Shen Qi swiftly retreated several dozen feet. Senior brother Tian, I bear no grudge against you. Your overwhelming murderous intent seems rather excessive. Shen Qi's expression grew colder, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. While there might be some unresolved grievances between him and other disciples from different sects, he held no animosity towards Tian Biao, who had no reason to harbor such hatred. Shen Qi was genuinely perplexed as to the source of Tian Biao's intense malice. After all, he was a prodigy of the Heaven Sword sect. Could it be that this man's temperament was so small? Hearing this, Tian Biao believed Shen Qi was afraid. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he coldly declared, "You are but a mere nascent soul beginner. What audacity you possess to claim a spot in the grand competition. If you do not withdraw today, I shall end your life." With a cold smile, Shen Qi remarked, "You are merely at the late stage of the Yuaning realm. Even if I withdraw from the 9 provinces competition, the quota would not fall to you. How laughable. Do you truly believe yourself to be an extraordinary genius?" A voice from the onlooking disciples erupted, "Shen Qi, you are merely relying on your status as a direct disciple of the sect leader to gain a slight advantage. Countless brothers on the heavenly ranking covet that quota. Do you think you can hold on to it?" Shen Qi's eyes glinted with frost. Silence. Without warning, a flash of golden light emanated from within Shen Qi, and his form surged forward like a dragon plunging into the sea. The swift sword energy sliced through the air like a startled swan, heading directly towards Tian Biao. Chapter 54. Establishing authority through bloodshed in an instant, Shen Qi reached out into the void, and Tian Biao, who was 100 zhang away, was effortlessly drawn into the palm of his hand. Gasps of disbelief echoed. "No, this is impossible." Shen Qi's casual strike surpassed all disciples' expectations. No one anticipated that Shen Qi would exhibit not a trace of fear when facing a master of the heavenly ranking. Moreover, with a single move, Shen Qi subdued Tian Biao, rendering him incapable of motion. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. One disciple exclaimed, "No wonder the sect leader strongly recommended Shen Qi for the competition. Such combat prowess is simply monstrous." Shen Qi seized Tian Biao by the neck with one hand. Lifting him high, Tian Biao struggled for breath, his face turning a deep crimson as he writhed in desperation. Observing Tian Biao's impending asphyxiation, Qin Yang and Fang Mo finally reacted, urgently shouting, "Shen disciple, release brother Tian. Shen Qi, loosen your grip immediately." Their voices carried a hint of fury as they witnessed Tian Biao's body starting to convulse, his complexion darkening. Though Shen Qi merely held Tian Biao casually, the disciple felt as if a 1,000-pound iron chain had ensnared his neck. 10 breaths passed, and a deep crimson mark appeared on Tian Biao's neck, blood beginning to spurt forth. The onlooking disciples could not suppress their gasps of horror, their hearts racing in fear. Shen Qi's method of torture was truly terrifying. At that moment, Tian Biao was living a fate worse than death. His face was flushed, each breath a trial, yet he refused to yield, shouting defiantly, "Shen Qi, do not go too far. If you dare to kill me, my master will not spare you, and the Heavenly Sword sect will not tolerate you. Not even the sect leader can protect you." Shen Qi regarded him with cold disdain, a sneer gracing his lips. With a cruel laugh, he intensified his grip. Throughout his life, Shen Qi had never been threatened by anyone. A tsunami of fear surged within Tian Biao as he realized that the slender barrier of spiritual energy he had erected in resistance was beginning to crack. In the face of Shen Qi's golden light, Tian Biao's spiritual power was utterly powerless, lacking any means of resistance. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing emanated from Tian Biao's neck as the pressure from the golden light constricted relentlessly. In but a breath's time, his cervical bones began to shatter inch by inch. In the throes of agony, Tian Biao could no longer contain himself and let out a heart-wrenching wail. The pain was excruciating, leaving him utterly disoriented, his mind consumed by the dread of death. With tears and mucus flowing freely, he pleaded, "Shen Qi, I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I cannot endure this any longer. I swear I shall never dare again." Shen Qi let out a cold laugh. "It is too late to beg for mercy now." At this moment, Qin Yang interjected, his voice icy, "Shen Qi, release Tian Biao at once. Should he perish, I will ensure you pay for it with your life." The expressions of Qin Yang and Fang Mo were grim. Shen Qi blatantly disregarded their words in front of all the observing disciples, a blatant affront to their authority. Qin Yang seethed with rage, his jaw clenched tightly. He longed to charge forward and eliminate Shen Qi on the spot. However, witnessing Tian Biao, pitifully grasped like a dead dog in Shen Qi's hand, he had no choice but to suppress his overwhelming desire to kill, feeling utterly frustrated. Shen Qi contemptuously cast a glance at the two, a smirk playing on his lips. "Very well, you are, after all, the so-called prodigies of the Tianbang. Today, I shall grant you a modicum of face. The tension in Qin Yang and Feng Mo's expressions eased slightly, yet their hearts were filled with derision. They thought to themselves that the moment Shen Qi released Tian Biao would be his last. With a sudden motion, Shen Qi raised his hand, enveloping Tian Biao in a powerful surge of spiritual energy and slamming him hard onto the ground. This impact shattered not only Tian Biao, but also the dignity of Qin Yang, and Feng Mo. Tian Biao fell to the ground, his front teeth knocked out, blood spewing from his mouth and splattering around him. As he lay there, the golden light sealing his spiritual powers began to dissipate, and a terrifying force surged through his spiritual sea. Every vertebra in his neck shattered, leaving him limp and unconscious, on the brink of death. Seeing Tian Biao in such a tragic state, Qin Yang and Feng Mo were consumed by rage, their voices raised in a furious roar. Qin Yang's eyes burned red, resembling a frenzied beast as he glared fiercely at Shen Qi. Shen Qi, to harm a fellow disciple is a crime that warrants execution. Tian Biao's attack on Shen Qi was instigated by the two of them, and now, with Tian Biao's life hanging by a thread, suffering such torment and humiliation, even if he were to awaken, he would undoubtedly be rendered useless, living a fate worse than death. Should the sect investigate? How could they possibly explain this to Elder Zhang Yi of the Tianshu Peak? Qin Yang was truly enraged, his hair standing on end as a murderous aura surged around him. This killing intent coalesced into a chilling wind that swept towards Shen Qi. On Wujin Peak, the observing disciples had fallen into a stunned silence. The atmosphere was so tense that some of the younger disciples began to tremble. In their hearts, they could only think one thought. Shen Qi was far too reckless, far too terrifying. From now on, they must avoid provoking him at all costs. Shen Qi brazenly assassinated Tian Shu Feng's chief disciple, Tian Biao, an act that resoundingly struck the face of Tian Shu Feng. The madness of Shen Qi left Zhang Yi, the esteemed leader of Tian Shu Feng, in a predicament. It is feared that henceforth, Zhang would regard Shen Qi as a relentless enemy of Tian Shu Feng due to this incident. Yet, Shen Qi remained unfazed, his expression devoid of any turmoil. Qin Yang glared at Shen Qi with cold disdain and coldly remarked, "Very well, Shen Qi, you have successfully provoked my ire today. It has been 3 years since I last took a life after ascending the heavenly ranking. Regardless of whether the sect leader intervenes, I shall bring you down today." A torrent of murderous intent surged from Qin Yang, his gaze as frigid as ice, viciously fixed upon Lin Yun, as if he longed to devour Shen Qi whole. Shen Qi's scorn deepened, disdainfully retorting, "What are you, a mere wretched creature, to stand before me and issue threats? To think you wish to take my life? How laughable! A so-called prodigy languishing in the middle ranks of the heavenly ranking, who grants you the audacity to spout such drivel in my presence? You are courting death." Shen Qi's words resonated like the grandest of bells, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, striking the hearts of those present. As his proclamation echoed, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped him, darkening the very heavens and earth. The pent-up fury and indignation within Shen Qi had swelled to an oceanic magnitude, having endured relentless mockery in recent days. Today he resolved to no longer endure, unleashing the pent-up dissatisfaction within him. This congregation of so-called prodigies from the heavenly ranking were nothing but blind fools, truly intolerable. He intended to slay several of these prodigies today to establish his authority. Chapter 55. Another life to take. Shen Qi's words struck Qin Yang like a resounding slap, echoing harshly against his pride. Particularly the phrase "a so-called prodigy languishing in the middle ranks" ignited the flames of wrath within Qin Yang. At Tiangang Peak, his fellow disciples revered him as a prodigy of the heavenly ranking, basking in immense glory. However, beyond the confines of Tiangang Peak, he held no advantage among the direct disciples. The current Qin Yang had long lost the fervent influence he once wielded upon entering the heavenly ranking. The accolades he amassed were far from dazzling, and his strength had seen little advancement. He found himself in a position neither superior to others nor entirely inferior, a state of being that drove him to madness. At this moment, Shen Qi brazenly humiliated Qin Yang before numerous disciples, branding him merely a mid-tier prodigy of the heavenly ranking. These words deeply wounded his pride, unearthing a scar within him that made Qin Yang feel utterly mortified. With an enraged roar, he declared, "You insolent brat, cease your arrogance. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that even a mid-tier prodigy of the heavenly ranking can extinguish your life with but a flick of my finger. The chasm between us is beyond your comprehension." In a fit of rage, Qin Yang summoned forth his long sword, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as he thrust it directly at Shen Qi's heart. The sword danced through the air, leaving a trail of sharp brilliance as it descended mercilessly toward Shen Qi. With a cold gaze, Shen Qi looked at Qin Yang's blustering sword strike, a profound disdain flickering in his eyes. Is this what they call a prodigy on the heavenly rankings? How utterly laughable. As his thoughts stirred, golden light radiated from his body, and the 7 absolute sword formation flew forth from within, instantly transforming into a massive sword array stretching 100 feet wide. Within the array, the sword Qi howled and stirred the winds, binding Qin Yang with an overwhelming sword intent. As the sword Qi erupted, it swiftly devoured the sword light that Qin Yang had unleashed. Amidst the intertwining sword lights, a terrifying golden sword Qi pierced through the void, ruthlessly and dominantly thrusting toward Qin Yang's heart. Qin Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale as his spirit waned. He stared at Shen Qi in horror, his shock immeasurable. Qin Yang, dazed, stammered, "What? What kind of treasure is this?" With a mocking expression, Shen Qi sneered, "A treasure capable of slaying you." Qin Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. Shen Qi coldly remarked, "Is this the extent of the so-called prodigies on the heavenly rankings?" As those words left his lips, Qin Yang felt a surge of fury. But before he could utter a word, his body stiffened and collapsed. Yet another prodigy from the heavenly rankings met their demise in a single strike. The onlooking disciples were gripped by an inexplicable chill, exchanging glances in silence, too stunned to speak. Shen Qi displayed a look of disdain, finding it laughable that such a feeble power dared to call itself a prodigy. He had expected Qin Yang to be significantly stronger than Tianbiao. Shen Qi had deliberately summoned the 7 absolute sword formation to battle, indicating his regard for him. Yet, it turned out this individual was utterly useless. A clear case of overestimating one's abilities. Turning toward the dazed Fang Yimo, Shen Qi coldly asked, "Will you still make a move, prodigy of the heavenly rankings?" Fang Mo's mind was blank. He had never anticipated Shen Qi's power would be so terrifying. With their rankings being so closely matched, it was evident that if Shen Qi could slay Qin Yang with a single sword, he could just as easily do the same to Fang Yimo. Fang Yimo was thoroughly terrified. His face was a mask of fear as he stammered, I, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Shen Qi let out a cold laugh, muttering to himself, "Very well, I shall send you to join them." Before his words could fully resonate, a thunderous sword cry erupted from within Shen Qi. The 7 absolute sword intent surged forth from the sword array, its sword Qi darkening the skies and bearing down upon Fang Mo. Shen Qi harnessed the power of golden light, merging the overwhelming sword Qi into it. In an instant, the sword Qi radiated with golden brilliance. Streams of golden sword Qi flew outward, transforming into countless golden sword lights that encircled Shen Qi. In the blink of an eye, the murderous intent and sword intent coalesced around Shen Qi, forming an unparalleled sword Qi kill aura. The dazzling golden light erupted from within Shen Qi, transforming the void above Wujian Peak into a vast ocean of gold. All the onlooking disciples now focused their gaze on Shen Qi, their mouths agape in astonishment. Their expressions wooden, rendered speechless. The boundless golden expanse of the ocean surged forth, conjuring colossal waves. Under the relentless sword pressure exerted by Shen Qi, it seemed as though this realm itself was being subdued. Bang! In but a fleeting breath, the ethereal barrier surrounding Fang Mo shattered like glass. Shen Qi's sword energy was overwhelmingly fierce, mercilessly crushing Fang Mo, exuding an aura of despair. Fang Mo barely discerned how Shen Qi unleashed this strike before he was sent hurtling through the air. Bang! Another blow, and Fang Mo crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. In that instant of landing, Shen Qi materialized beside him, ruthlessly placing a foot upon Fang Mo's chest, pressing him into the earth with such ferocity that his ribs nearly fractured. Shen Qi's own vitality surged within him, bringing an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. With that footfall, Shen Qi's myriad distractions and negative emotions dissipated like mist. In this moment, his thoughts became clear and his mental state stabilized. He sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Fang Mo, racked with excruciating pain, emitted heart-wrenching cries, lamenting his fate. Gazing up at Shen Qi, who was enveloped in a golden glow, Fang Mo was overcome with terror, weeping profusely. "Shen Sr. I was wrong. Please do not kill me, do not kill me. Grant me another chance. I shall never disturb you again." Shen Qi, with a chilling smile, retorted, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of a second chance?" With that, he raised his right palm, energy surging forth, the fierce sword intent poised to strike at Fang Mo's dantian. Just then, a deep, furious voice resonated from behind, filled with wrath and a palpable murderous intent. "Stop! Young one, do not take his life." Shen Qi halted, turning to see a figure materializing from the void, a white-haired elder exuding a terrifying aura of divine refinement. Shen Qi regarded the elder, clasping his fists in respect. "Junior Shen Qi pays his respects to the elder." The elder coldly replied, "I am Yin Mingshan of Tianwei Peak. What enmity lies between my disciple Fang Mo and you that compels you to seek his demise?" Shen Qi scoffed, "A killer must be killed. He seeks my life. I will not passively await my end." Yan Mingshan's expression darkened ominously, his voice icy. "Young one, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, you show such disregard for the bonds of your sect, committing heinous acts deserving of death." With that, Yan Mingshan pointed a finger at Shen Qi, and in an instant, a matrix prison enveloped him. Shen Qi's eyes turned cold, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Chapter 56. Reflection and remorse. The motion of Yan Mingshan's finger appeared slow, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. The immense matrix prison encircled Shen Qi, beginning to constrict around him. To Shen Qi's astonishment, the 7 absolute sword formation, engulfed by the matrix, exhibited signs of impending collapse. No matter how he channeled his energy to sustain the operation of the 7 absolute sword formation, it proved increasingly futile. The sword formation remained ensnared by the matrix cage of Yan Mingshan, shrinking uncontrollably, as the matrix cage compressed to a size of 10 zhang. Shen Qi's 7 absolute sword formation could no longer withstand the pressure. With a resounding crash, the sword formation completely collapsed, transforming into a stream of light that flew back into Shen Qi's body. Yan Mingshan smiled slightly, employing the Great Shift divine technique to instantly appear before Shen Qi. He fixed his cold gaze on Shen Qi and declared sternly, "Young one, this is my refining domain space. Within this realm, I am the sovereign. Today, I shall allow you to experience the laws of my domain, the spatial strangulation." At these words, a profound silence enveloped the surrounding disciples. All eyes turned to Yan Mingshan, particularly those core disciples hidden within the crowd, on the verge of transcending. Each of them focused intently, their gaze fixed on the matrix cage, curiosity gleaming in their eyes as they sought to unravel its mysteries. Suddenly, invisible gales surged within the cage. The audience gasped as they witnessed Shen Qi's garments being torn asunder by the fierce winds. Countless fine bloodstains, as delicate as a hair's breadth, marred his skin, the gales slicing through him as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. In less than 10 breaths, Shen Qi was a mass of wounds, his body drenched in blood. Gazing at Yan Mingshan's smug expression, Shen Qi let out a sudden cold laugh that reverberated through the silent matrix cage, as if emanating from the void itself. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, shooting skyward in radiant beams. The dazzling golden light enveloped the matrix cage entirely. Yan Mingshan's demeanor changed drastically as he realized that he could no longer control the matrix cage. More bizarrely, beneath the golden radiance, his spiritual sea inexplicably withered, and his consciousness was sealed. In that moment, Yan Mingshan seemed to revert to a mere mortal, utterly devoid of his powers, rendered immobile and powerless. Simultaneously, the golden light enveloped Shen Qi entirely. To the onlookers, he appeared as a mass of golden cotton, swelling gradually like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Abruptly, the matrix cage quaked violently, its contained laws of power devoured by the golden light, while the rampaging invisible gales dissipated into nothingness. What was once compressed to around 10 zhang by Yan Mingshan suddenly expanded wildly, swiftly growing to 100 zhang. The matrix cage continued to enlarge. It seemed to reach its limit. It trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, when the golden light within Shen Qi ceased to expand outward, the radiant illumination filled the entire void. At that moment, the sun in the sky appeared to be shrouded by the golden brilliance, dimmed and overshadowed. The towering Wujin Peak, standing at an impressive height of 3,000 zhang, was enveloped in the boundless golden radiance emanating from Shen Qi. With a thunderous explosion, the matrix cage of Yanming Mountain was shattered by the force of the golden light. Blood gushed from Yanming Mountain's mouth, for the matrix cage contained the laws of his refining domain. With its destruction, Yanming Mountain's spirit was adversely affected, leaving him gravely injured. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a figure emerged from its blinding glow. This figure was none other than Shen Qi, his long black hair billowing gracefully in the wind. Shen Qi approached Yanming Mountain, standing before him like a golden celestial being, his gaze fixed coldly upon Yanming Mountain, devoid of any emotion. Blood trickled from the corner of Yanming Mountain's mouth as he stammered, "What kind of divine ability is this?" Shen Qi remained silent, slowly raising his right palm. Golden light and spiritual energy manifesting within it, preparing to imprint upon Yanming Mountain's dantian. Enough! A chilling voice reverberated through the heavens, and a figure clad in white materialized from the void. It was none other than the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang exuded a faint yet palpable pressure of the void realm, and the golden light in Shen Qi's palm crumbled upon contact with this oppressive force. Jian Wushuang casually surveyed the surrounding disciples, his expression tinged with displeasure as he furrowed his brow and commanded, "Disperse." Under Jian Wushuang's formidable aura, the disciples broke into a cold sweat. Upon hearing their leader's words, they hastily retreated to their abodes. Jian Wushuang glanced towards the void behind him and coldly called out, Lian Feng, Lian Yun, you two may emerge as well. As his words fell, two figures materialized from the ether, swiftly approaching Jian Wushuang and bowing respectfully. Not daring to utter a word, Jian Wushuang's gaze landed on Yanming Mountain as he coldly inquired, Yan, why did you lay hands on my disciple? With a pale complexion, Yanming Mountain replied icily, Leader, this child is inherently vicious, disregarding sect rules and ruthlessly attacking his fellow disciples. In a moment of anger, Jian Wushuang interrupted, I have witnessed today's events clearly. I shall discern right from wrong myself. My question is, why did you bully the weak and strike at a junior? His voice grew increasingly frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Yanming Mountain. Yanming Mountain trembled, stuttering, Leader, spare me. I momentarily lost my senses. Jian Wushuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked, It was my decision to have Shen Qi represent the nascent soul group in the grand competition of the 9 provinces. This matter is settled and requires no further discussion. I understand your discontent, and regardless of your objections, you must remain silent. The 3 men nodded obediently in acquiescence. Jian Wushuang then turned his gaze to Shen Qi, sighing, Shen Qi, to harm your fellow disciples without cause. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions today? Shen Qi bowed respectfully and replied coldly, One must bear the consequences of their own actions. I am willing to accept punishment. Jian Wushuang spoke softly. To slay one's own sect members is a grievous crime. According to the law, your cultivation should be revoked, and you should be expelled from the sect. Shen Qi was taken aback. Jian Wushuang paused for a moment. Then with a profound tone added, Shen Qi, considering that you are about to represent our sect in the grand competition of the 9 provinces, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Today, I will not impose a heavy punishment. However, while death may be averted, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. Henceforth, you shall reflect on your misdeeds at the Guizhen cliff. You are not to descend the mountain for 3 months. Shen Qi bowed deeply again, his expression impassive as he replied, Thank you, Master, for your leniency. Jian Wushuang shook his head, a smile that was both playful and serious gracing his lips. The disciples of the heavenly rankings are the backbone of our sect. You have slain 2 today, and I cannot let this matter rest so easily. Shen Qi, you must perform well. If you fail to secure victory in the competition, even I will be unable to protect you. Shen Qi replied calmly, I shall strive with all my might, not to disappoint your esteemed expectations. Yan Mingshan suddenly interjected, Sect leader, such a disposition may not satisfy the crowd. Jian Wushuang turned abruptly, enunciating each word clearly. I shall say this one last time. Today's events are to be forgotten. You are not to speak of it again. Do you understand? The 3 chief elders felt a tremor in their hearts and dared not utter another word. Chapter 57. A secret meeting as the hour approached midnight. Chun Miaoshan felt an inexplicable unease, rendering her unable to focus on her cultivation. In desperation, she exited her cave dwelling and ascended the Wujian Peak to the Wangxing Cliff. Upon reaching the cliff's summit, she sat in meditation, her eyes gently closing as she sought tranquility. Before her lay a vast sea of clouds, beneath which lay an unfathomable abyss. After a while, just as Chun Miaoshan was on the verge of entering a state of profound clarity, a beam of golden light suddenly shot forth from the depths of the abyss, piercing through the clouds and enveloping her delicate form. Moments later, a figure emerged from the sea of clouds, shimmering and shifting with ethereal grace, and in an instant, it landed mere inches before Chun Miaoshan. It was Shen Qi, donned in a flowing white robe, his long black hair framing a visage of striking elegance. In his hand, he held a jade pendant, gazing at Chun Miaoshan with a tenderness that was palpable. As Chun Miaoshan, still in a meditative state, sensed movement nearby and opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Shen Qi's face. Unable to contain herself, she gasped in astonishment, staring at him wide-eyed. Shen Qi smiled and said, Madam Master, why have you been avoiding me lately? Do you know how much I have missed you? Chun Miaoshan was taken aback, her heart racing, and her cheeks flushed unexpectedly. She instinctively moved as if to teleport away. Shen Qi, in a state of urgency, could not allow her to escape so easily. He rushed forward, swiftly sealing her cultivation with a series of deft finger strikes, then encircled her waist with his arms. Chun Miaoshan froze, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Cheer, let me go, please. Shen Qi would not permit her to voice her protest any longer. He cradled her head and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Time seemed to stretch, and only when Chun Miaoshan's face turned crimson, nearly gasping for breath, did he finally relent. Shen Qi reluctantly released Chun Miaoshan, his gaze filled with tender affection as he stared at her. Chun Miaoshan gasped for breath, casting a shy glance at Shen Qi. The smile on Shen Qi's face grew ever more pronounced, his eyes fixed on the blush that adorned Chun Miaoshan's neck. Embarrassed by his unwavering gaze, She grasped his shoulders and bit down fiercely. Shen Qi remained motionless, his expression cheerful as he continued to watch her. After a moment, Chen Yaoshan finally released him. Glancing at the deep bite marks and chiding, "Look at you, acting like a fool. Don't you feel any pain?" Gently caressing the marks. A trace of concern appeared on her face. Shen Qi shook his head and extended his hand toward her, revealing a jade pendant nestled in his palm. "Master, this is a gift from your disciple." Chen Yaoshan instinctively accepted it, her curiosity piqued. "Cheer, what kind of jade pendant is this?" Shen Qi explained. This pendant was obtained from the heart of the sword tomb. It possesses the ability to calm the mind and gather energy, and within it lies a glimmer of golden light that I have imbued. It may prove invaluable in critical moments. So please take good care of it and do not misplace it. The tenderness in Chen Yaoshan's eyes deepened as she fell silent. After carefully adorning herself with the pendant, she gazed at Shen Qi, suddenly recalling something. "Cheer, weren't you confined by the sect leader? How did you dare to sneak out?" Shen Qi nonchalantly replied. "The sect leader didn't assign anyone to watch over me, so I stealthily descended from the Gawasian cliff. Ever since the assessment, you have been reluctant to see me, and I have been restless. Thus, I came to find you." Chen Yaoshan shot him a reproachful glance, her tone earnest. "Cheer, you always act so recklessly. You will inevitably attract trouble. I have repeatedly told you to be discreet in your dealings and not to rush headlong into situations, yet you refuse to heed my advice." Frowning, Shen Qi retorted, "Master, you are starting to assume that elder's tone again. Why does it sound as if you were scolding me?" Chen Yaoshan rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "Well, Cheer, now that you have become the sect leader's personal disciple, do you look down upon your master? Am I no longer allowed to admonish you?" Shen Qi chuckled wryly. "Master, where are you going with this? You will always be my master, and I will forever heed your words." At this, Chen Yaoshan shot him another glare. Shen Qi, unfazed, tightened his embrace around her, subtly nuzzling his head against her neck, playfully asking, "Master, I miss you so much. Did you miss me?" Chen Yaoshan's captivating eyes locked onto Shen Qi's, her expression profound. "You disregarded the sect's rules and sneaked down from the Gawasian cliff just to say this to me?" Shen Qi smiled slightly, scratching his head. "Of course. But you still haven't told me. Did you miss me?" Chen Yaoshan glared at him, her cheeks flushed with irritation. "No, why would I miss you?" Shen Qi smirked. "Uh-huh. Master, you are being contradictory." Despite her longing, she feigned indifference. Chen Yaoshan's ears flushed crimson as she cast a fierce glare at Shen Qi, gazing at him in exasperation. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Qi, you must release the confinement. It is time for you to return to Jinya and reflect upon your past misdeeds." Shen Qi, however, was unwilling to let her go, shaking his head and tightly embracing Chen Yaoshan's waist. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "Elder Chen." Startled, Chen Yaoshan quickly replied, "Oh no, it is Elder Xia Xinhe approaching. We joined the outer sect of the Tianjian sect at the same time, and we share a kindred spirit, having forged a close friendship." Shen Qi was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yaoshan to have made new acquaintances. He glanced around, realizing there was nowhere to hide. In a moment of panic, Shen Qi assisted Chen Yaoshan in sitting at the edge of the stone platform. With a sudden stroke of inspiration, he concealed himself beneath the stone platform, pulling Chen Yaoshan's wide skirt to cover his entire body. Crouched beneath her skirt, Shen Qi dared not move, grateful that the night was deep and the moonlight dim. To the casual observer, it appeared as if no one was hidden beneath Chen Yaoshan's garment. Just as Shen Qi settled into his hiding place, Xia Xinhe instantly appeared at Chen Yaoshan's side. Chen Yaoshan's expression shifted in surprise, her heart racing with anxiety at the thought of Xia Xinhe discovering anything amiss. "Elder Chen," Xia Xinhe inquired curiously, "what brings you alone to Wangxing Cliff at this late hour?" Chen Yaoshan forced a smile and sighed. "Elder Xia, your concern is appreciated, but my mind is troubled today, making it difficult to focus on my cultivation. Thus, I came to Wangxing Cliff for some fresh air to calm my thoughts." Xia Xinhe beamed. "Are you perhaps worried about your disciple, Shen Qi?" Chen Yaoshan nodded silently. Xia Xinhe, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Elder Chen, your disciple is truly remarkable. He not only defeated a disciple on the heavenly rankings with a single strike, but he also handled himself with composure in front of inner-sect seniors of the refining spirit realm. In the end, it was the sect master who intervened to protect your disciple. What sort of prodigy has the 7 absolute sect raised?" Chen Yaoshan smiled faintly, still remaining silent. Hidden beneath her skirt, Shen Qi inadvertently lifted his head, startled by the tantalizing glimpse of beauty so near. A sudden rush of emotions coursed through him. Taking a deep breath, he trembled as he reached out. Just as Xia Xinhe animatedly recounted Shen Qi's battle earlier that day, Chen Yaoshan emitted a peculiar shriek. Xia Xinhe turned to her in confusion. "Elder Chen, what is the matter?" With her cheeks flushed, Chen Yaoshan stammered, "Oh, it's nothing. I just felt a sudden pang in my chest." Xia Xinhe, not thinking much of it, expressed concern. "Are you all right?" Chen Yaoshan shook her head. biting her lip as if suppressing something. Hearing Xia Xinhe continue her chatter, Chen Yaoshan seized an opportunity to excuse herself and send her away. Chapter 58. Tender affections. After Xia Xinhe departed, Chen Yaoshan swiftly pulled Shen Qi from beneath her skirt. Chen Yaoshan's jade-like cheeks glowed crimson as she playfully glared at Shen Qi. Shen Qi met her bashful gaze in silence, his smile growing ever more alluring. Chen Yaoshan scolded. "Cheer, you are becoming increasingly unrestrained." Shen Qi chuckled softly, his fingertips caressing Chen Yaoshan's red lips before he leaned down to kiss her once more. Chen Yaoshan's body went completely limp, and despite a torrent of words swirling within her, none could escape her lips. After a long while, Shen Qi reluctantly released Chen Yaoshan, and their breaths became rapid and intertwined, the warmth of their exhalations brushing against each other's cheeks. Chen Yaoshan's hair glowed a vivid red, an unparalleled beauty, flushed with embarrassment. She stammered, "Cheer, I feel so uncomfortable. Please, quickly release the seal within me." Shen Qi shook his head, holding her tightly. After a moment of silent intimacy, Chen Yaoshan suddenly inquired, "Cheer, I heard that a senior from the inner sect has laid hands on you?" Shen Qi smiled and replied, "Mistress, are you worried about me?" A rosy hue crept onto Chen Yaoshan's face as she bit her lip and murmured, "You are my disciple whom I have raised since childhood. I regard you as my own. Of course, I worry about my child." Shen Qi continued, "Mistress, if I were not your disciple, but merely an admirer, would you still worry about me?" Chen Yaoshan stammered, I wouldn't wish for you to come to harm." Shen Qi pressed, "Why?" Chen Yaoshan shot him a glare, shyly retorting, "You are truly vexing. Why must there be so many reasons? Do you wish for me to hope for your misfortune?" Shen Qi chuckled enigmatically. Chen Yaoshan, her face flushed, lowered her head, too shy to speak. Shen Qi took the liberty of lifting her into his lap. Chen Yaoshan's face turned a deeper shade of pink as she admonished, "Cheer, do not be so frivolous." Shen Qi laughed. "I am tired and merely wish to sit beside you and chat. Is that not permissible?" Miao blushed and replied, "Who knows what ulterior motives you might have?" Shen Qi continued, "Mistress, I will soon participate in the great competition of the 9 provinces, and I may not see you for a long while." Chen Yaoshan quickly asked, "Is there danger in this competition?" Shen Qi nodded. "It is a matter of life and death." Chen Yaoshan gasped in shock. Shen Qi teased, "Mistress, you are clearly worried about me, yet you refuse to admit it." Chen Yaoshan shot him a disapproving look and retorted, "Stop being so frivolous and maintain some decorum." Chu Feng chimed in cheerfully, "Mistress, I do not know why, but I want to grin every time I see you." Chen Yaoshan's ears turned red, and she fell silent. Shen Qi suddenly asked, "Mistress, do you feel lonely here in the outer sect? Would you like me to speak with the sect leader tomorrow so that you may accompany me in the inner sect?" Chen Yaoshan snapped, "This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The sect has its own rules. Do you think it is the 7 absolute sect, where you can act as you please?" Chu Feng shook his head and said, "Master, I feel so lonely. I miss you dearly and wish for your company to chat and alleviate my boredom every day." Chen Yaoshan smiled wryly and replied, "Ch, you are once again speaking nonsense." Shen Qi retorted, "But what I say is from the heart. Do you not care for me, master?" Chen Yaoshan fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she sighed, "Cheer, to you, I am merely a fleeting novelty. I fear that before long, you will cast me aside." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi quickly pointed skyward with one hand and declared earnestly, "Master, I hold nothing but sincere affection for you. This heart remains unchanged, as the sun and moon bear witness." Chen Yaoshan playfully poked Shen Qi's forehead with her delicate finger and shyly said, "You only know how to flatter, trying to make me happy." Shen Qi insisted solemnly, "Master, not a single word I speak is untrue." Chen Yaoshan scoffed, "Is that so?" Shen Qi nodded fervently, his eyes unwavering, "Indeed." Chen Yaoshan shot him a glance, half smiling, and remarked, "Yet I recall you were quite taken with Wei Qingyan from the Yushu sword sect a few days ago in the depths of the sword tomb. I almost forgot. You even assisted her in purging some poison, did you not?" Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering. Observing his reaction, Chen Yaoshan pouted and teased, "Humph. Confess honestly, do you have any improper intentions toward that young lady?" Shen Qi inwardly cursed his misfortune. Meeting Chen Yaoshan's gaze made his head spin. He smiled wryly and protested, "This is a misunderstanding. You must believe me, master. I only helped her with the poison, nothing more." Chen Yaoshan looked at him skeptically. "Really nothing else?" Shen Qi thumped his chest confidently, declaring, "Absolutely nothing." Although Chen Yaoshan remained silent, her lips were pursed in a way that suggested she was quite displeased. Shen Qi wrapped his arms around her and whispered in her ear, "Master, are you feeling jealous?" Chen Yaoshan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, "Pa, do not speak nonsense. Who is jealous?" Shen Qi tightened his embrace around her waist, grinning, "Master, life is truly marvelous. Who would have thought I would earn your favor in this lifetime? As long as I can be your celestial partner, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Chen Yaoshan let out a soft laugh. Humph. Who wants to be your celestial partner? How shameless. Shen Qi chuckled. Hee hee. If not with me, then with whom? Chen Yaoshan pouted. Not your concern. I simply refuse to be with you. Shen Qi leaned closer to her ear and gently murmured, Master, it matters not if you refuse me. In this life and the next, whether at the ends of the earth or the corners of the sea, I shall cling to you. Chen Yaoshan felt a tickling sensation at her ear, though inwardly, she found his words quite pleasing. She shot him a glare, biting her lip, and warned, Cheer. If you continue to jest, I shall ignore you. Shen Qi, captivated by her blooming beauty, felt an inexplicable surge of fervor within. She leaned closer to Chen Yaoshan's ear, murmuring with a hint of yearning, Master, I sense that some remnants of the dragon's intoxicating poison linger within me. Might you assist me once more? Startled, Chen Yaoshan abruptly lifted her head, her exquisite features flushed with a rosy hue. She gasped, Cheer you. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she shyly lowered her gaze. At that moment, Shen Qi was utterly entranced, oblivious to her words. He swiftly gathered Chen Yaoshan into his arms, his figure flickering as he instantaneously transported to her secluded abode. In the blink of an eye, he entered the cave, raising his hand to unleash his spiritual energy, enveloping the surroundings in a barrier that obscured all sensations. With eyes ablaze, Shen Qi tossed Chen Yaoshan onto the bed and, with a fervent roar, lunged toward her. Chen Yaoshan emitted a soft murmur. Ah, cheer, be gentle. The cave was awash with the warmth of spring. An hour later, Shen Qi finally collapsed in Chen Yaoshan's embrace. After a brief respite, Shen Qi had regained his vitality, his weariness dissipating, leaving him invigorated. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Chen Yaoshan with her eyes closed, still lingering in the afterglow. He could not help but admire her. Her hair framed her face like a fragrant cloud, her skin smooth as delicate cream, and her slender waist seemed almost ethereal. Shen Qi gazed at her, enchanted, inching closer. The sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, intoxicating him with its allure. As he indulged in his daydreams, the embers of desire rekindled within him. After a moment, Chen Yaoshan slowly opened her eyes, only to find Shen Qi's nose nearly touching hers. Her heart raced, and she turned her face away in embarrassment. Shen Qi remained blissfully lost in his reverie, eyes closed, savoring her scent. Unable to contain herself, Chen Yaoshan emitted a soft sigh. Hearing the sound, Shen Qi finally snapped back to reality, gazing at her with tender eyes, contentedly asking, Master, how do you feel? Chen Yaoshan's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. Gently wiping the sweat from his brow, she playfully chided, Sure, what were you just doing? With a cheeky grin, Shen Qi replied, Master, I thank you for this exquisite sensation. I feel utterly rejuvenated. My spiritual energy has surged threefold. Stretching languidly, he felt a refreshing clarity. Upon introspection, he discovered not only had his hidden injuries healed, but his cultivation had also solidified significantly. At that moment, Shen Qi sensed an inclination toward advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. A single moment of bliss had surpassed several days of arduous training. Hearing this, Chen Yaoshan's cheeks flushed anew, and she cast a disapproving glance at him. Noting her bashful demeanor, Shen Qi decided to tease her further. He embraced her gently, leaning close to her ear, whispering softly, Master, I feel absolutely exhilarated. Do you not also feel a great sense of joy? Chen Yaoshan shot him a fierce glare, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Lowering her head, she bit her lip, rendered speechless by her shyness. Shen Qi suddenly inquired, Master, are you still weary? Chen Yaoshan shook her head, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Sure, what is it? Shen Qi chuckled, his expression lingering with desire as he remarked, Master, I wish to experience it once more. Chen Yaoshan's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, Sure, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Qi ensnared Chen Yaoshan, leaving her no chance to resist. With a swift motion, he cast aside the bedding that covered her delicate form and lunged toward Chen Yaoshan with fervor. Within the cave, the atmosphere blossomed anew with springtime fervor. Master, shall we change our position? He suggested. As Shen Qi departed the cave, the dawn was breaking on the horizon. His heart brimmed with joy as he hummed a cheerful tune, soaring toward the summit of Gauasian Cliff. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he was taken aback to find someone standing ahead. Approaching closer, he recognized the figure as Wen Tianji. Wen Tianji cast a sweeping glance at Shen Qi, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, Brother Shen, you truly indulge in life's pleasures. Meanwhile, I have been waiting for you here all night. Shen Qi's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, Friend Wen, you certainly have a way with words. Wen Tianji, getting straight to the point, stated, Brother Shen, I have come with a matter to discuss. I have recently discovered an ancient cave left behind by a powerful being, and I wonder if you would be interested in exploring it with me. Shen Qi, not rushing to respond, curiously asked, "Oh, an ancient being's cave? Do you know what treasures it may hold?" When Tianji chuckled lightly, his tone intriguing as he replied, "If my calculations are correct, the cave indeed conceals numerous martial arts tomes, spiritual artifacts, and elixirs. Of particular importance is the Gathering Spirit Pill, an exquisite elixir that aids nascent soul practitioners in refining their spirit. This pill will be essential when you ascend to the God transformation stage, Brother Shen." Shen Qi furrowed his brow, expressing his suspicion. "I find it curious that, knowing the cave contains such treasures, you would not keep them for yourself, but instead come to inform me." When Tianji laughed heartily, releasing his own formidable aura, a terrifying force of spirit rushing toward Shen Qi's soul sea. Shen Qi stiffened, his complexion paling instantaneously. Fortunately, when Tianji quickly withdrew his spiritual presence, leaving Shen Qi's soul unharmed. Once his senses returned, Shen Qi exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, you are a prodigy, friend Wen. Just a month ago, you were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, joining the Tianjin sect merely a month ago, and you have already advanced to the initial stage of God transformation. Such speed is truly admirable." When Tianji dismissed the praise with a wave, saying, "Brother Shen, you overestimate me. To be candid, I have little interest in elixirs or tomes. However, according to my deductions, the cave also harbors a fragment of the celestial mechanism diagram, which is what I am determined to obtain." Shen Qi inquired with curiosity, "The celestial mechanism diagram, what is that?" When Tianji sighed, "The celestial mechanism diagram is a manifestation of the fundamental principles of the heavens, containing the laws of the celestial path. This artifact embodies the ultimate pursuit of my lineage. Should I acquire a complete celestial mechanism diagram, it would lead me to transcendence." Shen Qi suddenly inquired, "I presume that your arduous efforts to join the Heavenly Sword sect are primarily aimed at acquiring the celestial mechanism diagram?" Wang Tianji shook his head and replied, "Not entirely. The celestial mechanism diagram is but one aspect. The other reason pertains to you, Brother Shen." Shen Qi was taken aback, gazing at him with suspicion. "Me?" Wang Tianji nodded, stating, "My master once divined for me, predicting that my path to enlightenment lies within the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, I traveled thousands of miles from Juntianzhou to this place. However, it was only upon encountering you, Brother Shen, that I grasped the true meaning of my master's prophecy." Shen Qi scoffed, his expression rife with disbelief. Wang Tianji returned to the main topic, his demeanor laced with helplessness. "Yesterday, I ventured to the cave dwelling and discovered it is protected by ancient prohibitions. With my current strength, I am unable to breach the seals. Consequently, I have come to seek your assistance." Shen Qi, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "Friend Wang, you overestimate my capabilities. You are already a transcendent figure in the transformation realm, far surpassing me. If you cannot overcome these ancient restrictions, how could I, a mere nascent soul cultivator, be of any help?" Wang Tianji shook his head, asserting, "Not so. Brother Shen, your golden light divine ability is the manifestation of a certain predecessor's grand power. This ability is the nemesis of such prohibitions." Shen Qi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering with surprise. He had not anticipated that Wang Tianji was aware of the existence of the Firefly predecessor. Intrigued, Shen Qi mused quietly to himself. Could it be that Wang Tianji truly has the capacity to divine the myriad phenomena of the world? Sensing Shen Qi's contemplation, Wang Tianji's smile grew even more enigmatic. As he said with a teasing tone, "Brother Shen, I have previously mentioned that I shall be your friend, not your foe. Everyone harbors secrets, rest assured. I shall not pry into yours." Returning to reality, Shen Qi responded with a wry smile, "Friend Wang, you are likely aware that I am currently being punished by the sect leader, confined to reflect upon my actions at the Guasian Cliff. If I were to leave indiscriminately and the sect leader were to find out, my punishment would surely be exacerbated." Wang Tianji chuckled lightly, "If I am not mistaken, sect leader Jian Wushuang is currently at the Xianxian sect in Juntianzhou." Shen Qi gritted his teeth and asserted, "Should we enter the cave dwelling? Aside from the remnants of the celestial mechanism diagram, any treasures obtained must first be selected by me." Wang Tianji's expression brightened, agreed. Without further hesitation, Shen Qi soared into the air, following Wang Tianji as they glided toward the cave dwelling. Chapter 60. The Illusion of the Azure Dragon. At this moment, 3,000 miles away from the northwest rear of the Heavenly Sword sect, a towering peak loomed. At the foot of this peak, where countless skeletons of spirit beasts lay, two figures emerged, one in front of the other, Shen Qi and Wang Tianji. Shen Qi looked up, observing a thick mist swirling ahead on the mountain path. His gaze seemed to penetrate the fog, revealing strands of purple clouds that exuded an aura of annihilation. Shen Qi's expression shifted, astonished as he asked, "Friend Wang, what are these purple cloud strands?" Wang Tianji replied with a smile, "These purple cloud strands are actually the remnants of world-destroying power left by ancient mighty beings. They represent the heavenly tribulation. Shen Qi expressed his incredulity. Heavenly tribulation. Wenting nodded. Brother Shen, do you also find this quite peculiar? I encountered related records in ancient texts. It is said that before the era of great annihilation in the ancient cultivation world, practitioners could communicate with heaven and earth, summoning heavenly tribulations to nourish themselves. Alas, after the great annihilation, the cultivation realm has become one of deceit, and cultivators can no longer summon these tribulations. With a heavy sigh, Wenting continued. Shen Qi suddenly inquired, Friend Wenting, do you know where that cave is located? Wenting pointed towards the depths of the mist, stating, If you traverse this layer of fog, you will find a mountain path. Proceed for over 100 miles, and you will arrive at the entrance of the cave. As he spoke, Wenting retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring and handed it to Shen Qi. Shen Qi accepted it, casting a curious glance at the talisman before looking back at him in confusion. Wenting smiled. This item is called the Spirit Shield Talisman. It can conceal a cultivator's spiritual energy from heavenly tribulation. The purple cloud lines before us were refined by ancient powers, and with our current cultivation, we cannot withstand the force of this tribulation. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi obediently affixed the talisman to his waist. The two continued onward, with Wenting stepping boldly into the mist without hesitation. Shen Qi, unwilling to lag behind, closely followed. Once Shen Qi was completely enveloped by the fog, he immediately sensed his internal spiritual energy becoming uncontrollable, as if it were about to escape from his body, causing a surge of alarm within him. Wenting spoke at the right moment, his voice calm and steady. Brother Shen, do not panic. Refrain from activating your internal energy and proceed with a tranquil mind. Shen Qi nodded, suppressing his inner turmoil. At that moment, the purple cloud lines descended like lightning, wreaking havoc and shimmering within the mist. Suddenly, Shen Qi noticed the jade talisman at his waist emitting wisps of white mist. Remarkably, whenever the purple cloud lines were about to descend upon the two, the white mist released by the talisman would swiftly surge forth, intertwining with the purple lines and dissipating into nothingness. After advancing another 10 miles or so, Shen Qi looked up in astonishment at the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the mist had gradually thinned, revealing a colossal image in the void. The air reverberated with ear-splitting roars. Subsequently, a massive azure dragon, measuring 1,000 feet in length, soared through the heavens. Its enormous eyes, akin to eggs, emanated a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the world. After surveying its surroundings, the dragon opened its vast maw and inhaled deeply. This single breath caused the image to tremble for several moments. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles was suddenly drawn into its belly, like rivers converging into the sea. After this grand feast, the azure dragon let out a triumphant roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. Feeling satisfied, the dragon then drifted away into the boundless void. Shen Qi stood transfixed, gazing at the image before him, unsure if it was merely his illusion. As the azure dragon turned to flee, it seemed to cast a glance in his direction. With a wry smile, Shen Qi pondered that he might truly be experiencing a hallucination. The scene before him seemingly depicted the ethereal image of a primordial azure dragon, a creation of ancient prowess. How could it possibly be a living entity? Curiously, he inquired, might these images represent the authentic vistas of ancient times? Wenting Ji nodded in affirmation, stating, in the ancient era, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was abundant, and it is said that 4 divine beasts roamed the world. Alas, now we can only glimpse their traces through these fleeting images. Just as Shen Qi was about to speak, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the high heavens ahead. Both of them distinctly heard the resonant roar of a dragon echoing from a distance. Immediately, a colossal illusory azure dragon began to manifest, obscuring the sky. Wenting Ji swiftly formed a series of intricate hand signs, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, an anomaly has appeared at the cave dwelling. We must hasten there. In an instant, his figure flickered like a shooting star as he employed the transformation technique of the divine realm, shrinking the distance in a heartbeat. Observing this, Shen Qi wasted no time and teleported to follow suit. In the blink of an eye, the duo arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Wenting Ji was the first to soar into the air, unleashing a spell with his right hand. The spiritual energy surged towards the cave entrance, causing it to tremble violently. After the vibrations subsided, the entrance slowly contracted, eventually vanishing from sight. Strangely, both the door and its entrance disappeared entirely. Were it not for Shen Qi having witnessed it with his own eyes moments ago, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that an ancient cave dwelled here. Once the door had vanished, Wenting Ji unleashed another wave of spiritual energy, which transformed into an invisible net, enveloping the area within 100 feet of the former entrance. Wenting Ji descended to the ground, circling the fixed position of the entrance to investigate. After a brief moment, he approached a stone platform at the base of a mountain range. With a flick of his right palm, he directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the dark stone at the center of the platform. Peculiarly, the stone did not shatter. Instead, it absorbed the energy. Unperturbed, Wenting Ji's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he unleashed a wave of spiritual consciousness. Upon its descent, the dark stone erupted with a resounding boom, radiating a dark luminescence. Wenting Ji traced a line in the air with his fingers, causing the dark stone to levitate and hover mid-air. Subsequently, Xiao Sipin hastily altered his hand gestures, executing a series of complex seals. The handprints struck the surface of the dark stone repeatedly, intensifying the stone's dark glow, which gradually drifted towards the location of the entrance. When the dark stone settled at the place where the cave door had been, waves of spiritual energy rippled outward from its center, gently undulating through the void. Peering into the rippling waves, Shen Qi distinctly saw a coin-shaped door standing within. Withdrawing his hands from the animal, Wenting Ji took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards Shen Qi. Wenting Ji smiled and said, "I cannot decipher the transformations of this entrance's restrictions. Henceforth, it shall rely on you, Brother Shen." Shen Qi regarded the spiritual energy waves before him, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qi swiftly waved his hands, and in an instant, dozens of golden rings, infused with spiritual energy, emerged and swiftly enveloped the rippling waves of spiritual power. In the next moment, the waves of energy began to tremble violently, alternately contracting and expanding. As the size of the waves fluctuated, tiny bubbles erupted within them. The bubbles burst, only to be continually replaced by new ones, creating an eerie spectacle of repetition. In Chapter 61, the ancient teleportation array, Shen Qi's eyes gleamed with intensity as spiritual energy surged forth from his palms. A series of intricate golden rings manifested before him, each one leaping forward in succession towards the barrier of energy waves at the entrance. Suddenly, a conspicuously large bubble within the waves burst. With a flash of insight, Shen Qi flicked his palm, and a golden ring sped forth, landing atop the shattered bubble. Remarkably, once the location of the bubble's rupture was covered by the golden ring, no new bubbles emerged. However, adjacent areas began to produce even more bubbles, which then burst. Shen Qi's movements quickened as he sent one golden ring after another racing towards the bubbles. Each time a bubble burst, the golden rings swiftly covered its position. Unfortunately, as time passed, the production of bubbles increased, and their rate of bursting accelerated. Soon, Shen Qi's ability to draw the rings fell behind the rapidity of the bubble's destruction. Wen Tianji's expression tightened as he intently observed Shen Qi's actions. Noticing Shen Qi's growing fluster, Wen Tianji felt a pang of urgency. With a decisive sweep of his hand, he retrieved a smooth ancient mirror from his storage ring. The surface of the mirror was impeccably polished, yet it revealed no images. Wen Tianji clapped the ancient mirror, and it instantly flew to hover before Shen Qi. Without further explanation, he urged, "Brother Shen, direct the golden rings into the mirror's surface." With no time for contemplation, Shen Qi quickly pointed his hands, sending the golden rings into the mirror. To his astonishment, the golden light that entered the mirror swiftly re-emerged, splitting into over a dozen rings. Each ring autonomously flew towards the bubbles, landing precisely in the rapidly vacated spaces left by the bursting bubbles. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Qi's eyes. The ancient mirror before him was indeed profound. Each time he failed to cover a bubble in time, the reflected golden rings from the mirror would promptly and accurately fill the gaps. With the assistance of Wen Tianji's ancient mirror, after the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, when the waves of spiritual energy before Shen Qi were entirely consumed by his golden rings, the waves finally dissipated. Elated, Shen Qi thrust his palms forward, rapidly casting over 100 barriers. With a resounding boom, the entrance materialized before him, parting in the center to reveal a pathway. Wen Tianji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly darted into the cave. Shen Qi surveyed his surroundings before leisurely following behind him. This cave was remarkably spacious, containing no fewer than 10 stone chambers. Shen Qi casually entered one of the chambers, where the tables and chairs lay thickly coated in dust. As Shen Qi surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed Wen Tianji striding towards a small stone chamber at the far end. Standing outside the chamber, Wen Tianji exhibited a countenance brimming with excitement. Shen Qi chose to disregard him, surmising that the chamber likely housed the remnants of the celestial diagram he had mentioned. Shen Qi held no interest in such matters and was disinclined to engage in any dispute. After inspecting the first stone chamber on the left, he found little of value inside, merely some sparse and mundane ancient texts on martial arts, along with several dozen weapons that held no appeal for him. However, Shen Qi remained unperturbed and leisurely proceeded into the first stone chamber on the right. Upon closer examination, he was astonished to discover that this chamber possessed an additional layer of restrictions. After observing for a moment, He noted that the prohibitions were merely simple isolation barriers, easily dispelled by his hand. Without hesitation, Shen Qi waved his hands, channeling his spiritual energy to project several golden rings of light upon the chamber. The stone chamber quivered, and the front wall gradually parted to reveal a hidden alcove. Peering inside, Shen Qi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Within this alcove lay no other items, but on the ground was inscribed a circular array. Upon closer inspection, Shen Qi realized that this array was, in fact, an ancient teleportation formation capable of traversing distances of at least 100,000 miles. The formation appeared exceedingly ancient, emanating a vast and ethereal aura. The symbols and materials composing the array were remarkably well preserved. Shen Qi conjectured that this teleportation formation was likely an inadvertent discovery by the former master of this dwelling. In order to seize control of the formation, the individual must have clandestinely established this abode, concealing the teleportation array as a secret escape route. This ancient teleportation formation was intact, yet activating it required Xianyu. As far as Shen Qi was aware, Xianyu only existed within the Tai Academy in the entire Qixia realm, and the quantity there would not exceed 100. Thus, the teleportation formation was but a superfluous existence, unworthy of further consideration. Unbeknownst to Shen Qi, when Tianji had entered the chamber at some point and, upon casting a cursory glance at the ancient teleportation formation, wore an expression of utter disinterest. Shen Qi, curious, inquired, "Tianji, what exactly is Xianyu?" When Tianji shrugged and replied, "Xianyu, in essence, is spiritual jade. The difference lies in the purity of spiritual energy. Spiritual jade contains about 90% purity, while Xianyu is 100%. Shen Qi nodded in understanding. Turning his gaze back to Wen Tianji, he noticed him clutching an ancient, weathered scroll. Shen Qi casually asked, "Is that the celestial diagram you have long desired?" Wen Tianji nodded, unable to suppress his joy. He clasped his fists towards Shen Qi, expressing his gratitude. "I truly owe you, Brother Shen. Otherwise, obtaining this celestial diagram would have required considerable effort." Shen Qi smiled and replied, "It is but a trifling matter. You need not worry, my friend." As the two exited the alcove, when Tianji gestured towards another stone chamber nearby, his enthusiasm waning as he remarked, "In the second chamber on the left, there are medicinal recipes and texts on formations. If you are interested, Brother Shen, feel free to take them all." After entering the stone chamber and surveying its contents, Shen Qi discovered a collection of ancient alchemical formulas. Many of the required herbs had long since vanished from the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, Shen Qi paid them little mind, collecting all the formulas into his storage ring. However, he merely glanced at the array texts before dismissing them entirely. Upon exiting, he gestured with his hand, and in an instant, the tomes in the left second stone chamber were engulfed in flames. When Tianji remarked, "Within the right second stone chamber lies the remains of an ancient powerhouse." Yet, this individual possessed such formidable cultivation that even in death, the residual pressure emanating from the remains is beyond the reach of our current meager abilities. Curious, Shen Qi inquired, "Just how high was this ancient powerhouse's cultivation?" When Tianji chuckled, "If my calculations are correct, this individual achieved the pinnacle of the void refinement stage before passing. The lingering spiritual pressure of his remains rivals that of a strike from an early-stage Su realm cultivator. I wonder, Shen brother, do you wish to enter the stone chamber and experience it for yourself?" At these words, Shen Qi's heart raced, and he hastily shook his head. The Su realm was comparable to the level of a legendary figure like Jian Wushuang. He thought to himself that preserving his life was of utmost importance, and he could not afford to take such risks. When Tianji then said, "Brother Shen, the remaining stone chambers likely contain no treasures of great allure. However, I just took the opportunity to deduce a few things and found that the fourth stone chamber on the left is suffused with a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy that eludes my understanding. Furthermore, there is a restriction at the entrance that I cannot breach. Perhaps this chamber truly harbors significant treasures. You may wish to explore it." Upon hearing Wen Tianji's words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Qi's eyes, and without hesitation, he approached the fourth stone chamber on the left. Chapter 62. The Gathering Spirit Array. The fourth stone chamber differed from the others, as it was supported by a single stone door rather than two stone pillars. Shen Qi approached the door with great enthusiasm and gently pushed it. To his surprise, the door suddenly emitted a wave of restrictive energy, sending him staggering back several paces. With a flicker of determination, Shen Qi summoned golden light in his palm and pressed it against the door once more. Strangely, the golden light swiftly penetrated the door, causing it to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Immediately, layers of water-like restrictive barriers began to unfurl from within the door, encircling Shen Qi and consuming his spiritual energy entirely. Furrowing his brow, Shen Qi focused intently on the door's surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a concave area at the lower right of the door, which appeared to resemble a scale. Turning to Wen Tianji, Shen Qi queried, "Friend Wen, take a look. Does this indentation not resemble something?" Wen Tianji stepped forward, examining it thoughtfully. "It appears reminiscent of a dragon scale, though I cannot say for certain. I have only encountered records of dragon scales in ancient texts, but I have never seen one with my own eyes." Feeling a surge of inspiration, Shen Qi fixed his gaze on the scale-like indentation, envisioning its original form in his mind. He then summoned the golden light once more, cautiously placing his palm upon the concave scale, uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. Shen Qi felt an inexplicable faint summons emanating from the indentation. This voice resonated subtly within his mind, reminiscent of the dragon's roar he had just witnessed in the earlier vision. Despite the tenuousness of this call, Shen Qi's heart surged with excitement. He was convinced that this scale was the key to unlocking the stone door, and within the stone chamber lay profound mysteries. Gazing around, Shen Qi pondered whether the key, resembling a scale, might be concealed within this cavern. Without hesitation, he commenced a thorough investigation of the remaining stone chamber. Regrettably, he discovered no artifacts akin to the scale. Upon returning to the stone door, he beheld the shimmering waves of the barrier and fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, Shen Qi pointed with his fingers, a glimmer of golden light emerging at his fingertip, which he gently traced across the barrier's rippling surface. Instantly, the waves quivered, revealing a slender fissure akin to a cut made by a blade. Strangely, the fissure did not widen but instead began to coalesce, reforming into a complete wave that dissipated in an instant. This inadvertent attempt by Shen Qi immediately captured the attention of Wen Tianji. His gaze flickered, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Concealed breath gathering spirit." Shen Qi looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What does concealed breath gathering spirit mean?" Wen Tianji, enlightened, replied, "No wonder I couldn't deduce it. It turns out this is a gathering spirit formation. It is said that the concealed breath gathering spirit was a restriction array created by ancient masters to nurture their innate spirit beasts." The more Shen Qi listened, the more bewildered he became, inquiring, "What purpose does this formation serve?" Wen Tianji chuckled. "As the name suggests, a gathering spirit formation is designed to condense spiritual energy. If I am not mistaken, there lies a spiritual spring within the stone chamber, which the master of this cavern has arranged as a gathering spirit barrier to nourish spirit beasts. Surely, within this stone chamber, some ancient spirit beast must be hidden. The question remains whether this beast has manifested." Suddenly, Shen Qi recalled, "Earlier, we heard the dragon's roar amidst the mist. Could it be that this sound originates from the spirit beast within the stone chamber?" Upon hearing this, Wen Tianji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely not. Do you reckon, Brother Shen, that a divine beast, the azure dragon, is nurtured within this stone chamber?" Shen Qi, with a hint of a smile, responded, "We shall uncover the truth upon opening the stone door. If it truly is the ancient divine beast, the azure dragon, then we shall be immensely fortunate." Wen Tianji, feeling a stir of excitement, eagerly inquired, "Brother Shen, do you possess a method to dismantle the barrier of the stone door?" Shen Qi's gaze flickered as he moved his hands through the air. Immediately, a beam of golden light shot forth from his spiritual sea, akin to a meteor, striking the center of the scale-like indentation with force. The barrier's waves began to shake violently, showing signs of fracturing. Subsequently, Shen Qi's nascent soul materialized, wielding the seven absolutes sword array, emanating a formidable aura of lethality. A piercing shriek escaped the nascent soul's lips, transforming into invisible sword qi that surged forth, swiftly slicing toward the violently trembling barrier waves. With a swift glance, Shen Qi urged, "Wen Tianji, quickly lend your assistance." Without hesitation, Wen Tianji unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that surged against the barrier's shimmering waves. As his power descended, a faint smile crept upon Shen Qi's lips. He called out sharply, his hands slicing through the air, summoning a golden ring that surged towards the barrier. With relentless precision, Shen Qi traced dozens of golden rings, all rushing towards the stone door with tremendous force. The golden rings multiplied exponentially, intertwining in radiant splendor to form a luminous sphere. This sphere flickered incessantly, emanating an aura of impending destruction. Shen Qi's movements flowed like water, completed in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment before the barrier could expand, he shouted, "Explode!" With a thunderous roar, the barrier burst as if pricked by a needle, vanishing into thin air. The stone door, under the compressive force of golden light, disintegrated into dust. Upon breaching the entrance, Shen Qi and Wen Tianji swiftly entered the stone chamber. As Shen Qi beheld the scene before him, he found himself momentarily taken aback. At the heart of the chamber lay a magnificent spiritual spring, radiating ethereal mist that resembled a sea of clouds. Within the spring, a peculiar little beast frolicked joyously in the water. It bore a striking resemblance to a young serpent, yet it possessed 2 legs and 2 horns. Its body was pristine white, exuding an undeniable charm. Curiously, Shen Qi inquired, "When Taoist, do you recognize this creature? Is it an ancient spiritual beast?" Breathless with excitement. When Tianji replied, "It is a Huai, the young form of the azure dragon. I cannot believe that the master of this cave truly nurtures a divine beast. The azure dragon, such a rarity in this world." Skeptically, Shen Qi questioned, "Is this little creature truly an azure dragon?" When Tianji nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, a Huai. With its serpentine body, 2 legs, and horns. After 500 years, it transforms into a Qiu, so this creature must undoubtedly be a Huai. However, it is still a first-tier spiritual beast, yet to evolve. Look, there are remnants of eggshells floating in the center of the spring. This beast has likely just manifested." Before Shen Qi could pose further inquiries, the little creature leapt from the spring and inhaled deeply, drawing streams of white spiritual energy into its belly. Moments later, the spring was completely drained. The little beast let out a burp and flew directly towards Shen Qi. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block it, only to feel the creature bite into his arm. Strangely, as the small beast consumed a portion of Shen Qi's blood, his body radiated a dazzling golden light, enveloping the creature entirely. In the next instant, the little beast transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Shen Qi's being. When Tianji stood stunned, gazing at Shen Qi, with a wry smile, Shen Qi remarked, "I am equally perplexed. It seems this little beast has taken refuge in my spiritual sea, and I cannot summon it back." With a knowing smile, when Tianji replied, "Ah, well, this was meant to be your fortune, Shen brother. It is not for me to demand." At that moment, the cave suddenly trembled, and layers of stones began to tumble down from the ceiling. When Tianji calculated with his fingers and exclaimed, "This is bad. The cave is about to collapse. We must flee." Without a moment's hesitation, the two rushed towards the exit in a flash. Chapter 63. The Armory Pavilion. When Shen Qi and when Tianji materialized at the city gates of Wanbao City. 3 days had already elapsed since their escape from the cave. As they appeared at the entrance, the 4 guards stationed there immediately displayed signs of tension. Rushing forward with deference, they bowed deeply to Shen Qi and Wen Tianji, incessantly offering greetings and addressing them as seniors. The 4, lacking in cultivation, had the leader barely at the initial stage of the golden core. Thus, they dared not provoke the 2 who were at the nascent soul stage. Shen Qi retrieved several spirit crystals from his pocket, casually dispersing them to the guards before soaring directly into the city. Wanbao City lay 3,000 miles east of the Tianjin sect, serving as a bustling marketplace. The city was vast, with numerous towers and pavilions stretching endlessly. A multitude of cultivators congregated within, half of whom were wandering practitioners. The most frequented spot in the city was the teleportation array, where cultivators ceaselessly came and went every day. Adjacent to the Hengyao mountain range, Tianjin Mountain often witnessed the presence of demonic beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles. Only cultivators at the late golden core stage or higher, equipped with solid means of self-preservation, dared to venture into the Hengyao mountain range alone. Weaker cultivators had no choice but to form small teams of 3 to 5 for safety in numbers. Most wandering practitioners preferred to spend a bit of spirit crystals to travel via the teleportation array, ensuring their safety. As soon as Shen Qi entered the city, he sensed 4 distinct spiritual presences. These 4 consciousnesses brazenly swept over him almost simultaneously. Frowning, Shen Qi had yet to react when Tianji let out a cold snort, forcefully striking the 4 spiritual auras. In the next instant, 4 figures appeared behind Wen Tianji in a flash, kneeling on one knee, trembling with fear as they implored, "Senior, spare us. We are merely carrying out our duty to patrol Wanbao City and meant no intrusion." Wen Tianji cast a glance at the 4 without any interest. His voice icy as he commanded, "Scram." The 4 stiffened, trembling in their bodies, bowing in salute before vanishing in an instant. Shen Qi turned to Wen Tianji and jested, "I did not expect you, my friend, to possess such an imposing demeanor. It has truly opened my eyes." Wen Tianji glanced at Shen Qi and chuckled, "Brother Shen, it would be wise to conceal your cultivation for now. Otherwise, you will attract the attention of the Wanbao Merchant Association. There is also a perfected transformation stage cultivator stationed in this city, and I cannot guarantee that I could contend with him." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi obediently heeded Wen Tianji's advice, fully concealing his true cultivation and merely emanating the aura of the initial golden core stage. With the formidable prowess of Shen Qi's spiritual awareness, only a cultivator at the transformation stage could potentially see through him. Just as Shen Qi was about to step into a shop, Wen Tianji waved his sleeve, leading Shen Qi to vanish from their location. As their figures disappeared, a hunched silhouette suddenly materialized in the void. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in black, his hair as white as snow. The black-clad elder wore a grave expression, meticulously surveying the surroundings before muttering to himself, "It appears this transformation stage comrade is clearly reluctant to engage in further discourse with me." As long as he refrains from causing a disturbance in Wanbao City, there is no need for me to trouble him. After casting one last glance into the void, the elder's body flickered and he vanished in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, throughout this encounter, Wen Tianji's spiritual awareness had remained fixed upon him. Only after the elder had completely disappeared did Wen Tianji retract his awareness, leading Shen Qi to re-emerge from the void. After changing into a different attire, the pair leisurely strolled through Wanbao City. Shen Qi followed closely behind Wen Tianji, who ambled along, displaying a lack of interest as he casually scanned the shops lining the streets. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Shen Qi inquired, "What exactly are you searching for, my friend?" Without turning his head, Wen Tianji replied nonchalantly, "I am looking for a blacksmith shop, run by a hunchback." Puzzled, Shen Qi asked, "What purpose do you have for this establishment?" Wen Tianji stated, "I seek an invitation from that hunchback." Shen Qi's confusion deepened, prompting him to ask, "What invitation?" Wen Tianji, growing impatient, responded, "An invitation to the auction. Why are you asking so many questions? Just follow me. I discerned recently that this auction may feature the transformation pill." Shen Qi queried further, "The transformation pill? What kind of elixir is that?" Wen Tianji turned to glance at Shen Qi, his expression inscrutable, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Embarrassed, Shen Qi chuckled awkwardly. "Forgive me, my friend. I hail from the far northern reaches of Shantian Prefecture, and my experiences are indeed somewhat limited." Wen Tianji sighed and explained, "The transformation pill is a superior spiritual elixir, its effect being to enable a cultivator to ascend one minor realm directly. For instance, if one in the early stage of the nascent soul consumes the transformation pill, they can smoothly advance to the mid-nascent soul stage within a day. This elixir disregards bottlenecks and carries no side effects. For cultivators below the transformation stage, the success rate of advancement is 100%. For those above the transformation stage, the success rate is halved." Shen Qi was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Such a miraculous elixir truly exists in this world?" Wen Tianji nodded, saying, "The transformation pill is not even the most astonishing. You must know that in the central continent, there are alchemists who have concocted the God transformation pill. The God transformation pill is a rare treasure, intended for cultivators above the transformation stage, its efficacy surpassing that of the transformation pill by 50%. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi was rendered speechless. Wen Tianji paid him no mind and continued forward, his gaze shifting between the shops lining the street. Regaining his senses, Shen Qi hurried to catch up. After approximately the span of an incense stick, Wen Tianji's eyes sparkled with a sudden gleam. His gaze fixated upon a shop nestled around the corner, a smile gracing his lips. The sign above the establishment bore the inscription, its characters imbued with a faint trace of spiritual energy. This subtle energy was nearly imperceptible, detectable only to those who had reached the nascent soul stage. Those beneath this level of cultivation would perceive nothing amiss. Shen Qi cast a dubious glance at the sign and inquired, "Is this the shop you seek, my friend?" Wen Tianji nodded affirmatively. He approached the entrance and was about to knock when a man burst forth from within, coldly declaring, "You, a mere foundation establishment novice, do not belong here. Be gone at once, or I shall break your legs." Shen Qi regarded the man with a sardonic smile. Noting that his cultivation barely reached the early nascent soul stage, his internal spiritual energy weak and evidently bolstered by medicinal pills, Shen Qi observed silently, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Before Wen Tianji could respond, the man impatiently struck out with a palm, his spiritual energy howling forth, aimed squarely at Wen Tianji's dantian. Wen Tianji's eyes turned icy. "How brazen of you to provoke me," he thought, unleashing his spiritual force, which surged toward the man's soul sea. The man's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground, breathless. Wen Tianji brushed off his sleeves, casting one last glance at the lifeless form before stepping into the Shen Qi, amused, followed closely behind. Chapter 64. The Elder of the Treasure Pavilion. As Wen Tianji crossed the threshold of the shop, a middle-aged man approached, limping slightly and bowing respectfully. "Esteemed senior, what may I assist you with?" Wen Tianji responded with a cold smile, "I wish to procure some items from the secret market. Yet we lack an invitation to the auction. Might you sell me 2 invitations? The limping man hesitated, a conflicted expression crossing his face. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "Senior, the auction at the secret market does not commence until the hour of the dog tomorrow night. Furthermore, all invitations have been sold out. If I may add, although your cultivation is formidable, it would be wise to leave Wanbao City at your earliest convenience." Wen Tianji smiled faintly and took a seat at a table, lifting the teacup before him with calm composure. "It seems the nascent soul youth I dispatched at the door was of no ordinary standing?" The limping man nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Before Wen Tianji could speak again, he suddenly sensed a sharp surge of divine consciousness emanating from the center of Wanbao City, enveloping the entire area and indiscriminately sweeping through the ranks of cultivators. After 10 breaths, a furious voice echoed through the void. Which lowly scoundrel dares to slay my beloved grandson? I have perceived your presence, you mere ants. Come forth at once. When Tianji frowned slightly, while Shen Qi chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he quietly observed Wen Tianji. As the sound of the shout resonated through the shop, the limping man's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror as he implored, "Esteemed elder, I beseech you to show mercy to a cripple like me. I humbly request that you withdraw from this small establishment. I would be eternally grateful." Curious, Shen Qi inquired, "Pray tell, my friend, who is this individual at the entrance that instills such fear in you?" With a bitter smile, the limping man responded, "You may not be aware, but the individual you refer to, whom the elder has slain, is a Yuanian cultivator named Wan Ping, the sole grandson of Wan Shan, a venerable elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao City falls under the jurisdiction of the Wanbao Merchant Association, and all affairs within the city are under the pavilion's absolute control. There are 3 elders at the God transformation stage who reside here, with Wan Shan holding the second position, possessing formidable strength at the mid-stage of God transformation. Apart from the Grand Elder Wan Fu, who commands some respect, no other cultivator within the city dares to provoke Elder Wan Shan. Shen Qi chuckled softly. So it is the local tyrant of Wanbao City. No wonder he exhibits such arrogance. Tell me, would you like me to assist you in dealing with him? When Tianji scoffed, "Brother Shen, you jest. I am not so inept as to require your assistance to clean up after me. If I have the audacity to slay him within the city, I have no reason to fear the Wanbao Pavilion." The limping man trembled, exclaiming in alarm, "Esteemed elder, please temper your wrath. It is said that harmony breeds prosperity. Why must we engage in a struggle to the death? If Lord Wan were to unleash his fury upon this old cripple, I fear my humble shop would be razed to the ground. I am but a minor figure, utterly incapable of withstanding the wrath of Lord Wan." When Tianji dismissed his concerns, stating, "Fear not, shopkeeper. As long as I am here today, the members of the Wanbao Pavilion shall not lay a finger on you." The limping man shook his head with a pained smile, "Esteemed elder, there is one more matter I neglected to mention. Without an invitation, even if you were to arrive tomorrow evening, the organizers of the auction would not permit you entry into the secret market." Turning towards the shop in trance, when Tianji fixed his icy gaze upon the void outside, his voice cold as he queried, "Does Wan Shan of the Wanbao Pavilion possess an invitation?" The limping man momentarily froze, instinctively nodding. Yet the next moment, realization dawned upon him, and his expression transformed drastically as he looked towards the entrance where Wen Tianji had stood. Regrettably, Wen Tianji's figure had already vanished, leaving behind a lingering echo. "Brother Shen, wait here for me a moment. I shall now procure the invitation." Hearing this, Shen Qi disregarded the limping man and stepped outside, tilting his head to gaze into the sky. Above the Wanbao Pavilion, a corpulent figure loomed in the void. This individual, with hair streaked in black and white and sporting a goat-like beard, bore a grim expression that exuded an aura of death. This man was none other than Wan Shan, the second elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. In his hand, he wielded a curved blade that emanated a chilling aura of spiritual pressure. Wan Shan, who had been in seclusion within the secret chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion, suddenly sensed the extinguishment of his beloved grandson's life lamp. Enraged, he surmised that his cherished grandson had been slain, prompting him to emerge from his retreat in pursuit of the culprit. In a bid to prevent the perpetrator from escaping, Wan Shan took the unprecedented step of activating the protective array of Wanbao City without consulting the Grand Elder, Wan Fu, thereby sealing the entire city. Subsequently, with a swift and decisive approach, he commenced a soul-searching operation on the shops lining the streets. Wang Tianji, in his ruthless manner, left no room for hesitation, and thus, several shopkeepers bore witness to the entirety of his murderous act. Through the soul-searching, Wan Shan discerned Wang Tianji's appearance, yet he failed to perceive the depth of Wang Tianji's cultivation. However, as Wanbao City was Wan Shan's stronghold, he felt no fear. Thus, he extended his formidable divine consciousness to encompass the entirety of Wanbao City, meticulously searching for the cultivators within. Curiously, after several rounds of searching, the figure of the murderer remained elusive. Wan Shan's perplexity deepened. Had the murderer already fled Wanbao City? Once more, he summoned the power of his divine consciousness and, in the blink of an eye, scanned the city again. To his dismay, he still found no trace of the assailant, who seemed to have evaporated from existence. When his divine consciousness swept over the shop of the one-legged man, he merely found the man in a daze at the counter. Throughout this ordeal, Wan Shan had not sensed the presence of Wang Tianji and his companion. In a fit of anger, Wan Shan unleashed a sound transmission into the void. This act served a dual purpose: to intimidate the other cultivators within the city and to further probe whether the murderer still lingered in Wanbao City. In Wan Shan's estimation, the assailant had most likely escaped at the earliest opportunity. The void transmission was merely Wan Shan's last desperate outcry, an attempt to instill fear. However, unexpectedly, as his divine consciousness retracted from the direction of the weapon shop, a youth suddenly appeared within 3 paces of him, exuding a chill and fixing him with an icy gaze. The youth was none other than Wang Tianji. Stunned, Wan Shun recognized that the visage of Wang Tianji was identical to that of the murderer from his soul-searching memory. Wan Shun's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively retreated 10 paces. He regarded Wang Tianji with caution, his fury dissipating significantly. Although Wan Shun had a corpulent figure, his mind was sharp and astute. His inherent caution had been the cornerstone of his current cultivation and status. With narrowed eyes, he realized that Wang Tianji had employed a technique of spatial contraction. Reflecting on the inefficacy of his previous divine search, a tremor of realization coursed through Wan Shun. It was evident that the Wang Tianji before him was not only a cultivator of the transformation stage, but also possessed strength that far surpassed his own. Chapter 65. The formidable Wang Tianji. Upon revealing himself, Wang Tianji uttered not a single word. With a surge of spiritual power, he summoned an ancient scroll from his storage ring. This scroll was the fragment of the Tianji map, which he had yet to examine in detail since acquiring it from the cave. Since the cultivators of the Wanbao Pavilion are oblivious to the peril they face, today serves as an opportune moment to practice with this fragment of a scroll. The celestial mechanism diagram rests in the palm of Wang Tianji, and a glimmer of cold light flashes in his eyes as he coldly commands, "Rise and seal." In the blink of an eye, the remnant page of the diagram ascends into the sky, swelling in the wind. It instantaneously transforms into a celestial tome, vast enough to obscure the sun, measuring 1,000 zhang in size. The skies over Wanbao City darken in response. Upon the fragment, the obscure characters inexplicably begin to rotate, emanating waves of white mist. With hands forming complex seals, Wang Tianji quietly recites incantations. In mere moments, the mist gathers rapidly into a swirling cloud, furiously sweeping outward into the void surrounding Wanbao City. In an instant, the entire city is shrouded in this mist. One particularly potent cloud surges forward towards Wan Shun, whose expression shifts as he internally laments. Daring not to hesitate any longer, he hastily retrieves several treasures from his storage ring. A jade slip soars above him, radiating a green light that morphs into a protective barrier, enveloping him entirely. Following this, a large seal launches forth to confront the approaching cloud. The seal brims with spiritual energy as it crashes down upon the mist. Then, a third artifact emerges, a shield, exuding an icy aura. Frigid air emanates from the shield, densely wrapping around Wan Shun's form, encasing him within its chill. In the midst of this turmoil, Wan Shun cries out in panic, "Friend, this is a misunderstanding. I acted rashly." However, Wang Tianji has no desire to hear his explanation. With a cold snort, he swiftly extends his fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that strikes the characters of the celestial mechanism diagram. Wang Tianji's movements are so rapid that they occur in the span of a breath. The characters within the image whirl with greater intensity, seemingly detaching from the illusory form and floating in the void, suddenly emitting a resonant hum. Subsequently, 10 ancient characters within the image vanish, coalescing into a vast, righteous aura. These 10 auras, akin to thunderbolts, burst forth from the celestial mechanism diagram, roaring into the air. They assemble into a cohesive offensive formation, radiating a devastating force. The 10 streams of mist strike fiercely at Wan Shun from various angles. Under such overwhelming assault, the multiple defensive barriers Wan Shun had erected barely withstand the onslaught for 10 breaths. The protective green barrier and the ice shield surrounding him shatter without exception, dissipating into nothingness. Wan Shun is left trembling in disbelief, realizing that all 3 of his treasures, the jade slip, the large seal, and the ice shield, have been reduced to ashes. His heart races with terror as he perceives that his opponent has merely attained the initial stages of the transformation into divinity, yet he, with his mid-stage prowess, finds himself utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike. Under the ominous assault of the enigmatic artifact, the heavenly mechanism, Wan Shun found himself engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The formidable powers emanating from the celestial script's ethereal projection instilled in him a profound despair. With no time for hesitation, Wan Shun struck his chest with a vigorous palm, expelling a mouthful of blood as his form transformed into a sanguine shadow. Employing the art of spatial contraction to make his escape, he understood that remaining ensnared within the confines of the heavenly mechanism's spectral attacks left him with no chance of victory. His only hope lay in evading the opponent's cloud-like domain, allowing for a potential confrontation once more. Regrettably, the heavenly mechanism was not inclined to grant him such a reprieve. It had anticipated Wan Shun's flight. As the sanguine shadow materialized, Shen Qi pointed a finger into the void. A flurry of cloud energy surged forth, targeting the fleeing shadow. Just as Wan Shun's blood shadow retreated 1,000 paces, on the verge of breaching the cloud's perimeter, the heavenly mechanism's fingertip flicked again. 10 ancient characters transformed and vanished, only to be followed by another 10 waves of righteous energy erupting from the remnants of the heavenly mechanism script. These 10 waves of righteous energy advanced with ferocity, encircling Wan Shun like a prison. Employing the art of spatial contraction, Wan Shun attempted to fully materialize, but the cloud energy erupted violently, crashing heavily upon his sanguine form. With a cough, he expelled another mouthful of blood, his already ethereal silhouette gradually solidifying, the blood essence dissipating into nothingness. Collapsing to the ground, Wan Shun's eyes became vacant. Struck by the righteous energy, his body emitted wisps of green smoke, his demeanor waning, and his cultivation began to plummet. With a casual gesture, the heavenly mechanism dissipated the surrounding cloud energy. The remnants of the script returned to his palm, restored to its original state. Approaching at a leisurely pace, the heavenly mechanism regarded the prostrate Wan Shun with palpable disdain. Slowly raising his right hand, he clenched it into a fist. In that moment of life and death, Wan Shun unexpectedly spewed forth another mouthful of blood, as a spirit form surged from his sea of consciousness, hastening toward the Wanbao Pavilion. The heavenly mechanism remained motionless. A deeper scorn etched upon his features. With a cold laugh, he intoned, "The heavenly mechanism is vast. The celestial path is empty. Annihilate." With that, he pointed into the void. In an instant, a rift materialized, releasing a cataclysmic thunderous aura. With a deafening boom, a terrifying bolt of thunder shot forth from the fissure, striking directly at the fleeing spirit form of Wan Shun. In an instant, Wan Shun's spirit was reduced to ashes. This transpired with alarming swiftness, within a mere breath. From the appearance of the heavenly mechanism to the final escape of Wan Shun's spirit, no more than 20 breaths had elapsed. Following Wan Shun's demise, Wan Fu, the Grand Elder of the Wanbao Pavilion, who had been observing the battle intently, was taken aback, his countenance shifting dramatically. He swiftly appeared above the pavilion. Upon witnessing the rift created by the heavenly mechanism, a flicker of barely perceptible apprehension crossed his eyes. Shortly after Wan Fu's arrival, another figure materialized, revealing Wan Shou, the third elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. The three elders of the Wanbao Pavilion, typically at odds with each other, demonstrated a profound lack of unity. When Wan Shun found himself in peril, the other two had no intention of intervening. Moreover, they were wary of the mysterious artifact possessed by Wen Tianji and dared not venture into the shrouded mists. Wan Shun could scarcely have imagined that he would provoke such a formidable harbinger of doom. Without uttering a word, his adversary struck with lethal intent upon their first encounter. Wen Tianji cast a scornful glance at the two elders, and, with a mere wave of his hand, the rift in the void vanished. The Grand Elder halted momentarily. The devastating aura of thunder had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The thunderclap that had erupted before them would haunt their memories for a lifetime. With a gesture, Wen Tianji summoned Wan Shuan's storage ring, which obediently flew into his hand. Exhaling a surge of spiritual energy, he reduced the ring to mere ash. Within his palm, a jade invitation floated serenely. Retrieving the invitation, Wen Tianji spared the two elders not a glance and vanished from sight. Throughout this encounter, the two elders of Wanbao Pavilion remained silent, merely observing Wen Tianji's departure. They dared not confront him. In the realm of cultivation, power dictated all. Though they had lost an elder in mid-transformation, the subsequent actions of the Wanbao Merchant Association would need to be reported to their headquarters. They exchanged a glance, each sighing inwardly before parting ways. When Wen Tianji reappeared, he stood before the dazed, limping man. Tossing the invitation to him, Wen Tianji let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Now that I have the invitation, we may attend the auction, correct?" After a prolonged silence, the limping man regained his composure and, trembling with fear, replied, "Senior, with the invitation in hand, you certainly may participate in the auction. However, regarding your companion." His gaze shifted apprehensively to Shen Qi. Wen Tianji's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. "What do you mean?" The limping man trembled, falling to his knees in panic. "Please, Senior, do not be angered. This is a rule set by the auction's secret market hosts. One invitation permits only one individual. I am merely a doorkeeper and cannot make such decisions." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi chuckled lightly. "Very well, I shall procure another invitation." Wen Tianji interjected, "No need. I shall return to Wanbao Pavilion. Brother Shun, await my return here." With that, he vanished in a flash. Chapter 66. The secret chamber outside the grand entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. The Grand Elder Wanfeng and the Third Elder Wanshou stood shoulder to shoulder, coldly fixated on Wen Tianji before them. The Third Elder Wanshou spoke first, his voice laced with hatred. "Friend, you have gone too far. You have already slain one of our elders. What more do you desire?" Wen Tianji responded with a chilling smile. Wan Shun was arrogant. His demise was well deserved. I have rid your pavilion of a potential threat, and you should be thanking me. The Grand Elder Wanfeng's eyes glinted with a cold light. As the inquiry unfolded, Wenyanji remained unperturbed, responding nonchalantly, my senior brother wishes to attend the secret auction, yet he lacks an invitation. I have heard that your Wanbao pavilion possesses several. Hence, I have come to request one. The third elder, with a cold sneer, retorted, what if our Wanbao pavilion refuses to lend it? The smile on Wenyanji's face gradually faded as he slowly raised his right palm, energy emanating from his hand. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Wanshou, coldly declaring, within 10 breaths, surrender the invitation, or I shall send you both to reunite with Wanshan. At these words, Wanshou's fury ignited. How could he tolerate such blatant insolence? Just as he prepared to strike with his spear, the elder Wanfu stepped forward, blocking him. Wanfu advanced a step, his gaze ominously fixed on Wenyanji, his tone betraying no emotion as he stated, Wenyanji, even if you are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, our Wanbao Pavilion will not allow you to act recklessly here. This is the territory of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, not your Heavenly Sword Mountain. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Sword sect, it cannot dominate the Xintian Prefecture. Wenyanji chuckled derisively. Although taken aback by Wanbao Pavilion's quick investigation into his background, he remained unfazed. With a dismissive smile, he counted down, 10, 9, 8. Upon hearing this, Wanshou could no longer contain himself and roared, arrogant brat. Prepare to die. With a thrust of his spear, he unleashed his spiritual energy, manifesting into a dragon that surged toward Wenyanji. Wenyanji's eyes darkened with disdain as he formed a complex hand seal, slicing through the air. Instantly, a rift in space materialized, releasing a cataclysmic aura of thunder and lightning once more. Wanshou's spear trembled, the dragon of spiritual energy beginning to show signs of collapse. With a cold grunt, Wenyanji directed a surge of energy from his fingertip toward the rift. A thunderous explosion followed, as a bolt of lightning erupted from the fissure, enveloping Wanshou in its brilliance. In the blink of an eye, another resounding explosion echoed as Wanshou's form shattered mid-air, dissipating like fireworks into the void. Wenyanji grasped the air, and a storage ring flew into his palm. With a breath, he expelled his energy, reducing the ring to ashes, leaving only a jade invitation behind. As he retrieved the invitation, his gaze swept over Wanfu, who stood motionless, staring blankly at the rift in the air. At that moment, Wanfu profoundly sensed the destructive force contained within the lightning. His face was one of sheer horror, utterly aghast. After a long while, Wanfu finally regained his composure, trembling involuntarily as he questioned, What sort of divine power is this? Wenyanji replied coldly, this lightning is the very essence of tribulation. What now, old man? Do you wish to test it? Wanfu averted his gaze, too intimidated to speak. The mere flash of lightning had obliterated Wanshou, who was in the early stages of divinity. The terrifying might of the tribulation left Wanfu devoid of any courage to retaliate. Wenyanji let out a cold laugh, waving his hand to make the spatial rift vanish without a trace. With a flicker, he departed with effortless grace. In the span of a single day, Wanbao Pavilion suffered the loss of 2 cultivators at the transformation stage. Wanfu sighed in silence and retrieved a communication jade talisman to report the day's events unreservedly to the headquarters of the Wanbao Commerce Association. When Wenyanji tossed the second invitation to the limping man, the latter's heart filled with an unparalleled dread. The limping man fell to his knees, trembling as he reached out to receive the invitation, bowing respectfully. Senior, please state your wishes. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Wenyanji replied in a cool manner, my brother and I shall be staying at your establishment tonight. Do not disturb us unless necessary. Remember to remind us before the auction begins. The limping man nodded eagerly, saying, rest assured, Senior, I understand. A hint of satisfaction crossed Wenyanji's face as he turned to head toward the backyard, with Shen Qi following closely behind. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the hour of the following day. The secret market auction was set to commence precisely at the first hour of Su. At 1:15, the limping man approached Wenyanji's door, knocking cautiously. Wenyanji, having concluded his meditation, opened the door. The limping man stepped forward, respectfully presenting 2 invitations. Wenyanji accepted them casually and called for Shen Qi. The 2 followed the limping man into another secret chamber within the front courtyard. Upon entering the chamber, Shen Qi was astonished to find an elderly man in a green robe seated there. Confusion washed over him as he recalled having scanned the entire establishment with his spiritual sense the previous night, only to have detected no sign of the elder's presence. It was evident that this sudden appearance was no ordinary occurrence, and a sense of alertness stirred within Shen Qi. Noticing Shen Qi's demeanor, Wenyanji seemed to discern his thoughts and communicated telepathically, do not be alarmed, Brother Shun. This auction is of considerable scale, attracting many disciples from first-rate sections. These disciples hail from the eastern wilderness's 9 prefectures. The organizers behind this secret market would never dare to breach propriety at an auction of this magnitude. So you need not worry. Shen Qi smiled lightly and replied telepathically, in that case, I have been overly cautious. When Tianji cast another glance around the chamber, contemplating, it seems this secret chamber has been ensorcelled by a precursor at the void stage. Our inability to sense the elder's presence last night is thus understandable. The organizers behind this secret market are indeed formidable. Shen Qi's gaze flickered back to the elderly man in green, remaining silent as he contemplated. When the green-robed elder noticed when Tianji's arrival, an expression of profound respect filled his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his fists in greeting, saying, I apologize for the wait, my friend, regarding this auction. When Tianji returned the gesture, replying, it was merely a single night. There is no need for such formality. After exchanging pleasantries, the elderly man in the blue robe courteously led the two, when Tianji and Shen Qi, behind the screen, into a secret chamber. Subsequently, the elder formed a hand seal against the wall behind the screen. In an instant, ripples danced across the surface of the wall. Ceasing his actions, the elder retrieved 2 masks from his storage ring and respectfully handed them to Wen Tianji. As Shen Qi and Wen Tianji accepted the masks, they examined them in silence. The elder smiled and explained, these masks are crafted by our master. For reasons of safety, our master requires all participants at the auction to wear them. This is also to protect the privacy of our patrons and to avert unnecessary complications. The masks contain a trace of our master's soul energy, which can shield against the probing thoughts of other cultivators. Within this illusory realm, no one can discern the true appearance of our guests. Upon hearing this, Shen Qi smiled and donned his mask first. When Tianji, no longer hesitating, followed suit. Chapter 67. Hungry. After they were prepared, the two did not proceed, but stood still. Shen Qi cast his gaze toward the space that had materialized within the wall and immediately discovered a world of its own. Inside this wall space was a luxurious and exquisite loft. The loft comprised 3 levels, each adorned with hundreds of independent secret chambers. Furthermore, cultivators of different realms were only permitted to ascend to the corresponding levels for their reception. Those in the nascent soul stage occupied the first level, which was the most populated, with nearly all chambers filled. The second level was designated for those in the transformation stage, where the chambers were relatively abundant, with more than half remaining unoccupied. The third level, however, was accessible only to those at the spirit refinement stage, and almost all chambers there stood empty. As Shen Qi surveyed the third level, he noted only a few chambers occupied, where cultivators sat leisurely, savoring tea. In stark contrast, the first level was bustling, with 2 to 3 nascent soul cultivators seated within almost every chamber. All donned masks, some sat in silence, while others engaged in hushed conversations. As Shen Qi observed, apart from a youth drinking tea in the leftmost chamber of the first level who met his gaze briefly, the others remained oblivious to his presence. Even the cultivators on the third level were no exception. This youth was the only one at the auction who had not truly adorned a mask. Shen Qi keenly sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the youth's face. Evidently, he had employed some form of mystical art to project an illusory mask upon himself. More intriguingly, Shen Qi discerned that the youth had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level. Although he was clearly at the initial stage of transformation and entitled to ascend to the second level, the youth had only manifested a cultivation level of late nascent soul, seemingly for reasons unbeknownst to others. After locking eyes with Shen Qi, the youth maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet a flicker of surprise flashed within his pupils. The youth practiced some unknown technique, endowing his soul perception with remarkable acuity, enabling him to detect Shen Qi's gaze. Withdrawing his gaze, Shen Qi exchanged a glance with Wen Tianji. Subsequently, both stepped forward simultaneously, entering the space within the wall. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in the grand hall of the attic. Wen Tianji greeted Shen Qi before ascending to the second level of the attic. Meanwhile, Shen Qi sought out an unoccupied, spacious chamber and sat leisurely, savoring tea while observing his surroundings. After a brief interlude, during which several cultivators entered the attic, a clear chime resonated through the air, and the entrance to the attic corridor gradually faded from view. The auction had officially commenced. At this moment, in the center of the first floor hall, a square table slowly ascended from the ground. Upon this table lay a formidable iron hammer. An elderly man clad in a blue robe emerged from the shadows and approached the table, clearing his throat. The old man cast a sweeping gaze over the 3 levels of the attic, then revealed a smile and addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, today's secret market auction is jointly hosted by the 4 major merchant associations of the Eastern Wilderness's 9 provinces. Therefore, we have a larger gathering today, and I hope for your understanding. However, I believe all present have come with the intention of acquiring items for cultivation, and surely, none shall leave empty-handed. I I shall not linger on idle chatter. Let us officially commence the bidding for our first treasure. With that, the old man gestured, and from behind him emerged a graceful female cultivator, who carefully placed an antiquated storage box upon the square table. The old man slowly opened the box, and immediately, a golden orb of an inner core, the size of a ball, flew out, radiating a brilliant glow. The old man pointed to the inner core with a jovial expression and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, the appetizer for today's auction is the inner core of a fifth-tier demon beast." Shen Qi's gaze fell upon the shimmering inner core, and he felt an inexplicable sense of dizziness wash over him when he focused on it. Startled, he quickly averted his eyes. The blue-robed elder continued, "This inner core belongs to the fifth-tier demon beast, the Shen bird. As you are all aware, such a fifth-tier beast possesses strength comparable to that of a transformation stage cultivator. This inner core offers tremendous benefits to cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Should one refine a spirit-gathering pill using this inner core, it can significantly enhance the probability of a nascent soul cultivator achieving the transformation stage by 30%. Pausing momentarily, the elder extolled further, "For transformation stage cultivators, the allure of this Shen bird inner core is equally formidable. If a transformation stage cultivator were to acquire this inner core and infuse its essence into a magical artifact, there exists a chance for the artifact to evolve into a spiritual tool. Even a low-grade spiritual tool could withstand a full-force strike from a nascent transformation stage cultivator, serving as a crucial safeguard for a transformation stage cultivator in dire circumstances." As his words resonated, a wave of excitement surged through the attic, with attendees murmuring amongst themselves. Many of the transformation stage cultivators on the second level were indeed stirred by the prospect. The blue-robed elder chuckled, stating, "Esteemed friends, I shall refrain from elaborating on the myriad benefits. The starting bid for this inner core is set at 1,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. With every increment, the bid must not fall below 100 mid-grade spirit crystals." Upon concluding his statement, the elder struck the iron hammer, initiating the auction. Upon hearing the elder's offer, the gathered transformation stage cultivators exchanged glances, for while the fifth-tier inner core was indeed rare, they collectively deemed it unworthy of 1,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Most crucially, many among them had come with the intent to acquire the transformation elixir. If they were to expend such financial resources on a fifth-tier inner core, they would likely jeopardize their standing in the subsequent bidding for the transformation elixir. As for the nascent soul cultivators, although they found themselves quite tempted by the inner core, their financial resources were rather limited. It could be stated without reservation that nearly 70% of the nascent soul cultivators present possessed no more than 5,000 mid-grade spirit crystals in their storage rings. While they aspired to participate in the bidding for the transformation elixir, they were acutely aware of the slim chances they had against the transformation stage cultivators. Yet, having attended the auction, none were willing to concede defeat easily. Consequently, the bidding for the inner core saw little enthusiasm. The elder in the blue robe waited patiently, and after some time, only one nascent soul cultivator ventured a bid of 1,001 mid-grade spirit crystals. After scanning the crowd and confirming that no further bids would be forthcoming, the elder decided to conclude the bidding and raised his hammer. At that moment, the slumbering beast within Shen Qi stirred restlessly. Suddenly, a tender child's voice echoed in Shen Qi's mind, calling out, "Master, I'm hungry." Taken aback, Shen Qi immediately directed his soul consciousness into the spirit sea. There, he observed the spirit beast, Huai, floating at the center of the spirit sea pool, voraciously consuming Shen Qi's spiritual energy. Shen Qi tentatively inquired, "Little beast, was that you speaking to me just now?" The spirit beast nodded and chirped, "Master, I'm hungry." Shen Qi felt overwhelmed. He was at a loss for what to feed it. Seemingly understanding Shen Qi's thoughts, the spirit beast squeaked, inner core, hungry, I'm hungry." Realization dawned upon Shen Qi, prompting his soul consciousness to return. Just as the elder in the blue robe was about to bring down the hammer for the third time, Shen Qi called out, "Wait, 1,300 mid-grade spirit crystals." The elder paused, his gaze shifting toward Shen Qi. Chapter 68, The Contest for the Inner Core. When Shen Qi announced the new bid, the elder's expression momentarily faltered. Initially, he had not harbored high hopes for the market value of the inner core. As he had anticipated, only one nascent soul cultivator had made an offer, and everything seemed as expected. After all, the fifth-tier inner core was merely a common item casually tossed out by the host, serving more as bait to attract interest. To his surprise, another customer had raised the bid. At that moment, the smile on the elder's face broadened, for the higher the auction price rose, the greater his share of the proceeds would be. The elder quickly sought to energize the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Oh, 1,003. This esteemed friend has raised the bid to 1,003. 1,003 mid-grade spirit crystals. Do we have any higher offers?" Missed this opportunity, and acquiring a 5th-tier beast will not be so simple again. The earlier bidder, a yuaning cultivator who offered 1,001, was a lady in palace attire. Upon hearing Shen Qi's bid, she momentarily froze, her gaze darkening as it fell upon him. Just as the elder in the blue robe was about to strike the hammer, the lady in palace attire secretly rejoiced, believing the inner elixir was nearly hers. She anticipated acquiring this mysterious bird inner elixir at minimal cost, which was crucial for her as she owned a 4th-tier demon beast, a vermilion crane, that had recently suffered a sudden relapse of a hidden ailment. If her crane could consume this inner elixir, the ailment could be thoroughly eradicated. Initially, when no one else called out a bid, she felt a sense of triumph. Convinced victory was within her grasp. Unexpectedly, Shen Qi raised the bid, abruptly disrupting her plans. When Tianji cast a puzzled glance at Shen Qi, unsure why he had suddenly taken an interest in the inner elixir. Through a mental transmission, when Tianji inquired, "Brother Shen, why raise the price?" The inner elixir from a 5th-tier demon beast is not exceptionally rare and hardly worth 1,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. It would be wise not to squander your crystals. Shen Qi smiled and replied via transmission, "No worries. I find this inner elixir useful, and I have ample spirit crystals. Acquiring it won't pose any hindrance." Hearing this, when Tianji ceased further inquiries, the elder in the blue robe then spoke again, asking, "Are there any other bids from fellow cultivators? If not, this inner elixir shall belong to this esteemed friend." With that, the elder raised his iron hammer once more. Witnessing the elder's movement, the lady in palace attire shot a furious glance at Shen Qi and gritted her teeth, declaring, 1,500 mid-grade spirit crystals. Upon hearing her new bid, the elder's expression brightened with delight, and he exclaimed, "Excellent. A fellow cultivator has bid 1,005. Esteemed friend, will you place another bid?" As he spoke, the elder's gaze returned to Shen Qi. Unfazed, Shen Qi smiled and announced, 2,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. At this proclamation, the auction hall erupted into a frenzy. Some cultivators scoffed, "Who is this fellow? Is he in his right mind, willing to spend 2,000 mid-grade spirit crystals on a 5th-tier inner elixir?" Others expressed envy. "He is merely in the early yuaning stage, yet so lavish. He must be a direct disciple of a top-tier sect. How unfair. Why am I not so fortunate?" Some jested, "He has foolishly spent 2,000 mid-grade spirit crystals on something so ordinary. Clearly, he is a spendthrift. If all the cultivators here acted like him, I'd have no competition for the following transformation elixirs." Another derided, "Humph. You, a pauper who cannot even muster 2,000 spirit crystals, dare to dream of bidding on transformation elixirs? Stop dreaming." Despite the unreserved remarks from the cultivators, Shen Qi appeared undeterred, his smile unwavering. The lady in palace attire's eyes gleamed with cold light. Shen Qi's consecutive price increases led the palace-attired female cultivator to believe that he was deliberately opposing her. Her expression gradually turned cold. In her eyes, Shen Qi was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul, while she had already reached the late stage. She perceived Shen Qi's actions as a provocation, bordering on recklessness. Suddenly rising, the female cultivator fixed a frosty gaze upon Shen Qi's secluded chamber and declared, "Young friend, this Xianbird inner core is of great significance to me. I kindly request that you refrain from further bidding." Shen Qi cast a glance at the female cultivator, his demeanor unchanged as he replied, "I fear I must disappoint you. This inner core is something I must obtain, and I hope you can part with it reluctantly." The female cultivator responded coldly, "So, you intend to make an enemy of me?" Shen Qi chuckled lightly, saying, "In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. It hardly constitutes enmity." The palace-attired female cultivator sneered disdainfully, "Very well. Even if you secure this inner core, I doubt you will escape this 10,000 treasure city." Shen Qi remained unfazed and replied, "You need not trouble yourself over that." As the female cultivator exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent, the blue-robed elder turned his gaze toward her, timely interjecting to diffuse the tension with a smile. "Friend, do you wish to raise your bid? If not, this inner core will belong to that young friend." The female cultivator's expression darkened, seemingly determined to compete with Shen Qi, and she stated emphatically, 2,500 mid-grade spirit crystals. At her proclamation, the hall erupted into a clamor, with astonished faces turned toward the palace-attired female cultivator. The Xianbird inner core was valued at a maximum of 1,200, yet, provoked by Shen Qi, she boldly declared 2,500, effectively offering double the price for an ordinary 5th-tier inner core. Upon hearing her bid, the blue-robed elder nearly burst into laughter, turning to look at Shen Qi. Before the elder could speak, Shen Qi smiled and declared, 3,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. As these words left his lips, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Even the blue-robed elder was momentarily taken aback. On the 3rd floor, a spirit-refining cultivator, who had been enjoying tea and the spectacle, couldn't help but shake his head in derision. 3,000 mid-grade spirit crystals for a 5th-tier inner core. This lad is truly foolish. A rotten wood that cannot be carved. On the 2nd floor, a transformation stage cultivator remarked ominously, "Ignorant youth, do you possess an abundance of spirit crystals? If you truly have more than enough, perhaps you might lend some to an old man." Shen Qi cast a fleeting glare at the transformation stage cultivator, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, before ignoring him entirely. When the palace-attired female cultivator heard Shen Qi's bid of 3,000, her expression darkened further. Without further ado, she flicked her long sleeves and returned to her secluded chamber. 2,500 was already her utmost limit. Exceeding this amount, she would be unable to bid further. On this outing, her reserves of spirit crystals were inadequate, as she still needed to reserve some for bidding on the Transcendence Pill. Reluctantly, the female cultivator had to concede the inner pill. Observing her silence in bidding, the elder in the blue robe swiftly struck the iron hammer, thus confirming the ownership of the inner pill. Joy surged within him. With this initial success, his share would amount to 300 mid-grade spirit crystals. Such a considerable sum was undeniably exhilarating. The elder, with a beaming smile, addressed Shen Qi, "Friend, this 5th-grade inner pill now belongs to you. Do you intend to transact here on the spot, or would you prefer to wait until the auction concludes and proceed to the back room for the exchange?" With a grand gesture, Shen Qi summoned 3,000 mid-grade spirit crystals from his storage ring. The crystalline mound floated gracefully before the elder, hovering in midair. Shen Qi pointed with a smile, saying, "Please verify the quantity, my friend." The elder was momentarily taken aback by Shen Qi's promptness. Without hesitation, he swiftly scanned the pile of spirit crystals before him. Once he confirmed the count was accurate, he waved his hand, reclaiming the crystals into his storage ring. With a broad grin, the elder expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend, the count is indeed correct. This inner pill is now yours." He then grasped the inner pill and tossed it directly to Shen Qi. Shen Qi effortlessly caught it, and as he did, a flash of golden light emanated from his palm, causing the inner pill to automatically dive into his spiritual sea. Almost instantaneously, the inner pill was devoured by the spirit beast, Hua. Shen Qi was oblivious to the mystic ability employed by the spirit beast, which had stealthily snatched the inner pill from his grasp. Upon consuming the inner pill, the spirit beast radiated a series of azure glimmers from its surface, and, unable to contain itself, let out a burp before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 69. The Seed of Ramu. After Shen Qi secured the inner pill, the dissipating ethereal smoke gradually cleared. Amidst the eager gazes of numerous cultivators, the elder in the blue robe commanded his aides to present the 2nd storage box. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Esteemed friends, the 2nd treasure for auction is right here. Inside this storage box lies a precious item, 2 seeds of Ramu." As soon as the elder's words fell, the 3rd tier's spirit-refining cultivators rose in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Meanwhile, the 2nd tier's transformation cultivators fixated on the storage box on the table, their faces flushed and breaths quickened. In contrast, the 1st tier's nascent soul cultivators, perhaps due to their limited exposure, appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of the significance of the Ramu as described by the elder. One nascent soul cultivator, curious, inquired, "My friend, could you enlighten us on what this Ramu seed truly is?" The elder in the blue robe smiled faintly and replied, "Ramu is an ancient divine wood. As recorded in ancient texts, it is said to originate from the abyss of the Black Sea, with its name deriving from the essence of water within it." Unfortunately, this simple explanation only deepened the confusion among the nascent soul cultivators. Noticing their bewilderment, the elder chuckled knowingly and continued, "In simpler terms, Ramu possesses 2 extraordinary properties. Firstly, the wood itself harbors pure Imu essence. Secondly, within Ramu, the essence of Ruo Shui is nurtured." Another Yuan-ing cultivator inquired earnestly, "My friend, might I ask what extraordinary properties these 2 items possess?" The elder replied leisurely, "It is commonly known that for mortals to embark upon the path of cultivation, the prerequisite is to possess a spiritual root. Spiritual roots are categorized into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Furthermore, the quality of these roots is divided into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow. If a cultivator with a yellow tier wood attribute spiritual root can refine the essence of wood from the Ruo wood, they may elevate their spiritual root quality, potentially advancing to the profound tier. Should fortune favor them, they might even ascend to the heavenly tier. Upon hearing this, all the Yuan-ing cultivators present gasped in astonishment at the remarkable efficacy of the wood essence. The elder in the blue robe observed the expressions of the Yuan-ing cultivators, chuckling softly, "Esteemed friends, you are all well aware of the significance of elevating one's spiritual root quality. An enhancement in spiritual root quality signifies a rise in the cultivator's aptitude and comprehension. The most crucial aspect of the cultivation journey is one's innate talent. Enhancing this talent is akin to being reborn for any cultivator. Therefore, for those attending today's auction with what attribute spiritual roots, do not miss this treasure. Upon hearing these words, some cultivators with what attribute spiritual roots felt their eyes turn crimson, nearly rushing to the table to seize the raw wood seeds for themselves. Another yawning cultivator asked, "Friend, I do not possess a wood attribute spiritual root. Might this treasure still hold some benefit for us?" The elder in the blue robe chuckled lightly. Cultivators with other elemental roots can also refine the wood essence. Although it may not elevate the quality of their spiritual roots, it can still enhance their resilience and strengthen their roots, which is a significant boon for any cultivator. Suddenly, Shen Qi inquired, "Friend, you mentioned that raw wood can nurture raw water. Might I ask what sort of treasure raw water is?" The elder swept his gaze towards Shen Qi, smiling. This friend has touched upon a crucial point. Raw water is, in fact, the most vital treasure within raw wood. Raw water is not merely ordinary water. It contains a thread of profound power derived from the laws of rainwater. At this revelation, Shen Qi could not help but be taken aback. The elder noticed the change in Shen Qi's demeanor and smiled knowingly. "Friend, the concept of profound power is something that does not require further elucidation. It is a force that can only be mastered by those in the void realm. Should any spirit-refining cultivator grasp even a hint of such profound power, their ascension to the void realm would be imminent." At that moment, a spirit-refining cultivator from the third floor emerged from a secluded chamber, eagerly exclaiming, "Young friend, hasten to place your bid." The elder in the blue robe promptly clasped his hands in respect, responding, "Predecessor, I beg your pardon. I shall commence immediately." The elder retrieved 2 raw wood seeds from his storage box, holding one in each hand, and the seeds gently floated up, showcasing themselves to all the cultivators in the chamber. After the demonstration, the elder explained, "Esteemed friends, these 2 raw wood seeds require a decade of soaking in the rainwater spiritual spring to fully mature, growing into 3-foot-tall raw woods. The rainwater spirit spring is not a rarity, as it can be procured from the 4 major merchant associations of the eastern wilderness." After a brief pause, the elder in the blue robe continued, "Esteemed friends, I trust you have already assessed the value of the 2 young wood seeds within the storage box. Thus, I shall refrain from further verbosity. The bidding for these 2 young wood seeds shall commence at 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 500 high-grade spirit crystals. Naturally, considering that some of you may not be adequately prepared, the auction permits barter. Should any of you possess other treasures for valuation, the auction house, represented by the elders of the 4 major associations, will assess their worth on the spot. With that, the elder lightly tapped his hammer, signaling the commencement of the bidding. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly of cultivators within the pavilion. Most had initially arrived at this auction intending to trade for spirit pills, yet they were taken aback by the appearance of such a treasure as the young wood seeds in the second item up for bid. In an instant, the clamor of bids rose from numerous cultivators, predominantly comprising second-tier transformation cultivators and third-tier refinement cultivators. These practitioners, possessing formidable skills, had often engaged in the nefarious acts of slaying and plundering. Over time, their wealth had accumulated significantly, allowing even the high-grade spirit crystals to be dispensed with ease. With such substantial resources, none wished to forego the opportunity to acquire the young wood seeds. Shen Qi glanced at his storage ring. Although he had gathered a considerable amount of spirit crystals, the majority were of medium grade. In the realm of cultivation, there are solely 3 types of currency: spirit jade, spirit crystals, and spirit stones. Spirit jade is exceedingly rare, containing a spiritual power level of 90%, with a single piece able to be exchanged for 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Spirit crystals are categorized into 3 tiers based on purity: high, medium, and low. 1 high-grade spirit crystal can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit crystals, while 1 medium-grade spirit crystal can be traded for 100 low-grade spirit crystals. Within the eastern wilderness, only the core disciples of top-tier sects utilize high-grade spirit crystals. For most sect disciples and ordinary loose cultivators, medium-grade spirit crystals serve as the standard currency. In some remote and dilapidated sects, medium-grade spirit crystals are a rarity, with practitioners rarely using anything but low-grade spirit crystals. Indeed, certain feeble disciples in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages may never even encounter spirit crystals, relying instead on spirit stones for their cultivation and transactions. The purity of spiritual power contained in spirit stones is significantly lower, barely exceeding 1/3 that of spirit crystals, with 1 low-grade spirit crystal convertible to 100 spirit stones. A trace of chagrin crossed Shen Qi's face as he reflected on the many cultivators he had slain in the past, without adequately plundering their possessions. A sigh escaped his heart. Truly, one only realizes the scarcity of funds when in need. Despite being endowed with a golden elemental spirit root of the celestial tier, he found himself greatly intrigued by the young wood seeds. However, at this moment, he dared not vocalize a bid. In less than 30 breaths, the price for the young wood seeds had surged to 5,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Upon hearing the price, Shen Qi displayed a faint wry smile. Chapter 70. You are indulging in fantasies. When a cultivator at the 3rd level called out a price of 7,000 high-grade spirit crystals, even the several cultivators at the 2nd level who had been fervently bidding could not help but shake their heads in resignation, reluctantly abandoning the auction. 7,000 high-grade spirit crystals are a sum that even late-stage transformation cultivators would find challenging to amass. What astonished Shen Qi even more was that the bidding among the divine refinement cultivators continued to escalate wildly. Just as the divine refinement cultivator had announced the figure of 7,000, another voice immediately followed, raising the bid. The bidder was also a divine refinement cultivator from the 3rd level. This individual's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, 7,005. Another divine refinement cultivator sneered with disdain, declaring, 8,000. Yet another divine refinement cultivator, eyes gleaming with fervor, proclaimed in a near-manic state. I possess a wood attribute earth-grade spiritual root. This seed of wood is a must-have for me. I shall see who dares to contest with me today. 8,005. In a matter of moments, only 4 divine refinement cultivators remained, subtly competing against one another, continually raising the bids. The initial bidder laughed heartily, without a hint of hesitation, stated, 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Shen Qi could not help but marvel at the popularity of this wood seed, as the auction price soared to 10,000. As Shen Qi quietly observed the unfolding spectacle, he suddenly noticed Wen Tianji descending from the 2nd level, heading straight towards Shen Qi's secluded chamber. Shen Qi was taken aback and, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, Brother Tianji, what brings you to my humble abode? Wen Tianji, direct and to the point, replied, Brother Shen, how many spirit crystals do you have left? Could you lend me a few? Shen Qi chuckled ruefully. I do have a fair amount of spirit crystals. But alas, they are all mid-grade. When converted, it amounts to merely 400 or 500 high-grade spirit crystals. This paltry sum is hardly sufficient. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianji furrowed his brow. Shen Qi, intrigued, inquired, What is this? Brother Tianji, do you wish to join the fray? Wen Tianji nodded, stating, This item is of great importance to me. Shen Qi rolled his eyes and jested. If this wood truly possesses such miraculous properties, it would be invaluable to any cultivator. The current predicament is that the price of the wood seed has been driven up excessively. It has already reached 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals. The bidding continues. And who knows how high it will climb. I lack even the courage to bid. Wen Tianji lamented. I failed to predict the appearance of the wood seed during my calculations, leaving me ill-prepared and at a loss. Shen Qi smiled slightly and remarked, I am curious. How many spirit crystals do you currently possess? I see you are adorned with numerous treasures. Why not present a few to offset the cost? Wen Tianji shook his head. Conflicted, the treasures I possess cannot be casually brought forth, as they would attract too much trouble. However, I still have around 30,000 high-grade spirit crystals in my storage ring, which would allow me to participate in the bidding. However, if I were to secure this raw moose seed, I would lose the opportunity to contend for the subsequent Zhuang Dan. Shen Qi could not help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, 30,000 high-grade spirit crystals? Are the cultivators of Juntian Zhou truly this affluent? Furthermore, how could there be a Zhuang Dan? Did you not previously mention a Zhuang Dan? Wen Tianji smiled enigmatically and replied, If it were merely the auction of Zhuang Dan, it would hardly pique the interest of cultivators at the divine refinement stage. This time, both the Zhuang Dan and the Zhuang Dan will grace the auction. The Zhuang Dan, in particular, is the ultimate treasure of this event. Shen Qi realized. Now I understand. No wonder you insisted on bringing me to this auction. Wen Tianji cast a glance at the raw moose seed on the table, sighed, and said, Well, one must forfeit to gain. Let these esteemed seniors contend for this treasure. Shen Qi's eyes glinted as he pondered. Brother Tianji, I have a bold idea. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Wen Tianji glanced at Shen Qi with a smirk and replied, Could it be that Brother Shen wishes to reap without sowing? Shen Qi chuckled. I assure you, this is a commendable suggestion. Brother Tianji should give it some serious thought. Not only could we save a substantial amount of high-grade spirit crystals, but we could also acquire a raw moose seed. What is there to lose? Wen Tianji shook his head and replied, I am well aware of what you are thinking, and I can tell you quite plainly that you are indulging in fanciful notions. Divine refinement cultivators are not to be trifled with, even if both of us joined forces. We could not withstand the laws of the refining domain wielded by such a master. Shen Qi furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Wen Tianji scoffed, What, Brother Shen? Do you disagree with my statement? Shen Qi retorted, I must admit I do not entirely concur. Although divine refinement cultivators are formidable, I believe I possess some means of self-preservation against them. If we were to join forces, as long as we are not confronted by a perfected transformation god, I am confident that the outcome remains uncertain. When Tianji laughed derisively, Brother Shun, you underestimate the might of divine refinement cultivators. Do not think that just because you broke through Elder Yan's refining domain with the golden light divine ability, you can truly stand against the divine refinement master. Shen Qi's gaze flickered, yet he refrained from arguing. When Tianji sighed and elaborated, in truth, Elder Yan did not unleash his lethal moves upon you. His intention was merely to intimidate you and test the stance of the sect leader. Elder Yan is well aware that sect leader Jian Wushuang is covertly watching you. Had Elder Yan truly exerted the full force of the laws within the refining domain, you would have scarcely had the chance to employ the golden light divine ability before being reduced to ashes. Shen Qi was taken aback. He had not contemplated such depths. When Tianji smiled mysteriously, saying, although you have integrated the golden light divine ability of that esteemed predecessor, it ultimately does not constitute your own power. The true might of the Tao that you can harness is but a mere fraction of its potential. Moreover, the potency of your golden light divine ability is contingent upon your own cultivation level. Shen Qi let out a bitter laugh and remarked, I never expected that the one who knows me best is not myself, but Brother Tianji. Tianji sighed and said, if both Shen brother and I were at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, we would have a 70 to 80% chance against an average practitioner in the early or mid stages of spirit refinement. However, with our current cultivation, we possess no opportunity at all. It is best to refrain from daydreaming. Shen Qi awkwardly smiled and replied, what you have said today, Brother Tianji, has enlightened me profoundly. I have learned much. Tianji chuckled heartily and said, you flatter me, Shen brother. I have always adhered to a principle. If it is feasible, then advance. If not, then retreat. The path of immortality is arduous, and we must act according to our capabilities. We cannot gamble blindly, otherwise. The ultimate price is death and the loss of our path. As the two conversed, a mid-stage spirit-refining cultivator successfully bid on the Remu seed for the staggering price of 23,000 high-grade spirit crystals. This cultivator was quite affluent, unhesitatingly pulling spirit crystals from his storage ring to complete the transaction on the spot. Once the deal was finalized, the elder in the blue robe grinned widely and ordered his assistants to bring out the third storage box. Chapter 71. The five-color divine stone. The auction was in full swing, with 4 or 5 treasures being fervently contested by numerous cultivators. Among them were several transformation cultivators who bid without hesitation, as if their spirit crystals were of no consequence. Ultimately, these 4 or 5 items fetched terrifying prices exceeding 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Throughout this process, Shen Qi refrained from engaging in any bidding. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the stark realization of his own impoverishment. During the bids, Tianji participated and ultimately secured a treasure for 2,000 high-grade spirit crystals. It was an ancient-looking turtle shell, intricately etched with profound cloud patterns. Although the shell appeared unremarkable, Shen Qi was initially unaware of its significance. After Tianji's explanation, he learned that it was a magical artifact utilized by a powerful being from the ancient path of heavenly divination, known as the Six Yao divination. Subsequently, 2 more treasures were successfully auctioned. Thus far, not a single item had gone unsold, showcasing the undeniable allure of the treasures prepared for this auction. When the elder in the blue robe commanded his subordinates to present another storage box, the gazes of the attending cultivators immediately turned towards the table, each face brimming with anticipation. The elder approached the table and skillfully opened the storage box, revealing a palm-sized black stone within. Its surface was pocked and unremarkable. The elder's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, esteemed friends, this item is a treasure serendipitously obtained by the Grand Elder of the Shifeng Trade Guild during his travels in the forbidden depths of the seas. The exact material and function of this black stone remain a mystery, even after 2 years of investigation by the heads of our 4 major guilds. A yawning cultivator scoffed and interrupted, friend, if what you say is true, then this black stone is merely a worthless object. The elder in the blue robe chuckled softly and replied leisurely, although our master is unaware of the true nature of this black stone, it possesses extraordinary qualities. After extensive deliberation, our masters reluctantly decided to part with it for auction. We hope that a destined individual may arise to unveil the mysteries of this stone. A cultivator in the transformation stage, intrigued, inquired, friend, could you enlighten us on the peculiarities of this black stone? The elder chuckled lightly and explained, firstly, when held, this black stone brings warmth in winter and coolness in summer. If one cultivates with it, it aids in focusing the mind and can prevent one from falling into demonic paths. Secondly, the stone's surface is remarkably hard. The esteemed elder of the 10 Directions Merchant Association, a venerable figure in the Void Realm, once endeavored to break it. After attempting countless methods, he still could not inflict even the slightest harm upon it. A cultivator of the refinement stage expressed skepticism. Are you certain of your words? Even the esteemed elder could not breach this stone? The elder nodded solemnly, asserting, what I say is entirely true. Consider this. The prowess of the Void Realm elder is formidable, yet he could do nothing against this stone. This alone attests to its extraordinary nature. It is merely that our 4 major merchant associations lack the fortune to comprehend the true profundity of this treasure. Upon hearing the elder's introduction, many cultivators exchanged glances. Clearly intrigued, a transformation stage cultivator stepped forward, tentatively asking, friend, what is the bidding process for this item? The elder smiled slightly and replied, the starting bid for this black stone is 5,000 mid-quality spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 mid-quality spirit crystals. With that, the elder struck the hammer, signaling the official commencement of the auction. As the blue-robed elder announced the starting price, a wave of murmurs swept through the assembly. The attendees regarded the black stone on the table with peculiar expressions, falling into a contemplative silence. Although most cultivators were not short of 5,000 mid-quality spirit crystals, the uncertainty surrounding the stone made them hesitate. No one wished to part with their crystals only to acquire something of little value. For a moment, the auction hall was enveloped in an unusual stillness. A full 20 breaths passed without a single bid. Shen Qi fixed his gaze upon the black stone, scrutinizing it intently. He felt a stirring desire to place a bid, yet he could discern no secrets within the stone. In his predicament, he turned to Wen Tianji and asked, Brother Tianji, can you discern what treasure this black stone truly is? Wen Tianji nodded affirmatively, saying, of course. Shen Qi was taken aback, exclaiming, Brother Tianji, do you truly recognize this item? Wen Tianji smiled and replied, indeed. Not only do I recognize it, but I also possess a similar black stone in my storage ring. Shen Qi was once again astonished, his gaze fixed upon Wen Tianji with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, asking, Brother Tianji, surely you are not jesting with me? With a mysterious smile, the enigmatic figure known as Wen Tianji remarked, Brother Shen, do you find it hard to believe? In truth, this black stone is the 5-color divine stone. Shen Qi, puzzled, inquired, what exactly is that? Wen Tianji chuckled softly, explaining, this stone originally did not possess a black hue. Rather, it radiated with the brilliance of 5 colors. Smooth to the touch, the piece of 5-color divine stone on the table appears black and uneven because its spiritual essence has yet to be awakened. Shen Qi eagerly asked, do you know how to activate the spiritual essence of the 5-color divine stone, Wen Tianji? With a light laugh, Wen Tianji replied, of course. Not only that, but I also comprehend the true purpose of the 5-color divine stone. In the realm of Zhongzhou, it is not regarded as a particularly rare item, though its formation conditions are quite stringent, rendering it exceedingly scarce within the cultivation world. The sole function of the 5-color divine stone is to aid cultivators in crafting their avatars. Shen Qi, enlightened, remarked, I see. Wen Tianji, is this 5-color divine stone truly worth 5,000 mid-grade spirit crystals? Wen Tianji shook his head, saying, if you intend to cultivate an avatar, then it holds value. Otherwise, it is not worth the price. Are you interested in this stone, Brother Shen? Shen Qi nodded, confessing, I must admit, I was somewhat intrigued by this stone from the very beginning. The bidding price is acceptable to me, and it seems that other cultivators are reluctant to raise their bids. Wen Tianji laughed heartily, encouraging, then by all means, Brother Shen, secure this item. I shall teach you how to create an avatar when time permits. With Wen Tianji's guidance in mind, Shen Qi felt no further hesitation. Stepping out of the secluded chamber, he called out, 6,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. His shout immediately drew the attention of the gathered crowd. The elderly man in blue robes appeared elated, having initially thought that the black stone would go unsold. Unexpectedly, as the bidding neared its conclusion, Shen Qi, the impulsive newcomer, had emerged to call out a bid. The elder beamed with delight, exclaiming, excellent. This esteemed friend has bid 6,000. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? If not, I shall bring down the gavel. The blue-robed elder raised his hammer, scanning the room, eager to conclude the auction. Noticing no one responding, he proceeded with his customary call. 6,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, once. 6,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, twice. Just as he was about to announce the final call, a deep voice emerged from a corner of the secluded chamber, proclaiming, I bid 7,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Shen Qi was taken aback, turning his gaze toward the corner, his eyes flashing with cold light. The bidder was none other than the elegantly dressed female cultivator who had previously contended with Shen Qi for the inner Dan. Clearly, she held little genuine interest in the stone. Her intent was merely to irritate Shen Qi by raising the price upon his bidding. meeting Shen Qi's gaze. The female cultivator raised an eyebrow in a display of triumph, her provocation unmistakable. Shen Qi furrowed his brow, internally dismissing the need to engage with her. As Shen Qi withdrew his gaze, he once again called out, 8,000. No sooner had his voice faded than the woman in imperial attire responded without hesitation, exclaiming, 9,000. Shen Qi's eyes narrowed with a chilling glint, an almost imperceptible aura of menace emanating from him as he fixed his cold stare upon the woman. Undeterred, she smiled enigmatically, seemingly unfazed by his intensity. The cultivators present could sense the tension in the air, as Shen Qi struggled to contain his fury, and the atmosphere thickened with an unspoken hostility. The elderly man in blue robes regarded Shen Qi with a jovial smile, remarking, "My friend, that esteemed individual has bid 9,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Will you raise your offer?" After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qi slowly declared, 12,000. The woman in imperial garb scoffed, immediately countering with, 15,000. She cast a look of disdain at Shen Qi, her silent derision only serving to amplify the brightness of her smile. Shen Qi responded with a cold chuckle, tauntingly saying, "Since you are so keen to elevate the stakes, I shall refrain from contesting your desires. Congratulations on securing this treasure. Do take care of it, lest it be lost." With that, he turned away from her, opting not to raise his bid further, and retreated to the secluded chamber. The woman's expression faltered, her countenance darkening in an instant. Her intention had never been to acquire the black stone. She had merely sought to provoke Shen Qi. Confident in his determination to possess the stone, she had naively believed he would continue to bid. To her astonishment, Shen Qi had relinquished his pursuit, leaving her with an inexplicable and valueless stone for which she had expended 15,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. The realization of having shot herself in the foot ignited a deeper fury within her. Within the chamber, when Tianji observed Shen Qi's sullen demeanor and could not suppress a knowing smile, teasingly stating, "Brother Shen, I must admit, I did not foresee you relinquishing your bid. Given your earlier fervor, I expected you to contest that woman to the bitter end." Shen Qi scoffed, retorting, "If she insists on helping me conserve my spirit crystals, I am more than willing to oblige. Let her safeguard that 5-colored divine stone for now. I shall retrieve it once the auction concludes." When Tianji chuckled lightly, refraining from further comment. Soon, the auction progressed into its final countdown. Only 2 coveted treasures remained unauctioned, the Transcendence Spirit Pill and the Transcendence Divine Pill, the ultimate goals for the assembled cultivators. As the 2 storage boxes were brought forth to the auction table, every cultivator's eyes widened, breaths quickening, their gazes alight with fervor. Even Shen Qi felt his heart racing in anticipation. Observing the crowd's rapturous response, the elderly man in blue robes wore a satisfied smile, clearing his throat as he enticingly announced, "What we have next are the Pi de Assistance, 2 extraordinary treasures. I believe you all know what lies within these storage boxes. Indeed, the box to my left contains 4 Transcendence Spirit Pills, while the box to my right holds 2 Transcendence Divine Pills." The elder carefully opened the storage boxes, revealing 2 small vials, presenting them to the eager audience. The elderly man in the blue robe chuckled softly and addressed his companions, "Esteemed friends, these 2 bottles of elixirs have remained unopened since their acquisition by our esteemed establishment, stored within the apothecary chamber of our trading guild. To this day, they have never been disturbed. The vials are secured with seals laid down by the alchemist. As you can all clearly see, the cultivators of the 3rd tier wasted no time. The immense power of their divine consciousness swept over the bottles in the elder's hands. Once they had conducted their examination, satisfied smiles adorned their faces. The blue-robed elder gingerly placed the vials back into the storage box and continued at a measured pace. "Esteemed friends, the Transmutation Elixir and the Spirit Transcendence Elixir are both exceptional quality. Particularly, the Spirit Transcendence Elixir can only be concocted by an 8th-tier alchemist from the Central Continent. The effects and value of the Spirit Transcendence Elixir are well known to you all, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. What I must convey is that the rules of this auction require some modification. All who wish to bid on the elixirs must do so using Spirit Jade." Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the entire 3rd level of the pavilion fell into a hushed silence. The cultivators of the 3rd tier displayed no change in expression, as if this rule was entirely anticipated. However, the majority of those in the 2nd tier, who were in the god transformation stage, could not suppress their frowns. Their heads bowed in contemplation. Clearly, these cultivators had not been privy to this information beforehand. In contrast, the faces of the Yuan-ing cultivators on the 3rd tier turned pale, each one letting out a low sigh, their expressions tinged with reluctance. When Shen Qi heard the mention of Spirit Jade, his hopes were utterly dashed. He shifted his gaze to Wen Tianji, only to see him smiling serenely, exuding an air of confidence. Shen Qi, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Brother Tianji, you seem to be quite assured of victory. Do you happen to have spirit jade prepared? Wen Tianji let out a hearty laugh, replying, Of course. I possess over 100 pieces of spirit jade in my storage ring. While I cannot guarantee securing the spirit transcendence elixir, competing for those 4 transmutation elixirs should pose no significant challenge. Shen Qi was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. Brother Tianji, what manner of being are you? To have amassed 100 pieces of spirit jade, surely the sects of Jun Tianzhou are exceedingly affluent. Has your master bestowed upon you all the resources and wealth of the Tianji Peak? When Tianji winked with pride, remaining silent and smiling. Soon after, the blue-robed elder struck his hammer, announcing the bidding prices. Esteemed friends, the starting bid for the transmutation elixir is 10 pieces of spirit jade, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 2 pieces. For the spirit transcendence elixir, the starting bid is 20 pieces of spirit jade, with increments of no less than 3 pieces. I must emphasize that should any cultivator possess a substantial amount of spirit jade, they may apply to purchase both elixirs outright. The buyout price is 500 pieces of spirit jade. At this, the assembled cultivators were taken aback. The Yuaning cultivators on the first tier could not help but gasp in astonishment. The elder chuckled and added, Those wishing to buy out must first undergo asset verification through our guild staff. Upon successful validation, the auction will be halted. Now, I shall confirm once more. Does any esteemed friend wish to apply for a buyout? Silence enveloped the room as the cultivators exchanged glances, each one at a loss for words. After a brief moment of silence, the elder smiled and said, Very well, since no fellow cultivator has applied to purchase outright, the auction shall continue. The first item for bidding is the Transcendent Spirit Pill. I invite all esteemed cultivators to begin their offers. No sooner had the elder's words faded than the first bid emerged from Wen Tianji, 15 spirit jades. I offer 18 spirit jades. I bid 20 spirit jades. In an instant, the bidding voices surged and echoed, creating a cacophony. In a matter of moments, the price of the Transcendent Spirit Pill soared to 80 spirit jades. Wen Tianji furrowed his brows, biting his lip as he declared, 90 spirit jades. However, his storage ring held merely 115 spirit jades. Each increment was becoming increasingly burdensome for him. Sadly, the other cultivators were indifferent to his dwindling supply. As soon as Wen Tianji made his bid, a late-stage transformation cultivator erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I bid 100 spirit jades. Wen Tianji's countenance darkened as he countered, 105 spirit jades. The late-stage cultivator remained unyielding, laughing boisterously as he raised the bid to 111 spirit jades. Wen Tianji was nearly apoplectic, casting a scathing glance at the late-stage cultivator while preparing to make another offer. Noticing his grim expression, Shen Qi surmised that Wen Tianji's spirit jades were nearing their limit. He promptly tugged at Wen Tianji's sleeve and suggested, perhaps it would be wise to concede. It appears that this late-stage cultivator is determined to see this through. We could let him have the Transcendent Spirit Pill for now and reclaim it once the auction concludes. With a resigned sigh, Wen Tianji acquiesced. Ultimately, the Transcendent Spirit Pill was successfully acquired by the late-stage cultivator for the price of 111 spirit jades. Next came the bidding for the Transcendent Spirit Pill, which was marked by a fervor far exceeding that of the preceding item. During the previous auction, the transformation cultivators had remained silent, merely observing the spectacle. Yet, when the bidding for the Transcendent Spirit Pill commenced, the 10 or so transformation cultivators on the third level seemed to go wild, fervently shouting their bids. I bid 35 spirit jades. I offer 50. I bid 70. These transformation cultivators offered no time for others to consider, raising the stakes with reckless abandon. Within just 10 breaths, the price of the Transcendent Spirit Pill skyrocketed to over 100. Such a scene left Shen Qi utterly astonished. Moments later, a late-stage transformation cultivator boldly announced a staggering bid of 330 spirit jades. This price decisively extinguished the hopes of the other 2 transformation cultivators who had been struggling to keep up. As the elder's hammer struck down for the third time, the late-stage cultivator erupted into laughter, carelessly retrieving 330 spirit jades from his storage ring and tossing them to the elder, before effortlessly grasping the Transcendent Spirit Pill from the air. The elder in the blue robe let out a bitter smile, silently counting the number of spiritual jade pieces, refraining from displaying any hint of dissatisfaction. After securely stowing the spiritual jades, he smiled and addressed the gathered friends. Esteemed companions, the auction concludes here today. Should you wish to indulge further, our host has prepared a pot of exquisite spiritual tea for your enjoyment before you depart. However, if any of you have pressing matters to attend to, please feel free to leave at your convenience. As his words faded, a shimmering ripple manifested at the passage of the pavilion, revealing the exit. Just as the elder finished speaking, several figures swiftly emerged from the secret chamber, racing towards the exit. Among these hurried silhouettes, Shen Qi distinctly recognized the figure of the palace-clad female cultivator, as well as the late-stage transformation cultivator who had successfully bid on the transcendence pill. Shen Qi rose, brushed off his sleeves, and remarked with a smile, "Brother Wenji, it is time for us to attend to our serious business." Without waiting for a response from Wenji, Shen Qi's figure swiftly transformed and dashed in pursuit of the palace-clad female cultivator. Wenji shook his head with a wry smile, employing the technique of shrinking the distance to chase after the late-stage transformation cultivator. Outside the entrance of the Songbing Pavilion, Shen Qi stepped forward and immediately vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself outside the city of Wanbao. Shen Qi scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense and vanished once more, only to re-emerge at the riverbank, 1,000 miles away. At that moment, the palace-clad female cultivator stood with her hands clasped behind her back near the riverbank, accompanied by a maid who held a flower umbrella. The female cultivator appeared composed, exuding an aura devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. As Shen Qi materialized, her gaze flickered with a hint of brilliance, and a cold smile graced her lips. "Arrogant little brat, you have finally arrived." Shen Qi replied with a semblance of a smile. "I had thought you were my prey. It seems you have waited for me here, treating me as your quarry as well." The female cultivator smirked disdainfully. "It appears you are not as foolish as I presumed." Shen Qi, uninterested in further banter, summoned the dragon-embracing sword with a flash of golden light from his palm. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Hand over that black stone, or face death." The female cultivator laughed mockingly. "Ignorant boy, how dare you be so audacious? I was contemplating sparing your life, but now I have changed my mind. I shall take both the Xian bird's inner core and your pitiful life." Shen Qi scoffed, "You talk too much." With a swift motion of his sword, a fierce blade of sword energy surged forth. Seeing the terrifying sword energy rushing towards her, the female cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. She reached out her right hand to grasp at the air, causing the flower umbrella in the maid's hands to fly into her grasp. With a swift flick, she opened the umbrella and spun it violently. The umbrella emanated a series of spiritual barriers, infused with vibrant colors reminiscent of glazed glass. Shen Qi's sword energy struck heavily against the barriers of the flower umbrella, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The spiritual barrier shattered, and the surface of the floral umbrella was marred by a myriad of intricate cracks. After a brief span of 10 breaths, the umbrella completely fractured, its vibrant colors dissipating, and its spirit extinguished. The elegantly adorned female cultivator staggered back several paces as if struck by an immense force. In an instant, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, only returning to normal moments later. As the sword Qi breached her defenses, its residual might surged toward both the adorned cultivator and her maid. In the face of imminent peril, the cultivator forcefully invoked her teleportation technique, narrowly evading the lethal sword Qi. However, her maid was not so fortunate. With a resounding thud, the sword Qi unceremoniously struck the maid's heart. Blood sprayed forth as she collapsed to the ground, breathless and lifeless. Witnessing her maid's tragic demise, the cultivator let out a heart-wrenching scream. "You heir?" Her eyes glowed with a vengeful light, fixating fiercely on Shen Qi. Shen Qi, wielding his sword, scoffed disdainfully, uttering coldly, "Overestimating oneself." The cultivator clenched her silver teeth, suddenly unleashing a cascade of silvery light. In an instant, an endless expanse of shimmering silver rained down upon Shen Qi. He responded with a chilling smile, retorting, "A mere trifling skill." With another deft movement of his sword, he conjured a brilliant golden sword Qi that swiftly devoured the silvery brilliance. Then, in a flash, struck the cultivator. Once again, a resounding thud echoed as the adorned cultivator's form disintegrated, scattering like dust. Shen Qi reached out with his left hand, and the cultivator's storage ring flew effortlessly into his palm. Retrieving his Qingtian sword, he extended his consciousness to sweep the area before pivoting toward the direction of Wanyangji. Teleporting away. Chapter 74. Murder and pill theft. North of Wanbao City, a vast expanse of yellow sand surged chaotically. Within this sandy tempest, streams of sword light raged, emanating a chilling and ominous glow. The fierce clash between Wentiangji and a late-stage transformation cultivator had escalated to a shocking intensity, with each party unleashing an array of deadly techniques. The late-stage cultivator, who had secured the transformation pill, even resorted to soul attacks, willing to gamble his life. Undeterred, Wentiangji countered by releasing his own soul power, engaging in a battle of wills. Although Wentiangji was merely at the initial stage of transformation, his soul was remarkably robust, rivaling that of the late-stage cultivator. The two were evenly matched, with no clear victor emerging in the short term. Amidst the swirling sands, two lifeless bodies lay partially obscured, a faint scent of blood hanging in the air. The depletion of their soul power escalated rapidly. Should this contest continue, even if Wentiangji emerged victorious, he would sustain significant injuries. Yet, for the sake of the transformation pill, both were willing to risk severe repercussions. After all, 4 transformation pills represented a monumental opportunity for Wenyi, signifying the potential to ascend 2 minor realms and directly break through to the late stage of transformation. Wenyi had no reason to relent, and the late-stage cultivator had even less motive to withdraw. Both parties unleashed their soul powers without reservation, their energies surging forth in a fierce contest. The respective powers of their souls reached an apex, with each collision causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The ground was engulfed in swirling yellow sand, dancing wildly. After 100 exchanges, Wenyi held a slight advantage. His heavenly insight technique had ascended to the 4th level, and with the substantial augmentation from the surrounding spiritual energy, his power was truly formidable. Even though his opponent had attained the late stage of the transformation of spirits, he still dared not confront Wenyi head-on. Should his soul sea be struck by Wenyi's spiritual force, it would suffer catastrophic damage in an instant. Of course, that late-stage practitioner also possessed remarkable abilities. The thunderclap seal that materialized before him was equally imposing. The fierce seal unleashed by the thunderclap was as swift as a dragon. It spun relentlessly in his hands, thunderous sounds reverberating through the heavens. The seal's intricate and capricious forms were enigmatic and unpredictable. Wenyi felt somewhat stifled, experiencing a sense of impotence, as if he possessed immense power, yet could not unleash it. Despite his advantage, he pressed his opponent, unable to inflict genuine harm. In the next moment, Shen Qi, who had been observing from a distance for quite some time, could no longer contain himself and made his presence known. He instantly appeared beside Wenyi, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Brother Tianji, your prowess seems lacking. After all this time, you have yet to subdue this person. Would you like my assistance?" Wenyi glanced at him disdainfully, replying, "Do not be hasty, Brother Shen. Just watch. Within 10 moves, I shall slay him." Upon hearing this, the late-stage practitioner, Yu Jingming, coldly retorted, "Arrogant. A mere early-stage transformation of spirits dares to speak so boldly before me." Wenyi sneered, saying, "Yu Jingming, your aide has just been defeated by me. Now that my companion has arrived, it seems your demise is imminent." Yu Jingming scoffed derisively. "Wenyi, do you truly believe a mere nascent infant can kill me? Your words are laughable." Wenyi continued to smirk, gazing at Yu Jingming as one would regard a corpse. Shen Qi crossed his arms, his smile widening. Yu Jingming ceased his banter, raising his right hand to the void, causing the thunderclap seal to swell to over 100 feet. From the seal, another fierce spell imprint shot forth. The imprint howled with the wind, transforming into a towering peak, hurtling directly towards Wenyi with immense force. However, just as this phantom peak was about to descend, it abruptly transformed. The phantom peak faded, coalescing into a searing azure demonic flame, the fire striking towards Wenyi's dantian like a venomous serpent. Wenyi raised his hand, the spiritual energy within him surging. With a violent tremor, he repelled the azure demonic flame. As the flames dissipated, both Wenyi and Yu Jingming retreated 3 steps simultaneously. Yu Jingming's peculiar attack was effortlessly neutralized by Wenyi, and a flicker of apprehension crossed Yu Jingming's eyes. Wenyi coldly laughed, "Yu Jingming, is this truly the extent of your abilities? If so, you might as well surrender the Transcendence Pill. Such a treasure in your possession cannot be preserved." Yu Jingming's expression darkened as he angrily exclaimed, "You are but a fool, lost in your daydreams." Wenyi let out a derisive laugh and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a rift in space materialized before them. With another gesture, Wenyi sent forth a stream of pure spiritual energy, which rushed into the fissure. Instantly, a cataclysmic aura of heavenly thunder emanated from it. Following this, bolts of lightning surged forth from the chasm, slicing through the sky and vanishing into the void. Wenyi slowly raised his right hand, coldly stating, "Yu Jingming, I shall ask you one final time. Will you surrender the transmutation pill or not?" With an even colder demeanor, Yu Jingming retorted sharply, "You insolent wretch. How dare you covet my transmutation pill when death is so near?" Preposterous. As a late-stage transformation cultivator, he found himself threatened by a mere early-stage practitioner, which only fueled his inner turmoil and fury. At that moment, Shen Qi interjected, "Brother Tianji, do not waste any more words with him. Someone is approaching." A powerful wave of spiritual energy rippled through the void. Upon hearing this, Wenyi extended his consciousness, acutely sensing the changes in the atmosphere. The next instant, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Seeing this, Shen Qi inquired, "Is the approaching individual formidable?" Wenyi nodded, replying, "The energy is surging, dispersing the compressed air around it. This is a technique only those in the divine refinement realm can wield, the great teleportation." Shen Qi paused in surprise, asking, "Do you know how far away they are?" Wenyi's expression turned grim. That person is currently over 10,000 miles away. However, in the eyes of a divine refinement cultivator, this distance can be traversed in a mere 10 breaths. The great teleportation can cover 1,000 miles in an instant. Shen Qi chuckled lightly. Then let us not squander time. Let us swiftly deal with this individual. No sooner had Shen Qi finished speaking than the 7 kills sword array emerged from his spiritual sea, instantly conjuring a 100-foot sword formation that ensnared Yu Jingming with its ferocious sword intent. Following this, Shen Qi swung the Qinglong's sword in his hand, unleashing a golden sword energy that hurtled towards Yu Jingming with great ferocity. Yu Jingming's face twisted with disdain as he shouted, "You, a mere nascent soul junior, do not know your own mortality." He clapped his palm once more, summoning the Zhentian seal, which roared like a dragon, releasing a barrage of law seals radiating a deep azure light. Boom! The terrifying sword energy collided with the phantom of the law seal, resulting in a thunderous explosion akin to a thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, the law seal was shattered by the sword energy, which continued its relentless path toward the Zhentian seal. Crack! The Zhentian seal crumbled as easily as an egg dropped to the ground. Puff! Yu Jingming spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in horror at Shen Qi, disbelief etched across his features. The Zhentian seal was his life-bound artifact, refined with his own blood and spirit. Its destruction not only harmed the artifact, but also inflicted a grievous wound upon his very essence. In utter shock, Yu Jingming gasped. What kind of treasure is this? Shen Qi coldly smiled, showing no intention of engaging with him. With a swift motion of the sword in his hand, he unleashed another wave of golden sword energy. Halt! Spare the life beneath the sword. A commanding voice reverberated through the void. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Shen Qi's Qingtong sword showed no sign of hesitation, its fierce energy flashing like a shooting star, instantly piercing through Yu Jingming's dantian. Bang! Yu Jingming's form exploded, obliterating both body and spirit. In the void, a storage ring floated serenely. Shen Qi reached out, and the ring flew into his palm. It was only then that Shen Qi slowly lifted his gaze toward the spatial rift in midair. Chapter 75. Slaying in the late stage of God refinement. From the spatial rift, a figure stepped forth. Shen Qi glanced and recognized the newcomer as a middle-aged man with fiery red hair. Dressed in a deep crimson robe, he radiated a faint red glow. Shen Qi was not unfamiliar with this red-haired man, for he was the cultivator in the late stage of God refinement who had successfully bid for the transcendence pill at the auction. Upon seeing the red-haired man appear, both Shen Qi and Wentianji retreated over 10 paces, bowing in unison. Junior Shen Qi pays respects to the senior. Junior Wentianji pays respects to the senior. The red-haired man exuded an aura of authority, his pressure from the God refinement realm intentionally or unintentionally bearing down on Shen Qi. Unfazed, Shen Qi maintained eye contact with the red-haired man, his long hair swaying without wind. The man scrutinized Shen Qi intently, and after a prolonged silence, he scoffed. Junior, did I not command you to cease? Did you not hear me? Shen Qi chuckled lightly, unabashedly responding. In regard to the senior's words, Junior indeed heard you. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed, and he bellowed, if so, why did you dare to proceed with killing? Junior, do you truly disregard me? With a hint of amusement, Shen Qi retorted, Senior, please temper your anger. I acted too swiftly just now, and in an instant, I had no time to withdraw my sword. The red-haired man's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with cold light as he menaced. Junior, you possess audacity. It has been long since I encountered an ant like you. You are the first Yuaning cultivator to speak to me in such a manner. Shen Qi smiled enigmatically, stating, I have already slain the man. What can you do to me, senior? The red-haired man's demeanor turned frigid, and he growled, Ant, seek death. As soon as he finished speaking, both Shen Qi and Wentianji felt a blur before their eyes. When they could see again, they found themselves engulfed in an endless sea of flames. The red-haired man's figure materialized before them, mere feet away. With a cold smirk, he declared, This is my refinement domain, the blazing heaven fire domain. Junior, quickly hand over the transcendence pill, or I shall let you experience the torment of the heavenly fire devouring soul. Shen Qi remained unperturbed, replying with a sardonic smile. Old fool, you have finally revealed your intentions. The red-haired man scoffed, declaring, Junior, surrender the spirit pill within 10 breaths. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. Shen Qi extended his hand, invoking the Qingtian sword. He turned to Wen Tianji, smiling, Brother Tianji, how do you wish to proceed? Wen Tianji chuckled softly, responding, Your decision, Brother Shen, shall be my own. Shen Qi laughed heartily, stating, Brother Tianji, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities. The refining spirit realm is hardly formidable. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man sneered, his gaze falling upon the sword in Shen Qi's hand. His expression shifted, and he abruptly inquired, Junior, How did the Qingtian sword come to be in your possession? Shen Qi glanced at him, a smirk gracing his lips. Old fellow. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. What is so surprising about the Qingtian sword being in my hands? The red-haired man pressed. What relation do you have with Sword Wushuang? Shen Qi smiled, replying, the esteemed sect master is indeed my mentor. I am a direct disciple of Sword Wushuang. Tell me, are you, old man, now feeling apprehensive? The red-haired man fell silent. After a brief moment, he coldly huffed, ignorant child, for Sword Wushuang's sake, hand over the spirit pill, and I shall spare your lives today. Shen Qi turned to Wen Tianji, laughing, Brother Tianji, if I am not mistaken. The sect master must have given him quite the thrashing. It seems this old fellow is genuinely afraid of the sect master. Wen Tianji joined in the laughter, a mocking expression on his face. The red-haired man's demeanor darkened, his fury palpable. Ant-like Junior, how dare you insult me? Perish. A fire dragon surged into the sky, hurtling towards Shen Qi and Wen Tianji. In that moment, both of them found their spiritual energy inexplicably sealed by the laws of the refining domain, rendering them immobile. The fire dragon charged with ferocity, crashing into them. With a splatter of blood, they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The red-haired man seemed to toy with them, not unleashing the full force of the laws. The fire dragon he had conjured was merely a flicker of the refining domain's power. A casual strike nearly obliterated their Dantian's spiritual sea. Indeed, as Wen Tianji had stated, the disparity in strength between the two parties was insurmountable, leaving them without any means of resistance. The red-haired man sneered. Now do you understand the vast chasm that separates us? To use Sword Wushuang to intimidate me, you ants are hardly worthy. While Sword Wushuang may surpass me, you two insignificant creatures do not. Shen Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he fixed his gaze on the red-haired man. The contempt on the red-haired man's face deepened, dismissively stating, even if I were to kill you, what could Sword Wushuang do? In the eastern wilderness, Sword Wushuang cannot cover the heavens with one hand. My patience is limited. I shall say this once more, surrender the spirit pill. Shen Qi gradually rose, closing his eyes. In the next moment, an endless golden radiance emanated from Shen Qi, saturating the entire refining domain. The vast sea of flames was instantly enveloped by the golden light, dissipating into nothingness. Before the crimson-haired man could react, Shen Qi suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing another beam of golden light. In the blink of an eye, this golden radiance penetrated into the man's spiritual sea. The crimson-haired man shuddered, his expression betraying panic. At that moment, his spiritual sea inexplicably drained, and the energy within him vanished entirely. Without the support of spiritual power, his refining domain began to show signs of collapse. Simultaneously, the Qingtian sword flew back into Shen Qi's grasp. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a cascade of golden sword energy, akin to flowing light, directly striking at the man's Dantian. A thunderous explosion erupted as the scene before Shen Qi transformed once more. The crimson-haired man's refining domain was cleaved apart by the sword, shattering completely. The sea of flames faded, revealing the vast yellow sands anew. With a splutter, the crimson-haired man coughed up a mouthful of blood, a gaping hole, the size of a fist, piercing through his chest and back. A formidable cultivator in the late stage of the spirit refinement realm had been reduced to a mere shell by Shen Qi's sword strike, forever rendered incapacitated. Wen Tianji stared at Shen Qi in a daze, utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle before him, his heart trembling with disbelief. After a long pause, he stammered, Brother Shen, what? What is this? At a loss for words, Wen Tianji struggled to articulate his astonishment. Shen Qi chuckled lightly, saying, It seems, Brother Tianji, that your method of divination is not as omniscient as you believed. With a wry smile, Wen Tianji found himself at a loss for how to respond. Shen Qi, with an enigmatic smile, continued, Now, Brother Tianji understands why I possess such confidence, does he not? That golden light just now was the true power left within me by a senior. Alas, my current strength is too feeble to wield it autonomously. Otherwise, even facing a formidable opponent in the Void Realm, I would not falter. Such audacious words from Shen Qi left Wen Tianji utterly speechless. Shen Qi turned, sweeping his sword once more. As the sword light passed, the crimson-haired man's form erupted, vanishing into thin air. Shen Qi reached into the air, and a storage ring flew into his hand. After reclaiming the ring, he cast his gaze towards the distant void, coldly declaring, You, who have been watching for so long, please reveal yourself. Chapter 76. Dare to move him, and I shall slay you suddenly. Another rift in space opened within the void, accompanied by a surge of potent spiritual energy, as a streak of light darted into the fissure. Shen Qi sneered, slowly exhaling. Stop. In an instant, a beam of golden light shot from his eyes, like lightning, piercing into the spatial rift. In the next moment, the rift began to close and dissipate. The golden light ensnared a figure, swiftly forcing its way out of the closing rift. Shen Qi scoffed. Even someone in the late stage of spirit refinement cannot escape this golden light. Do you, with your mere mid-stage cultivation, think to flee? How utterly ignorant and laughable. With a swift motion of his right hand, Shen Qi grasped the void, and his figure was drawn towards him, clenching his palm. Shen Qi instantly secured a grip around the neck of this figure. The individual gasped for breath, struggling helplessly. When Tianji focused intently, and upon recognizing the visage before him, he could not suppress a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, what a delightful coincidence. This person is none other than the mid-stage refining spirit practitioner who acquired the Ruamu seed at the auction. Fortune has smiled upon us today." Shen Qi sneered, remarking, "He fancies himself a cunning bird, yet in truth, he is merely a mantis." The mid-stage refining spirit practitioner's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his struggles waning. Battling against suffocation, he exclaimed in terror, "Who on earth are you? You cannot possibly be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Such power is beyond that of a nascent soul cultivator." Shen Qi continued to chuckle coldly, his gaze fixed on the man with an unsettling calmness akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. This man was Tan Baichuan, the esteemed elder of Fengyumen from Juntian Prefecture. After the auction concluded, as the cultivators departed from Wanbao City, Tan Baichuan had immediately set his sights on a certain practitioner, the one who had purchased the transmutation pill. Silently, he trailed behind the individual, planning to find a secluded spot to eliminate him and seize the treasure. However, he did not anticipate that when Tianji would act first, engaging in combat with the practitioner. Witnessing the unfolding scene filled Tan Baichuan with delight. Confident in his superior cultivation level, he watched from the shadows, waiting for both to weaken each other before he would reveal himself to dispatch them and claim the transmutation pill. Alas, despite his meticulous planning, fate had other designs. Shen Qi emerged and swiftly dispatched the mid-stage practitioner before Tan Baichuan could react. What had initially seemed to be within Tan Baichuan's control quickly spiraled out of his grasp. Just as he prepared to step forward to collect his prize, the allure of the transmutation pill attracted yet another mid-stage refining spirit practitioner. Tan Baichuan, being of a timid disposition, dared not reveal himself upon witnessing the arrival of the new competitor. He then bore witness to the mid-stage refining spirit practitioner being slain by Shen Qi, a mere initial stage nascent soul cultivator, with a single stroke of his sword. At that moment, terror consumed Tan Baichuan. As a mid-stage refining spirit powerhouse, he sensed the chilling breath of death. Forgetting all about the transmutation pill, he sought to tear open a rift in space, using his teleportation technique to escape. Regrettably, before he could activate his divine ability, Shen Qi's spiritual sense detected his hiding spot, and he was yanked from the void. Overwhelmed with fear, Tan Baichuan trembled uncontrollably. The image of Shen Qi effortlessly dispatching the red-haired man replayed mercilessly in his mind. At that moment, he was convinced that Shen Qi could not possibly be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect who had reached the nascent soul stage. He pondered in dread, concluding that this youth must have been reincarnated through the supreme secret arts of a powerful being. Only such an explanation could account for how Shen Qi, with merely initial stage nascent soul cultivation, could effortlessly slay a mid-stage refining spirit practitioner. Tan Baichuan recalled the golden light that had just shot towards him. Upon entering his body, it instantly sealed away his spiritual power, leaving him utterly unable to muster even the faintest thought of resistance against such a bizarre and overwhelming force. Confronted with Shen Qi's icy gaze, Tan Baichuan's heart sank deeper into fear. Struggling to muster his final breath, he pleaded, "Senior, spare me. I am willing to offer 1/3 of my life essence and acknowledge you as my master." Shen Qi sneered, declaring, "You are far too weak to be worthy of being my servant." With that, he tightened his palm, unleashing another beam of golden light. In the blink of an eye, Tan Baichuan's figure dissipated into mist. As the golden light faded, a storage ring materialized in Shen Qi's hand. After eliminating Tan Baichuan, Shen Qi turned his gaze towards Wen Tianji, expressing concern, "Brother Tianji, how is your injury?" Wen Tianji shook his head and smiled. "It is merely a slight impact to my spiritual sea, resulting in a minor crack in the sea of spirit. It is not a serious issue. With 3 to 5 days of rest, I shall fully recover." Shen Qi nodded. "In that case, we must depart immediately and return to the Heavenly Sword sect. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stay. If I am not mistaken, there are likely many people converging towards us." Just as the two were about to take flight, an inexplicable tremor resonated through the void. The disturbance rippled like water, forming an invisible net of energy. Everything within this net began to constrict, swiftly shrinking to a size of 10 zhong, enveloping Shen Qi and Wen Tianji. Shen Qi's expression changed abruptly as he realized that his spiritual power was inexplicably sealed, rendering him immobile. He glanced at Wen Tianji, whose face also darkened as he stared into the void ahead, murmuring, "The void has been transformed." This is the power of the profound mysteries. A jolt of fear coursed through Shen Qi's heart. The power of profound mysteries could only be wielded by the adept practitioners of the Void Realms. This meant that he and Wen Tianji were currently trapped by a formidable entity of the Void Realm. What unsettled Shen Qi further was his secret attempt to summon the power left within him by the Firefly Elder. Strangely, that power seemed to be sealed as well, and even the golden light within him had vanished without a trace. Wen Tianji turned to Shen Qi, curiosity etched on his face. Brother Shen, can the power of the Elder within you break through the profound mystery space of this Void Realm Master? Shen Qi forced a smile. I cannot control this power. It appears we are doomed. At that moment, another rift in space appeared, and an elderly man with white hair emerged gracefully from it. Following him was a fully realized practitioner of the transformation realm. As Shen Qi and Wen Tianji scrutinized the scene, their expressions shifted dramatically. The fully realized practitioner behind the elderly man was none other than Wanfu, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Wanfu observed their changing countenance with keen interest, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth as he fixated his gaze upon them. The elderly man with white hair stepped forward, his form instantaneously transforming to stand before Wen Tianji. Without glancing back, he coldly inquired, "Is this the one known as Wen Tianji?" Behind him, Wanfu hurriedly bowed in respect and replied, "Yes, esteemed elder. This scoundrel has disregarded my Wanbao Merchant Association and has cruelly slain my disciples, Wan Shun and Wan Shou." The white-haired elder cast a sweeping glance at Shen Qi and further questioned, "And who might this young one be?" Wanfu respectfully responded, "Esteemed elder, this individual, like Wen Tianji, is also a disciple of the Sword Sect. Moreover, he is the recently accepted direct disciple of Jian Wushuang." The elder raised his brows in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, a disciple of Jian Wushuang?" Wanfu nodded affirmatively, stating, "Esteemed elder, I have also heard that Jian Wushuang intends for this young one to participate in the upcoming 9 provinces grand competition." The elder chuckled lightly, saying, "This lad is still quite young, with mere initial stage yuan in cultivation, yet he managed to slay a late-stage refining spirit cultivator with a single strike. It appears that this young man harbors many secrets." A glint of excitement flashed in Wanfu's eyes as he eagerly suggested, "Esteemed elder, why not capture him and employ the soul-searching technique to uncover the truth?" The elder shook his head, replying, "Since Jian Wushuang holds this young man in such high regard, it is likely that he has implanted a trace of his divine consciousness within him. The soul-searching technique would surely alert Jian Wushuang." Wanfu frowned, unwilling to concede. "Esteemed elder, what then shall we do?" The elder sneered, "Consider this. Wanfu, if I were to directly kill this young man, would it not serve to vex Jian Wushuang?" Wanfu grinned ominously, saying, "You speak wisely, esteemed elder. This lad possesses extraordinary talent. Should you be able to slay him, Jian Wushuang will likely be enraged to the point of bloodshed." Upon hearing Wanfu's words, the elder chuckled as well. His gaze swept back to Shen Qi, and with an inexplicable demeanor, he declared, "Young one, prepare to meet your end." With that, the elder raised his right palm, grasping at the void. From the emptiness, formless blades of spiritual energy materialized, slowly drifting toward Shen Qi and his companion. Just as the ethereal blades were about to pierce through Shen Qi's form, a resounding voice echoed from the void, "Wan Rohai, should you dare to harm him, I shall strike you down." Hearing this, the elder's expression stiffened, his actions halted, and his face fluctuated as he stared into the emptiness before him. Chapter 77. The overbearing Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from a rift in space, halting before the white-haired elder. It was none other than Jian Wushuang, the leader of the Sword Sect. With a sword materializing in his hand, he brandished the blade, pointing it directly at the elder. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang's arrival, Shen Qi's face lit up with joy as he waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Master, I'm over here. This old fellow not only intends to kill me, but also wishes to use the soul-searching technique on me." Jian Wushuang shot a fierce glare at him, coldly commanding, "Silence." Taken aback by his master's rebuke, Shen Qi fell silent, pouting in grievance, too intimidated to speak further. With a light chuckle, Wen Tianji remarked, "Brother Shun, do not be so anxious. Since the sect leader has intervened, our lives are no longer in peril." Shen Qi shot him a glance and retorted, "This is all your fault. Who told you to kill someone in Wanbao City for no reason?" Wen Tianji sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He had never anticipated that the Wanbao Merchants Association would dispatch a formidable expert to pursue him over 2 insignificant individuals. As the white-haired elder witnessed Jian Wushuang emerging from the spatial rift, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The elder, slightly astonished, inquired with an unusual tone, "Jian Wushuang, did you not go to Zhuangxiangu to have tea with the Lingzhen Taoist? Why have you returned so soon?" Fixing his gaze upon the elder, Jian Wushuang wore a semblance of a smile and replied, Wan Ruohai, you truly seem to have regressed with age. You are, after all, a senior of the Wanbao Merchants Association. How can you be so shameless as to disregard your status and attack a nascent soul disciple of my heavenly sword sect? Wan Ruohai's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly insisted, Jian Wushuang, your precious disciple recklessly killed elders of the Wanbao Pavilion in Wanbao City. How shall we settle this debt? Since you cannot manage your disciple, I do not mind taking it upon myself to discipline him a bit. This is not unreasonable. Jian Wushuang coldly laughed, saying, Wan Ruohai, how I manage my disciple is not for you to dictate. Wan Ruohai's expression darkened as he coldly demanded, Jian Wushuang, regarding the incident where your disciple killed 2 elders of the Wanbao Pavilion, do you not owe me an explanation? Are you attempting to protect your own in front of me? Jian Wushuang continued to sneer, stating, Today, they are under the protection of my sect. Wan Ruohai, what can you possibly do to me? With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Wan Ruohai scoffed, Jian Wushuang, it seems that since your breakthrough to the Void Realm, you have become increasingly arrogant. Jian Wushuang, with a dismissive smile, replied, the strength of the Wanbao Merchants Association lies solely in commerce, not in cultivation. Wan Ruohai, even if you are currently at mid-void realm, in my eyes, you are no different from someone at mid-transformation stage. Wan Ruohai's eyes turned icy. Jian Wushuang maintained his smile, the contempt on his face becoming more pronounced. Suddenly, Wan Ruohai pressed his palm towards the void, unleashing a tempest of invisible wind blades within a Tinjiang domain, slicing towards Shen Qi and Wen Tianji with unparalleled speed. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the wind blades mercilessly struck the dantians of Shen Qi and Wen Tianji. The 2 figures were immediately sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood simultaneously, they fell into unconsciousness. Observing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Wen Tianji's eyes. Without hesitation, he waved his sword, unleashing a fierce sword intent. Before Wan Ruohai could react, the sword intent howled through the air. Bang! Another thunderous explosion erupted as Wan Food, positioned behind Wan Ruohai, shattered like fireworks, dissipating into nothingness. Wan Ruohai's expression darkened as he furiously exclaimed, Jian Wushuang, how dare you? Jian Wushuang pointed his sword, coldly declaring, Wan Ruohai, withdraw your domain of power within 10 breaths. Otherwise, I shall send you to reunite with him. The countenance of Wan Ruohai fluctuated dramatically, alternating between red and black. For over 400 years, as he traversed the eastern wilderness and the 9 states, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. It was unexpected that a mere upstart would so audaciously mock him, brandishing a sword in opposition. Wan Ruohai, consumed by rage yet laughing, slowly raised his right palm once more. Jian Wushuang remained impassive, his gaze icy as it bore into him. The 2 stood in confrontation, with Wan Ruohai's right palm held in hesitation, unwilling to descend again. After a prolonged silence, Wan Ruohai suddenly spoke, I have heard that a century ago, at the foot of Mount Li, the 7 fiends of Li Mountain in the early stage of the Void Realm were simultaneously obliterated by someone in a single strike. It seems that you, Jian Wushuang, have mastered the 7 heavenly swords 100 years ago, haven't you? Jian Wushuang let out a cold laugh and replied, I have also heard that 50 years ago, the 6 ghosts of Peach Valley in the late stage of the Void Realm were sacrificed in a single move at the back mountain of Peach Valley. It seems that you, Wan Ruohai, have already transcended the 6 sacrifices of soul-devouring 50 years ago, haven't you? If I am not mistaken, you should have comprehended the 8 heavenly swords by now, Jian Wushuang. And if I am not wrong, you, Wan Ruohai, should have ascended to the 7 sacrifices of soul-devouring too. Wan Ruohai sneered coldly and said, Jian Wushuang, the mere 8 heavenly swords cannot intimidate me. Jian Wushuang scoffed in disdain, Wan Ruohai, if you doubt it, then by all means, give it a try. Their gazes seemed to fixate on one another. Yet they also appeared to look beyond each other. Wan Ruohai slowly raised his right palm once more, while Jian Wushuang's long sword similarly traced a deliberate arc. Both remained coldly focused on each other, observing the slow movements of their hands. Suddenly, they struck simultaneously. Wan Ruohai pressed his palm toward the void, unleashing several invisible wind blades aimed at the unconscious Shen Qi and his companion. Jian Wushuang, wielding his long sword, executed several swift slashes, sending countless sword shadows sweeping toward Wan Ruohai's Dantian spirit sea. In the next moment, Wan Ruohai's figure shifted, conjuring numerous phantoms. Conversely, Jian Wushuang's form also flickered, dispersing a series of illusions. In the blink of an eye, the invisible wind blades that were to strike Shen Qi and his companion inexplicably vanished, while the sword forces unleashed by Jian Wushuang detonated as they brushed against Wan Ruohai's robes. Once all the phantoms dissipated, Jian Wushuang's form appeared where Wan Ruohai had just stood. Before Jian Wushuang, a surge of spiritual power enveloped Shen Qi and his companion, gently floating in midair. Wan Ruohai's figure had shifted to the position Jian Wushuang had previously occupied. Upon closer inspection, Wan Ruohai's domain had vanished without a trace. Blood seeped from the tip of his right finger, dripping steadily onto the yellow sand below. Clearly, in this brief skirmish, Wan Ruohai had suffered a loss. His face bore an incredulous expression, with a hint of barely perceptible fear flickering in his gaze. Jian Wushuang sheathed his longsword, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Wan Ruohai, do not claim that my sect has not afforded you an opportunity. If your Wanbao Merchant Guild seeks to meddle with my disciples, ensure you send a competent disciple during the grand competition of the 9 provinces. With that, Jian Wushuang turned away, disregarding Wan Ruohai further. He waved his hand, and a fissure in space materialized before him. Jian Wushuang led Shen Qi and another into the rift, departing with an air of grace. Chapter 78. How about transferring Elder Chun to the inner sect? At the summit of Guasian Cliff, Jian Wushuang faced away from Shen Qi and the other, meticulously polishing his treasured sword with a silk cloth. Shen Qi and his companion exchanged furtive glances, cautiously observing Jian Wushuang's silhouette. Moments later, Jian Wushuang tossed aside the cloth, flicking his fingers against the blade. With a sharp ring, the sword emitted a resonant hum, and in an instant, it vanished from his grasp. Jian Wushuang snorted disdainfully. Speak. Shen Qi shuddered slightly, forcing a smile. Master, what would you have us say? Jian Wushuang turned to glare at Shen Qi, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I have taken on a commendable disciple. You've barely joined the sect, and already slain 2 disciples from the heavenly ranking. I instructed you to reflect upon your actions at Guasian Cliff. Yet you audaciously descended the mountain to stir up trouble in Wanbao City. Shen Qi's eyes darted, and with a grin, he replied, Master, it was merely good fortune. I inadvertently obtained 2 transcendence pills. I would never dare to be greedy. I present these pills to you, Master. With that, Shen Qi retrieved a vial of transcendence pills from his storage ring and offered it with both hands to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's gaze flickered, a hint of concealed satisfaction surfacing in his eyes. However, his expression darkened as he coldly remarked, What? Do you intend to bribe me with these 2 transcendence pills to evade punishment? Shen Qi shook his head vigorously. I would never presume. Jian Wushuang let out another cold snort. It is rare to see a trace of filial piety from you, but these transcendence pills are of no use to me. Keep them for yourself. Shen Qi was taken aback. Of no use? Though perplexed, he dared not question further at that moment. He obediently reclaimed the transcendence pills, awaiting Jian Wushuang's admonishment in silence. Jian Wushuang chose not to pursue his questioning of Shen Qi, but shifted his gaze towards Wen Tianji. Wen Tianji stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Sect Master, it was I who led senior brother Shen down the mountain in secret, and I was the one who took him to Wanbao City. I killed the 2 guards of Wanbao Pavilion. This matter has nothing to do with senior brother Shen. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Jian Wushuang regarded him quietly, offering no response. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, Are you a disciple of Tiangong Peak in Juntianzhou? Wen Tianji nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Jian Wushuang then asked, What is your relation to Tian Xuanzi? Wen Tianji smiled faintly and said, He is indeed my master. Do you know my esteemed teacher, Sect Master? Jian Wushuang chuckled lightly and replied, Although the heritage of Xuantiangzhou cannot compare to that of Juntianzhou, my Heavenly Sword Sect is nonetheless the foremost sect in Xuantiangzhou. As the sect leader of Heavenly Sword Sect, I have interacted with virtually all Void Realm cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness 9 states. It is not surprising. When Tianji smiled sheepishly, Jian Wushuang suddenly inquired, How has Tian Xuanzi been of late? When Tianji respectfully replied, Half a year ago, my master left a letter and went alone to Zhongzhou. Jian Wushuang scoffed. Tian Xuanzi, with his lofty ambitions, believes he can defy fate alone. I fear he shall ultimately be unable to contend with Tai Academy. When Tianji was taken aback, unable to comprehend Jian Wushuang's words, Jian Wushuang paid him no mind and continued, Your Tianji Peak is indeed a first-rate sect in Juntianzhou. Yet, you traveled a great distance to join my Heavenly Sword Sect. Was this Tian Xuanzi's intention? When Tianji nodded, Jian Wushuang then asked, Which peak are you currently a disciple of? When Tianji responded with a somewhat peculiar expression, I am a disciple of Tianji Peak, under Elder Fong Chongqing. Jian Wushuang chuckled lightly and said, It seems this was also Tian Xuanzi's design. When Tianji nodded again, Jian Wushuang smiled enigmatically and remarked, Elder Fong Chongqing, the head of Tianji Peak, was once Tian Xuanzi's greatest disciple. He can be considered your senior brother. When Tianji was momentarily stunned, Jian Wushuang smiled and reflected, Do you know that Tian Xuanzi was once the most outstanding disciple of my Heavenly Sword Sect? 500 years ago, he inexplicably abandoned the sword cultivation path, which he had once taken great pride in, and turned to study the way of heaven's insight. Subsequently, He withdrew from the Heavenly Sword sect and journeyed alone to Juntianzhou, where he founded Tianji Peak. Upon hearing this, when Tianji was utterly astonished, Jian Wushuang sighed softly and said, "Well, since you were sent here by Tian Xuanzi, my Heavenly Sword sect shall accept you. As long as you abide by the sect's rules, I shall impose no restrictions upon you." When Tianji bowed once more and expressed, "Thank you, sect master," Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "You may depart for now. I have some matters to discuss with Shen Qi." However, when Tianji did not move and, bending at the waist, said, "Sect master, I actually have one more matter to discuss, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to speak of it." Jian Wushuang seemed to anticipate what Tianji wished to say, scanning him from head to toe with a knowing smile, and asked, "Do you wish to participate in the 9 states grand competition?" When Tianji nodded, Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, "Your abilities, while commendable, still fall somewhat short." When Tianji forced a smile, remaining silent. Observing this, Jian Wushuang chuckled again and inexplicably asked, "Do you know Jian Ruffin?" When Tianji nodded and said, "He is ranked first among the disciples of the heaven ranking, having achieved the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Jian Rufing's name resonates throughout the Heavenly Sword sect." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "Jian Rufeng is my foremost disciple and also a cultivator at the transformation stage participating in the 9 provinces grand competition. I can offer you a chance to challenge him. If you can defeat Jian Rufeng, I shall forfeit him, allowing you to take his place in the competition." When Tianji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Is the sect master serious?" Jian Wushuang chuckled lightly and replied, "I have always been a man of my word. I shall not go back on my promise." When Tianji's expression brightened, "Very well, I shall seek out Jian Rufeng and issue my challenge at once." With that, when Tianji began to shift his form, preparing to utilize the technique of shrinking the distance, Jian Wushuang raised a hand to stop him. "Hold on." When Tianji paused in surprise, Jian Wushuang smiled gently and added, "Jian Rufeng has quite a temper. Should you lose, do you comprehend the consequences?" When Tianji responded with a carefree smile, "If I fail in my challenge, it merely indicates that my skills are lacking. I shall accept any outcome." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Then go ahead." Suddenly, Shen Qi interjected, "Tianji, wait a moment." With that, Shen Qi retrieved a portion of transformation pills and spirit pills from his storage ring, dividing them in half and offering them to Tianji. When Tianji hesitated, saying, "Senior brother Shen, this is too much," Shen Qi, with an impatient wave of his hand, insisted, "Take it, this half was meant for you." Seeing Shen Qi's unwavering resolve, when Tianji ceased his refusals and accepted the pills into his storage ring. In an instant, when Tianji's figure vanished, Jian Wushuang turned his gaze back to Shen Qi and inquired, "What is your relationship with Elder Chen Miaoshan from the outer sect?" Shen Qi promptly bowed and replied, "Master, my former master was Shen Lin, the head of the 7 absolute sect. Elder Chen is my master's wife. Thus she is my master's spouse." When Tianji's expression shifted, laden with unspoken meaning, "Is it truly that simple?" Shen Qi felt a jolt within, aware that Jian Wushuang had likely investigated him thoroughly. With a wry smile, he decided to disclose the truth regarding his connection with Chen Miaoshan. Jian Wushuang's expression brightened in realization. "So, you have affections for Elder Chen?" Shen Qi nodded. Jian Wushuang chuckled lightly, adding with an intriguing tone, "Then how about I transfer Elder Chen to the inner sect? It would allow you both to look after each other." Upon hearing this, Shen Qi's face lit up with joy, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking grain. Jian Wushuang snorted, "I merely suggested transferring her to the inner sect. Why such exuberance?" Shen Qi chuckled awkwardly, yet his delight was palpable. Jian Wushuang shook his head, "Forget it. Handle your own matters. I have but one request. You must procure a Bodhi fruit for me during the 9 provinces grand competition." Shen Qi pounded his chest confidently, vowing, "Rest assured, master. I shall not disappoint you." The figure of Jian Wushuang flickered and instantly vanished from the summit of Guasian Cliff. Chapter 79, Master. Your disciple has been reflecting again within the Heavenly Sword sect. There are 108 peaks, among which Tiankue Peak stands the most magnificent. This peak serves as the cultivation ground for the sect leader, Jian Wushuang, who has established his cave dwelling at its pinnacle. Jian Wushuang has 10 personal disciples, who reside on Tiankue Peak, their abodes situated halfway up the mountain. However, the newly initiated disciple, Shen Qi, found no vacant cave to inhabit. Thus he took it upon himself to carve out a modest dwelling at the foot of the mountain. 3 miles to the right of Shen Qi's cave lies a naturally serene valley, emanating strong waves of spiritual energy, with the air infused with the fragrance of herbs. This is the very location of the inner sect's medicinal garden. Within the garden, a delicate figure diligently tended to the spiritual fields, carefully managing the herbs. This graceful silhouette belonged to Chen Miaoshan. At noon today, the head of the inner sect's alchemy department personally visited to convey the sect leader's orders to Chen Miaoshan. informing her that she would be transferring to the alchemy department as a steward, responsible for overseeing the inner sect's medicinal garden. Approaching the entrance of the garden was a figure slowly making their way towards Chun Miaoshan, garbed in simple white linen, with a gentle expression. It was none other than Shen Qi. Stealthily, he approached, standing a mere foot behind her without causing her any alarm. Chun Miaoshan's movements while tending to the herbs were elegant. Her delicate hands and graceful steps exuded tranquility, each gesture imbued with poise. Lost in her task, she remained unaware of the presence observing her from behind. As she slightly turned, revealing half of her delicate cheek, Shen Qi was utterly captivated. Her beauty was enchanting, her complexion smooth as jade, lips resembling red cherries, and brows like ink paintings. Shen Qi was so entranced that he could not help but swallow audibly. The sound startled Chun Miaoshan, prompting her to whirl around, exclaiming, "Who is there?" Upon recognizing the figure before her, she gasped in surprise. Before she could utter another word, Shen Qi swiftly enveloped her slender waist and covered her crimson lips with his hand. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, "Do not be alarmed, it is I." Chun Miaoshan blinked at him, and only then did Shen Qi remove his hand. She glared at him playfully, saying, "Qi, what brings you to the medicinal garden?" Shen Qi smiled lightly, replying, "Master, I learned that the sect leader has summoned you to the inner alchemy department. I couldn't resist the urge to sneak down from Guasian Cliff to see you." Chun Miaoshan shot him a knowing glance, yet her heart felt a surge of sweetness. Leaning against Shen Qi's chest, she murmured, "Qi, did you have a hand in my transfer? Does the sect leader know about our relationship?" Shen Qi nodded, offering her reassurance, "There is no need for concern, master. The sect leader is a remarkably open-minded person. He will not interfere with us." Chun Miaoshan lifted her gaze to Shen Qi, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Shen Qi's smile deepened, his gaze fixed intently upon her. In their shared glance, both could sense the stirring of emotions within their hearts. Chun Miaoshan felt her ears flush with warmth, hastily lowering her head to avert her eyes. Shen Qi, however, would not grant her such an escape. He gently cupped her delicate cheeks with his hands and pressed his lips against hers. It was only when their faces were flushed and breaths became labored that Shen Qi reluctantly released Chun Miaoshan. A delicate thread of affection lingered between their lips, as if not entirely severed. Chun Miaoshan's face burned with embarrassment, biting her lower lip as she nestled into Shen Qi's embrace. Shen Qi's hands trailed along her garment, slowly grasping her firm contours. A soft murmur escaped Chun Miaoshan's lips, her body quivering slightly before she ceased to resist. Shen Qi's heart ignited with fervor, and his actions suddenly intensified. "No, please," Chun Miaoshan protested, struggling to push him away, adjusting her disheveled clothing, and casting him a reproachful glare. Shen Qi smirked mischievously, wrapping his arms around her once more, pulling her back into his embrace. Chun Miaoshan shot him a disapproving look, admonishing, "You take advantage of my kindness." Shen Qi leaned closer to her ear, playfully declaring, "Mistress, you are truly soft." Chun Miaoshan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant stare. Both angry and flustered. "Qi, you are becoming increasingly audacious," she scolded, turning her head away in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Shen Qi chuckled, "Mistress, are you truly angry?" Chun Miaoshan shot him another glare, her lips pouting in annoyance. Undeterred, Shen Qi encircled her slender waist, drawing her once again into his arms. Gently caressing her delicate hand, his expression softened with affection as he murmured, "Mistress, I was wrong. I have been too reckless." Chun Miaoshan cast him a sidelong glance, huffing, "At least you acknowledge it." After speaking, she slowly leaned against Shen Qi's broad, strong chest. Suddenly noticing a corner of fabric peeking from his chest, Chun Miaoshan reached out, discovering it to be a piece of snow-white undergarment. This garment was her intimate belonging, and she wondered how it had ended up in Shen Qi's possession. Her face flushed with heat as she scolded, "Qi, how could you carry this with you? Have you no shame?" With a face full of embarrassment, she hurriedly stowed the undergarment back into her storage ring, feeling her cheeks burn intensely, and couldn't help but glare at Shen Qi once more. Shen Qi laughed heartily, "Hee. Mistress, ever since our last encounter, I have secretly kept your undergarment. When you are not by my side, I miss you and can only take it out to reminisce." Chun Miaoshan shot him a disapproving look, scolding, "Pa, shameless." Shen Qi laughed heartily again. He relished the sight of Chun Miaoshan's bashful demeanor, her coy resistance. Her enchanting appearance captivated him completely. Embracing Chun Miaoshan, Shen Qi's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on her alabaster neck, uttering with fervor, "Master, you are truly exquisite." Chun Miaoshan, with a teasing bite of her crimson lips, shyly replied, "You only know how to flatter." Shen Qi, with a confident thump on his chest, assured her, "Master, everything I say is genuine. Whenever thoughts of you cross my mind, I take out my heart's garment to admire." Chun Miaoshan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and she playfully scolded, "Cheer, you should not say such things." Her heart raced, feeling as if her entire being were about to dissolve. Burying her head in Shen Qi's embrace, she dared not look at him again. The thought of Shen Qi secretly caressing her heart's garment in the stillness of the night sent another wave of crimson across her cheeks, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Seeing Chun Miaoshan's bashful demeanor ignited a sudden fire within Shen Qi. He tightened his grip around her, rasping, "Master, I have been thinking again." Chun Miaoshan. Her face a portrait of shyness, imperceptibly nodded, her eyes tightly shut, offering no resistance. Shen Qi let out a low growl, swiftly lifting Chun Miaoshan and transporting her to his dwelling in an instant. In the blink of an eye, their garments lay scattered upon the ground, and two pale silhouettes danced in a ceaseless rhythm, filling the chamber with boundless springtime allure. 3 hours later, Shen Qi, breathless and radiant, gazed adoringly at Chun Miaoshan, who lay contentedly against his chest. After a moment, he leaned closer to her ear, his voice laced with lingering desire, whispering, "Master, would you assist me with your lips?" "If you please." With a delicate blush, Chun Miaoshan shot him a reproachful glance before bowing her head, her soft lips descending slowly. Chapter 80. The 10th on the heavenly rankings. After a night of fervent entanglements with Shen Qi, Chun Miaoshan awoke to the sun high in the sky. "Oh no!" she exclaimed. Elder Feng from the alchemy division had repeatedly instructed her to deliver the spirit manifesting herb to the Grand Elder before the hour of the snake. "It was all your fault. The hour has already passed." With a glare at Shen Qi, she arose, only to realize her body felt as if it were falling apart. Shen Qi lounged lazily upon the bed, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he silently observed her. Chun Miaoshan felt a rush of warmth in her cheeks and quickly turned away. With a wave of her hand, her scattered garments flew back into her grasp. In a flurry, she dressed and admonished Shen Qi briefly before attempting to make a hasty exit from the chamber. However, Shen Qi suddenly seized her, pulling her back onto the bed. With a rippling sound, her freshly donned garments were torn away in an instant. Chun Miaoshan glared at Shen Qi in anger, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Cheer, you little rascal, you ruined my clothes." Shen Qi grinned mischievously, like a predator ready to pounce, roaring, "Master, there's still plenty of time. Let us indulge once more." "No, you are like a wild bull. Do you not tire?" "Madam Master, I am currently brimming with vitality, feeling utterly unwearied." "You may carry on. I shall manage on my own." "Alas, take it slow." Within the cave, the air was saturated with the essence of spring. When Chun Miaoshan pushed him aside, Shen Qi was indeed so exhausted that he lay motionless. In a state of drowsiness, he drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Shen Qi found that dusk was approaching, and the enchanting figure beside him had long departed. His stomach grumbled insistently. Though cultivators have the ability to abstain from food, the occasional pang of hunger remains. Moreover, after the immense exertion of the night, Shen Qi was genuinely famished. As he exited the cave, Shen Qi stretched languidly, invigorated, and made his way towards the dining hall. Upon his arrival, all the inner disciples present turned their gazes towards him. The dining hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. One disciple inquired curiously, "Isn't that Shen Qi, the newly accepted direct disciple of the sect leader? What brings him to the dining hall?" Another disciple expressed confusion. "I too am curious. Was it not said that he had ruthlessly slain 2 of the esteemed disciples on the heavenly rankings and was subsequently confined by the sect leader for reflection at the Guasian cliff? How dare he appear so brazenly in the dining hall, defying the sect leader's edict?" A third disciple, filled with indignation, scoffed, "Humph. This impudent young man is far too arrogant, showing blatant disrespect to the sect leader. Does he not fear severe punishment?" Another disciple prayed earnestly, "Heavens, let not Shen Qi's recklessness draw the sect leader's wrath upon us innocent souls." A more mischievous disciple remarked with glee, "Ah, you are unaware. Not long ago, Shen Qi sneaked off to Wanbao City and stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Ultimately, he drew the ire of the Wanbao Merchant Association, barely escaping with his life. It was only through the sect leader's intervention that he survived. When he returned to the mountain, he was dragged in like a wretched dog. Surely, he faced a fierce reprimand yesterday." Another disciple, intrigued, urged, "Is this true? Brother, do elaborate on the details." The surrounding disciples began to murmur animatedly, hearing their chatter. Shen Qi furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Fortunately, his spirits were high, and he felt no inclination to engage with these disciples. It was dinner time, and the dining hall was nearly filled to capacity. However, fortune smiled upon Shen Qi, as he fortuitously discovered an empty table. He approached the table with his meal. Just as he was about to sit down, he was jostled from behind, nearly causing him to drop his food. Turning around, he encountered a young disciple clad in the garb of a direct disciple. The youth, sword slung across his back, was strikingly handsome, yet exuded an exceedingly poor demeanor. With a haughty glance, he surveyed Shen Qi. Who was this individual? This young disciple held considerable standing, for he was none other than Wu Zhongyang, the chief disciple of Tianxian Peak. Moreover, his prowess was formidable, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled, placing him 10th on the heavenly rankings. It is noteworthy that the top 10 disciples on the inner gate heavenly ranking are all at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, while among the top 20, only Wu Zhongyang stands out, possessing merely a late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Such innate talent is truly a rarity encountered once in a millennium. Seemingly oblivious to Shen Qi, Wu Zhongyang nonchalantly approached the table with his meal and leisurely took a seat. He then retrieved a flask of exquisite wine from his storage ring, pouring it for himself. As the fine liquor graced his palate, Wu Zhongyang occasionally smacked his lips, reveling in the delight of the drink. Observing his insufferable demeanor, Shen Qi couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. However, he chose not to engage with the man and moved forward to occupy the empty seat across from him. "Stop," Wu Zhongyang declared sharply, raising his wine flask. Shen Qi paused, bewildered, and queried, "What instructions do you have, senior brother?" With a disdainful glance, Wu Zhongyang sneered. "Who are you calling senior brother? You think you deserve such a title? Ignorant child, can't you see that I have already taken my seat? I do not enjoy sharing a table with others, so be swift and vacate." Shen Qi's eyes turned icy. Wu Zhongyang smirked. "What? Are you dissatisfied, boy?" Shen Qi's expression grew colder as he retorted, "I arrived first at this table. It was you who intruded upon me. I have yet to hold you accountable. Yet you wish to expel me? Is this truly how you intend to behave?" Wu Zhongyang continued to mock him. "Boy, I am always this domineering. What can you do about it? If you remain defiant, you shall simply have to endure it. Do not think that just because you are a direct disciple of the sect leader, you are particularly impressive. In the Tianjin sect, strength reigns supreme." A glint of coldness flickered in Shen Qi's eyes as he stated, "It seems you are here to provoke me?" Wu Zhongyang scoffed, "And so what?" Infuriated, Shen Qi laughed bitterly, dismissing the need to engage further. He picked up his meal and seated himself resolutely. Witnessing Shen Qi's blatant disregard, Wu Zhongyang's expression darkened instantly. With a clang, his sword materialized from behind, glimmering like a streak of light as it flew into his grasp. Pointing the blade at Shen Qi, he coldly declared, "Within 10 breaths, vacate the dining hall, or I shall shatter your spiritual sea." The sudden turn of events caused all disciples in the dining hall to halt their activities, watching the unfolding drama with bated breath. Most were familiar with Wu Zhongyang, the formidable prodigy ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking, known for his overwhelming prowess. Naturally, many had suffered under his oppressive reign, leading to a mix of resentment and fear towards him. Conversely, Shen Qi had garnered animosity, particularly for seizing a coveted spot in the 9 provinces grand competition, inciting ire among direct disciples. Thus, the crowd was eager for a spectacle, hoping for a fierce clash between the two. Some disciples shouted, "Wu senior brother, teach Shen Qi a lesson, give him a thorough beating." Others cried, "Shen senior brother, make Wu Zhongyang pay for his usual bullying." A few scoffed, "Wu senior brother is the 10th ranked prodigy. How could he possibly be bested by someone like Shen Qi? It is utterly laughable." Once again, a disciple retorted, "Umph. Senior brother Shen has slain 2 disciples from the heavenly rankings, and even the elder of the refining spirit realm cannot contend with him. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain." The disciples were stirred, their faces flushed with fervor as they debated heatedly. Chapter 81. Each encounter, a defeat. Gazing at the sword pointed directly at him, Shen Qi smiled, a smile filled with enigmatic intent. He suddenly summoned forth the Qinglong sword, its golden light shimmering in his palm. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce stream of golden sword energy. This strike was imbued with 7/10 of Shen Qi's strength. The sword energy surged forth with such swiftness that it resembled a fleeting ray of light. Wu Zhongyang could scarcely muster his spiritual shield in time. In a moment of desperation, he managed to release 2 feeble waves of sword energy, subsequently positioning his sword horizontally to guard his dantian. However, Wu Zhongyang's sword energy was insubstantial, akin to a gentle breeze, utterly incapable of withstanding Shen Qi's formidable assault. With a sharp crack, the sound of splintering metal reverberated through the air as Wu Zhongyang's sword was shattered by Shen Qi's sword energy. The residual force of the strike remained unabated, howling as it struck Wu Zhongyang's dantian. With a thunderous crash, Wu Zhongyang was hurled backward, colliding forcefully with the wall before rebounding and crashing heavily to the ground. The entire dining hall seemed to tremble in response. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Wu Zhongyang collapsed, convulsing on the floor. Shen Qi raised his right palm, gripping the air, causing the broken sword to spin rapidly. With another sweeping gesture, the whirling blade shot towards Wu Zhongyang, narrowly grazing his ear before embedding itself deep into the ground, disappearing over 3 feet into the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding disciples collectively gasped, instinctively retreating 3 steps. Fear etched upon their faces, They silently pondered the nature of Shen Qi, a being capable of inflicting such severe injury upon the 10th-ranked Wu Zhongyang with a single blow. Shen Qi advanced slowly, his gaze coldly fixed upon Wu Zhongyang. In the next moment, another direct disciple from Tianxian Peak, Chao Wenhua, nervously stepped forward from the shadows. Trembling, he hurried to Shen Qi's side, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. He pleaded, "Senior brother Shen, in your magnanimity, please temper your wrath." Brother Wu was simply momentarily confused, leading to this unfortunate encounter. "I am here to apologize on his behalf." Shen Qi cast a disdainful glance at Chao Wenhua, remaining silent with a smirk of derision. Wu Zhongyang struggled to rise, but was thwarted by the intense pain in his chest, rendering him immobile. As he delved into his spiritual consciousness, he discovered that his spiritual seat was riddled with countless cracks, severely wounded by a single strike. It seemed his cultivation was on the verge of plummeting to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Wu Zhongyang glared at Shen Qi with unbridled fury, as if he intended to etch the latter's visage into his memory. Shen Qi, in turn, smirked derisively, his expression laden with contempt. Chao Wenhua summoned his courage and slowly approached Wu Zhongyang, intending to help him up. Shen Qi coldly snorted and remarked, "Did I give you permission to move? If you have the gall, try lifting him now." Chao Wenhua froze in place, his outstretched hands remaining motionless. Upon hearing Shen Qi's words, he dared not assist. Shen Qi stepped forward, placing a foot squarely on Wu Zhongyang's chest. Crack! The sharp sound of a fractured rib echoed as Wu Zhongyang cried out in agony. Drenched in cold sweat, Shen Qi sneered disdainfully, saying, "I thought you were someone of significance, but it turns out you are merely worthless. For a pathetic creature like you to come before me and act so arrogant is truly laughable. You are utterly oblivious to your own mortality." At this, Wu Zhongyang's anger flared, and he retorted, "You." But before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shen Qi scoffed, commanding, "Remember this, in the inner sect. When you see me, make sure to keep your distance. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall punish you." Wu Zhongyang glared at him with fury, his eyes burning with rage. Shen Qi's gaze turned icy, and in a flash, he struck again, stomping down hard on Wu Zhongyang's chest. Crack! Another crisp sound of broken bones resonated as a rib shattered under his foot. Wu Zhongyang howled in pain, his breaths beginning to tremble with agony. Shen Qi pressed down with increasing force, coldly asking, "What's the matter? Are you, a worthless being, unwilling to submit?" Chao Wenhua, frantic with anxiety, urged, "Brother Wu, do not provoke Brother Shen further. Apologize to him at once." Wu Zhongyang, overwhelmed by pain and struggling to breathe, could no longer afford to maintain his pride. He gasped, "Brother Shen, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Shen Qi let out a derisive laugh, lifted his leg, and sent Wu Zhongyang flying 3 zhong away. The force of his impact carved a deep groove in the ground, shattering the tables and chairs in the corner of the dining hall. Wu Zhongyang coughed up more blood before falling unconscious. Shen Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly uttering, "Scram." With that, he disregarded Wu Zhongyang and returned to his table, resuming his meal. Chao Wenhua rushed over to carry Wu Zhongyang and was about to flee the dining hall when a towering disciple with a powerful build strode in. The sight of him caused the other disciples present to instinctively take a step back, their expressions shifting. One disciple sneered, "I didn't expect that Luo Shuren, ranked 8th on the heavenly list, would also be here today. This will be quite the spectacle." Another disciple, indignant, remarked, "Brother Luo is quite close to Brother Wu. Given the humiliation Wu has suffered today, it seems Brother Luo will surely seek revenge on Brother Shen to restore Wu's honor." A multitude of disciples whispered among themselves, speculating about the impending scene, their expressions revealing a sense of malicious glee. As the disheveled tables and chairs of the dining hall came into view, Luo Shuren furrowed his brow. A swift glance around the hall revealed Wu Zhongyang, unconscious and covered in blood. Luo Shuren strode forward, fixing his gaze upon Chao Wenhua, and coldly inquired, "What has happened to Junior Brother Wu?" Seeing Luo Shuren take charge, Chao Wenhua immediately burst into tears, lamenting, "Brother Luo, you must seek justice for Brother Wu. He merely wished to dine peacefully in the hall, yet unexpectedly, Brother Shen struck him grievously without a word." As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance toward Shen Qi. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuren instantaneously appeared beside Shen Qi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Shen Qi, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continued to indulge in his meal. After a moment, Luo Shuren spoke coldly, "You are the recently accepted direct disciple of the sect leader, Shen Qi." Shen Qi nodded. Luo Shuren scoffed derisively and asked, "I hear that the Qinglong sword has acknowledged you as its master?" Shen Qi nodded once more, affirming, "Indeed." Luo Shuren's derisive laughter echoed as he continued, "Given your position as the sect leader's direct disciple, how can you so blatantly disregard sect rules and oppress your fellow disciples?" At this, Shen Qi paid him no mind, responding instead, Who are you? What I do is of no concern to you. Luo Shuren huffed disdainfully. I am Luo Shuren, the 8th direct disciple of the sect leader. By rights, you should address me as senior brother. Shen Qi cast him a fleeting glance, his tone indifferent as he replied. Shen Qi greets senior brother. Unwilling to let Shen Qi off easily, Luo Shuren redirected the conversation back to Wu Zhongyang, his voice frigid as he reiterated. Junior brother Wu is your senior. Why did you inflict such grievous harm upon him? Shen Qi chuckled coldly, saying, if he sought death, I merely obliged him. What of it? Do you have an issue with that? Luo Shuren, enraged, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, nonsense. Shen Qi slowly rose, fixing an icy stare upon Luo Shuren. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qi inexplicably smiled and asked, what, do you wish to defend Wu Zhongyang? Luo Shuren snorted. As a senior brother, it is my duty to instill in you the proper understanding of hierarchy and respect. Shen Qi laughed mockingly, golden light emanating from his palm. In an instant, a murderous intent enveloped the dining hall. Chapter 82. Jiang Wufeng. Just as the tension between the two reached its zenith, a hearty laugh rang out from the entrance. A figure emerged, swiftly appearing beside Luo Shuren. It was a young man clad in blue, his face handsome and adorned with a warm, cultured smile. With a gentle demeanor, the young man inquired, Brother Luo, have you emerged from seclusion? Luo Shuren nodded, bowing respectfully to the youth. Greetings, Brother Jiang. I have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. As the grand competition of the 9 provinces approaches, I deemed it time to emerge. It turns out that this young man is the 2nd direct disciple of the sect leader, Jian Wushuang, named Jiang Wufeng. Moreover, Jiang Wufeng also holds a position on the heavenly ranking, where he is ranked 2nd. His current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, making him 2nd only to Jian Rufeng, the top-ranking disciple. Jiang Wufeng smiled enigmatically and said, oh, have you broken through? Congratulations, junior brother Luo. It seems you are preparing to advance your ranking. Luo Shuren smiled without speaking. Jiang Wufeng cast a curious glance at Shen Qi and inquired, Junior brother Luo, what discord have you had with this disciple? Even before I entered the dining hall, I caught a whiff of the acrid scent of conflict. Luo Shuren sneered and replied, you are unaware, senior brother. Some disciples simply disregard hierarchy. Relying on the sect leader's favoritism, they oppress their fellow disciples with impunity. Jiang Wufeng scanned the surroundings and noticed the unconscious Wu Zhongyang. His gaze returned to Shen Qi, and a hint of speculation flickered in his heart. With a chuckle, Jiang Wufeng remarked, this must be the new disciple. I have heard of your performance in Shujian City from the elders. They hold you in high regard. Shen Qi nodded and asked, and you are? Luo Shuren's expression darkened, ready to speak, but Jiang Wufeng raised his hand to stop him, maintaining his composure as he said, I am Jiang Wufeng, the 2nd disciple of the sect leader, and I can be considered your 2nd senior brother. Shen Qi bowed respectfully, saying, Junior brother Shen Qi pays his respects to senior brother Jiang. Witnessing Shen Qi's nonchalant demeanor, Luo Shuren felt a surge of anger. Unable to contain himself, he spoke sharply. Senior brother Jiang, why waste words on him? This Shen disciple has a malicious heart, and he has resorted to such brutal measures against a fellow disciple. He must not be let off lightly. I propose we bind him and hand him over to the elder of the law enforcement hall. Jiang Wufeng scoffed lightly, saying, I do not concur with junior brother Luo's words. Junior brother Wu has always been arrogant and spoiled, and I have some understanding of the situation. If I am not mistaken, it is likely due to the matter of the Jiuzhou Grand Competition that junior brother Wu harbors prejudice against the younger disciple and seeks to provoke him. Jiang Wufeng paused, casting a knowing glance at Chao Wenhua, who appeared hesitant and unable to meet Jiang Wufeng's gaze, his expression shifting as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Observing this, Shen Qi chuckled lightly, saying, Senior brother Jiang, your discerning eye is truly commendable. I admire you. Luo Shuren's face darkened further as he coldly retorted, Senior brother Jiang. Even if junior brother Wu spoke inappropriately, junior brother Shen should not have dealt such a heavy blow to him. I just checked, and junior brother Wu's spiritual sea is almost shattered. Jiang Wufeng's expression faltered. He was quite familiar with Wu Zhongyang's strength and did not expect that Shen Qi could inflict such severe injury with a single strike. Jiang Wufeng re-evaluated Shen Qi, a trace of surprise emerging in his gaze. After a brief pause, Jiang Wufeng retrieved a blue elixir from his storage ring and tossed it to Chao Wenhua, stating solemnly, This is the Qingling pill. Administer it to junior brother Wu. Within 5 days, he shall surely return to his former self. Chao Wenhua, supporting Wu Zhongyang, carefully fed him the elixir. Jiang Wufeng smiled and remarked, Very well, let us put this matter behind us. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for animosity. Shen Qi bowed respectfully to Jiang Wufeng and said, Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for your just words. If there is nothing further, I shall return to Jinya. Jiang Wufeng smiled slightly and added, Junior brother Shen, allow me one more word of advice. I hope you will show more tolerance towards your fellow brothers in the future. Shen Qi nodded and turned to leave. Watching Shen Qi's departing figure, Luo Shuren's expression grew increasingly somber, and he exclaimed, Senior Brother Jiang, is it truly acceptable for Junior Brother Wu to suffer such severe internal injuries without consequence? Jiang Wufeng suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on Luo Shuren. After a long moment, he spoke in a cool tone, I have stated that today's events must be set aside. Brother Luo, do you understand me clearly? Luo Shuren trembled slightly and bowed. Yes, I understand, Senior Brother. After a moment, Jiang Wufeng's expression softened a bit. He looked at Luo Shuren and smiled. Brother Luo, do you find my handling of this matter unsatisfactory? Luo Shuren was taken aback, rendered speechless. Jiang Wufeng sighed softly and said, Brother Luo, you have just emerged from seclusion and may not fully comprehend this young disciple. Junior Brother Shen previously forcefully eliminated Tian Shu Peak's Tian Biao, severely injured Tian Gang Peak's Qin Yang, and left Tian Wei Peak's Feng Mo gravely wounded. Yet he was merely punished by Master with a period of reflection. Do you know why? Luo Shuren snorted. Master values this child. What appears to be punishment is, in fact, protection. I see nothing remarkable about him. I could easily dispatch those like Tian Biao and Qin Yang with a mere flick of my hand. Even if he possesses great talent, he should not be so arrogant. Jiang Wufeng shook his head. Do you not know that Elder Yin Mingshan personally intervened to discipline this child using the refining domain? Although Elder Yin did not invoke the refining domain's laws, this young disciple shattered Elder Yan's domain and grievously injured him. Brother Luo, seriously consider whether you could have breached the refining domain of a practitioner at the nascent soul stage during your own time. Luo Shuren's expression faltered, disbelief evident in his eyes. Jiang Wufeng sighed deeply. Brother Luo, you must understand that this young disciple is an anomaly. I have struggled for 3 years without being able to summon the Qinglong's sword, yet he can command the divine sword as his own. Had you recklessly intervened for Wu Zhongyang, you would have met a fate akin to Tian Biao and Qin Yang. At these words, a cold sweat broke out on Luo Shuren's back. Jiang Wufeng patted his shoulder, advising, Brother Luo, in the future, do not provoke Junior Brother Shen lightly. Even if we cannot befriend him, we must never become his adversaries. Moreover, Master holds him in high regard, believing him to be the fated child mentioned in the teachings of our ancestors. Do not dare to trespass upon the Master's boundaries. Remember this. Luo Xian found himself at a loss for words, plunged into deep contemplation. Jiang Wufeng smiled faintly, then turned and departed.